Medical ninjas heal. Taijutsu ninjas, hold your ground. Ninjutsu users, unleash your techniques quickly. Illusionists, what on earth compelled you to choose this branch? Zhang commanded from his computer, orchestrating the team battle in a massive multiplayer online role-playing game named Naruto. As the boss approached his demise, they were left just a sliver away from victory. Everyone, rally your strength. Once we take down this boss, we will undoubtedly acquire a divine artifact, the most powerful equipment in the current version. Before the next major update, we must elevate our skills. Zhang continued, having directed the game for nearly 3 hours, consuming half a case of bottled water, while the ashtray on his desk overflowed with cigarette butts. It's been 3 days since my last shower, and I'm counting on this attempt, brothers. Charge forth for my ultimate technique. Zhang eyes were fixated on the boss, but for a fleeting moment, he could have sworn he saw the boss smirk. This game is unervingly realistic, surely. It cannot reach such extremes. Perhaps it's merely my fatigue playing tricks on me. Zhang reassured himself. Not good. The boss has gone berserk. Everyone, be cautious, we are about to lose aggro. Taijutsu masters, hold your ground. A Taijutsu player shouted. Healing is lagging, Brother Lon. What should we do? We can't hold on any longer. A healer exclaimed, panic in their voice. My ultimate technique is ready, brothers. Witness my prowess. Zhang shouted, maneuvering his character on screen, declaring Senjutsu. Super large Rasen, Shuriken barrage. Over 10 azure orbs flew toward the boss. A mournful wail echoed. Zhang exhaled in relief as the boss fell, its body hitting the ground with a final gasp, spitting forth an object that landed squarely on Zhang character. It even seemed to grin at him. What's happening? Am I feeling dizzy? Am I poisoned? Damn it. Zhang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The lights on the ceiling began to sway. Hurry, call 120. Where's my phone? At a critical moment, he couldn't locate his phone. Coupled with the sleepless nights of recent days, Zhang lost consciousness, his final thought being the computer remained on, wasting electricity. Mission accomplished, came a voice from a man clad in red, with flowing white hair. Oh my, a ghost. That Jiraiya? How'd I end up here? Zhang was bewildered. He had merely been playing a game. Upon awakening, he found himself in the world of Naruto, just in time to witness a giant emerge from a frog's mouth, something that would terrify an ordinary person. Suddenly, Zhang felt something in his pocket and reached to inspect it, only to have the object vanish upon contact, accompanied by a surge of information flooding his mind. Jiraiya, combat power 5 stars, current status, dangerous. The prompt resonated in his mind, followed by a list of attributes regarding Jiraiya's ninjutsu and taijutsu rankings. One particular note caught Zhang attention. Sage mode could be restored. This is incredible. It's practically a divine artifact. Zhang exclaimed, nearly squealing with delight. Perverted old man, this rain is toxic, Zhang quietly remarked. Having watched Naruto several times in his previous life, he had long mourned Jiraiya's demise, a true hero who had tragically met his end. Tsunade's swimsuit, perverted old man, he said, hoping to pique Jiraiya's interest. Sure enough, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward him. What are you saying, you little brat? How could you even think to touch Tsunade's swimsuit? Hand it over. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perverted old man, this rain is truly toxic, and we've already been exposed. However, if you desire Tsunade's swimsuit, you must follow me. Zhang carefully assessed the direction and began to lead them out of the Rain Ninja village. We must escape the rain's reach, otherwise we will be monitored by pain. Looking back, he saw Jiraiya's eyes, gleaming with anticipation that he realized he had made the right gamble, knowing Jiraiya's weakness. What's your name, kid? Wait, your hair. Jiraiya began, astonished at my hair. What's wrong with it? Zhang replied, confused, turning to glance at his reflection in the water, astonished to see his hair was red. How peculiar. Red hair is a trait of the Uzumaki clan. I never anticipated acquiring such a distinctive identity. Zhang chuckled, understanding Jiraiya's surprise. Perverted old man, quickly dry off, we must leave. I have vital information to share. Zhang urged, aware that Nagato had likely dispatched Konan and 3 pain bodies to find Jiraiya. This battle was crucial for Jiraiya's survival. and Zhonglan was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. That I am. The sage of Mount Mayaboku, what do you mean by perverted old man? Jiraiya retorted, quickly tell me who you are. How could Tsunade's swimsuit possibly be in your possession? There's no time. Perverted old man, we must engage in battle. However, I must inform you that I am gravely injured and unable to perform ninjutsu. But you must heed my commands. Zhonglan's face bore a determined expression. Before Jiraiya could inquire further, a melodious female voice echoed. Jiraiya sensei, it's been a while. A woman, as if stepping out from a painting, floated gracefully in the air, with blue-violet hair and enormous paper wings, gazing intently at Jiraiya. Is that you, Conan? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. I had heard the news of your death in the Rain Ninja village. I mourned for a long time. But you're alive. What of Nagato and Yahiko? Sensei, spare us the pleasantries since you've come. It's best if you stay. A flicker of joy crossed Conan's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. Intruding upon the Rain Ninja village is a capital offense. Conan, what has happened to you? Why resort to violence at the first disagreement? Ninjutsu, frog oil. Jiraiya prepared himself, sensing the three figures that appeared beside Conan, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Are you members of the Akatsuki? Zhonglan recalled his previous encounters with Itachi Uchiha and had gathered some information about the Akatsuki, shocked to discover Conan was also a member. Jiraiya sensei, you must remain here and experience our suffering, one of the long-haired men suddenly declared. That voice and the hair, it bears a resemblance to Yahiko, but this appearance. Jiraiya pondered. Perverted old man, we must flee. Tsunade is waiting for us. The swimsuit is in her possession. Zhonglan sensed the situation deteriorating. Regardless of the battle, he could not allow Jiraiya to sacrifice himself, nor could he let Tsunade endure ongoing agony, nor allow Yahiko to remain heartbroken. Thinking of escaping? Upon entering the Rain Ninja village, you shall not leave alive, the long-haired man scoffed. Ninjutsu, summoning technique that a colossal creature materialized, its emerald body looming, only to vanish moments later. Ninjutsu, Hell Swamp, a vast marsh, bubbling ominously, appeared before Jiraiya. You little brat, hurry and escape. They'll hold them off, Jiraiya. Engaged in a desperate struggle against the adversaries, while Zhonglan gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Conan, capture that child, came a ghostly command. With me here, no one shall harm him. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya bellowed. Whatever happens, let it come to me, the frog sage. Time rewinds to 5 minutes ago. Perverted old man, what do you see here? Zhonglan extended his hand towards Jiraiya, who gazed at him with curiosity, utterly oblivious to the intentions behind Zhonglan's actions. Upon reminding himself of his vibrant red hair, Zhonglan devised a plan. I am a distant cousin of Kushina, and this is a token left to me by my sister. She said that if I present it to a certain perverted sage known as Fukusaku, he would understand. Jiraiya contemplated the red hair in Zhonglan's grasp. The red hair was a symbol of love between Minato and Kushina. How could this child possibly know? And yet it truly was red hair. He appeared genuine rather than deceitful. After a moment's thought, Jiraiya spoke. Now, tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Perverted old man, do you not wish to see Minato and my clan sister? Zhonglan replied with a smile. Moreover, today is a fateful day for you. You are surely aware of the wager between you and Tsunade in Konoha. Jiraiya found it increasingly difficult to discern the intentions of the boy before him. But the mention of wanting to see Minato and his sister struck a chord within him. During his missions, he had learned of the tragic demise of his beloved apprentice and wife, leaving behind a child who suffered greatly. Had Minato lived, that child would not have endured such hardship. Thus, you shall follow my instructions, and I can grant you the chance to see them and ensure their joyful existence. Zhonglan, aware of the reincarnation ninjutsu and the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, had meticulously crafted an ambitious plan upon recognizing his own red hair. Jiraiya was merely the beginning of this grand scheme. Damn it, you move quite swiftly. What a pity, I lost one of my shadow clones, he muttered. But what does one clone matter? Survival is what truly counts, Zhonglan retorted, exasperated. Though I know not where you hail from or what your intentions are, I can sense the sincerity in your words. After a moment of struggle, Jiraiya ultimately chose to trust Zhonglan. Perverted old man, that's enough. Please fetch someone from over there. Yes, by that tree. As a sensory-type ninja, Zhang Lan had traversed to a place in the Rain Village where outsiders seldom tread, undoubtedly. There were white Zetsu spies lurking about, ideal hosts for impure world reincarnation. Fortunately, he could sense their presence. What is this? Neither human nor ghost. Jiraiya was taken aback by Zhang Lan's unique ability. Hand it over, he prompted, directing his gaze towards Jiraiya. I recall that you carry a scroll containing Minato and Kushina's hair. Goodness, you even know that? I truly cannot fathom you, Jiraiya said, anticipation building as he retrieved a strand of red hair. Impure world reincarnation technique. As Zhang Lan unleashed the jutsu, the unfortunate white Zetsu began to wail, muttering incoherently. Jiraiya-sensei? Where am I? Shortly thereafter, a woman with flowing red hair appeared. Oh, you have red hair too. I thought only Grandma Mito and I were of our clan. What is your name, little brother? In a distant, shadowy realm, a voice suddenly emerged, resonating with a trace of sealing chakra. Who could it be? Before Zhang Lan could utter a word, a prompt echoed in his mind. Revive a significant figure. Reward. 3 sets of items. Heal Jiraiya. Reward. 1 pill. Capable of restoring his sage mode. Sister Kushina, you may call me Lan. I too am of the Uzumaki lineage, though I became separated from my family during my childhood. It brings me immense joy to see you today. After traversing into this world and acclimatizing himself, Zhang Lan formulated a series of plans in his mind. To heal Jiraiya, to resurrect Minato, and to reunite with Kushina. Observing Kushina's expression of astonishment and delight, he noted her beauty, akin to Conan's, yet infused with a maternal glow. Brother Lan, Jiraiya-sensei, thank you both, but how am I alive? Kushina inquired amidst her joy. Strictly speaking, you are not yet fully revived. However, my forthcoming plans require the cooperation of both of you, Zhang Lan replied candidly. The lecherous old man, I cannot yet disclose your sister's identity. You must understand this. He admonished. I comprehend. What are your next steps? Perhaps we can assist you. Kushina quickly acclimated, recognizing that although she had been resurrected through Edo Tensei, it was still a form of existence. Haha, Brother Lan, you aptly dubbed Jiraiya-sensei the lecherous old man, Kushina chuckled, though she felt a sudden shyness as she noticed Jiraiya's gentle gaze upon her. Naruto as well. He is already a ninja, has saved up quite a bit from his missions, refrains from drinking, and has made numerous friends. He is nearly your height now, Jiraiya remarked. Naruto-sensei. Naruto, truly Kushina's voice broke, and tears streamed down her cheeks, mourning the lost opportunity to witness her son grow over 16 long years. Sister, do not weep. The upcoming plan is for you, your brother-in-law, Naruto, and our fellow ninjas. Soon, it will be your time to lend great strength, Zhang Lan said, clenching his fist and encouraging her. Lecherous old man, I hope you will heed my words seriously, he added, his expression turning grave, prompting Kushina to cease her tears. For now, the deeds I undertake may not be seen in the light of day, and my injuries are severe. My identity must remain concealed, as must yours, Sister Kushina. I hope you and the old man can join us in remaining hidden in the shadows until the opportune moment arises. Can you both manage this? No issue. I can comply, but I wish to steal a glance at Naruto. Kushina sighed, yearning to rush and embrace her son. Yet she held back out of respect for Zhang Lan, for her current existence was granted by him. I see. So this was your motive for sending my clone to its demise? Jiraiya, ever astute, had likely surmised the truth. Indeed, I recall someone mentioning they are the root in the darkness, which currently suits us well. We shall safeguard the hidden leaf village from the shadows. Zhang Lan articulated with care. What shall we do next? Speak, brother. Kushina rolled up her sleeves, while Jiraiya stood by, eager and ready. Before me stands a mischievous lad. Yet his antics serve his own interests, and the thought of Tsunade's swimwear is utterly exhilarating. Come now, dear uncle, do mind your demeanor. Drool is slipping from your lips. And our forthcoming plans must be executed flawlessly, as they are pivotal for our future endeavors. You reckless rascal, do you not fear for your life? Nevertheless, I find a thrill in this. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's scheme, Jiraiya was both astonished and elated. Astonished by the ingenious workings of this young mind, and elated at the prospect of ridding Konoha of its blights, albeit through clandestine means. Kushina, too, was taken aback by Zhang Lan's creativity. In this world, perhaps only the third Hokage could conceive such audacious decisions. What is the matter? Are you all too timid? Zhang Lan, having just traversed into this realm, had already devised strategies to confront the shadows of Konoha. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for those lurking in darkness, who hypocritically claimed to act for the village and humanity, while sacrificing countless innocents for their own selfish desires, reserving the finest for themselves. In the sordid dealings within the Naruto universe, the figure of Danzo looms large. As the root of Konoha, he embodies the very essence of darkness. Yet Konoha has no need for such shadows, nor does the world of ninjas. If darkness is to exist, let it be shattered by one's own hands. Let us take a moment to recharge. Our lecherous uncle and sister likely have much to discuss. Tomorrow, we embark on our serious business. With that, Zhonglun swiftly departed, providing others with the necessary space. Having just been resurrected, Kushina had been stifled for 16 years. She surely had a myriad of questions. While she was well-versed in this world, the bond between master and disciple was a subject she had not delved deeply into. As the tales of Naruto predominantly revolve around such relationships, some filled with betrayal, some with love, and others marked by the separation of life and death, Zhonglun harbored concerns that his arrival might inadvertently alter the Naruto universe. Should any disruption arise, how could it be managed and rectified? His plans were audacious, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Given this opportunity, he must grow stronger, and during this respite, his mind was a flurry of strategies, coinciding with the chance to examine the artifacts used for Kushina's resurrection. On the following day, he exclaimed, "Lecherous uncle, sister, your current attire is utterly unsuitable. We are about to undertake significant endeavors, and I have designed a new set of gear for you." The striking hair colors of Jiraiya and Kushina, along with their eye-catching garments, were indeed quite conspicuous, making the props he had procured all the more timely. "What is this? How peculiar?" Kushina inquired, lifting a piece of clothing in confusion. "This is specialized gear I acquired to enhance our combat efficacy. Hurry and don it. There is a thicket over there." Zhonglun pointed, and then he swiftly dressed in the outfit, a modern athletic ensemble, simple yet effective. As he completed his attire, he inadvertently cast a glance at Kushina and was momentarily dazzled. The bun of her raven hair, the red athletic wear, her long legs, and her poised figure, all beautifully showcased her athleticism, transforming her into a veritable embodiment of a spirited young athlete. Indeed, she possesses remarkable allure, Zhonglun mused quietly. And upon turning to see Jiraiya, he nearly burst into tears of laughter. Jiraiya's athletic attire was a vibrant shade of green, complemented by a hint of green in his hair, making him resemble a lively spinach. "This flamboyant outfit suits you remarkably well, old pervert. The color is quite fitting," remarked Zhonglun, covering his mouth in amusement. "Teacher, you look rather dashing in that ensemble," he added, standing at a height of 192 centimeters. Jiraiya's athletic outfit gave him an unexpected charm from behind, though his frontal appearance left much to be desired. But who could overlook the fact that I am the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya initially felt a bit awkward, having donned his battle attire for so long. But the novelty of this new outfit was a challenge to adapt to. Thankfully, with Kushina's encouragement, his spirits lifted. "Let us proceed as planned. The safety barrier of Konoha rests upon the two of you. Our target should be within the village," Zhonglun stated seriously, putting away his smile. "Come, Kushina. Let us revisit the village after a 16-year absence." Jiraiya gazed towards Konoha, initially arriving with a sense of fatalistic resolve to gather intelligence. Before departing, he had wagered with Tsunade, well aware that she had never won a bet in her life. "How nostalgic. I never imagined I would return to the village." "Is Naruto in the village now?" Kushina, ever the concerned mother, could not help but worry about her son. "Rest assured, if all goes according to plan, you shall see Naruto," Zhonglun replied with a smile, eager to meet the destined child of this world. Jiraiya had already perished in the Rain Village, leaving Tsunade as the last of the legendary Sannin. If Zhonglun could bring her down, he would find himself comfortably seated in the position of Hokage. A man, leaning on a cane with his right eye and hand wrapped in bandages, was perusing a letter. "Who dares to intrude upon the inner sanctum?" a guard suddenly shouted. At that moment, Danzo slowly turned to face the intruder, only to find a tall figure flanked by two slender companions, all eyeing him with ill intent. "What? I cannot move. Lord Danzo, we must flee. There are assassins," a root ninja exclaimed in panic. "Pray tell, what brings you to Konoha?" Danzo squinted, inquiring. "Old fool, I am here to borrow something." "Hand it over promptly," Lest I inadvertently harm the innocent, Zhonglan declared with a hearty laugh. Jiraiya remained silent, arms crossed. While it was Kushina who controlled their actions, I never anticipated encountering someone capable of such advanced sealing techniques. You cannot possibly be from Konoha, Danzo questioned. Jiraiya refrained from action, as Danzo was a former subordinate of the second Hokage, making him a figure of respect. And few were aware of the underhanded dealings Danzo engaged in. Many who knew the truth had perished. Zhonglan had deduced this and felt no urgency. Old fool, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Initiate the attack. Zhonglan shouted suddenly. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Before Zhonglan and the others could act, the immobilized ninja unleashed a ninjutsu, but it was directed toward Danzo. Lord Danzo, I did not intend for this. I am being targeted. The ninja cried out, fully aware of the consequences of crossing Danzo. Such trivial skills. Do you really think this mere fire release can harm me? Danzo scoffed disdainfully. What? That wretched old man. Jiraiya exclaimed upon seeing Danzo's exposed arm. How cruel. In a time of peace, there are still such abhorrent individuals. Kushina echoed his sentiment. Nanny, how did you come to know my secret? Was it you? Danzo glared intensely at his subordinate. Lord Danzo, please spare me. I know nothing. The ninja cried out. As Danzo's longtime subordinate, he understood the fury reflected in Danzo's eyes. With a resounding bang, the ninja was obliterated, as the mechanisms within him were triggered. Danzo exhibited such ruthlessness towards himself, and even more so towards his subordinates. Damn it! How can he be so merciless to his own men? Jiraiya could no longer contain himself. As a disciple of the third Hokage, he valued the bonds of mentorship and camaraderie. Yet Danzo had just slain one of his own in front of him. Now you see the gravity of the situation, don't you, lecherous old man? Zhonglan interjected suddenly. Damn it, I never expected this old scoundrel to be so devoid of conscience. Our teacher warned us against associating with him, and it seems he was right. Lan, teach me the next move. Ninjutsu, Hell Swamp. The soil beneath Danzo began to shift, forming a murky quagmire. Danzo furrowed his brow. He could count on one hand the number of shinobi skilled in this technique, and news had just reached him that someone had perished. Are you a Earth Ninja? Danzo inquired with curiosity, yet he did not hesitate, leaping away swiftly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's hand seals remained unbroken. Ninjutsu, binding technique of the toad's mouth. Suddenly, clusters of red flesh appeared, swiftly encircling the area and coalescing into a massive, fleshy sphere. Danzo finally opened his right eye, his body enveloped in flesh. Astonishment etched on his face. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Bury your ninjutsu. Jiraiya glared fiercely at Danzo. The moment had arrived. Ninjutsu, wind cutter technique. Kushina swiftly unleashed her jutsu, cutting off Danzo's right arm with speed and ferocity, which was quickly swallowed by the fleshy sphere. No, you bandits. Who are you? And you? Why is your wind style so adept? Are you Sand Shinobi or Earth Shinobi? Danzo felt a surge of frustration. His hard-earned right arm and the 10 Sharingan embedded within it had come at a great cost, only to be lost in mere moments. I will kill you all. Still coming? Kushina maintained her control over the wind cutter technique, lunging at Danzo once more. Danzo, clutching his wound with his left hand, was filled with rage. Do not look into his eyes. Zhonglan cautioned. Too late. Jinjutsu, illusory dance. A smirk curled on Danzo's lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. Ah no. Damn it, who is it? Just as Danzo prepared to unleash his Sharingan Jinjutsu, a sharp object pierced through the back of his head into his eye socket. The agony, coupled with fury, rendered Danzo irrational. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. He could no longer afford to hesitate. The blood from his left hand was sufficient to execute a grand move. Danzo summoned forth the Dream Demon. However, a formidable combat-type summoning beast dashed about wildly as it emerged. Regrettably, sheer brute force could not breach this wall of flesh. The time had come, the mission was accomplished, and it was imperative to retreat swiftly. Zhonglan and his companions had embarked on a mission to seize Danzo's right arm and right eye. The original plan involved Jiraiya and Kushina collaborating during their discussions yesterday. They unexpectedly discovered that Kushina possessed wind-style ninjutsu and sealing techniques. It appeared that Minato's mastery of the 8 trigrams sealing method and contract unsealing was closely tied to her. Thus, Zhonglan devised a straightforward strategy. First, to employ sealing techniques to restrain Danzo's movements, followed by Jiraiya summoning the immense toad from Mount Mayaboku to facilitate the acquisition of Danzo's arm and eye. The success of the plan was largely attributed to Danzo's complacency. In this world, only Orochimaru was privy to his secrets, and Orochimaru had been thoroughly sealed during his battle against Sasuke and Itachi. Furthermore, with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan had become a relic of the past. What a lavish expenditure by that old fool Danzo. To engage in combat with Sasuke while recklessly consuming the Sharingan was indeed foolish. The true purpose of the Sharingan was to awaken the Rinnegan. This turn of events had certainly benefited me. Zhang Lan felt a surge of joy. For the subsequent plans, today's performance must be executed flawlessly, as the Sharingan was a crucial tool for his rise to power. Here, the items you sought, Jiraiya said, tossing the right arm and eye to Zhang Lan. Kid, how did you come to know of Danzo's secrets? Haha, lecherous old man. I am aware of many of your secrets. Do you wish for me to enumerate them? Including your habit of peeking at girls while they bathe? Zhang Lan laughed heartily, while Kushina glared at him, prompting a sheepish grin from Jiraiya. Wait a moment. You two should take a brief respite, for there are significant matters still to attend to. Zhang Lan left the two, and upon acquiring the Sharingan, he received a notification. Uchiha Shirsue's right eye is about to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Abilities are unknown but can evolve into the Rinnegan, abilities pending. Uchiha Fugaka's eyes have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with 30 uses remaining before blindness. Ability to foresee the future, usable only once, has been expended. Can evolve into the Rinnegan, abilities pending. Uchiha Fuyue's eyes have not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, abilities none, can evolve into the Rinnegan, abilities pending. The cascade of notifications caused Zhang Lan to leap with excitement. His mental panel's capabilities were astonishing, allowing him to discern the essence beneath the surface. Moreover, his gamble had paid off. The right eye indeed belonged to Shirsue, and unexpectedly, he had also acquired the eyes of Fugaku and Fuyue. It seemed that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was within reach. However, he pondered whether he could utilize these eyes. If not, all his efforts would be in vain. As if responding to Zhang Lan's thoughts, another notification appeared. All Sharingan may be utilized without requiring eye swaps. Simply align the eyes with their sockets. Conditions for awakening the Mangekyo. Consume 1 Sharingan. What a stroke of fortune! Zhang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that the panel in his mind possessed sentience and could comprehend his thoughts, though communication remained elusive, he decided to test it. The prospect of wielding Shirsue's eyes was exhilarating. The transplantation of the Sharingan is complete. Possessing both eyes allows for the activation of Susanoo. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the stringent conditions under which the cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan could awaken. It is indeed a remarkable change that one no longer needs to slay their closest kin to awaken their eyes. Moreover, in this world, where does one even find their true family? Young man, what has caused this sudden sorrow? Jiraiya and Kushina approached, just in time to notice Zhang Lan. What has happened to your eyes? The observant Kushina inquired. It seems necessary to discuss the intricacies of the Sharingan with you, to prevent any misfortunes in future battles. Zhang Lan gently touched his right eye. Who else possesses the Sharingan in this world? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. In due time, you shall understand, Zhang Lan replied, feeling a sense of urgency. Earlier, when he had transplanted Shirsue's eyes, a notification had appeared. The world order had shifted from 0 to 1. Zhang Lan was unaware of the profound implications of this change, but he sensed it was closely tied to him. Thus, he hastened to enhance his strength, intending to share his future plans with the two. Sister Kushina, for now, our identities are delicate. It is best to observe from a distance, Zhang Lan advised. Noting that this was not the ideal moment to meet Naruto. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. However, before we passed, Watergate and I left chakra within Naruto. Will that affect him now? Kushina expressed her concern. To my knowledge, it should not have any impact, Zhang Lan reassured her, rubbing his nose. That chakra within Naruto is merely dormant and will activate only under specific conditions. Everything should be fine. However, given Watergate's emergence, the Ninetales may be particularly sensitive to chakra. Could that chakra belong to Kushina? But she and Watergate have already perished. A furious voice suddenly erupted. Naruto, what troubles you? Steady yourself, though I share your pain. This is not a reason for despair. Jiraiya has already. Lady Tsunade, please tell me this is not true. How could such a powerful sage possibly meet his end? A golden-haired youth cried out to a beautiful woman with yellow hair. Her attire boldly emblazoned with the character for bet. It is my fault. I should never have allowed him to venture to the Rain Village. That fool. Intelligence is insignificant compared to life itself. One must live to gather more information. Lan, thank you, Jiraiya said, turning his back to Zhang Lan, his shoulders trembling slightly. Teacher Jiraiya, Aunt Tsunade, how deeply you are cherished. Is that Naruto? He bears a striking resemblance to me. Kushina felt a surge of happiness. Her son had grown so tall, almost her height, radiating sunshine and admiration for Jiraiya. If it were not for Lan, I would be lying in Konoha's mortuary now. Jiraiya chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, such torment is not without its drawbacks. Perverted old man, you promised me. We must take our leave now. For an extended period. We must learn from someone and dwell in the shadows. Zhang Lan understood that Jiraiya was destined to die in battle, and his body would not rest in the mortuary. The ones who would mourn the most were Naruto and Tsunade. Would Konan and the others discern the truth? Do not worry. I employed the substitution technique of Myaboka Mountain. Only those proficient in sage arts would be able to uncover it, and I have also informed Brother Shinsaku to keep it confidential. Jiraiya chuckled, patting his head, suddenly realizing that living truly is a blessing, albeit one that brings sorrow to others. In due time, I shall reveal the truth to them. Naruto will soon venture to Myaboka Mountain to learn sage techniques. Our plans remain unchanged. We may face fierce battles ahead, so we must steel ourselves, Zhang Lan advised. At times, I perceive you as an outsider, possessing such profound knowledge, yet at other moments, I find you remarkably close. I truly cannot comprehend you. Jiraiya lamented with a sigh. At least I sense that your chakra is warm and radiant, reminiscent of Naruto's, infused with the essence of love, Kushina praised. When the time is ripe, I shall undoubtedly inform you, and I swear I will never infringe upon Konoha. You are all well aware of Danzo's true nature. I shall only target the wicked, Zhang Lan stated solemnly. Moreover, our plans extend far into the future. This world will remain tumultuous. In truth, Zhang Lan understood that from this point forward, conflict would be incessant. His capabilities were rather limited. Next, we must seek an individual, but Konoha's defenses are currently too weak. To my knowledge, there are several vulnerabilities. I hope uncle and sister can address them. Very well, provide us the location, and we shall set forth immediately. The two were in high spirits, having reunited with their dearest ones. It's a pity that the third Hokage cannot be revived, Jiraiya mused with a hint of melancholy. The third, as his mentor, held irreplaceable feelings for him and his comrades. Take your time, focus on the task at hand. Zhang Lan promptly revealed their location to Jiraiya. While he himself intended to journey to a place few would dare to tread, the second Hokage indeed showed no mercy, pushing the Uchiha clan to the brink. This location was sufficiently isolated. Zhang Lan was aware that after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, although the bodies had been disposed of, the Sharingan had been collected by the masked man. With his unique abilities and the Uzumaki lineage, awakening the Rinnegan was inevitable. However, for future considerations, he needed to gather more Sharingan. This should be the place. Fortunately, it is quite secluded. To his dismay, it was entirely barren. Although Zhang Lan had not held much hope, arriving at the site still left him somewhat disappointed. This is indeed the Uchiha clan's secret chamber, accessible only to those who have awakened the Sharingan. He glanced at the stone tablet. Confirming that the content was similar to what Black Zetsu had mentioned, the Moon Eye plan was the Uchiha clan's ultimate mission. This special tablet, forged from celestial meteorite, could have its content altered through the power of the Sharingan. A peculiar prompt emerged. Regrettably, the modification is not particularly impactful now. Some have already strayed onto the path of crime. He decided it was best to upgrade the Sharingan. Otherwise, their forthcoming endeavors would be quite disadvantageous. Enhancing the Mangekyo. Following Zhang Lan's intention, his right eye swiftly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, resulting in one less stored Sharingan. Not bad. It even possesses the effect of slowing time. Shirsui's eye is truly a treasure. Zhang Lan felt a surge of joy, though he lamented the limited usage, only 40 times. Initially, he had planned to acquire the eye within Naruto to upgrade it further, but time was of the essence. The upcoming plan required the illusionary prowess of the Mangekyo. Thus he opted for an early evolution. The monument itself is, astonishingly, a meteorite, an excellent material for crafting divine weapons. It can be retrieved at a later time. As Zhang Lan's vision evolved, he seemed to perceive something extraordinary. Moreover, the celestial meteorite appears to possess unique properties against certain outsiders. Yet, Zhang could not be certain. For this was an object beyond the comprehension of even the sage of 6 paths, lecherous old man. You have arrived. Have you seen that person? Zhang inquired hastily. Fortune has not favored us. We did not encounter her. However, she has gone to carry out a mission and should be returning shortly, came the reply. Then let us depart. The next phase of our plan is about to commence, Zhang stated as he and Kushina followed Jiraiya deeper into the hidden leaf village. Sister, Naruto is about to head to Myoboka Mountain. Is there anything you wish to convey? Zhang suddenly asked, mentioning the prince. Ever since he learned to wield the Nine-Tails chakra with some control, he had shed his previous status as the underdog, even earning the acknowledgement of Sasuke. Currently, Sasuke was likely collaborating with Akatsuki to capture the 8 Tails, although the distance to the Cloud Village posed a significant obstacle for intervention. Why the sudden inquiry about Naruto? Kushina asked with curiosity. Because a crucial battle lies ahead. We cannot allow Naruto to bear the burden alone, Zhang reflected. The village's dumplings are truly delectable. After our mission, we have not had a proper meal. A nice bath and a restful sleep would be splendid. Oh, Kakashi, what a rare sight. What brings you here? Haruno Sakura exclaimed. Based on past experiences, Kakashi's appearances often heralded trouble. Sakura, I just helped an elderly lady cross the street and brought her here for a meal. Kakashi replied. Wait, what's that? Someone in a hat and mask is trembling a bit. Damn reflexes, I mistook them for an enemy, he added, sensing a presence at the entrance. Hey, don't get too worked up, Sakura called out, suddenly moving closer to Kakashi. Those 3 people are strange, did you notice? They followed us all the way here, yet they haven't done anything. Still, I can't shake the feeling of unease. Possibly due to the immense pressure Itachi imposed on me last time. Now, seeing strangers feels like encountering foes. Where did they go? Kakashi remarked, puzzled. I'll go check it out. You call for help. Hey, why are you running so fast? There is no time. You should call for help. Sakura exclaimed, leaving in haste. It's about time to reveal ourselves, I assenti it. Sakura is quite adept at tracking. As a special jonin of Konoha, possessing unique abilities is essential. Unfortunately, she excels in tracking skills. We have no ulterior motives. We simply wish to borrow your body, Zhang said with a grin directed at Sakura. Such a young age and already so misguided. A true lecher, he added. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hand. To think you could wield Orochimaru's ninjutsu so adeptly. Zhang chuckled. However, you are not the protagonist of today. Damn it, why can't I move? What is this ninjutsu? Sakura struggled, but the invisible restraints were inescapable. Rest well. When you awaken, all will be well, Zhang said with a smile. How strange. How did they suddenly vanish? Did Sakura's tracking fail to keep up? Kakashi questioned his canine companion, Pakin. It seems they escaped. There are no signs of a struggle. Sakura's presence has also dissipated, Pakin responded. The Renshanpaku sniffed and remarked. I hope we do not encounter any troublesome individuals. Sister, your sealing technique is truly remarkable. You must teach me in the future. Dear uncle, please continue to maintain the barrier. We shall be finished shortly. Zhang employed the illusion of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, causing Hongdo to collapse, and then pointed towards the cursed seal on Hongdo's neck. Prajnapermitha. Come forth. Pikachu. Uncle, toss that item over here. With incredible swiftness, Zhang received a white object, which turned out to be white Zetsu, having been discerned by Zhang unique sensitivity, thus resigning itself to be a scapegoat. White Zetsu emitted a cry of agony. Who awakened me? Jiraiya, how could it be you? Were you not slain in battle? You have not perished. So I dare not succumb, Jiraiya retorted. It seems you have acquired quite a bit of intelligence from Hongdo. He chuckled. So, how does it feel to be alive again? Humph, not at all pleasant. Speak, what do you want me to do? Orochimaru, now aware of the Sharingan in the possession of this young boy, had long coveted such power. Regrettably, he had ultimately been defeated by it. Those who recognize the situation are wise, he mused. It seems you comprehend your position well. Let us be succinct. Serve me. Zhang narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru, a formidable scientist in this realm. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a scientist. For the sake of his experiments, he had slaughtered entire villages, conducting various tests for the sake of his own immortality. I do not understand. My hands cannot move unless you restore them to me, Orochimaru rasped. You may still be oblivious to your predicament. Right now, you are a captive. If you wish to avoid my control, I advise you to comply, Zhang chuckled. Jiraiya, Have you also fallen under his control? Such perfect ocular power. A pity it cannot be utilized for my purposes. Orochimaru licked his lips, wearing a somewhat insufferable expression. Uncle, you are quite different, aside from your experiments. I must say, I find your other abilities rather unimpressive. Uncle, haha, that truly suits your character. If that is the case, I have but one request. Do not cast illusions upon me. That depends on your performance. I had initially intended to grant you a pair of Sharingan once you capitulated. But alas, what a pity. What? You would truly part with the Sharingan for me? Are you jesting? Where else in this world could one find Sharingan aside from Sasuke? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished by the boy's audacity to offer him such power, unaware that combining his abilities with the Sharingan would render him invincible. I say, Uncle Snake, you must broaden your horizons. You enjoy conducting experiments. I shall not hinder you. However, do not engage in heinous acts, for I shall not spare you. As for gifting you the Sharingan, that is inconsequential. Once you expand your perspective, you will discover new realms. Besides, your alliance with Danzo is merely a facade. Is it not? Zhonglan maintained a smile. Orochimaru's slit pupils spun around. What Danzo does not interest me in the slightest, for he transplants only inferior specimens. Long ago, I concluded that no one can perfectly accept another's cells. Regrettably, he is far too obsessed. Let us cease our discussion about him and turn our attention to you. My expectations of you are modest. I merely require you to fulfill my requests. I can choose not to control you, or I might bestow upon you the power of the Sharingan. By the way, what do you mean by pattern? Orochimaru inquired, visibly perplexed. To be candid, I will not interfere with your experiments, but you must refrain from abandoning your moral compass. Remember, all my actions are for the betterment of this world. If this world ceases to exist, what value do your experimental results hold? If the world is lost, what remains of value? What pattern? Suddenly, Orochimaru broke into a foolish grin. Realizing, I understand now. You mean this world will face formidable adversaries, and we must fight for ourselves. I never anticipated that Orochimaru would actually decipher my words. Jiraiya and Kushina exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Could the world truly face annihilation? Do not worry. We all, including my own vision, must broaden our horizons. We cannot confine our thoughts or our physical capabilities. You understand, right, dear pervert? Your sage mode. You are aware of that. Jiraiya responded, intrigued. In truth, Orochimaru also possesses sage techniques, but he has utilized them solely for bodily restoration, resulting in his current, in-between state of existence. Consequently, I intend to make some alterations for you. Initially, Zhonglan did not wish to elaborate much. However, upon scrutinizing Orochimaru, he received a revelation. Orochimaru's sage techniques could mend and rectify his unique form. I promise you, Orochimaru promptly replied. As Zhonglan's mention of sage techniques had already instilled belief in him, he had once ventured to the Dragon Cave. Yet the sage techniques, they require unwavering willpower to master. Those who have not experienced profound enlightenment find it exceedingly difficult to learn, and Orochimaru had merely grasped the surface, applying it to his bodily transformation in pursuit of immortality. Zhong, can you truly enhance my sage mode? Jiraiya inquired, filled with excitement. He had always considered himself handsome. Yet his sage mode remained imperfect, with his face and body undergoing significant transformations into that of a frog. And he could only enter it with the assistance of his elder brother and sister. The sage mode he dreamed of was perpetually out of reach. There should be no issue, though it will require time. Change will not occur instantaneously, Zhonglan replied with a smile, having received no indication otherwise. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiraiya's eyes, but he soon found solace. Collaborating with Orochimaru seemed rather promising. He had consistently urged Orochimaru to turn back, yet had never succeeded. It became clear that he did not truly understand Orochimaru or even what he desired. At this moment, Kushina was also astounded, for Minato had previously visited Myobokuzen. Minato's talent was widely recognized, yet he had not mastered sage techniques and was not adept at them. If Zhonglan could indeed enhance the sage techniques, how much stronger would Konoha's overall power become? Let's pause for now. Akamichi is still present, and we need a stronghold that is not too distant from the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru, do you possess any other bases? Zhonglan questioned, observing this scientist. After their recent discourse, Orochimaru's temperament had evidently shifted, and the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan did not require a mutual gaze. He had already set a mental framework within Orochimaru's mind. There is another base in the land of rivers to the southwest, not far from Konoha. We can head there. Orochimaru responded. I must say, you undoubtedly have numerous strongholds, Zhonglong remarked with a smile. However, before we proceed, we must procure a supply of resources to enhance your sage techniques. Orochimaru, your little treasury should contain ample funds. Kindly withdraw a portion. There is plenty of money. Feel free to use it, he responded readily. We require realgar, as well as some snake venom. That should pose no challenge for you. What is realgar? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. It is an herb known for its restraining effects on serpents. In my hometown, we refer to it as realgar. I am uncertain what you call it here. Ah, I see. It is known as Shejianshu. Even the most venomous snakes recoil at its sight, Orochimaru reported candidly. Then let us procure some. However, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the lecherous old man, I shall decide after further research. Moreover, time is of the essence. Zhonglong estimated the time, realizing that the appointed day was fast approaching. Let us depart from this place. Outside, Kakashi and the others are growing anxious, Jiraiya awkwardly admitted, realizing that the group had come to Konoha to stir trouble merely to seize Orochimaru. We shall first head to the stronghold. With that, Orochimaru took the lead to set off. Do not let Kakashi and the others know, especially the lecherous old man. He must not encounter my sister, or else the plan may be altered. Understood, we shall exercise caution. Is Hondo all right? I noticed her chakra has diminished significantly. It has not been affected. I refrained from absorbing her chakra upon my emergence. She is likely just fatigued and should be asleep now. Let us proceed without leaving any traces, Zhonglong urged. The group followed Orochimaru as they departed from Konoha. At the stronghold in the land of rivers, Zhonglong solemnly warned Orochimaru. You must assure me that once your sage mode is healed, you will refrain from such repulsive behavior. Do you not find this rather artistic? Orochimaru queried, puzzled. Jiraiya, having fought alongside Orochimaru for an extended period, understood that Kushina, as a woman, instinctively feared serpents. Zhonglong, meanwhile, struggled to accept the sight of Orochimaru regurgitating snakes, swords, and even humans. Very well, let it be as you wish, Longkuan. Sprinkle realgar around your body, then attempt to absorb natural energy. Though you have not yet entered sage mode, you are on the cusp of doing so. Lon, the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave are not learned in this manner. Furthermore, with the realgar you have acquired, will Orochimaru be able to withstand it? Jiraiya expressed his concerns. Have you heard of breaking before establishing? In truth, Zhonglong did not fully comprehend, but the concept resonated within him. While realgar was detrimental to serpents, it could facilitate their absorption of natural energy. Serving as an excellent medium, everything possesses duality. Orochimaru's face contorted in agony as his body trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of regurgitating a human, yet Zhonglong intervened. The notion of breaking before establishing involved shattering conventions, existing thought patterns, and habits, forging a path less trodden. As time passed, Orochimaru gradually acclimated to the realgar. His body ceased to shudder. Instead, his skin began to shed. It appeared he was undergoing a profound transformation. Zhonglong was quite pleased. It is time, lecherous old man. Pour the snake venom upon him. Kushina, witnessing Orochimaru shedding his skin, instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the venom being poured over him. She turned away and left. As the serpent's venom swiftly merged with Orochimaru, an undeniable sense of comfort washed over him. Ah, how enlightening. With a resounding roar from Orochimaru, his skin underwent a transformation, shifting from a ghastly pallor to a subtle hue of yellow. Serpents, inherently possessing poor vision and being cold-blooded, exhibit a feeble sensitivity to natural energy. Thus, they require stimulation within their bodies. The venom acts as a catalyst, invigorating the skin and maximizing its capacity to absorb natural energy. Furthermore, the venom is a potent tonic, especially during the molting process when the sensation of natural energy is most pronounced. Thankfully, my endeavor proved successful, and I was not deceived. The notion that lingered in my mind appears to be quite credible. Zhonglong squinted and suddenly cast his gaze towards Jiraiya. You see, frogs are amphibians and are not particularly fond of toxins. I believe it would be prudent to reconsider. That cannot be the case, Jiraiya retorted, as he recalled the treatment plan that emerged in his mind after Orochimaru's recovery. It would be simpler. One merely needed to ingest the pills on the panel and use a wooden stick to stimulate the affected areas, enhancing their sensitivity to match that of normal skin. The natural energy had stagnated within the skin, leading to unsightly frog-like features. It seems I shall have ample opportunity to indulge my craft in the coming time. Zhonglun chuckled, though his mirth evoked trepidation in Jiraiya. I have previously explained the underlying principles, and you should be aware of the areas affected by the transformation. Moreover, your absorption of natural energy is rather sluggish. After my intervention, you will gain clarity. If I may inquire, could you perhaps be a bit gentler? In the ensuing moments, anguished wails echoed, causing the creatures outside the cave to perk up their ears. Indeed, enhancements were evident, though the duration remained insufficient. This, it seems, is the peril associated with Sage Mode, a risk that Nagato had previously identified. The synthesis panel offered no guidelines on how to mitigate this during combat. Achieving the effortless mastery of Sage techniques akin to the original Hokage is no small feat. Zhonglun pondered deeply. According to analyses from netizens in his previous life, the original Hokage mastered the 3 great Sage techniques to seamlessly enter Sage Mode. In the vast realm of ninjas, he stands alone in having attained such a level, making mass replication nearly impossible. Sage Mode bestows tremendous combat prowess, and if all could harness it like Naruto's reverse summoning technique, it would certainly be advantageous. To realize future plans, one must address the shortcomings of Sage Mode, which can be accomplished through the trials of the Dragon's Cave. Kushina, do I not appear particularly dashing now? Jiraiya exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm. The struggles of Sage Mode, a source of personal anguish, had been resolved by a mere boy, filling him with exhilaration. Even the greats have faced insurmountable challenges. Jiraiya-sensei, you seem to have regained your youth. I've heard from Minato that Sage Mode is formidable. Is that true? Kushina inquired, her face alight with admiration. Indeed. Just look at who I am. Jiraiya boasted, unable to suppress his laughter. Now, let us refrain from embarrassing ourselves in front of the younger generation. Orochimaru interjected. Have you not discerned the risks associated with Sage Mode? Should you fail to cooperate effectively, depleting your chakra will lead to dire consequences. Uncle Snake speaks wisely. The lecherous sage has always fought alongside the 2 great sages. Yet the risks of Sage Mode remain significant, and enduring protracted battles can be quite taxing. Zhonglun gazed sternly at Jiraiya. Initially, Jiraiya intended to retort, but he found himself momentarily silenced. I have heard Lord Shinazuki mention that the first Hokage also journeyed to Myaboka Mountain and even to the Whetbone Forest. After a brief contemplation, Jiraiya revealed a sensational piece of news. It seems undeniable. The first Hokage must have possessed special methods to mitigate risks. Nonetheless, we shinobi execute our missions as teams. A battle awaits us. Suddenly, Zhonglun noticed Kushina's pallid expression, and upon reflection, he discerned the cause. While everyone's abilities were advancing, she, a being resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique, found herself unable to enhance her strength, fearing she would become a hindrance to the others. Sister, do not fret. When the time is ripe, you too shall learn Senjutsu. Zhonglun assured with a smile directed at Kushina. What I can too? Kushina exclaimed in astonishment, feeling that her very revival was a stroke of immense fortune. Moreover, only the living could learn Senjutsu. She gasped, You. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to Zhonglun, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Is it true, Lankoin? Do you possess a method to transcend life and death? Jiraiya too fixed his gaze upon Zhonglun, finding this young man shrouded in an enigma so profound it eluded comprehension. As for the future, who could tell? One must harbor a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a mere fish? Zhonglun smiled knowingly, yet the awe remained palpable among the trio. We cannot embark on this journey without a name. I propose we establish a new organization to be called Dawn, to dispel the darkness that shrouds us before the break of dawn, liberating all shinobi from the shackles of war and suffering. This is a long-term endeavor, and I hope for your support. Zhonglun gazed earnestly at the 3. They were compelled to fix their eyes upon him, ultimately nodding in agreement. For now, Uncle Snake, remain at the base to conduct your research. As for you, the lecherous old man and sister, let us head to Konoha. Considering the passing days, the time is indeed ripe. Zhonglun handed a Sharingan to Orochimaru. You should have surmised my intentions. With your current physique, you may conduct more profound experiments. TSK. Orochimaru licked his parched lips, his eyes nearly ablaze with excitement. The goal he had pursued for nearly half his life seemed to be within reach. When he collaborated with Danzo, he had never obtained such an eye. Following the Uchiha clan's massacre, all Sharingan vanished overnight, leaving Orochimaru in despair for an extended period, which is why he devoted all his efforts to acquire Sasuke. However, let it be known, no more killing, especially of the innocent, or you shall face dire consequences. Zhang suddenly turned icy. Rest assured, Lan Kuan. I now only wish to replicate more eyes and realize my aspirations. You believe in the principle of words leading to action, do you not? Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Fear not, you will soon acclimate to this. The experiments are entrusted to you. I hope upon my return to hear only good tidings. My entire being is brimming with excitement. Let us proceed, Kushina. Observing the fervent glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes, Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine. His longtime friend, now consumed by obsession with experiments, had encountered the Sharingan, and it led him to contemplate Lan's plan. Was he preparing to resurrect the Uchiha clan? This would undoubtedly conflict with the higher-ups of Konoha. Kushina felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Hearing such words from a grown man compelled her to quicken her pace. The lecherous elder had divulged some intelligence, but she pondered, could her sister perform illusions? I apologize. I am only adept in sealing techniques and wind style. Illusions are not my forte. Kushina lamented, realizing she might not be of assistance to her companions. Oh, that is acceptable. Then let us make good use of your sealing techniques. If executed well, they can be immensely beneficial. Pray, tell me, what can you seal? Zhang Lan inquired with curiosity, noting that Kushina's sealing techniques seemed distinct from Minato's. The sealing techniques I have learned bear some resemblance to the 8 trigrams. They halt the flow of chakra, consolidating it. Mastery of a higher form is known as the soul sealing technique, but regrettably, I have yet to master it, Kushina admitted, lowering her gaze with a hint of embarrassment. Sister, might you teach me? Zhang Lan's face lit up with anticipation. The soul sealing technique sounded intriguing, and it reminded him of the 8 gates. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, a branch of the Senju, he was inherently skilled in developing such sealing arts. Yet it was a pity that in the chaos of war, their nation had been obliterated and their kin nearly extinguished. Of course, you are my clan's junior and thus possess the right to learn. I have long prepared the scrolls. These days I find myself with little to do, so I shall bestow them upon you. Kushina smiled, feeling that assisting Zhang Lan was a noble endeavor. Indeed, the soul sealing technique was an exquisite ninjutsu, seemingly tailor-made for him. No, perhaps it was designed for those with the Rinnegan, capable of sealing spiritual energies. Fascinating. As Zhang Lan perused the scroll and studied it meticulously, he began to grasp the allure of the soul sealing technique. The principle involved harnessing sealing abilities to control an opponent's soul, a concept so ethereal that only the Grim Reaper might perceive it. Those who had mastered this technique could sever the connection between their own soul and chakra with that of their opponent. Without an engine, could a car still function? However, the technique's drawbacks were evident. How does one train the soul? Zhang Lan only knew the pain of his soul's tearing upon his arrival in this realm, with the interface indicating that his soul was several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. He could certainly excel in the soul sealing technique. Suddenly, a new plan began to form in his mind. Yet, there was an urgent matter at hand. Thank you, sister. This scroll is invaluable to me. For the Uzumaki clan, we must ensure its legacy flourishes, Zhang Lan declared with a smile, his sincerity evident, for this technique held profound significance. As long as I can assist my brother, it suffices, Kushina replied, feeling both joy and melancholy. During her battles with Minato, she had faced no worthy adversaries, yet now her companions were growing stronger, leaving her feeling somewhat obsolete. Sister, do not be disheartened. I will present you with a grand gift, Zhang Lan reassured her, noticing the expression on Kushina's face, thus injecting her with renewed hope. Seeing the light-hearted determination in Zhang Lan's eyes, Kushina chose to trust him, a person capable of resurrecting her. What reason was there to doubt him, even if he harbored ulterior motives? Lecherous elder, remember what I said earlier. This time our objective is quite simple. You must exert yourself. Rest assured, Lan, I am quite confident. However, can your body withstand the strain? Jiraiya expressed concern upon observing Zhang Lan's slight frame. No problem. We won't perish. Have you forgotten our family's specialties? Zhang Lan chuckled. Ah, indeed I had forgotten, but do not strain yourselves. At the rear gate of Konoha village. Who are you? In that crimson cloud coat, Are you members of Akatsuki? The guard's face was one of astonishment. It seems Jiraiya has brought back quite a bit of intelligence. In that case, there is no need to keep you alive. Quickly notify the Hokage. Before he could finish, he collapsed. The intruders effortlessly dispatched the two guards. Pain, do you truly wish to proceed with this? A blue-haired woman inquired. Conan, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Summoning technique. This burden is too great for you. No more words. Let us commence. A blond man instructed a hulking figure, who struck a peculiar pose, paused momentarily, and then shot into the sky like a rocket. Summoning technique. 5 men materialized in the air, swiftly dispersing to various locations throughout the village below. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? A long-haired man pressed his hand against a kneeling ninja's head, who was devoid of spirit. Where is he? Who is Naruto Uzumaki? Before he could finish, a transparent entity was extracted from his mind, and he quickly collapsed, frothing at the mouth. This giant. Why is he covered in explosives? Requesting support. Konohamaru run. Teacher Ebisu, I won't abandon you. Rasengan. Damn it, who are these people? Thankfully, with your assistance. Let's hurry and inform the Hokage. Battles are erupting throughout the village. How many of them have come? Konohamaru displayed a worried expression. Summoning technique. A deep male voice resonated, revealing a massive bull-like summoning beast in the street, while a strange bird with a yellow foot on its wing flew overhead. Teacher, how can this rotund creature absorb ninjutsu? The combined techniques unleashed by several Konoha ninjas were swiftly absorbed by the corpulent adversary. Lady Tsunade, the situation is dire. Battles are occurring all over the village, and we are unaware of the enemy's numbers. A member of the Umbu reported urgently. Inform everyone to initiate Plan 1 and expedite the evacuation of ordinary villagers. Have the messenger contact Naruto to return swiftly and prepare for battle, Tsunade stated, gritting her teeth in concern. Lady Tsunade, I shall take my leave, replied the messenger before rushing out. Jumping into the well will lead me back. It has been years since I visited Myaboka Mountain. I miss the delicacies there. Suddenly, a blade appeared before him. A man's voice echoed. The future of Konoha must not rest in the hands of women. Lord Shinzaku, there's trouble. The name of Brother Toad Tiger has vanished from the scroll. A young toad hurried to Shinzaku, where Naruto was training. Grandpa Shinzaku, has it begun? Naruto looked up at him. Little Naruto, it seems we are destined for battle once again. Let my wife summon us to Konoha. Raikiri. A gray-haired man unleashed crackling lightning from his right hand, only for the blond man opposite him to dodge effortlessly. Are you from Akatsuki? The man inquired. Copy Ninja Kakashi. As expected, lives up to his reputation. I am Pain. The man calmly revealed his name. What is your purpose for coming to Konoha? Kakashi gazed intently at the individual before him. At the final moment when Raikiri was poised to strike Pain, it veered off course, as if an unseen force constrained him. Miyomo Kuzan, locate the target, the long-haired man suddenly declared, subsequently extracting the soul of the woman in his grasp. Sister Shizun, no? Ino rushed forward to support Shizun, but alas. Shizun had lost her life. Did you feel pain? You Konoha ninjas made me experience despair far worse than this when I was a child. Nagato, must you truly take this step? It is unnecessary. The burden is too great for you. Conan implored the slender man with red hair, who concealed his legs within a wooden barrel and extended his hands, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Please, Nagato, I beg you. Tears streamed down Conan's face. Conan, just watch. This world will inevitably undergo a complete transformation, and now marks the commencement of that change. Nagato formed a seal and shouted, the torment of this technique weighing heavily upon him. One bag of rice withstands several floors. A bag of rice withstands 2 floors. I have given too much, Shinra Tensei. A figure in the sky spread his arms wide, reciting incantations, as a colossal mushroom cloud rapidly dispersed around the village's center. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Old woman, where have you summoned us to? This is not Konoha. Old man, open your eyes and see clearly. This is Konoha. Pain has arrived. It is all over. No, it cannot be. This is not Konoha, exclaimed a young boy with golden hair, clad in a red cloak. 2 frogs perched on his shoulders, while beneath him stood a large brown-skinned toad, which was overshadowed by a gigantic toad wielding a massive sword. To the left, a blue toad brandished twin blades, while to the right, a one-eyed toad held a shield in its left hand and a fork in its right. What is happening? It feels as though I am encountering a reflection rather than a physical reality. Grandma Jiraiya, are you certain this is Konoha? How has it shattered into this state? Naruto was taken aback. He had only been away for a few days, and now all that remained of Konoha was the Hokage Rock, while the village lay in ruins. A formidable adversary has wreaked havoc. Countless Konoha ninjas have perished. It has only been about 5 minutes since I summoned you here, and look at what has transpired. The barrier is utterly ineffective. Hey, old man, what is happening? Grandma Jiraiya expressed her astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I have no idea, Deep Zaku replied. Equally stunned. Pain, you have concentrated the powers of 5. Now, the Deva path is devoid of strength, Conan remarked. How could this happen? The Konoha ninjas are cunning. A mirror shattered, revealing a blue barrier. The villagers were orderly entering the air raid shelters. Damn it, we have been deceived. Who possesses such capability? Who dares oppose us? The Deva path Pain was infuriated, having unleashed an attack capable of nearly annihilating Konoha, only to have it dissipate into thin air, leaving the village intact. Did we misjudge? Is this truly the real Konoha? Grandpa Zaku, what on earth is happening? Naruto wore a bewildered expression. Who is this mysterious figure? Cough, cough. Fortunately, I managed to hold on for 5 minutes. Any longer, and my true self would have been revealed. I did not anticipate the formidable power of the divine, and I am grateful that Danzo refrained from utilizing it, thus sparing me. After speaking, Zhang Lan coughed up blood. Are you all right, Lan? Your expression was quite frightening. Someone remarked. The prowess of the Uchiha eyes is astonishing. Even we were deceived. Jiraiya was left speechless, recalling how the recent explosion nearly ruptured his heart as he witnessed the village reduced to rubble. Regrettably, this skill can only be employed once every few years. With the enhancement to the Mangekyo Sharingan, its power and range have significantly increased. Indeed, the risks and rewards are proportional. Konoha suffered not a scratch. Zhang Lan felt a twinge of fear. Had Pain persisted a moment longer, his ruse would have been exposed, and he had only sought to elicit this colossal Shinra Tensei. Has Naruto arrived? He has actually mastered Sage Mode? Kishin amused, observing 3 large frogs nearby, one of which bore a young man with golden hair atop its head. It's Kushina. How is it possible that she has returned? This perplexity gripped him. Naruto is indeed a prodigy in training. His Sage Mode is so flawless that he has surpassed me. Jiraiya felt a mix of joy and astonishment. You were not meant to witness this scene. Yet, gazing at the unfolding events, Zhang Lan felt elated. He could still rewrite history, validating his efforts. Why does that woman keep staring at you, little Naruto? I don't know. She seems familiar, yet inexplicably, the chakra of the Nine Tails suddenly stirred as if in fear. Naruto glanced towards Kushina, searching for a flaw. I didn't expect Konoha to have such formidable individuals. Are you remnants of the Uchiha? Pain of the Deva path stepped forward, addressing Zhang Lan and his companions. Perhaps in another circumstance, we could have been friends. Zhang Lan chuckled. Regrettably, I can no longer afford you that opportunity. Move. Jiraiya and Kushina sprang into action, with Naruto following suit. As he landed, he had already employed a Jinjutsu to inform Naruto, coordinating to confront the 6 individuals clad in red cloaks before them. Leave the Deva to me. The rest is up to you. At this moment, Zhang Lan could rely solely on Taijutsu and Jinjutsu, and the Deva path was just then fatigued, rendering it a suitable target. Jiraiya faced the hungry ghost path, while Kushina engaged the human path. Several large frogs successfully ensnared the animal path, plunging them all into chaos. The scene was indeed grand. Nagato, I believe Yahiko would not approve of your actions. Zhang Lan calmly addressed the Deva path. Your secrets are now known to me. Defeating you is merely a matter of time. The Deva path remained silent, observing Zhang Lan intently, while Nagato in the distance appeared shocked. Conan, I fear I may have made a grave mistake. Do you see? Often, it is not others who save oneself. Altering the way of the ninja does not necessitate slaughter and intimidation. There is also a concept known as unity. Though I am not adept at verbal persuasion, now that I am here, I will not let tragedy repeat itself. Did you ever consider the feelings of those innocent souls in Konoha when you unleash Shinra Tensei? All lives are equal. Hatred will only further complicate the ninja system. I know you can hear me. Can we not have a proper discussion now? Zhang Lan spoke with a calm demeanor. Aside from Tendo, the other 5 have been vanquished. Revealing Pain's vulnerabilities and the principle of shared vision, one by one, they can be overcome. For the first time, the 6 paths of Pain appear so beleaguered. You can hardly fathom our suffering, the sorrow of our small nation. Thank you for your words. They deepen my resolve to pursue my own path. It seems inevitable that battle approaches. Regrettably, I shall not partake in it. Uncle, it is up to you now. Zhonglong rose and approached Naruto. Ah, greetings. I am Lon. I appreciate your assistance. Without it, we would not have been able to confront Pain. Lord Shinzaku, are they the ones who killed Master Jiraiya? Naruto suddenly erupted in fury. Calm yourself, little Naruto. Upon reflection, it seems that Jiraiya may not be dead after all. Shinzaku observed the peculiar figure engaged in combat with Tendo. There was a familiar yet strange aura of natural energy emanating from him. Since Konoha has suffered no losses, everyone may disperse. We must also take our leave shortly. Grandfather Shinzaku, is it truly so? I have never believed that the perverse sage could perish. How could he leave us without warning? Naruto's eyes twitched as he struggled to suppress tears. Young man, the remainder is entrusted to you. We shall return to Konoha first. Shinzaku and the others departed swiftly. Old man, what troubles you? Today is not like you at all. Grandma Shima inquired curiously. Do you recall the words of the great toad sage? The world has once again plunged into chaos. How can one trust the ramblings of that slumbering old fool? Shima quickly interrupted Shinzaku, asserting that not a single punctuation mark of a madman's words could be trusted. I sense a resemblance to the great toad sage within this young man, grand and distant. Is that true, you little brat? Grandma Shima suddenly appeared astonished. Let us seek Tsunade. We shall leave the remaining matters to them. Pain, now that no one remains, we can converse properly. It is now 3 against 1. Your Rinnegan's influence has diminished. Zhonglong said with a cheerful grin. How infuriating. It feels as though I have been seen through. Moreover, this giant wields jutsu of such formidable power, far surpassing ordinary techniques. My gravitational and repulsive forces are ineffective. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Tendo pondered within. It is unacceptable to end this with a single blow. I expended too much chakra previously, and my combat efficacy has waned. Continue like this, and I shall be forced to strike decisively. Zhonglong could barely contain himself. After much effort to send Naruto and Shinzaku away, Tendo remained obstinately slippery. Why can I not move? Tendo exclaimed in astonishment. Alas, you have encountered me, an expert in illusions. Against that rascal Naruto, the outcome could be uncertain, yet you shall soon meet your true self. Uncle, here, allow me to trace back. Nagato, it is not too late to flee. I will cover your escape. Conan urged anxiously. I promised Yahiko to take care of you. How could I abandon you? You should leave first. Tendo had already been defeated. They had taken control of the receiver. Nagato felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The plan to annihilate Konoha had been a series of missteps from beginning to end, and the Kyuubi had eluded capture. What material is this? It truly stings, Jiraiya exclaimed as he discovered something amidst the chaos. It's right there, in that large tree. What shall we do with this corpse? We should take it. It may prove useful later. Sister, let us go together and pay our respects to an old friend. Zhonglong smiled and stood up, with Jiraiya and Kushina swiftly following suit. Come on, Conan, we must leave quickly, or we shall be too late. That giant is exceedingly dangerous. Nagato had already extracted his hands from the container, fully prepared for battle. No, Nagato, I want to be with you. Conan expressed her reluctance. Let us all be together. Nagato, Zhonglong suddenly interjected. Release me, you shameless wretch. A voice of reproach rang out as a white figure was brought forth by Kushina, while another was rendered unconscious. Nagato, is that really you? And you, Conan? Jiraiya, upon seeing the red-haired Nagato, could no longer contain himself, removing his hat and eye mask. Jiraiya-sensei, I thought you were dead. Nagato exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features, for it was indeed the deceased Jiraiya who had fallen to pain. Then this corpse must belong to Yahiko. I regret his sacrifice. However, Lon, do you have a plan? Jiraiya gazed at the white figure with a smile. Thus, allow me to present you with a grand gift, the summoning technique. Ah, you scoundrel, may you meet a wretched fate. I despise you. A shriek echoed as a young man with golden hair emerged. What manner of ninjutsu is this? It can resurrect the dead? Nagato was taken aback, having never witnessed such a level of ninjutsu within the Akatsuki. The forbidden technique, a trivial invention of the second Hokage, yet it appears this technique holds significant value. Are you Jiraiya-sensei? Nagato, how have you come to be in this state? Your legs. Conan, you still look as beautiful as ever. Yahiko exclaimed. How could you bear to leave us? Conan has missed you dearly, and so have I. By the way, Yahiko, this doesn't count as true resurrection, does it? Nagato inquired. I believe this shows considerable sincerity. We can discuss it when the time is right. Please, let us converse later. I have an announcement to make. Zhonglan interrupted them. I am not one skilled in expressing emotions, yet I wish to live without regrets. I intend to persist steadfastly. The path of a ninja ahead is unclear to me. Thus, I simply wish to move forward, cherishing those present and living in the moment. What could be more beautiful than this? Many of my future plans require your assistance. Only through our collective efforts can we forge a brighter future. Initially, I harbored deep resentment toward the ninjas of Konoha, but Jiraiya-sensei taught us much, and I have committed many transgressions. I humbly seek your forgiveness, and we are willing to turn back from our misdeeds. Nagato took the lead in acknowledging their faults. Sensei, though I do not understand all that has transpired, I am overjoyed to reunite with you, Konan, and Nagato. I die without regret, Yahiko reflected. Nagato, set aside your reservations and accompany them. You are needed to assist me from the shadows, and I have prepared a grand gift for you. Sister, let us begin. What grand gift is this? Hunin swiftly severed the legs of White Zetsu and promptly placed them upon Nagato's own. This was a monumental procedure, requiring time for recovery. For an extended period, your legs remained devoid of sensation, necessitating daily medical ninjutsu for rehabilitation, Hunin elaborated patiently. It was astounding that I could even stand again. Gradually, Nagato regained feeling in his legs, able to maintain an upright position for a few fleeting moments. Turning to gaze at Zhonglan, tears welled in his eyes. Ever since Yahiko's demise, he had shouldered the heavy mantle of leadership alone, remaining in the shadows for many years. While others recognized pain, few remembered Nagato. Once hailed as the destined child by Jiraiya, war only begets further suffering. Our aim is to eradicate it, employing myriad methods. Provided we strive towards this goal, not through coercive control or intimidation. One must always nurture love within their heart. Zhonglan smiled, marking the conclusion of Nagato's squad's endeavors. I have established a new organization called Dawn to dispel the darkness that lingers before the light of day. Should you wish to join, the leadership shall remain with Yahiko and you, Nagato. I wonder if the three of you might be interested. Nagato, what is this? Has the Akatsuki organization fallen into decline? Yahiko inquired anxiously, for he had painstakingly founded the Akatsuki with great care. I apologize for failing to carry forth your will. I was mistaken. Violence begets only further violence. And now that you have returned, this burden rightfully belongs to you. I wish to rest now, he said, smiling at Yahiko. Yahiko, Nagato and I are weary as well. You have been absent for so many years. It is time for you to reclaim your role. Konan grasped Yahiko's hand, speaking joyfully. I am willing to join, and I firmly believe that Nagato is indeed the prophesied child, possessing extraordinary abilities. Teacher, what do you think? Yahiko embraced Nagato and Konan tightly, despite not having truly resurrected. He glimpsed hope capable of saving lives. As long as you are well, I find joy in that. It has been my failing not to have cared for you all these years. By the way, this is my other disciple, Minato's wife. I am truly delighted to meet the three of you today. Tears shimmered in Jiraiya's eyes. Despite his age, he still found himself ensnared by emotions. Yet, this sense of connection was profound and authentic. Uncle, you all catch up? I shall take the time to recuperate. My eyes feel as if they may fail me. Zhonglan hastily seated himself in a meditative posture, having received 2 notifications in his mind. One indicated that he could now cultivate Sage Mode. Yet another disheartening message revealed that his Chaos value had risen to 2. Upon accessing the panel for the Chaos value, he encountered a straightforward prompt, a mixed blessing. Currently, its implications were unclear. Time was of the essence to elevate what was most critical. It appeared that only by accomplishing certain extraordinary events, significant enough to alter the course of the world, would he be rewarded. Originally, both Jiraiya and Nagato had perished, yet he had somehow altered their fates and resurrected those long departed. Perhaps this was a form of punishment. Risks and opportunities coexist, much like the conservation of energy. This must be the training method of Myobokuzan. Without supervision, it remains uncertain whether one can indeed succeed alone. Zhonglan decided to abandon his worries. Regardless of the changes and developments in this world, he remained steadfast in his original intention to prevent sacrifices and heal more individuals. Although the original conclusion of the story was satisfactory, he found numerous imperfections within himself. His reluctance to betray stemmed from a lack of leverage, and his inability to enact change was due to insufficient capability. Now that he possessed both the ability and the conditions, why not take a bold leap? First, he needed to enhance his skills. His current capabilities were still quite limited. Although Nagato's theories were rather aggressive, they represented a method of problem-solving, albeit one that was difficult for the public to comprehend, which explained the complexity of these issues. Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage were nowhere to be found. Capability must align with corresponding qualities. An imbalance could lead to the emergence of a new pain. He decided to set aside those thoughts and focus on learning sage arts. Zhang felt a surge of excitement. After all, when Naruto learned sage arts, he single-handedly faced 5 pains. This technique carried greater risks and required exceptional chakra control and ample patience. The investment and benefits were directly proportional. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through his heart, bringing a refreshing sensation throughout his body. The mental energy previously drained by the Sharingan was restored. His body relaxed, and natural energy began to gather continuously. So this was Sage mode. It felt as if his strength had multiplied tenfold compared to ordinary ninjas. The sage arts of Myaboka Mountain were indeed suited for combat. While the Dragon's Cave likely focused on enhancing oneself and inorganic beings, and the Wetbone Forest primarily on healing. Speaking of sage arts, he couldn't help but think of the first Hokage. The first could enter sage mode with a mere call. Did he truly need to learn the sage arts of the 3 great sages? The first Kekkei Genkai was would release, a nature affinity that facilitated a swift absorption of natural energy. Moreover, the first possessed an immense chakra reserve, and alongside Tsunade's 100 healing seal, they had the ability to seal chakra. If the first sealed his own chakra, he could free up space to store natural energy, theoretically allowing him to activate sage mode instantaneously. Zhang, employing a modern mindset, meticulously analyzed the first Hokage's sage arts, deeming this approach more reliable. Setting aside how to locate the Dragon's Cave and Myaboka Mountain, both Jiraiya and Minato had summoned toads, having contracted with Myaboka Mountain. Tsunade's summoning beast hailed from the Wetbone Forest, and the first lineage was closely tied to Ashura, likely linked to healing. Thus, it was highly probable that the first could utilize the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest. Perhaps the sage arts there could be activated instantaneously. He would have the opportunity to verify this with Tsunade's slug. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Zhang earnestly immersed himself in studying sage mode, unexpectedly sitting for over half a day. By that time, Jiraiya and the others had concluded their discussions, and Nagato was already able to walk. The Uzumaki lineage was indeed formidable. Considering the time, Obito would soon make his move against the Rain Ninja Village. Perverted old man, how did your conversation go? I might have some unfortunate news for you. Zhang dropped a bombshell. What is it? Jiraiya exclaimed. How did you learn sage arts? Your face. After seeing Zhang, Jiraiya suddenly screamed. I pondered over your sage arts carefully, sat down for a bit, and unexpectedly succeeded in communicating with natural energy, Zhang said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, the mastery of sage arts at Myaboka Mountain is notoriously challenging, requiring guidance from an experienced mentor. Without such support, practitioners risk transformation into stone figures, and the lack of strong control makes it exceedingly difficult to harness these powers. Thus, it is truly astonishing that you have learned the sage arts on your own. Jiraiya scrutinized Zhang, noting that his own sage techniques had been refined by him. In this world, individuals with such capabilities are rare, aside from the Sage of the Six Paths and the Great Toad Sage. It is hard to fathom anyone else possessing such talent, yet Zhang is merely an ordinary person. Jiraiya-sensei, I see that you have the 9 tails, no? Naruto has also mastered the sage arts. His combat prowess is formidable. If it weren't for Pain's 6 paths working in unison, he would not have been a match for them. Can we learn this as well? Nagato inquired, having engaged in battle alongside Jiraiya and Naruto, fully aware of the might of sage arts. The only drawback might be their limited sustainability. If that issue could be resolved, then this technique would indeed be flawless. However, every technique has its weaknesses, including Pain's 6 paths. Although powerful, it relies on corpses, and as an outsider, I would be privy to all paths. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei, given our current state, can we learn this? Yahiko expressed his curiosity, while Kushina blinked at him in anticipation. As far as I understand, ordinary individuals can learn this, provided they can perceive natural energy. When I trained at Myaboka Mountain, I utilized toad oil to facilitate the rapid absorption of natural energy. As for Yahiko and Kushina, It may not be feasible for now. You likely cannot cultivate or enhance your skills, nor can you sense nature through toad oil, Jiraiya gently explained. However, I believe Zhonglong may possess a solution, as he is not an ordinary individual. Nagato had reminded me that if we could cultivate a significant number of individuals in the sage arts, the quality of ninjas would rise dramatically. While this is a commendable idea, the agreements with Myaboka Mountain are limited. Only those who sign the scroll are permitted to enter. Moreover, not everyone can perceive natural energy. Even with the assistance of toad oil, some individuals simply cannot control it and end up transforming into stone frogs. Moreover, only someone like Brother Shinzaku can detect subtle changes. And even his stamina is finite. Mass cultivation is thus exceedingly challenging. Jiraiya was reluctant to admit this, but reality can be brutally harsh. I will conduct thorough research. And our goal is to reach a level where one can seamlessly enter sage mode with a mere call. How exhilarating that would be. Nagato, you seem to be recovering swiftly. I have an important task to assign to you. Trouble is brewing. Someone is approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle. Wait. There's only one person. It's Kakashi. Nagato exclaimed, recognizing Kakashi's prominence during the battle in the Konoha illusion. He might be here to find someone, Zhonglong pondered. Perverted old man, perhaps you should speak with him, but remember to keep it confidential. Sister, it would be wise for you to remain inside for now. Our identities within this group are rather extraordinary. It is no wonder Zhonglong spoke this way. Two individuals resurrected through Edo Tensei, two who were supposed to be dead, now lively and full of vigor, have altered the world's order significantly. Moreover, these individuals currently possess combat capabilities that are unparalleled. After much contemplation, it is essential to arrange matters judiciously. Nagato, I had previously cautioned you against the reckless use of that technique, and I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. Currently, I have tasked individuals with researching it. If we manage to develop this technique, it could usher in a monumental revolution, albeit one that would also bring calamity to the ninja world. Zhonglong could not restrain his urge to converse with Nagato. As far as I am aware, utilizing that technique guarantees the death of the user. I have summoned the Outer Path Golem, which does not appear to be a product of this world. It evokes a sense of ancientness. Nagato seemed to be lost in thought. By the way, you won't need to assume the pain persona any longer, right? The realm of humanity will have to assist me in completing a certain training. Zhonglong inquired. Rest assured, since my teacher trusts you, I too place my faith in you. But every technique possesses its weaknesses. You must proceed with caution, Nagato sternly advised. Having interacted with the golem on several occasions, I find it increasingly perplexing. For instance, this black rod. Its material remains a mystery to me, yet it can be wielded with ease. It must be the ability granted by this eye. This was invented by the Sage of Six Paths, so it is quite natural for us to be perplexed. After all, he is the progenitor of ninjutsu. Zhonglong began to ponder, recalling that there is a meteorite in the Uchiha basement that bears a striking resemblance to the black rod on Nagato. During my last visit, I intended to seek out clues, but alas, I did not encounter Kaguya nor uncover any evidence left by her, as she would undoubtedly not relinquish any useful opportunity. Celestial meteorites, combined with the legends of the Ōtsutsuki, suggest that there may indeed be other humans beyond the stars. Sister, Nagato's leg should be nearly healed, right? Now there are 3 red-haired individuals. Zhonglong smiled as he asked Kushina. For the time being, there are no significant issues, but the burden is still too great, and there remains a risk. Aside from her combat-oriented ninjutsu, Kushina also possesses some basic healing techniques, perhaps due to her lineage from the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan may inherently carry healing attributes. Nagato, I must say, I have never encountered anyone with red hair apart from you. It appears that your red-haired lineage is indeed quite unique. Yahiko remarked as he approached, ruffling Nagato's hair in admiration. Yahiko, do not forget that there are not many of you with yellow hair either. Conan chimed in. In my opinion, all our hair colors are quite rare. Look at that lecherous old man with his white hair, and Conan with her blue locks. I recall that black hair is considered the ordinary color. Yet this indicates that we are all exceptional. It is indeed rare for us to gather together. Zhonglong chuckled, though he noticed a sudden wave of melancholy wash over Kushina. Sister, do not worry. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you, but he is rather special, and ordinary methods will not suffice to awaken him. I understand. I heard it from Master Jiraiya. I just suddenly recalled him. Kushina, should you encounter any issues, Do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Nagato expressed his concern, feeling a unique affection for his clan sister. Thank you, senior brother. In this era, even safety is a luxury, and we have witnessed numerous farewells, so I am profoundly grateful to you, Lon. I am already quite happy. Upon finishing her words, she began to weep. There, no more tears. If you continue, it won't be a pretty sight. Conan quickly comforted her. Lon, please share your plans. Oh, what is that white-haired one doing here? There are no old ladies around. You, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. The sudden appearance of a person before me indicates their remarkable strength. Furthermore, I recall that few idle souls would wander upon these mountains of Konoha. I did not mention assisting an elderly lady across the street. What is happening to me? Ah, by the way, did you see 3 individuals, sir? Kakashi inquired politely. As for the 3 individuals, I cannot say, but what stands before you is undoubtedly a handsome man. Jiraiya could not help but commend himself. I began my pursuit at the Ichiraku ramen shop, but lost track. However, I detected several familiar scents here. Surely, you are not merely passing through, are you? Kakashi replied with courtesy. What? Do you wish to engage in a confrontation? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, instantly shifting into a more serious demeanor. Fortunately, after a few exchanges, he could swiftly enter Sage Mode at any moment. Oh, but Kakashi does not require Sage Mode. Sir, do not misunderstand. Lady Tsunade has taught us to treat others with peace, yet I have always believed in nipping danger in the bud. You may change, but your scent remains the same. Coincidentally, I excel in tracking. Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed. Perhaps he had been a tad boastful. Konoha village, is everything well? Tsunade, have you sustained any injuries? Jiraiya settled himself on a nearby branch. I am tasked by Lady Tsunade to seek out an old acquaintance. You may find it difficult to locate your old acquaintance, but it is fortunate that Konoha has suffered no calamity this time. In truth, my heart nearly leaped from my chest during that encounter. Sir, Lady Tsunade entrusted me with this for you. I believe you will appreciate it. Upon finishing, he retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya. I always lose when I gamble. You must return now. After reading the letter, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Yet, Tsunade is correct. She has indeed never won. Lord Jiraiya, may we return now? Everyone, including Naruto, is awaiting your arrival. Kakashi finally confirmed that the person before him was Jiraiya, the man recently declared dead in battle. I should have perished, but alas, I still have unfinished business. Having reclaimed my life, has Naruto been mischievous again? To be frank, I cannot return just yet. But there is a message you must convey to Tsunade. What is it, Lord Jiraiya? The man before him, in a strict sense, was Kakashi's mentor, his own teacher. The 4th Hokage had passed away early, and Jiraiya had long been occupied with gathering intelligence, scouting, and writing novels, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar to the villagers. However, he felt compelled to visit. Your nose is indeed keen. Inform Tsunade that we have other missions. Instruct her not to exert lethal force against the range shinobi village. She should comprehend. Do you know why I am meeting with you? Jiraiya smiled mysteriously. Surely, you are not merely jesting with me. Kakashi looked bewildered. Lord Jiraiya's humor was anything but amusing. I have come to bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter. Is that true? Kakashi was taken aback. Although his previous superior was Minato, opportunities to undertake missions with him had been scarce. After their passing, he had been melancholic for an extended period. Thus, when he met their child, he felt little personal connection, yet the child's exuberance rekindled memories of his teacher. Does Lord Jiraiya truly have a surprise? What do you think this is? What? Paradise of Affection 6? My goodness, I thought the 5th installment concluded the saga, especially since it ended so abruptly. The author clearly left it hanging. Yet here we are, witnessing a resurrection. Kakashi, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly articulate his thoughts. Before my journey to the Rain Village, I hastily wrapped things up, but I have risen once more. Jiraiya, however, did not mention that he ventured into the Rain Village at great personal risk. When confronted by the 3 Pain bodies and Conan, I had to enter Sage Mode to stand a chance, only to discover later that Pain comprised 7 individuals. I truly have no confidence in facing all 7 alone. This is the latest publication, devoid of extraneous punctuation. I have been quite generous to you. Fear not, Lord Jiraiya. I assure you that I will deliver the intelligence without revealing your identity. Kakashi immediately transformed into an eager disciple. You certainly have discernment. Just remember how to articulate things upon your return. By the way, Naruto, You must keep a close watch on him. He is prone to impulsiveness. Well, I shall be on my way. Farewell, Lord Jiraiya. Until we meet again. With that, Kakashi clasped his fists together and turned to leave. That boy remains as impetuous as ever. And then there's pain. Otherwise, Konoha would truly face annihilation. That boy Nagato is indeed ruthless. He must be taught a lesson. Konoha can no longer withstand such turmoil. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade exclaimed, Naruto, you have finally mastered Sage Jutsu. Calling you back was indeed the right decision. She was visibly excited. Little Naruto has worked incredibly hard. He is the most gifted child I have ever seen, surpassing even those two. Danzo remarked while stroking his beard with a smile. Thankfully, the village has not suffered significant losses. Pain must have been apprehended, right? Suddenly, Naruto felt a wave of sadness. Rest assured, Jiraiya is fine now, but this is classified information. It must not be disclosed to anyone. You must keep it a secret as well, Tsunade said sternly. Even Kakashi-sensei cannot know? Well, he has the right to be informed. He was the one who brought back the news. They are on a special mission. And Jiraiya instructed us to train diligently. I have decided to send you to the Lightning Village. Tsunade glanced at Danzo. Isn't it a bit early to go now? Little Naruto has only just finished learning Sage Jutsu and needs to consolidate his skills. Danzo expressed his concern. Moreover, you are aware of the risks associated with Sage Jutsu, right? The current situation is quite volatile. The news from young Jiraiya indicates that only two-tailed beasts remain, and the Lightning Village has always been restless. There is a hidden hand behind all this. The messenger frog has been killed, which could bring Danzo down. I cannot intervene in your village's affairs, old woman. We must return. Little Naruto, you must continue to strive forward. Danzo began to lead Shima away. Grandfather Danzo, Granny Shima, thank you both. I will work hard. You say Nagato is unreachable? All the white Zetsu around him have perished, a masked man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the reports indicate he is suffering greatly. It must be more unbearable than the need to relieve oneself. It is unfortunate that he departed without ever experiencing that sensation, lamented a figure clad in white, adorned with several branches. White Zetsu, you are my closest companion. Although I cannot convey the sensation of relief to you, this is no time for jest. The situation is dire. If we cannot locate Nagato, we will be unable to obtain his eyes. Furthermore, I suspect Konan and the others will also hide the eyes. The masked man analyzed. Such a predicament is indeed troublesome. One might as well raid the house, for this is not the first time such actions have taken place. Let us prepare to journey to the Rain Ninja Village. Additionally, it is imperative that the observing white Zetsu remains vigilant for safety. This stone tablet has been tampered with, and it bears a warning. The repeated demise of white Zetsu is certainly an ominous sign. We must uncover the truth without delay, for my grand scheme cannot be hindered. The accumulation of chakra is progressing at a rather sluggish pace. How I wish for the presence of the divine tree. Ah, that location. With that thought, the shadow vanished. Nagato, ponder carefully from whence the outer path golem originated. Do you sense anything? A wave of panic surged within Zhonglan. He had just been assessing certain matters when he suddenly realized that Nagato's Rinnegan had not been lost. How might the masked man act? And how would that individual be resurrected? Ultimately, everything pointed towards Black Zetsu. To achieve his aims, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly seek various methods. Even the relics of the Sage of Six Paths would fall into his grasp. Zhonglan felt a twinge of apprehension. The chaos of the world had shifted, undoubtedly providing opportunities for those who would exploit it. However, Nagato's Rinnegan remains intact. The situation has not slipped beyond our control. It seems to originate from a cave. Each time, it burrows into the ground and vanishes, unlike other summoning beasts that simply disappear. Nagato reflected. Ever since capturing a tentacle of the Eight Tails, the golem has somewhat eluded control, as if its consciousness has become clearer. This is indeed troubling news. You must conceal yourself well. Your eyes are of utmost importance, for they pertain to the peace of the ninja world. Konoha will soon acknowledge the status of the Rain Ninja Village, though it cannot yet rival the 5 great nations. This is a commendable beginning. Thank you, Lon. Let us return to the village and continue our endeavors. We have made many mistakes in the past, which now seem rather laughable, Nagato lamented. Let us depart together shortly. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhonglan contemplated the 600 billion explosive tags in the Rain Ninja Village. This is a veritable ticking time bomb. It would be best to avoid utilizing this bomb. Or better yet, to dismantle it, lest the village be obliterated. Conan, may I consult you on a matter? Is there a way to prevent that device from detonating? I fear its power may be too great. You know about this? Conan exclaimed in astonishment. This secret is one even Nagato is unaware of. It is my final act of defiance to protect the village through extreme measures. Our objective is to forge peace. All elements and individuals that disrupt this peace must be transformed, Zhang Lan analyzed. Now that the three of you are gathered, many more trios will soon unite. War is imminent, an unavoidable fate, yet we can mitigate mortality and eradicate hatred. Although this approach may not be infallible, war only serves to strengthen the great powers while plunging smaller nations into sorrow, Nagato sighed. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective, yet it is excessively violent. Drawing from your experiences in managing the Rain Ninja village, if a village can be well governed, and if every nation were to function similarly, the entire continent could resemble a collection of such villages. If a capable leader were to manage well, could the continent not emerge from the throes of war? Zhang Lan, employing a modern perspective, analyzed the historical preference for martial arts leaders in ancient times. It is not merely a symbol of status. It also serves a purpose of deterrence and, most importantly, fosters unity. This parallels our governance of the Rain country, which comprises several small villages. If these villages are well managed, the nation will prosper as a whole. However, the challenge lies in managing numerous nations or even continents. Nagato pondered, theoretically understanding the concept. Yet the practical implementation seemed exceedingly daunting. Perhaps we require a catalyst. Nevertheless, I believe this theory holds merit, Zhang Lan suddenly realized. If the points of contention between nations could be resolved, achieving this ideal might indeed be possible. With a clearer direction, he resolved to move forward purposefully. Let us journey to the Rain Shinobi village and see if our theories bear fruit. A splendid performance awaits us, Zhang Lan remarked with a smile. Could Nagato truly betray us? Can mere words unravel our efforts? His anguish is no less than my own. The despair of being unable to save a dear friend is profound. I refuse to believe he would simply surrender. Especially with the invaluable Rinnegan at stake, if it cannot be obtained, destruction is the only alternative. Kuro, have you made the arrangements? The masked man inquired into the darkness. Rest assured, we are thoroughly prepared, with several contingencies in place to ensure your needs are met. Though I do worry about your physical strain, Kuro replied. And that damned individual who has slain so many of my brothers. I seek vengeance. Save your breath. He may not even come, a raspy voice retorted. Kuro, why do you always argue with me? Is it not your brethren we are discussing? Your status is unique. Enough of the bickering. There is commotion outside. Prepare to depart. Teacher, I apologize for my tardiness. I assisted an elderly lady across the street. A boy with an eye patch said, scratching his head awkwardly. Your excuses are always the same. Can't you come up with something new? What about the gift? A boy with gray-white hair, veiled, extended his hand to check. The gift? I'm sorry, I forgot. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin. I knew you were unreliable. Fortunately, I just received a medical kit and a specially crafted kunai from the teacher. Stop daydreaming. It's time to execute the mission. Team 7, let us go? Wow. Kuro, I feel a sensation of urgency. So this is what it feels like. How wonderful. How real. A rather nauseating voice suddenly laughed, instantly awakening the masked man. Lin, although this is merely an illusion, I truly do not wish to awaken. Soon. Our objective will be achieved. Why are you hitting me? What? Is this an illusion? When did I fall under a jinjutsu? Didn't he, the jinjutsu master Itachi, perish? I exclaimed in shock. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. You, however, are quite the chatterbox. Be quiet. A great battle is imminent. Kuro rasped. I never imagined someone could wield the Uchiha eyes to such an extent. You surpass Kakashi, the masked man generously praised. Are you interested in joining me in a grand endeavor? Haha, how amusing. Everyone has their own aspirations. What you consider a grand endeavor is but triviality in the eyes of others. Zhang Lan was acutely aware that the man before him, clad in a black robe and adorned with a yellow mask, was akin to a formidable boss. With a hint of provocation in his voice, he declared, You seek your own demise. Fire style, exploding flame dance. A torrent of fierce flames spiraled into existence before Zhang Lan, yet he effortlessly evaded them. Humph. Perhaps your illusions are potent, but no one has ever evaded my ninjutsu. The masked man suddenly faltered, for someone was absorbing the colossal fire technique with both hands. Nagato, must you truly proceed down this path? Have you forgotten your ideals, your dear friends, and the executioner of Konoha? It was evident that he lacked the finesse required for verbal dueling, as Nagato possessed his own convictions and was resolute in his intentions. Zhonglun gazed at the masked man with a sly smile. Kurizetsu, observe how he struggles to stand. Ah, it appears he has grafted my brother's legs. No wonder his demise was so tragic. Kurizetsu seethed with frustration, itching to rush forward. Enough of the noise. Focus on your duties. Moreover, it was clear that they had never regarded Nagato as an ally. Although they could have healed his legs, they chose not to, utilizing him merely as a weapon. If I were in your position, I would never consent to such treatment. A man with short yellow hair materialized. You are Nagato of the Six Paths. How have you returned? The masked man's voice quivered with trepidation. It seems your allies have withheld information from you. Perhaps they never intended to enlighten you. You might even be a victim in this scenario. Zhonglun seized the opportunity to taunt. What of resurrection? He is still but a living corpse, Kurizetsu grumbled. Yet the masked man was increasingly unsettled. This jutsu should have been forbidden, a fact unbeknownst to him. According to his plan, he was meant to retrieve Nagato's eyes. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. I was mistaken before. Now I have companions and individuals to protect. My world is profoundly fulfilling, Nagato remarked with a smile. Regrettably, you remain rather pitiable, still adrift without direction, lost in your own existence. Impossible. You are deceiving me. The masked man's anxiety escalated. Nagato had originally been his pawn, a mere tool for gathering tailed beasts. As for his companions and his legs, they required no healing, for ultimately, he was destined to be sacrificed. Yet this individual before him, possessing the Sharingan, had instilled in him an unprecedented sense of concern. His composure was unraveling. If his world truly collapsed, he would be rendered powerless. Kurizetsu was contemplating a way to break the impasse. Hey, you still haven't taught me how to use the restroom. Why so despondent? Kurizetsu interjected suddenly, rousing the masked man from his reverie. This was their secret signal, one that even Kurizetsu was unaware of, as he had spent considerable time with Kurizetsu, who had pulled him back from the brink of nightmares. He had also promised Kurizetsu to fulfill 2 of his whims, however absurd they may be, including the rather trivial request of teaching him how to relieve himself. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Kurizetsu's eyes. It seemed that Kurizetsu had been involved in many clandestine activities behind his back. Should that individual discover such matters, it would not bode well. With ninjutsu and illusions rendered useless, and a troublesome eye nearby, the situation was dire. The 2 spectators on our side proved to be of no assistance. Facing Nagato alone was indeed a formidable challenge. I initially believed that his greatest fear was illusion techniques, which I could effectively counter, only to discover that a master of illusions was present nearby. I too fell victim to their deception. Thus, let us see who can strike faster. The masked man swiftly donned his combat wristbands, striking a battle-ready pose before charging forward. Being a space-time ninja, he possessed the ability to manipulate his eyes to draw objects into another dimension, including parts of his own body. However, at the moment of attack, he must materialize, revealing a significant flaw. Knowing this, defeating him would be relatively straightforward. Nagato recalled the key points Zhonglun had imparted to him. This made things simpler. As long as he kept his distance, he would not be able to seize me, though I must remain vigilant against his illusions. In my presence, he would likely refrain from using such tricks. He may proceed. Initially, Nagato did not comprehend this statement, but now he began to grasp its meaning. Summoning technique. Nagato summoned 3 beasts in one breath, a colossal bird, a dog, and a rhinoceros, hoping to overwhelm through sheer numbers. However, this strategy was futile. The masked man vanished in a flurry of movements, rendering the dog and rhinoceros incapable of making contact with him. This was troublesome. Should we also join the fray? With so many summoned beasts, could they endure? Baiju expressed concern. Fear not, he will be unharmed. Summoning in my presence is a grave miscalculation. The masked man fixed his gaze upon the colossal bird, which had previously exhibited the ripples of the Rinnegan. Suddenly, its eyes turned crimson, and the bombs released by the giant bird plummeted onto the dog and rhinoceros. With a series of explosions, the dog and rhinoceros vanished, leaving only the controlled giant bird, from which bombs continued to fall. It was truly unexpected. Both Madara and he possessed the ability to control summoned beasts. Upon reflection, Zhonglun realized that this was how the 9 tails had been manipulated previously. At that moment, Nagato, witnessing the approaching giant bird, felt no fear. A large mechanism emerged from his shoulder, unfolding to reveal a massive shell that swiftly soared toward the giant bird. A resounding roar echoed as both the bird and the shell disappeared. The second shell was quickly prepared, aimed directly at the masked man. This will have no effect on me. The masked man remained immobile as the shell and mechanism on Nagato's shoulder vanished into a distorted space. Truly a troublesome adversary. Now, suddenly, a hand emerged beneath the masked man's feet, grasping his ankle with unerring precision. Zhang seemed to sense something amiss. Upon closer inspection, a transparent entity was being drawn from beneath the masked man's feet. This soul attack is remarkably potent. I must learn it myself in the future. The human path specializes in soul attacks. Once it has a grip on you, there is no escape, Nagato said solemnly. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared beneath the masked man. Yet the human path did not dissipate. With a loud bang, the masked man vanished, leaving behind a splinter of wood. When did he employ the substitution technique? Nagato wondered, glancing at Zhang Lan in hopes of receiving an answer, only to be met with a shake of the head in response, indicating ignorance. Nagato furrowed his brow tightly. I have already stated that your techniques hold no power over me. The masked man cackled, internally muttering, I am powerless against you. For he was the only one who truly vexed Nagato. Observing that the masked man remained elusive, Nagato began to feel a sense of urgency. It appeared that he would have to resort to the almighty push, a technique that unleashed a wide-ranging assault, consuming a significant amount of chakra. However, this technique bore a clear drawback. It required substantial preparation time and was ineffective against ninjas adept in space-time ninjutsu. They could simply evade it. Who is this person? Why is it that even Nagato cannot subdue him? Yahiko inquired, visibly anxious. Do not fret. He is equally incapable of overcoming Nagato, came the reassurance. Zhang Lan suddenly realized that Naruto's victory over pain was not merely a stroke of luck. The flaws in Nagato's battle against the masked man were glaringly apparent. With a strategic approach to counter his six paths techniques, victory would merely be a matter of time. Knowledge of oneself and the adversary indeed leads to invincibility in battle. One's trump card should not be revealed lightly. For instance, it remained uncertain whether Kaguya had any hidden cards. As someone from the same era as the six paths, it would be unacceptable not to possess some novel abilities. I've got you now, the masked man exclaimed, only to be abruptly repelled by a force. Universal pull. Nagato had just drawn the masked man closer, yet his hand passed right through the man's form. Was he truly prepared to employ that technique? Leaving aside whether it could defeat the masked man, it would still pose a threat to the Rain Village itself. That should suffice. We can no longer remain idle. Black Zetsu declared, growing impatient. He had initially anticipated a battle as captivating as that between the Uchiha brothers, yet instead, both combatants had nullified each other's techniques, resulting in an awkward stalemate. Perhaps the two were simply countering one another. Create some smoke for me. Otherwise, our cover will be blown, White Zetsu urged. In no time, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Shall we engage in a ninja version of werewolf? Zhang Lan proposed, having momentarily forgotten about the game. Nagato, come back. Before he could finish, two Nagatos approached. With White Zetsu's technique, anyone he touched would be perfectly mimicked, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the imitation through chakra alone. Only those capable of sensing good and evil could tell them apart. Clearly, no one with that ability was present at the moment. Nagato, do not move. At this point, no one can determine who is genuine, Yahiko exclaimed. Overwhelmed by the unprecedented situation, as everyone stood, each facing their own doppelganger. How cunning of Black and White Zetsu to leave us with such a conundrum, Zhang Lan remarked. Recalling his own experiences playing werewolf in a past life, where he would decisively strike without hesitation, regardless of whether the target was innocent or guilty. Let us keep it simple. We can pose a riddle or share a fact. If he answers correctly, he must be the real one. If he is incorrect, we shall vote to eliminate him. The others nodded in agreement. In truth, it was unnecessary to guess. They all knew that the real ones had likely fled, leaving only their substitutes behind. However, since we are playing, let us enjoy the game. Pray tell, what does it feel like to have a bowel movement? I invite everyone to describe the experience, Zhang Lan announced, eliciting a range of amusing expressions from the group. 3 individuals were lost in contemplation, while 2 others stood bewildered, gazing at themselves as if they were imbeciles. It became evident that these three had no understanding of the typical human emotions. Oh, how I long to extinguish your lives and, in passing, elucidate to us what true feelings entail. However, Nagato did not grant them the opportunity. Soon, the three impostors lay lifeless upon the ground, transformed into pale forms akin to white Zetsu. Cursed be it. Nagato had broken free from control and now harbored his own hidden thoughts. There were no suitable candidates nearby. Black Zetsu, in a state of exasperation, lamented how each of them had grown up, now yearning to soar independently. Moreover, who was that individual possessing the Sharingan? There were only two in this world with such eyes. Ah, but I could cultivate Sasuke. That impulsive little one would surely be easy to ensnare, Black Zetsu mused, formulating a plan. Black Zetsu, what are you muttering about? Why are you smiling? White Zetsu could not restrain his curiosity. Cease your chatter, he asked in considerable distress. We have lost a crucial piece in our game, and you wouldn't want to bear the wrath of that individual, would you? Black Zetsu cautioned. Not in the least. It's far more pleasant to remain with him. That old man is simply insane, perpetually threatening us. A shiver coursed through White Zetsu as he contemplated the comfort of undertaking missions with the masked man, who was notably obedient to his commands. However, today's demeanor was somewhat unusual. You've noticed it too, haven't you? The absence of Nagato signifies that our plans have faltered before they even commenced. Thus, we must devise a strategy. Hey, did you hear that? Black Zetsu exclaimed, although his deep voice was not particularly loud. That individual is a veritable nemesis. It's astonishing that someone possesses the Sharingan, and I sense a tranquility akin to Shursui's. Wasn't Shursui's eye concealed by Itachi? Furthermore, Nagato, with his six paths unification, has seen an exponential increase in combat prowess. Whose healing technique enabled such recovery? It cannot be attributed to an unknown novice. The masked man lamented, having lost an eye and been dealt a heavy blow. According to the information relayed by my brother, it was a woman. Beyond that, I know nothing. These wretched individuals have slain many of my brethren. You must avenge me, White Zetsu declared in a fit of rage. Avenge whom? We are devoid of pieces at present, Black Zetsu sighed. Of course, there are pieces, it's just not the right time to deploy them. However, the 5 Kage summit can be convened early. White Zetsu, prepare for an expedition to the Mist Village, the masked man instructed. You two are truly bothersome. I am always the one undertaking long journeys. Alas, who asked me to possess such extraordinary abilities? I shall take my leave, do not dwell on me. He became aware that his eyes had likely recovered sufficiently. It was time to act. Black Zetsu vanished without a trace. If he wished to engage in such tricks, he would find it far from easy to subdue me. The waters of this lake are so tranquil, devoid of worries. Nagato. This is the latest intelligence transmitted by Konoha's carrier pigeon. I have already conferred with Kakashi and the Hokage. Please have a look, Jiraiya said, producing a letter and handing it to Nagato. Thank you, sensei. Nagato swiftly perused it, delight flooding his being. This is marvelous. Konan. Our rain village has gained recognition from Konoha. Yahiko, our village has been salvaged. Moreover, Konoha will notify the other villages. Arashir, your plan appears to be feasible. That is truly splendid. Our small nation has endured much hardship. After years of striving, achieving such results elicits a complex blend of joy and sorrow. Yahiko, as a leader, quickly discerned the underlying intricacies. Konoha has not been destroyed. Rather, it has accepted the Rain Village and is endeavoring to persuade other great nations. This underscores Konoha's commitment to the matter, which, at a deeper level, reflects their regard for the individuals involved, Master Jiraiya and the enigmatic Uzumaki Nagato. Given the circumstances, Konoha's decision is remarkable, as large nations and villages have their own considerations. Jiraiya patted Yahiko on the shoulder, remarking on the joy of our reunion as master and disciple. Indeed, there is nothing more gratifying than this. The lecherous old man speaks truthfully. We are moving in a positive direction. The success of any person or endeavor necessitates a process. Peace is the ultimate destination for this world. The Rain Village abhors war, as does Konoha. In this current era, while peace appears to reign, the underlying filth remains. The establishment of Dawn was motivated by this reality, and today, the mantle of leadership is officially bestowed upon Nagato. Zhonglan smiled at Nagato, and the others, including Jiraiya, shared in the joy. Nagato now embodies the prophesied child of the Sage of the Six Paths, possessing the Rinnegan and a yearning for peace. He has cast aside the previous aura of slaughter. Sometimes, the distinction between good and evil is fleeting. Had we encountered them earlier and provided proper guidance, the current state of ninjas might have been entirely different. I believe Yahiko is more suited for this role. I shall remain as a strategist behind the scenes, Nagato considered. My current condition is certainly not suitable, but have faith in yourself. You can certainly do it. Do not forget, you are an outer path. Yahiko resolutely dismissed any doubts, aware that his body might vanish at any moment. Moreover, he learned from Conan that after his demise, he had eliminated Hanzo's subordinates, who were later easily dispatched by Nagato. Such decisiveness makes him the rightful choice. Nagato, I believe you are also well suited to be a leader, Conan added. Indeed, one must possess both combat prowess and leadership qualities. Having governed the Rain Village for so long, you must be greatly cherished and supported by the people. Only those who gain recognition can venture further. Kushina also rejoiced for Nagato, as he is of her clan. Lan, perhaps you should take on this role, Nagato suggested to Zhang Lan once more. I am even less suited. I have many responsibilities, and I am not fit for managing others. No worries, entrust it to me with confidence. Only by safeguarding our home can we muster the motivation to surge forward. If we cannot protect our homeland, what is the purpose of our efforts? The mere mention of home rendered everyone silent, especially Kushina, who could not return to her family and had yet to reunite with her son. Yahiko's gaze flickered, recalling his relationship with Conan before his demise. His current state is little different from that of a living dead, and from Lan's words, he learned that this technique was specifically designed to resurrect the deceased to fight as hosts. Observing the collective silence, Zhang Lan took the initiative to speak. If even Konoha acknowledges our endeavors, what else is beyond our reach? Presently, neither my sister nor Yahiko can truly be resurrected. It merely requires the right opportunity. This matter has always been etched in my heart. Rest assured, everyone, the moment is ripe, and I shall undoubtedly surprise you. This is merely the beginning. I am aware of your extraordinary abilities. Yet, Erasure, I must convey that to toy with the deceased is not a commendable pursuit. Even the formidable sage of the Toads refrains from recklessly attempting such feats. Thus, I urge you to exercise caution. Jiraiya subtly cautioned. Although he harbored a fervent desire for Kushina and Yahiko to be truly resurrected. Do not worry, uncle, I possess discernment. Initially, Erasure lacked confidence, for the cost of the rebirth technique often resulted in the death of the practitioner. However, with the acquisition of this panel, even the sage has remarked upon the potential, as it is due to the fact that I have yet to awaken the Rinnegan. Moreover, numerous individuals and events capable of altering the course of the world exist, such as Sasuke, Tobi, and even the legendary figure. This instills in Erasure a sense of assurance, even without any assistance. He believes that through the upgraded Rinnegan and at the cost of a few sacrifices, he can indeed resurrect several individuals. Rest assured, uncle, we are engaged in virtuous endeavors, not in acts of moral depravity. I have faith that the heavens are watching over us and will encourage our righteous actions. Have you forgotten the words of the Sage of the Toads, who spoke of fundamentally transforming this ninja system? Progress often necessitates difficult decisions and necessary sacrifices. Only Erasure understands that the Sage of the Toads provided significant aid to the Sage of Six Paths in his youth, including the awakening of the Rinnegan, the learning of sage techniques, and the sealing of his mother. This perhaps embodies the notion of peace shared between him and the Sage of Six Paths. The path of sacrifice and development is intertwined. For a healthier and more prosperous evolution, certain malignant entities must be relinquished. Moving forward, I hope for Black Zetsu to take action, as some accounts must be settled. The foremost concern for Nagato now is to restore his health. Sister and Yahiko, you need not fret. My mission is to heal more individuals. Although I am not a medical ninja, I have chosen to forsake the healing arts for the written word. And this is precisely what I am undertaking. Once matters here are settled, we shall venture to the land of iron. Erasure gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. Jiraiya remained apprehensive. After all, the Sage of the Toads harbored many secrets he would not divulge. The identity of the child of prophecy closely aligns with Nagato, whom he must protect at all costs. It is said that one truly learns to cherish only after experiencing loss. Previously, they had lost track of the three, but now, their gathering is largely attributed to the abilities of Uzumaki Erasure. He should choose to trust and assist him, rather than becoming a burden. The group silently observed Erasure. the individual who had unified several once disparate souls. While perfection remains elusive, the current state is already remarkable. Listening to Arashi's words, more lives will be saved, ushering in greater peace for this world. Arashir, I am sincerely grateful to you. My deepest desire is not for war or tailed beast weaponry, but rather to live a tranquil life alongside my comrades and mentors. After glancing at Yahiko, Conan, and Jiraiya, he added, thus, my life is yours in gratitude for your immense kindness. Nagato, do not speak in such a manner. The reason we have come together is that we are individuals who cherish peace. Those who are irredeemably wicked could never integrate with us. Zhonglun smiled softly, adding in her heart, without my arrival, you would have truly fallen victim to the prince's verbal escapades, ultimately forced into a fierce battle by the summoned spirits. Now, with your legs healed, your combat prowess is indeed formidable. The Dawn organization was established for the sake of peace. Should a day come when the world is at peace, our organization shall disband. At that time, do not weep, for we all eagerly anticipate the advent of that day. The group shared an unspoken anticipation in their hearts. Where is this, and who are you? Sasuke had just awakened and immediately expressed his anger. Young as he was, his temper was quite fierce. Had he forgotten the one who saved him? A raspy voice emerged. What are you, shrouded in darkness? Be careful, or I shall set you ablaze, Sasuke shouted. Poor child. Do you not realize how much your dear brother held back to allow you to win? He could easily have taken your eyes. And do you not wish to understand why he chose to spare you? The truth of the Uchiha clan, do you not desire to know? The masked man appeared. You have a good brother. I once had a commendable comrade as well. Alas, in this decaying world, all such bonds are illusory, all falsehoods, the masked man suddenly bellowed. Enough. I tire of your tale. Speak instead of Itachi's illusions and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If you are willing, I can share the story with you in detail. He then unveiled a curtain, revealing an entire wall adorned with Sharingan eyes. Do you know why all ninjas fear the Uchiha? They are a cursed clan, for their power poses a grave threat to others. We possess inherent talent. It is our destiny. Sasuke stood transfixed before the wall of eyes, recalling how Orochimaru had sought to seize his body solely for the Sharingan, and here it lay in abundance. Why do you so frantically collect these eyes? Sasuke inquired, but the masked man paid him no heed, continuing his monologue. Itachi, serving as a double agent for Konoha and the Uchiha, bore a burden beyond comprehension. Do you know who it was that night, alongside Itachi, who annihilated your clan, leaving you as the sole survivor? Itachi believed you could transform the Uchiha legacy. How amusing it is that, at this moment, you possess no ability to alter your clan's fate. You cannot even defeat the Eight Tails. Enough. Do not speak further, Sasuke retorted, feeling provoked. Had it not been for Karen during the battle with the Eight Tails, he would have perished countless times. And so what? This does not justify your actions against your comrades. Do you still not comprehend? Konoha sought to eliminate the Uchiha through Itachi's hand. Since the second Hokage, the villagers have suppressed the Uchiha, a prestigious clan reduced to living on the village outskirts, the highest position granted being the police force. Does that not strike you as absurd? The Uchiha's very existence was meant for battle, yet they were treated like dogs, confined to their homes and scorned. Did the third Hokage know of this? Sasuke suddenly asked. Why do you inquire? The third Hokage would surely have refused. He sought to mediate, yet found no solution, leading to tragedy. And Itachi and I became the executioners of our comrades. Ha ha ha. The masked man laughed maniacally. Tell me, who was involved in this decision? Sasuke clenched his teeth tightly. Tobi, along with the higher-ups of Konoha, including Mito Gates In and the enigmatic Shorin, seemed to be lost in thought, his voice suddenly taking on a grave timbre. Where is Danzo? I shall slay him. Why should the noble Uchiha endure their scorn? Sasuke declared, his anger palpable. It is Itachi's overwhelming kindness that burdens him. He devoted his life to peace. He fears the eruption of a civil war within Konoha, suffering under the weight of being labeled a traitor, all to protect you. So tell me, are you intent on honoring Itachi's legacy? Or will you join me in battling Konoha? Shall we eradicate those forsaken relics of a bygone era? Tobi's voice dripped with temptation. I shall avenge Itachi, Sasuke asserted resolutely. I am utterly delighted that we can become allies, Uchiha Sasuke. How infuriating. His ability to seduce was as potent as ever. You lecherous old man. Please alert Konoha at once. I sense an ominous threat, Zhonglun thought. As a warning flashed in his mind, Konoha was in danger. Given the current circumstances, the potential threats were undoubtedly Tobi and Sasuke conspiring against Konoha. As a vengeful spirit, Sasuke would surely be manipulated by Tobi. My concern lies in the possibility of a connection with Kaguya, which could prove disastrous if not addressed promptly. I shall head to Konoha immediately. Upon seeing Zhang Lan's grave expression, Jiraiya dared not jest. Tobi's true identity remained shrouded in mystery, and his arrival in the Rain Village surely harbored dark secrets. Although Konoha had not faced utter destruction, it was imperative to bolster defenses. After all, the Hokage required accomplishments to avoid impeachment risks. It had been far too long since he had seen Tsunade. He could assure her of his return. Moreover, it would be prudent to inform Naruto. His involvement in this mission would be invaluable, as he was now nearly capable of standing on his own. As for their identities, it was best to disclose them only to those two, keeping other matters confidential, especially given the current situation in the Rain Village. Understood, have no worries. I am well aware of my limits, Jiraiya replied before departing. For one skilled in summoning techniques, travel was swifter than for an ordinary ninja. I hope Sasuke knows when to retreat and refrains from playing his trump card, Zhang Lan muttered to himself. Brother, I too wish to go to Konoha. I didn't get a chance to ask when Jiraiya-sensei left. Kushina suddenly interjected. Sister, please wait. Now is not the right time. Our team is currently small and needs to conserve energy. There are many matters at hand. Though you and Yahiko cannot train, you must still focus on your studies. As the saying goes, 3 days without practice makes one rusty. The techniques of the Uzumaki clan must continue to thrive, Zhang Lan urged. Knowing that Kushina's meeting with Naruto could disrupt their plans, especially concerning the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails had been forcibly extracted from Kushina's body, although she was of the Uzumaki clan. The outcome was still death. Had Minato remained, he could have cared for their son, allowing him to grow up healthy and happy. However, during Kushina's revival, she had learned much. Their son had endured a life of hardship, and now even his most trusted companions had abandoned him. The absence of parental protection renders a child's existence exceedingly arduous. Now revived, I find myself unable to fulfill my mother's wishes, which plunges me into a profound dilemma. On one side lies my son, and on the other, my cousin. Sister, I promise you, within 2 months at the latest, I shall ensure your return to Konoha. I pledge my honor as a guarantee. Brother, there is no need for such concern. I have faith in you. Kushina felt a twinge of embarrassment. The path ahead in this world is still long. We cannot merely focus on the present, and our current strength is indeed quite feeble. We must strive further. Can we truly locate Danzo here? Konoha seems to harbor such dark corners. Sasuke furrowed his brow, noting that this place bore no resemblance to the Konoha he once knew. You two are from Konoha, are you not? Otherwise, how could you so effortlessly evade the guards and barriers? Rest assured, we will find him, and I shall allow you to take action while I observe from the sidelines. The masked man had no intention of revealing his identity, asserting that what mattered was not who he was, but rather that Sasuke must understand who he is, what he must accomplish, and the heights he aims to achieve. Humph, do you even need to tell me that? Someone is approaching. Sasuke detected an anomaly. They are accompanied by guards. I will divert them. You handle Danzo swiftly. The masked man vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Who are you? And how did you come to be here? Danzo opened his eyes. A remnant of the Uchiha, what brings you here? This place does not welcome you. Once you arrive, you shall not leave. Danzo had previously been quite frustrated, having lost his right arm and eye, which severely weakened him, and now a Uchiha had delivered himself to him. Truly, fate had not been unkind. There is no need for you to know much. Your life shall be taken by the Uchiha. Sasuke spoke coldly. In your next life, remember not to be human. You are far too filthy, lurking like a rat in the shadows. You are young yet speak with such bravado. Those like you I have seen perished. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo inhaled and exhaled, unleashing an invisible wind attack. Damn it, I can't use lightning release. No matter. Fire release will suffice. Sasuke took a deep breath and exhaled, conjuring a massive fireball that grew larger upon contact with the wind attack. You have certainly done your homework. I shall not hold back any longer. Summoning technique. With Danzo's incantation, a colossal dream eater appeared, swallowing the fireball whole. Be cautious. This is a summoning beast with devouring capabilities. If necessary, leave it to me. The masked man suddenly reappeared. So soon? How did you manage that? Sasuke found himself reassessing this individual, realizing that his power could potentially overwhelm him. They are merely insignificant fish, not worth mentioning. However, you appear to have no effective countermeasures left. You need not concern yourself. Summoning technique. With a flourish, a gigantic gray hawk appeared beneath Sasuke. Heh, an eagle squad. How intriguing. The masked man remarked with surprise. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. With a roar from Danzo, a series of wind attacks surged forth, yet Sasuke deftly evaded them. It seemed that Danzo's right arm was problematic, and his right eye remained closed. Could there be some hidden mechanism at play? Sasuke pondered for a moment before swiftly maneuvering behind Danzo. Chidori. A 2-meter-long lightning blade struck down upon Danzo's right shoulder. How vexing, the aftermath of the last battle. Danzo seethed with anger and frustration. If only he possessed the Sharingan, dealing with that Uchiha brat would be a trivial matter, and he would not find himself in such a predicament. The substitution technique. This old man still possesses some skill. I wonder if Sasuke can discern it. A Jinjutsu could easily subdue him, the masked man mused to himself. Humph, it was predictable that it wouldn't be so simple. A coward lurking in the shadows. How could he possibly reveal a flaw so easily? However, I have confirmed that your right arm is quite problematic. Next, haha. A smirk crept across Sasuke's lips. He had another scheme in mind. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. As Sasuke unleashed the summoning technique once more, a large, grayish-brown serpent materialized, coiling around him. Bind him, Sasuke commanded. The serpent appeared clumsy, yet its speed was remarkable, swiftly darting towards Danzo. To think he could summon another type of spirit beast, impressive indeed. I underestimated you somewhat, but you have yet to reveal your trump card. Can you resolve this now? Damn it, this serpent is too fast. It has ensnared the Dream Eater. Although it poses no harm to it, the subsequent fire jutsu will be impossible to execute. Danzo felt a surge of frustration. Beside him, a companion lurked with predatory intent. Judging by his attire, he was likely from the Akatsuki. Where are Wind and the others? Danzo felt a twinge of anxiety, his brow furrowing as he instinctively glanced around. There's no need to think about those two. They have already fallen victim to the Jinjutsu. The masked man spoke loudly, deliberately to alert Sasuke. How considerate of you to remind me to utilize Jinjutsu. Alas, I have no intention of employing such a lowly technique against you. Sasuke cast a glance at the masked man. You conspired to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Did you ever foresee this day? So you are the worthless one that Itachi, that fool, fought to protect at all costs. How curious that now you wish to take vengeance upon Konoha, claiming that all Uchiha are violent. It is unfortunate that the third Hokage was too merciful, ignoring my counsel, and allowed you, this unstable element, to remain. Danzo laughed heartily. Silence. You shall not insult Itachi. You are not the first to perish at my hands. It is regrettable that the third Hokage is no longer here, for now. It is your turn to experience pain. The cruelty you inflicted upon Itachi shall be repaid in kind. At the mere mention of Itachi, Sasuke instantly lost all semblance of rationality. Then let us utilize the Uchiha you so despise, the very abilities of Itachi you belittle. Susanoo. A purple skeletal figure emerged from where Sasuke stood, and blood began to seep from his eyes. Why does it hurt so much? Damn it. Itachi, how much suffering did you endure? Battling while ill, risking your broken body to unleash this technique to vanquish Orochimaru. This is bad. I can't move. Aya, it seems I am still clumsy with this technique. I find myself somewhat envious of you, Sasuke. You have such a remarkable brother. Alas, I wonder why I never had the fortune to encounter one like him. The masked man gazed thoughtfully at the Hokage rock. Go forth, consumed by rage, and annihilate all. With Sasuke's low growl. The bones encircling him transformed into a humanoid form, wielding a massive bow. Black flames danced at the arrow's tip as it swiftly flew towards Danzo. Roar. The dream demon suddenly appeared before Danzo, its body entwined with a serpent that had already lost its vigor. The creature was evidently of a different caliber. A mere ordinary snake was insufficient to contend with such a formidable summoning beast. Danzo, you truly are a despicable man, resorting to the use of your own summoned beast. Sasuke roared. Likewise, you are not in a superior position. Fully aware that your snake stands no chance against the dream demon, you still sent it to its demise. Danzo scoffed coldly. A summoned beast can be replaced, but a life lost is irreplaceable. All dreams and hopes perish with it. This time, fortune shall not favor you, Danzo. Prepare to meet your end. Once you are deceased, I shall display your corpse outside the gates of Konoha, subjecting you to humiliation even in death. Danzo and the masked man furrowed their brows, sensing that Sasuke's mind was becoming increasingly unhinged. Is it truly necessary to resort to such brutality? The masked man understood that Sasuke's initial use of Susanoo must have taken a considerable toll on his body. Enough, Sasuke. Bring this to a swift conclusion. This place will soon become perilous, the masked man urged, seemingly aware of impending danger. Trying to escape? That will not be as easy as you think. Wind release, vacuum wave. Regrettably, Danzo's ninjutsu was effortlessly deflected by Susanoo's armor. Ah, I see, Sasuke. Be cautious. This old man intends to employ a sealing technique. The masked man shouted. Only now do you come to that realization? It is too late. Activate the four-symbol seal. Danzo bellowed. Damn it. How did I overlook this? This is his stronghold. He must possess seals of this nature. I can only hope that Susanoo can withstand it. I have already unleashed 2 arrows. His chakra reserves must be dwindling. The masked man felt a rising sense of anxiety, yet remained powerless on the periphery of the sealing technique. Why does my chakra seem to be depleting so rapidly? Is this sealing technique siphoning my chakra? This is dire. Susanoo is on the verge of dissipating. Amaterasu. Sasuke's right eye bled once more, and wherever his gaze fell, a black flame ignited. The flames would only extinguish once the object was reduced to ashes. Cursed flames. What manner of fire is this? Even the sealing technique cannot contain it. Danzo panicked. The four-symbol seal had required significant resources for its construction. Yet its efficacy against Sasuke was minimal, and he found himself wounded by the unknown flames. Just a little more, just a fraction. He cursed, reflecting upon his life. He recalled how he had always lagged behind. During missions with the second Hokage, Sarutobi had been the first to suggest drawing the enemy away to give their comrades time to escape, while he lacked the courage to utter similar words. Ultimately, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, and the title of Hokage was passed down to him. While vying for the position of fourth Hokage, he had fixated on Orochimaru as his rival, neglecting the seemingly unassuming and amiable Minato, only to find himself forced into an alliance with Orochimaru. After the third Hokage's death, he had believed that the fifth Hokage was rightfully his, yet he loathed that Jiraiya had somehow discovered Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a disciple of the third, and one of the legendary Sannin, far more deserving than he, who lurked in the shadows of Root. The daimyo swiftly voted unanimously for Tsunade. What is happening to me? Even amidst battle, why am I reminiscing about such mortifying past events? Oh, right, I am still in combat. Yet why does my body ache so profoundly? Wherever Amaterasu reaches, all is reduced to ashes. Danzo, your demise is inevitable. Sasuke gazed at Danzo with a fierce intensity, while Danzo resembled a dying old man, devoid of his former vitality. No, I am the root of Konoha. Though I dwell in darkness, I protect Konoha in my own way. I am a hero. I too can become Hokage. Sarutobi, in what way am I inferior to you? Ah, the four-symbol seal. It is truly regrettable. This technique was originally meant for Shirsue's eyes. Yet it is now employed against you, brat. Nevertheless, once you are gone, it will be worth it. Sasuke flee. He intends to self-destruct. The masked man attempted to utilize space-time ninjutsu to save Sasuke, but alas, it was too late. Danzo's body swelled, rapidly transforming into a sphere before erupting in an explosion. At the center of the blast, Sasuke, despite the protection of Susanoo, sustained injuries. Blood still seeped from his eyes, and the shockwave from the explosion harmed his right arm. Susanoo gradually dissipated. That was close. Fortunately, I activated my lightning release just in time, enveloping my body in lightning chakra. A wave of relief washed over Sasuke as he recalled his prior battle with Deidara, where he had infused his body with lightning release to suppress a minuscule explosive. This moment of ingenuity once again safeguarded him, showcasing the significant role Susanoo played. Even after Itachi's death, his eyes continued to protect him. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, hurry, Naruto urged, his anxiety palpable. What is it, Naruto? You've been acting strange. Are you no longer focused on the mission? You used to prioritize it above all else. Inquired a girl with pink hair clad in a red short cheapao. Sakura, hold your tongue for now, Kakashi said, observing Naruto's anxious expression. He sensed that Naruto had perceived something. The current Naruto was on an entirely different level than before. Gazing at the pattern of shadows over Naruto's eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. Naruto, how long until we arrive? asked a pale-skinned boy carrying a large scroll, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the area. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. We're almost there, everyone hurry. He's coming back. Naruto's voice was filled with both excitement and a hint of trepidation. In sage mode, he could sense the chakra of most ninjas. It was dark, cold, and exuded a strong aggressiveness, its quantity suddenly surging and becoming volatile. Kakashi and Sakura's bodies momentarily froze. It must be Sasuke. Kakashi realized instantly. Only Sasuke could elicit such a reaction from Naruto. Jiraiya had also conveyed a message, warning Konoha to be on alert for an imminent enemy attack, and it turned out to be Sasuke. Is he one of your former team members from Team 7? Wasn't he supposed to have aligned with Orochimaru? The Cloud Village has already deemed him a rogue ninja of Konoha. Silence. You shall not speak of Sasuke. Naruto suddenly turned to face Sai, the one brought in from the root to replace Sasuke. Typically amiable, yet with an unsettling aura. Sai had a tendency to provoke Naruto's ire without uttering a word in retaliation. At that moment, Naruto's mood was exceedingly dark. Sai, speak less. Kakashi swiftly intervened with a glance. A heavy scent of blood lingered in the air, both human and animal. Kakashi inhaled deeply. It is almost time, Sasuke. Why have you come to Konoha at such a moment? Currently, those infiltrating Konoha are foes. What are you truly doing? Kaguya, cease your watching and come assist us. We must prepare for withdrawal. The masked man spoke with displeasure, addressing a shadowy corner. Oh, now you think of me. If you hand Sasuke over to me, I shall take him back. Kaguya grinned, his raspy voice echoing. Ah, when it comes to fleeing with someone, he excels far beyond you. White Zetsu displayed a look of disdain. Moreover, he is in a pitiable state. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with an intense glare from Sasuke, which silenced him instantly. I command you to retreat and handle the aftermath. This is not a negotiation. Kaguya. The masked man was distinctly displeased, feeling as though Kaguya was opposing him, and now he had set his sights on Sasuke, the current possessor of the perfect eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed Kaguya possessed far more knowledge regarding the Uchiha than he did, truly a manifestation of that individual. Even in death, he continues to weave such intricate schemes. Very well, I shall heed your counsel this time. Alas, it appears we can no longer escape. Reinforcements have arrived. Kaguya's voice sounded as if someone had gripped him by the throat. The masked man frowned at the newcomers, wondering how his plans could be known to a third party. Had Konoha's aid arrived so swiftly? Fortunately, there were only 4 of them, still within his control. You again. Last time, it was you who played us all. Naruto grimaced at the sight of the individual before him, for it was this masked man who had delayed their efforts to prevent the battle between the Uchiha brothers. Moreover, that insufferable space-time ninjutsu, he had no effective counter against it even now. Ah, little ones, it is a pleasure to see you again. The masked man scratched his head sheepishly. My apologies for last time. I simply enjoy watching the spectacle, and I do not allow others to interrupt my viewing. Naruto seethed upon hearing this, outrage swelling within him. Do you treat the lives of others as mere entertainment? Sai glanced around and noticed fragments of clothing scattered across the ground. Kakashi-sensei, Lord Danzo has. Understood. I shall find a way to send out a message. Today, they must pay a price. Kakashi's expression was resolute. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Sakura's heart melted upon seeing the wounded Sasuke, her emotions overwhelming her. Who are you, Sakura? Sasuke's indifferent tone sent Sakura's heart plummeting. Had he truly forgotten her? Yet, when he uttered her name, a flicker of joy emerged, leaving her bewildered. Here she was, confronting a rogue ninja who had invaded their village. Yet he exhibited no desire to fight. Sasuke, what has happened to you? What is wrong with your eyes? Naruto's heart ached as he observed the blood trickling from Sasuke's eyes, memories of this man saving him flooding his mind. Especially that line, I never intended to save you. Yet my body acted of its own accord, you fool. Naruto longed to ask, fool, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly come to Konoha? Sasuke, it is not too late to turn back. I shall speak with Lord Hokage on your behalf. Kakashi implored gently. Remember what I told you. Hatred will only ensnare you deeper. Ha ha ha. Let me turn back. Kakashi, your words are so carefree. Do you have any idea how filthy and nauseating this village is? How they have treated the Uchiha clan, and Itachi as well? Sasuke laughed maniacally. Kakashi could not help but glance at the masked man, who merely shrugged nonchalantly. If change is not possible, then I shall be the one to bring destruction. And Konoha is merely the first stop. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, return. We are still comrades. You remain a member of Team 7. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, extending his right hand, fist raised, pointing at Sasuke. This is the symbol of reconciliation in Konoha. Among ninjas, every spar ends with this gesture, signifying the end of combat, with competition second and friendship first. Sasuke, you are no longer a child. Stop deceiving yourself. How much suffering did we endure in our youth? How many disdainful glances did we receive? Have you forgotten? Come, let us together obliterate Konoha and forge a new world, where you shall be the strongest Hokage. Sasuke, what foolishness are you spouting? If you turn back now, Lady Tsunade may still forgive you, Naruto shouted. Upon finishing his words, he felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach, as if something was about to emerge. Naruto, are you alright? Sai noticed Naruto's distress and inquired. I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell, Naruto replied, clutching his abdomen, his gaze still fixed on Sasuke. I cannot back down. My mission remains unfulfilled, and Itachi's will is yet to be realized. Killing Danzo today is merely a small interest. The scoundrels of Konoha, prepare to meet your doom. Sasuke remained audacious. Sasuke, enough? You just activated Susanoo today. You are still unaccustomed to it. The masked man swiftly approached Sasuke, preparing to take him away. We cannot leave just yet. I intend to eliminate these pests right here, Sasuke commanded the masked man. Your body has already exceeded its limits, and we are in Konoha. Soon, many skilled shinobi will arrive. By then, you will find it impossible to escape. The masked man, taken aback by the youth's audacity, wondered if he had truly been blinded by hatred. It is fine. Eliminating them will be a simple task. Susanoo. Yet before he could activate Susanoo, Sasuke was seized by excruciating pain. His eyes felt unbearable, and his mind throbbed as if struck by a hammer. He collapsed, fortunately caught by the masked man. Ah! Sakura could not restrain herself, crying out, Is Sasuke alright? Is his injury severe? Is anyone here to heal him? Kakashi turned away, unable to bear the sight. The folly of infatuation is truly terrifying. Sakura, please grasp the current situation. Sasuke is still a rogue ninja. Should we bring that girl over? I have heard she has learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. The masked man hesitated. Sakura, what are you doing? Come back, Naruto exclaimed, astonished at the girl approaching the enemy. I want to save him. His injuries are too grave. Is that all right? Seeing the pleading look in Sakura's eyes, the masked man could not help but recollect that woman, the figure who once haunted his dreams. We do not have much time. Hurry, the masked man urged gently, his tone shifting dramatically. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Could such a violent individual possess a particular sentiment towards a girl, or rather, a medical ninja? Sasuke, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Who could have done this to you? Sakura extended her hand, pressing it against Sasuke's body, her emerald green chakra swiftly staunching his bleeding. At that moment, the masked man had his back turned to her. A perfect opportunity had presented itself. Die. Sakura suddenly sprang to her feet, channeling chakra from her left hand into the shape of a surgical knife, striking fiercely at the masked man, while her right hand retrieved explosive tags from her ninja pouch, delivering them directly to him. Ah, you wretched woman. How could you betray my kindness? A cacophony of explosions quickly drowned out the masked man's curses. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, taken aback by the woman's swift transformation. Only Kakashi swiftly regained his composure, rushing to Sakura's side and taking her hand to flee. When the explosion subsided, what fell was not a corpse, but a piece of wood. Kakashi, sensei, thank you. Did you know about this all along? Sakura found it difficult to meet her teacher's gaze, her heart heavy with guilt. Your intentions were noble, but unfortunately, this adversary is too formidable. We may not even stand a chance against him, and now that you've provoked him, it will be perilous to approach. Kakashi sighed deeply. I'm sorry, sensei. It's all my fault. I only wanted to see Sasuke. Please forgive me. Sakura covered her face as she began to weep softly. Cheer up. There may still be a battle ahead. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, positioning it protectively in front of Sakura, while Naruto and Sai also readied themselves for combat. Let's call it a day. We shall return another time. Kakashi, your companions truly are naive. A ripple of spatial distortion appeared, and soon both Sasuke and the masked man vanished. What a pity it didn't come to blows, White Zetsu muttered. All right, it's time to leave. Today has been quite successful. With that, Black Zetsu burrowed into the ground. Naruto, are you feeling better? What on earth just happened? Kakashi hurriedly inquired. Sensei Kakashi, I don't know. It felt as if something had torn me open. I think I've experienced this before, similar to that time when we battled Itachi with Granny Chio. In that illusion, it felt like Itachi had given me something. Naruto strained to recall. What? You mean Itachi? He wouldn't engage in senseless acts. Could he have anticipated Sasuke's attack on the village? That would be utterly terrifying. This news must reach Lord Hokage immediately, Kakashi said, his urgency palpable. I've already sent word to Lord Hokage. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, Sai remarked, narrowing his eyes. Sakura, pull yourself together. Naruto is in a bit of a predicament. You should check on him, Kakashi advised, observing the girl who appeared somewhat dazed. He hesitated to raise his voice, aware that his teammate was in an unknown peril while she fretted over an enemy. I'm fine. Sakura must be feeling worse than I am. Naruto grasped Kakashi's hand. Let us return. Granny Tsunade is waiting for us. Naruto, allow me to carry you. Sai seized the opportunity to integrate himself into the team, quickly hoisting Naruto onto his back. Sakura, let us go. When we meet with Lord Hokage, we can discuss things in detail. And you must not act impulsively in the future, especially when the enemy remains unknown. One more thing. Sasuke has personally killed Danzo. He is no longer the Sasuke you once knew. Kakashi earnestly sought to counsel her. I hope this young girl can comprehend. Has Sasuke changed? I cannot believe it. Sakura murmured softly. Lady Tsunade, Naruto is fine. He is merely fatigued. He has been on missions continuously, remarked a woman clad in a black kimono, addressing the fifth Hokage. I hope Itachi does not pose a threat to Naruto. Tsunade rested her hands on the table, propping her chin, lost in contemplation. Why is the village's defense so feeble? Shizune, notify everyone to heighten vigilance. Although I am not fond of Danzo, his mysterious demise could adversely affect the village. Additionally, we must bolster protection for the two advisors. They are likely targets due to certain individuals. Understood, Lady Tsunade. What about Sakura? Shizune inquired with uncertainty. 3 days of wall facing, and yet when confronted with an enemy, she remains so oblivious, nearly jeopardizing her comrades. Moreover, how can a medical ninja charge into battle? Tsunade's anger flared. She had taken on 2 apprentices, neither of whom were easy to manage. Shizune, though obedient, was relentless in preventing her from indulging in drinking and gambling, 2 of her greatest pleasures. To have such joy stripped away was truly intolerable. And the other apprentice was even more troublesome. Having fallen in love at a tender age with someone without a hopeful future, she would inevitably suffer heartbreak. Kakashi, you may depart for now. Naruto will remain to continue his treatment. The village must enhance its defenses, and we shall keep Danzo's incident under wraps. This is overwhelming. Misfortunes seem to flood in one after another. Why do so many seek to create chaos in Konoha? Tsunade could not help but caress her forehead. Being Hokage was indeed arduous, yet there were still those who clamored to assume the role, dreaming of such a burden. A subtle smile graced her lips at the thought. I am fine now, Granny Tsunade. Allow me to undertake a mission. We cannot delay as Sasuke has yet to return, Naruto expressed with growing impatience. Until Sasuke's situation was resolved, he would remain restless, especially with Sakura in such distress. Enough. Be quiet for a moment. I summoned you here to ensure you receive proper treatment. Are you not aware that your body is currently in a precarious state? Tsunade admonished sternly. Moreover, he has already departed. You wish to bring him back, but he may not appreciate your efforts. This rogue ninja is far more culpable than Itachi. Look at this. Cloud Ninja has already issued a pursuit order. What? Did Sasuke truly commit a wrongdoing? How is that possible? Is he not merely seeking vengeance? He has already slain Itachi. Why has he not returned to the village? Naruto was perplexed. Sasuke had matured to the point of being able to single-handedly confront Danzo. Why then did he wander aimlessly? Oh, you foolish child, there are 2 factors at play. First, he has been misled, though you may not know by whom. Second, this reflects his true intentions. If that were not the case, the village would accept him. You can only pray for him. Naruto wished to press further, but upon meeting Tsunade's gaze, he lowered his head. Sasuke must have been influenced. That masked man seems to protect him so fiercely. Suddenly, a towering figure entered the Hokage office, breaking the tension. Who is this? Making such a ruckus. Arguing like children is not your style, Tsunade, he remarked. The Umbu operatives immediately tensed, ready for action. Who are you? Tsunade asked, perplexed. To enter this office unscathed was no small feat. If this were an enemy, their strength could not be underestimated. Beside the tall figure stood 2 individuals, a man and what appeared to be a woman. From the moment they entered, the The woman's gaze remained fixed upon Naruto. You made a wager, and it is time to fulfill your end of the bargain. The newcomer removed his hat and beard, revealing his true visage. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the room seemed ready to pop out in astonishment. Pervy Sage, you're alive, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Jiraiya. How have you been? Before he could finish his sentence, tears began to flow. All right. Strong men shouldn't shed tears so easily. See, I'm perfectly fine, Jiraiya chuckled. Just as two Umbu members were about to inquire, Tsunade silenced them with a glance, instructing them to leave the room. There's no need for such tension. I'm here in good health. Look, I've just returned from the land of rain, and their hot springs are truly magnificent, Jiraiya said, scratching his head as he began to recount his adventures. Just being alive is a blessing. Tsunade bit her lip, struggling to hold back tears. Tsunade-sama, perhaps you two should have a heartfelt conversation while we step outside, Zhang suggested, interrupting the moment. You must be Uzumaki Lan. I've heard of you. Thank you, Tsunade said as she stood to bow. Startled, Zhang quickly stepped back. There's no need for such formalities, Tsunade-sama. My connection with Jiraiya-sama runs deep. I acted on instinct to save him. Sister, let us step outside and not intrude upon their intimate reunion, Zhang said with a smile, gently pulling Naruto along with him. Intimate reunion, Tsunade blushed at the remark. Tsunade-baba, you're embarrassed. Oh, you share the Uzumaki surname as well? How curious. Just as Naruto attempted to greet Zhang, an unsettling churn arose within him. Damn it, Kushina, is it really you? Cursed seal, release me. I will tear you apart. With the roar of the nine tails, a surge of red chakra erupted from Naruto's abdomen. Zhang pondered, realizing it was likely connected to Kushina, who had been sealed within her. Unable to move, she had remained dormant until Naruto began to harness the nine tails chakra, at which point her unique chakra played a pivotal role. No wonder it was agitated. Calm down, sister. There's no need for alarm. Zhang quickly reassured Kushina, determined to keep her son safe. Who are you? You can see me? This is impossible. Such potent ocular power exists. A pair of gigantic eyes emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a gaping maw, the voice resonating loudly. Nine tails, behave, and you will be grateful, Zhang cautioned, not wanting to say too much, but insisting on maintaining silence for the time being. What? Your ocular power. It can't be. Before the nine tails could finish, it vanished, leaving Naruto in a state of confusion. Sharingan, are you from the Uchiha clan? Naruto recalled his previous encounter with the nine tails, where he had conversed with Sasuke, who had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, adeptly revealing what was once hidden. Now, this individual named Uzumaki also possessed the Sharingan. All is well, let us step outside. With that, Zhang snapped his fingers. What happened, Naruto? Jiraiya and the others immediately inquired. However, upon observing Lan's sudden daze, she felt a wave of relief when she noticed Naruto's chakra stabilizing. It seemed there was no significant harm done. Lan gently patted her head, realizing that the chaos had indeed affected certain matters. The nine tails could distinctly sense Kushina's presence. You stay here for now, perverted uncle. My sister and I will take our leave, Lan said, resolute in his decision to take Kushina away despite her reluctance to part. He quietly explained that it was for Naruto's safety. Fortunately, Kushina was quite understanding. She had sensed the slight chakra leakage from the nine tails moments earlier. Sister, I apologize. I didn't expect the nine tails sensing ability to be so formidable. After departing from the Hokage's office, Lan felt somewhat awkward. It's not your fault, brother. I've spent a considerable amount of time with the nine tails. The fate of us Jinchuriki is indeed tragic, but the tailed beasts suffer even more. They once lived carefree across the world, only to be sealed within the bodies of ninjas. I could feel the nine tails' fury just now, as if it wished to annihilate me. Kushina's profound understanding of the tailed beasts was unexpected. Those who have traversed the brink of death possess a different perspective. Indeed, it is only through loss that one learns to cherish. Her level of awareness surpassed that of most. The tailed beasts are also part of our future plans. So for now, we must endure for the sake of the Jinchuriki. Trust me, sister, we can achieve this. Seeing the determination in Lan's eyes, Kushina chose to believe him. Yet her heart ached for her son. There is no joy quite like that of a family reunion. Is there, sister? Lan revealed a trump card. He can also be revived? Kushina grasped Lan, her excitement palpable. Rest assured, leave it to me, but for now, we must remain calm, Lan urged once more. I believe in you, brother. After a moment of struggle, Kushina hoped that this day would not come too late, fearing she might lack the strength to accept them. Let us wait for the perverted uncle. They likely have much to discuss. You can also spend more time with Naruto. I trust Lady Tsunade will agree. However, it is indeed concerning that the Nine Tails can sense your chakra. Ah, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother. I can already see the tenderness in my teacher's gaze. Don't worry about me. I will maintain control. As you suggested, let us wait for our family reunion, Kushina said, unable to suppress a smile. There's no need to be polite with me, sister. Is that truly the case? How astonishing. Kushina exclaimed. We owe much to Orochimaru, although this technique is quite sinister. If the practitioner has a righteous heart, it can yield positive results. Tsunade dismissed Naruto, advising him to rest, and learned a shocking piece of news from Jiraiya. However, it was not the right time to inform Naruto. That was also Lan's intent, as Naruto still needed to grow. With Danzo's demise, the ensuing circumstances were quite unfavorable for Konoha, and since Orochimaru's time, the village had faced repeated assaults. Jiraiya harbored deep concerns for Konoha, as it was the village where he had grown up. After Kakashi returned with news, we convened an urgent meeting. Although Nagato did not inflict harm upon the village, the prevailing instability is concerning, and our understanding of the ninja world remains quite limited. The decision made by Konoha is to ally with the other four great nations, forming a coalition reminiscent of the era of my grandfather and Madara. Tsunade contemplated for a moment before expressing her thoughts. This strategy appears feasible, yet there is a fear that other nations may be unwilling to cooperate, as they too are victims. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade, having experienced war, is well acquainted with the devastation it brings. Regardless, we must attempt this endeavor, especially for future development. I shall support you. We will not linger for too long. Arashir is a man of great ambition, intent on altering this world. While I am uncertain of his confidence, the great sage of the mountains spoke of a prophesied child, and I suspect it is likely Nagato, for he possesses eyes akin to the six paths. Although his previous worldview was somewhat skewed, it has now taken a righteous turn, largely due to Arashi's influence. Is Arashir truly that formidable? He appears rather unremarkable, merely a member of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade mused. Recent significant events are all connected to him. Do not underestimate him. He possesses the Sharingan, and one must consider who else has access to such eyes. What? The Sharingan? Isnt that the cursed eye? Tsunade exclaimed, alarmed. Those who bear such eyes seldom meet a good end. A hint of worry crossed her face. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that his eyes possess extraordinary capabilities. The last assault on the village was largely due to his efforts. Otherwise, Konoha would have faced utter destruction. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. I am with him daily, which is why I am aware of this. When I have the opportunity, I will inquire with the great sage of the mountains. Jiraiya paused. Nagato now possesses the strength to take on substantial responsibilities. The future world will belong to the youth, and we shall assist to the best of our abilities. By the way, do you recall our previous wager? I have not forgotten. Ugh, such folly. This is the Hokage's office. Be cautious lest I throw you out. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, just as Jiraiya was at a loss for words. A tender kiss was bestowed upon him. He instinctively embraced the visitor, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of happiness. Life is truly wonderful, Tsunade reflected with a touch of melancholy. Do not dwell on other matters. Focus on your own responsibilities, Jiraiya advised, holding Tsunade as sunlight illuminated them both. How splendid it would be if time could pause at this moment, free from worries. If time cannot stand still, then we must strive even harder to create opportunities, ensuring at least a comfortable existence for the next generation, Jiraiya added, savoring the tranquility of the moment. He was willing to fight and toil for the sake of this peace. Poor Sasuke is gravely injured. He has been unable to move lately. I just received intelligence indicating that the 5 great nations are making significant moves, seemingly in connection with the Rain Ninja, aiming to unite their efforts. Black Zetsu returned with troubling news. Do not worry, they will not be able to unite. So many ninja have had their homes destroyed, and the accumulated grievances cannot simply be resolved in an instant. That fool Sasuke is truly reckless, allowing his thirst for vengeance to cloud his judgment, the masked man lamented. TSK, you were not much better back in the day, he added. Heijuya chuckled, though the sound was undeniably unpleasant. You needn't expose people's shortcomings. I am perfectly fine at the moment. If anything were to happen to Sasuke, our plans would falter. Heijuya expressed his confusion, questioning the wisdom of employing such a novice. This mere child, fresh in his endeavors, lacks the strength and intellect of the masked man. Do not underestimate Sasuke. His potential is immense, came the reply. He mirrors himself and others, proud and haughty, ultimately subdued by reality. He simply has not endured enough hardship and lacks parental guidance. We have the opportunity to mentor him properly. Perhaps we should train him as a double agent, akin to Itachi. There's another matter at hand. The Akatsuki organization is severely understaffed. You must recruit diligently, Kaguya fumed. After all, he was a significant figure behind the scenes of the Akatsuki. With many dead, fleeing, or injured, there were few capable hands left. And even basic rescues required his personal intervention. I will contemplate this, do not fret. As for training Sasuke as a spy, let us forego that. He currently requires hatred. Only through it can he grow swiftly. Moreover, do not covet his allegiance. He is destined to be a more suitable leader of the Uchiha clan than I ever was, warned the masked man. Understood. You Uchiha are fiercely protective, Kaguya replied, perplexed. When your clan is reduced to a solitary member in this world, you too shall act in kind. A flicker of sorrow shone in the masked man's eyes, for there were now merely 2 members of the Uchiha clan remaining. Kaguya paused, reflecting on his own existence, but quickly regained composure. I am his manifestation. He has perished, leaving me with no kin. Thus, I comprehend nothing of your emotional ties. I have long suspected your true nature. You are not human, yet possess a cunning intellect surpassing that of mortals. You possess knowledge beyond comprehension. Why does White Zetsu heed your words so? After years of my acquaintance with him, your influence surpasses mine. The masked man fixed a penetrating gaze upon Kaguya, sending a chill down his spine. If you truly wish to know, you may inquire of him, should you possess the strength to do so. With a grin, Kaguya nonchalantly kicked the ball away. What a nuisance. Itachi's crows are not yet fit for use. This troublesome sibling continues to cause unrest. I must resort to Itachi's SB plan. May he grant me favor. Meanwhile, Zhang pondered his circumstances while Jiraiya and Tsunade engaged in conversation, utilizing Shirsue's eyes again. After last time's considerable illusion, I will be nearly depleted afterward. I wonder if Kaguya will ensnare Sasuke. That old schemer is bound to have a plan. Brother, what troubles you? Kushina inquired, noticing his sudden stillness. Nothing, sister. I was contemplating whether controlling someone to protect Konoha constitutes harm or safeguarding, Zhang mused, meeting Kushina's gaze. If their intention is to protect Konoha, then it does not count as harm. However, if they are a villain intent on destroying the village, then you have performed a noble act, Kushina replied, her heart tightening as she observed the powerful illusion reflected in Zhang's eyes. Although its lethality was minimal, it could serve as a formidable weapon when combined with allies. It is not my desire to exert control, but rather that of his family, who wish for him to abandon his obstinate ways. Zhang contemplated the possibility that the chaos might also be affecting Urashiki. Although Urashiki initially intended to destroy Konoha, he ultimately found redemption. Zhang harbored no sympathy for such a villain, and after a thorough persuasion from Kushina, he resolved to implement Itachi's Plan B. With that in mind, only a bait was needed. Sister, would you care to join me on a mission? Zhang squinted at Kushina. She had been revived for quite some time, yet had not engaged in battle. Moreover, from Naruto's condition, it appeared that the Ninetales was quite resistant to Kushina's chakra, likely due to overwhelming past traumas. Of course, I would love to. I am eager to fight, Kushina declared, her fists clenched in a posture of readiness. Oh, the fiery spirit of a red pepper is indeed unmistakable, Zhang mused inwardly. Then I shall consult Lady Tsunade. This plan requires her approval. After all this time, our visit should not be seen as an intrusion. Zhang, lacking understanding of romantic entanglements and having no experience in love from his past life, had spent his days engrossed in games. Haha, it should be about time, Kushina chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Your plan is feasible, but might it not be overly simplistic? Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowing upon hearing Zhang's proposal. Did we not previously discuss a significant operation? This opportunity aligns perfectly, as they possess a robust intelligence network. This ruse could serve as an excellent cover. Moreover, judging by Sasuke's recent actions, he is quite different from before. His intent is simply to eliminate a few individuals. You grasp my meaning, I trust. Zhang presented a differing perspective. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded in agreement. I learned some details about the Uchiha matter after assuming the Hokage position, Yet the circumstances were complex, and the third Hokage could not devise a viable solution. Very well. Then, we shall proceed with you. However, we remain unaware of their hiding places. Fear not. Given Sasuke's character, he will surely come forth. Even with allies. We are not concerned. Our purpose is straightforward, Zhonglan replied with a smile. Let us hope that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan does not recur. For Konoha cannot withstand further turmoil. I shall issue a message. Tsunade promptly began preparations. In the Mist Village, numerous spies were present. Thus, this message must be credible to avoid revealing vulnerabilities. Sister, and I shall prepare accordingly, while the lecherous old man will be ready to assist us. Lady Tsunade, we will also require you to dispatch a team for our protection. These are trivial matters. I shall arrange it immediately. Someone, deliver this letter to the other villages. Tsunade commanded decisively, and soon a ninja was dispatched to handle the task. Now, let us see how our performance unfolds, Zhonglan said, appearing quite pleased. From the Mist Village, news arrived that the 5 great nations were indeed taking action. They intended to convene a summit of the 5 Kaguya. Black Zetsu transmitted the latest intelligence. Speak clearly and do not hesitate, the masked man admonished, visibly displeased. Is Black Zetsu still withholding information from me? This is becoming quite tedious. Additionally, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu would also be attending, having set out ahead of time. I feared that if Sasuke learned of this, he might seek revenge, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. He is still recuperating. Black Zetsu lowered his voice intentionally. To my surprise, Sasuke overheard everything. Are you not treating me as a teammate? Why wasn't I informed of such crucial intelligence? Sasuke stormed out, visibly enraged, declaring that those individuals must die. Black Zetsu, explain why you didn't inform Sasuke. Sasuke, this is clearly a trap. Let us not forget that the 2 advisors are quite advanced in age and cannot endure long travels. Even if it's true, consider the number of guards present, and the Hokage will be there too, along with members of the Umbu. Eliminating a Kaguya is no simple task, especially since we are desperately short on personnel. Black Zetsu shrugged off the concern, remarking on Sasuke's reckless nature. Even if it is a trap, what does it matter? After all, Danzo was killed by my hand. Sasuke, the pressing issue is not your personal vendetta. Konoha must be confronted. But our true objective lies within the entire shinobi world. You must broaden your perspective. The masked man spoke earnestly. However, conveying this to him is futile. He is consumed by hatred at this moment. Furthermore, we truly lack manpower and energy, so focus on managing your clan. Observing Black Zetsu's exasperation, the masked man felt a pang of sympathy. Previously, each member of the Akatsuki had their own tasks, but now the most idle among them had become the busiest. Everyone has their limits, especially when it comes to offending Black Zetsu. Perhaps it is best to let Sasuke be. I promise that in the future, you may have the opportunity to deal with those 2 yourself, but now is not the time for action. What if I refuse? Sasuke retorted stubbornly. And you? What kind of Uchiha clan leader are you, lingering in this wretched cave? Do you think you are a mere snake or rat? Sasuke had previously followed Orochimaru, spending all his time in a cave. Nothing has changed, and he is denied his chance for vengeance, which naturally fuels his frustration. Didn't I just say it was a trap? Why are you still so obstinate? Black Zetsu could no longer contain himself. If White Zetsu were here, at least he could handle the quarrels. Now, he had to intervene personally. What a world we live in. Regardless of its authenticity, I will go alone. Your company is unnecessary. Sasuke ultimately lowered his demands. In that case, Black Zetsu, accompany him for safety. Black Zetsu smiled knowingly. Your cleverness is commendable, as it essentially allows you to keep an eye on Sasuke. If he exhibits rebellious behavior, you can intervene promptly. Of course, if all goes smoothly and the target is eliminated, that is another matter entirely. You young ones truly lack the understanding of respecting your elders and caring for the young, making me travel such a distance just as the snow is about to fall. I am quite sensitive to the cold, Black Zetsu grumbled. The masked man quickly seized on 2 key points. Old? Afraid of the cold? The age reference is understandable, considering that the Uchiha in question has been dead for many years, and as his will, it's not surprising. However, fearing the cold suggests a physical issue. Normally, people fear the cold, but for Black Zetsu, such apprehension seems more indicative of his composition. Having studied Nagato's outer path closely, especially that black rod, could it be that it too originates from the outer path? It is not unreasonable to think that the Uchiha, upon nearing death, awakened an ability to communicate with the outer path, Yet something feels amiss. Black Zetsu glanced at the masked man, but remained silent, urging Sasuke to act swiftly. There are many more matters to attend to once this is resolved. Your body has yet to fully recuperate. Remember, Susanoo cannot manifest in its complete form, lest it lead to your demise, the masked man admonished gravely. You have never summoned Susanoo. How would you know? Sasuke scoffed. With but a single Sharingan. How could one dare to speak of Susanoo? Have you forgotten the multitude of Sharingan that adorn the walls? His secrets are many. Even I remain in the dark. A faint voice interjected. Fear not. This is my secret technique. The words uttered are known only to you. By carrying this miniature clone of mine, you can communicate directly should the need arise. Sasuke felt an unfamiliar presence at the nape of his neck, a minuscule entity, Black Zetsu's clone. Surely, it seeks to control me. These wretched individuals harbor ulterior motives. I shall play along, Sasuke remarked coldly. Do you also wish to dominate me? You regard me with such disdain. What is there that warrants your control? Upon reflection, Sasuke realized that apart from his Sharingan, he possessed nothing of value to the masked man and Black Zetsu. His identity as a member of the Uchiha clan now seemed a mere jest. Must you speak so harshly? We are comrades. After all, this is a matter of safety. Black Zetsu chuckled. Regrettably, Sasuke dismissed him and chose silence thereafter. Lord Minyan, we have traversed nearly half the distance. It would be prudent to rest now. As there lies a relay station ahead, Zhonglun whispered to the carriage, adopting the role of a ninja guardian. We cannot tarry. This mission is of utmost significance. And the two of us old-timers can still endure. Let us proceed. An aged voice emanated from within the carriage. I know not of the others. But you claim to be an ancient one, and you speak true. A haughty voice echoed from all directions, tinged with an undercurrent of malice. Enemy ambush. Protect the advisor. Zhonglun shouted, swiftly entering a combat stance, successfully drawing the attention of the two pillars. It is up to you now, Black Zetsu. Command those white beings to eliminate the guards while I personally deal with the two. Sasuke ordered without so much as a glance. In the end, I must take matters into my own hands. What a wretched fate. Come forth, Black Zetsu languidly instructed. What manner of beings are these? Neither human nor ghost. Are they clones? Protect the advisor. Charge forth. Too late. Sasuke scoffed, witnessing the colossal hand of Susanoo crush the carriage, where two elderly figures struggled within. Go to hell and apologize to Itachi. Sasuke's eyes widened, teeth clenched in fury. Who are you, and what is this technique? Someone come. Kokono cried out. Yet no one answered. Minyan, who would have thought after our years of toil for Konoha, we would ultimately fall victim to a traitor from within? How ironic. Who could argue otherwise? Itachi was once a traitor. Alas, the third Hokage was far too obstinate, leaving behind such a calamity. Little brat, for the sake of protecting Konoha, we shall fight to the bitter end. Sasuke suddenly noticed Minyan's eyes turning crimson, yet he paid it little heed, focusing instead on controlling Susanoo to crush the two figures. It was far too effortless. One would expect a high-ranking advisor from Konoha to possess at least the strength of the third Hokage. Yet, to his astonishment, they perished so easily. Black Zetsu, I have concluded my task here. It is time to depart. Sasuke called out several times, but received no response, and suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically. In the hallowed halls of the Uchiha clan's shrine, a lament echoed through the air. O foolish brother, you have arrived at this juncture. This is your elder brother Shin, my dearest friend. He sacrificed himself to safeguard our village and entrusted his eyes to me for your sake. A youth clad in the garb of the Konoha Umbu stood, his face marred by deep traces of tears. Beside him, another Umbu operative, tragically devoid of sight, stood in solemn silence. You must be Sasuke. I once cradled you in my arms when you were but a child. Itachi always spoke highly of you. Regrettably, I have no brother of my own, yet both you and Itachi are like brothers to me. I cherish you dearly. You are my family. However, our eyes have drawn the gaze of many, and our lineage has, from ancient times, been reduced to instruments of warfare. Itachi and I fervently wish for you to remain untouched, to live a life unburdened by strife. Shin spoke softly, yet the weight of his words was palpable. Alas, it appears you have been ensnared in this fate. The final Kotoame Tsukumi from my right eye is prepared for you. Sasuke, bewildered, cried out, No, you can't be dead. Where am I? What is this place? Despite wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he found himself under the control of another's eye. an experience reminiscent of the torment Itachi had once inflicted upon him with Tsukuyami. 72 hours of mental anguish revealed to him that Itachi had intentionally led him to relinquish his hatred. It was a pity that despite possessing great power, he had not heeded his brother's counsel. "You are all deceivers. Leave me," Sasuke screamed, clutching his head in despair. "Sasuke, it is your sacred duty to protect Konoha. Neither mother nor father wished for your demise. Do you know what father uttered before his passing?" Itachi closed his eyes, a pained expression crossing his features. "Before their deaths, mother and father implored me to look after you. Regrettably, you have ventured down a path of no return. I failed to care for you as I should have, allowing you to thrive in Konoha, to learn, to live, and to forge friendships. Enough. Do not speak any further. This is an illusion. All of it is false. I will annihilate those in Konoha who caused your deaths. I will kill them all. Sasuke, forgive me just this once. Perhaps it will be the last. I shall watch over you from another realm." Itachi smiled gently at Sasuke, wishing for him to become an even greater shinobi than himself. "Sasuke, the future burdens of Konoha now rest upon your shoulders. We are deeply sorry for leaving you with such a heavy weight. Your path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Yet both Itachi and I will be watching over you." Though Shisui was sightless, a smile still graced his lips. "To protect Konoha?" Sasuke murmured. "Sasuke, what ails you? Have you not already vanquished those two? Hurry, retreat." Black Zetsu felt a surge of relief upon hearing Sasuke's furious declarations of vengeance against the higher echelons of Konoha, a sign that he was still unscathed. Yet, it was unfortunate that this was all orchestrated by Zhang Lan, designed for him to perceive and hear. The events and figures within the illusion remained invisible to outsiders. Only sounds could be heard, and movements could be seen. As Sasuke succumbed to the Genjutsu, a long-forgotten notification finally appeared within his mind, igniting Zhang Lan's excitement. Change the fate of a highly significant individual. Reward: 5 resurrection puppets. The resurrection puppets can completely revive a person, provided it is under the auspices of the rebirth of the world technique, with further details attached. Reward: bloodline limit, fire release. Would release, all accompanied by comprehensive explanations. The number of individuals changing their fate: 5. The panel is set to upgrade to a system, with an upgrade duration of 12 hours, leaving 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. The chaos value stands at 3. Initially, Zhang Lan was filled with joy, reveling in the abundant rewards while also pondering the resurrection of Kushina and the others. After all, he couldn't possibly utilize the rebirth technique himself without severely depleting his vitality. Now, everything hinges upon the evolution of his Rinnegan. However, the chaos value has once again escalated, and Zhang Lan has come to realize that one must pay a corresponding price to obtain what one desires. Fortunately, the ninja world appears to have undergone minimal changes. Perhaps the timeline of the main storyline has shifted slightly, but as long as the characters do not grow too powerful, he can gradually develop his own strength, which still holds promise. The fire release technique is indeed a valuable asset, primarily possessed by the second Hokage. Finally, he has acquired wood release, enabling a swifter absorption of natural energy, potentially even reaching the level of the first Hokage. Without hesitation, Zhang Lan commenced his training. His mastery of sage techniques would soon become formidable. While Zhang Lan was engrossed in the panel, Kurizetsu had already taken Sasuke away. After a brief examination, he found no significant issues with Sasuke's condition. "Brother, what troubles you? Why are you suddenly lost in thought?" Kushina inquired, rising from the body of a fallen ninja. According to their plan, this group was to be swiftly eliminated. The nature of Genjutsu is such that only the caster can perceive its effects, and upon regaining her footing, Kushina noticed Zhang Lan's unusual demeanor. "I'm fine, sister. On the contrary, I am exceedingly happy. I can effortlessly resolve the issues concerning you and brother-in-law." At that moment, Zhang Lan was as elated as a child, far more joyful than when he cleared a dungeon. Mention of Minato caused Kushina to blush, lowering her gaze. Yet she felt compelled to express her grievances. "Let us wait a little longer. We only need to fulfill 2 more conditions. We are not pressed for time." Zhang Lan patted Kushina's shoulder. "I trust you, brother. I hope that day arrives swiftly. Lady Tsunade, they should also be prepared." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Lan collapsed. "Brother, what is the matter?" Kushina hurriedly unleashed her medical ninjutsu. She observed Zhang Lan's right eye gradually transforming into an ordinary black pupil. "I'm fine. Thank you, sister. This eye has nearly completed all its missions. I hadn't anticipated the demands of the otherworldly deity to be so high. After years of cooldown, it's essentially rendered useless. Zhonglan attempted to rise, but was halted by Kushina. Focus on your recovery. Your health is paramount. Thank you, sister. Let us return. It is unsafe in these desolate surroundings. In her haste, Kushina had overlooked the external environment, but upon Zhonglan's reminder, she immediately became vigilant. Fortunately, they were still within the land of fire. Venturing beyond its borders would significantly heighten the danger. In an underground cavern, Kurizetsu addressed the masked man. You have checked, right? Is there an issue with Sasuke? Why does he keep murmuring? The masked man looked at Sasuke, his brow furrowed. There should be no problem. I have examined him. And he was exceptionally brutal in eliminating those two. He crushed them without giving them a chance to escape. However, their guards were woefully inadequate, despite their numbers. They couldn't even withstand the white Zetsu clones. Kurizetsu contemplated the scene of the battle carefully. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must concentrate our efforts on the matters at hand. Regardless of whether those two have perished, it holds little significance. What truly matters is the expulsion of the torment within Sasuke's heart. That individual has arrived. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity to meet. Black Zetsu advised. Understood. I shall await Sasuke's awakening. I have examined him thoroughly and confirmed that he is indeed unscathed. Black Zetsu, with an understanding demeanor, took his leave, though he regrettably noticed the mark on Sasuke's right ear. It seems I must await a more opportune moment. I cannot rely on Nagato's Rinnegan. I must devise alternative methods, lest I provoke his wrath beyond endurance. Itachi, do you truly wish for me to safeguard Konoha in this manner? If so, I shall become a double agent, much like you. In truth, Sasuke's return has stirred a conflict within him, as he grapples with accepting his own identity, all while concealing any signs of vulnerability. Itachi, what have you endured to cultivate such a broad-mindedness, able to act with unwavering resolve, even against your own kin? I understand your motives are for the village, but why not consider our clan as well? Sasuke pondered, perplexed. Did the third Hokage not proclaim the existence of viable solutions? Why must they act so impulsively? The Uchiha clan's cursed fate should not be so grim. Sasuke lamented the loss of a once mighty clan that has vanished without a trace. Is not a clan, a village, a nation all subject to the same fate? Shursui and Itachi fought valiantly to protect the village, yet in the end, it failed to bestow upon them the honor they deserved, leaving them to dwell in obscurity. Thus, I shall inherit your will, employing my own methods to protect Konoha and transform the ninja world. Sasuke rose to his feet. You are awake. I sense your chakra is somewhat disordered. Have you been ensnared by Jinjutsu? The masked man inquired. I encountered Itachi and Shursui, Sasuke replied calmly. And what did they convey? I resonate deeply with their spirit. Yet their methods are too singular. Therefore, I require your assistance. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the masked man. After a prolonged silence, the masked man shattered the rare tranquility. Your evolution in thought signifies your growth. Regardless of your past experiences, our ultimate objective aligns. I shall not constrain you, just as I shall not constrain Itachi. The masked man regarded Sasuke, perceiving only calmness and composure in his eyes. Isn't it rather tragic that we are now the last of the Uchiha? Perhaps it is for the best. Devoid of attachments, we can accomplish much. Sasuke's expression remained impassive. However, I must summon my Hawk team members. Their abilities will prove invaluable. That is a trivial matter. They shall arrive shortly. Your Susanoo has been wielded with remarkable precision. Soon, we shall embark on significant endeavors, but first, I recommend that you and your comrades rest. I have a rendezvous with an old acquaintance. Do as you please, but do not disturb me. Sasuke swiftly issued his dismissal. What manner of place is this? It is ominous, devoid of sunlight. A young boy with sharp teeth appeared listless, nursing an incomplete wound on his right arm. Suigetsu, you fool, you'll eventually become as desiccated as dried fish, a red-haired girl, supporting her glasses, shouted. Enough of your clamor. We shall soon reunite with Sasuke. He is just ahead, declared a robust young man, pointing forward. Dear Sasuke-kun, how delightful it is to see you once more. Is this truly Sasuke? Why does his chakra feel so chilling? The woman, initially radiant, suddenly changed her expression. You've arrived. Sasuke opened his eyes, and Team Hawk assembled once more. Xiangling, what's that expression on your face? I have merely endured great trials and suffered pain beyond your imagination. Please tell me we are not embarking on another perilous mission. I cannot bear it. Shuei lamented. The wounds from the last encounter with the Eight Tails had yet to heal. The lightning techniques of the Cloud Shinobi inflicted significant harm on him. Sasuke, what has happened to you? You have changed drastically since we last met. You are not the Sasuke we once knew. Xiangling adjusted her glasses once more. I'm not concerned about any of you. I will follow Sasuke regardless. Chongwu quickly fell into line. Everyone, quiet down. The reason I called you here is for another mission. The Eight Tails has escaped, which is a humiliation for Team Hawk. Our next task is to protect a certain location. Sasuke's words were astonishing. What? Protect? Wasn't our team's mission to hunt tailed beasts? Shuei exclaimed, incredulous. Your mind is still intact, isn't it? If Xiangling said that, I could believe it. But coming from you, Sasuke, it's truly hard to fathom. Sasuke-kun, is there something you cannot share? Xiangling offered comfort. I am truly exasperated. Upon seeing Sasuke, one becomes speechless. Just moments ago, who was making all that noise? Showing no semblance of decorum? Can you not remain silent for a moment? Sasuke replied with exasperation, do not bicker upon first meeting. Protecting something is far more challenging than destroying it. This is it. Sasuke must have lost his mind. Shuei covered his head. Sasuke, where are we headed? We are ready at any time, Chongwu promptly affirmed. What sort of teammates are these? One infatuated, another as well. Alas, what a fate. If you enjoy soaking in Orochimaru's tank, you need not join us, Sasuke issued an ultimatum. Oh, is that so? Shuei scoffed. What about the other weapons you promised me? The decapitation blade has broken again. Poor blade. Not at the moment, but there should be some in the future. Shuei, you fool. Say less. Sasuke-kun is getting angry. Xiangling continued to be infatuated. Here is the map. Familiarize yourselves, as the upcoming task is crucial. Sasuke tossed the map aside and departed. All the essentials for daily living are here. The 5 Kage. Upon seeing the map, Shuei became animated. There are several weapons in the land of water. We should be able to acquire them this time. Wow, splendid. Konoha Ninja Hospital. Lon, I must responsibly inform you that, from a medical standpoint, half of your eyes have already perished. It is advisable not to overuse the Sharingan. Just look at Kakashi, who returns bedridden for half a month each time, Tsunade warned. Frowning at Zhonglong. Lady Tsunade, I am still present. Isn't it inappropriate to speak of others in such a manner? Kakashi found himself caught in the crossfire. It's a miracle I didn't scold you. Do you not know the condition of your own body? You can strive to complete your missions, but you must not overexert yourself. When have you ever returned without being carried in? Under Tsunade's nearly murderous gaze, he could only lower his head in acknowledgement. Tsunade, is Lon's eyesight really that severe? Could it have worsened from the last time? The task against Sasuke should have accelerated the deterioration. Kakashi, Tsunade acts in your best interest. After all, these are not your own eyes. Exercise caution. As for that lecherous old man, let us refrain from further discussion about him. Indeed, the repercussions of not having one's own eyes can be quite significant. Personally, I have no concerns. This, in fact, is a fortuitous turn of events for me. Well, never mind. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Lon hesitated, then interrupted. Take good care of your injuries, Kakashi. You shall remain here to guard, Jiraiya commanded. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya had bestowed upon Kakashi such a remarkable gift, he held him in the highest regard. Truly, he is a master. The works he creates are in a league of their own, and to witness such a captivating novel in this lifetime is both admirable and awe-inspiring. Words of praise flowed abundantly, akin to the waters of the heavens, never to run dry. Tsunade wished to utter a few more words, but upon observing Zhonglan's unconcerned demeanor, she decided against it. Your body appears to be recovering quite well. However, do take care with your eyes and ensure ample rest. We must depart. There are numerous pressing matters at hand. Leave my sister here. Kakashi, you may accompany that lecherous old man. Zhonglong gestured toward Kushina. The others understood Zhonglong had matters to discuss with Kushina and discreetly withdrew. Brother, are you truly all right? Kushina seated herself beside the bed, her face etched with worry. Rest assured, Lord Tsunade has assured me there is nothing to be concerned about, Zhonglong replied with a smile. Moreover, I have conceived a splendid method for your true revival. Just yesterday, the thought crossed my mind. Is that true? Kushina expressed surprise, touched that Zhonglong, even in a reclined position, was contemplating her resurrection. Wouldn't that be harmful to you? If there is any risk involved, I would prefer not to be revived. After all, this state is quite satisfactory as it is. Fear not, there is no issue whatsoever. Zhonglong gazed at Kushina, a vision of beauty, and he grappled with the notion that she was not truly alive. However, he needed to wait one more day. First, he must ensure his own recovery. In truth, he was awaiting the completion of a system upgrade. Of course, this secret must remain undisclosed. I shall wait for you. Rest well while I stand guard at the door. Kushina composed herself. By the way, sister, please notify Yahiko to come as well, Zhang Lan stated unexpectedly. Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of resurrecting herself was already extraordinary, but now he suggested reviving 2 individuals? Brother, are you serious? Do you intend to bring back both of us? I cannot be certain, Zhang Lan admitted. The system has yet to complete its upgrade. Let us invite him. Who knows what fortunate events may transpire? One must always harbor hope in this life. Zhang Lan's emotions mirrored Kushina's, both filled with excitement. Even if Yahiko could not be revived, offering him a glimmer of hope was a positive gesture. Furthermore, Yahiko was a formidable leader. The Akatsuki had thrived even in the most challenging of times, earning Zhang Lan's admiration. If they could all return together, it would be even better. The resurrection of individuals from the original Nagato, along with Obito's revival of Madara, demonstrated that the rebirth technique is not limited to just one individual. Nagato's resurrection of many was due to the souls being within the grasp of the Hell Realm. The rebirth technique directly released the souls, allowing for such a multitude to be brought back. Ultimately, this led to his own demise, while Obito, after unleashing the rebirth of the samsara, did not perish immediately. Combining these 2 points, Zhang Lan surmised that the release of the rebirth must be related to quantity. However, the interface provided him with a crucial item, and his Rinnegan was also capable of upgrade, leading him to believe that there would be minimal aftereffects. Even if there were repercussions, it would still offer a glimmer of hope for Yahiko, would it not? Time passed swiftly, and before long, a day had gone by. Zhang Lan had fully recovered, and the system had completed its upgrade. Eagerly, he opened the system to observe, and thankfully, it did not disappoint him. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could be upgraded to Rinnegan, with the condition of devouring 2 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingans. The resurrection limitation of the Rinnegan, 2 individuals at once, with a cooldown period of 1 month. Instructions for use. This technique transcends the 6 paths of reincarnation to be used with caution. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lan finally felt at ease. The system did not indicate that the caster would perish. The earlier concerns had dissipated. Inviting Yahiko to join was initially a casual thought. Yet he harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps it could enable the resurrection of multiple souls, which would indeed be a boon. Nevertheless, the priority remained to upgrade his eyes. He was also curious about Orochimaru's situation, as his current Sharingan was in high demand. Lan, I heard you were unwell. A robust male voice resonated from outside the door. It was Yahiko. Yahiko, you look quite well, exuding a leader's aura, Zhang Lan jested. I've heard you've been governing the Rain Village remarkably. No, it's all thanks to Nagato and Konan. I must tell you, Nagato is brimming with enthusiasm now. His leg is nearly healed, Yahiko replied with evident joy, as if it were his own limb. However, Konan has been feeling rather down lately. I understand, Zhang Lan said, patting Yahiko on the shoulder. Let the lecherous old man prepare a tranquil place. You and your sister should come over. Yahiko was elated, especially upon hearing about Kushina. He was filled with exuberance and admired Zhang Lan for achieving what even Nagato could not. After confirming several times with Kushina, he finally stabilized his emotions. After all, who would willingly embrace death? If one could live, why not cherish life? Brother, Jiraiya-sensei has also arrived, along with Tsunade-sama. They expressed their desire to accompany us. The resurrection of individuals was not akin to the impure world reincarnation. It was of profound significance, something even the ninja god, the first Hokage, could not accomplish. Moreover, with Tsunade being a medical ninja, she would surely be of great assistance. Very well, let them all come. Let us bear witness to this miraculous moment. In the hidden training room of Konoha, tranquility reigned, and no one would disturb them. Lan, remember that safety comes first. If you feel any discomfort, terminate the process immediately. Tsunade cautioned Zhang Lan earnestly. Tsunade was right. Your existence bears greater significance, and I believe Yahiko and Kushina feel the same way, Jiraiya added, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at Zhang Lan. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits, Zhang Lan replied confidently. Now, you all remain silent and do not interrupt me. Zhang Lan entered the system interface and commenced the upgrade of his Sharingan. Fugaku's eyes had already awakened the Mangekyo and transformed into the eternal Mangekyo, consuming 2 Sharingan in the process, leaving him with 7 Sharingan remaining. Upgrading Fugaku's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan yielded an unexpected reward. The eyes of Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, granting the ability to foresee and subtly alter the future, albeit usable only once. The potential for evolution into the Rinnegan remained uncertain. During the transition to the Rinnegan, Zhonglan found himself in a quandary. Both Shisui and Fugaku possessed formidable ocular powers. However, Shisui's eye had nearly lost its potency. This upgrade was unlike previous gaming experiences, where characters would emerge fully rejuvenated after leveling up. The dilemma weighed heavily on Zhonglan's mind. Fugaku's ocular prowess was indeed impressive, yet it held little significance for him personally, as he was already well acquainted with the trajectory and evolution of the ninja world. Despite the interference of chaotic variables, it was not entirely decisive. Conversely, Shisui's eye bore a different weight. It was the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kotoeme Tsukumi, and one of his eyes resided within Naruto, waiting to fulfill its mission, potentially to serve other purposes thereafter. Most crucially, it was said that Shisui could activate Susanoo with just a single eye. Though this was largely speculative and perhaps fanciful conjecture from past online discussions, possessing both eyes would undoubtedly enhance its activation. Hence, Zhonglan resolved to utilize Shisui's eye. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. System, upgrade my Rinnegan using Shisui's eye. Zhonglan clenched his fists with determination. Confirming the choice of Shisui's eye as the foundational basis, the upgrade commenced. The system registered 150-100, upgrade successful. Uchiha Shisui's right eye transformed into the Rinnegan. Its foundational abilities included the Rinnegan's innate techniques, summoning the Outer Path's demonic statue, capable of absorbing external energy and restoring oneself, alongside the explosive heavenly star. The unique ability to manipulate time and decelerate the flow of time within a defined area came into being. In all, Zhonglan marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of his newly acquired abilities. It was apparent that the Rinnegan possessed unique powers akin to those of the Rinnegan wielded by Sasuke and Madara in the original world. Sasuke could manipulate space, while Madara had the ability to summon invisible clones. However, Zhonglan's power surpassed them, allowing him to manipulate time itself. It seemed that his abilities were indeed intertwined with those of the Sharingan, and he was fortunate to have avoided utilizing Fugaku's eye, which might have demanded greater sacrifices. Given that his own Sharingan was already limited, it was imprudent to acquire 2 non-original Rinnegan, especially considering the constraints of one's physical constitution. Obito could only implant 1 Rinnegan at a time, while Madara had to consume Hashirama's cells to awaken his dual eyes. Shisui's eye appeared to possess greater strength, and remarkably, all residual effects had vanished, mirroring the recuperative benefits found in games. He would need to foster a good rapport with the prince. Sister, Yahiko, are you prepared? I am about to commence the technique. Prior to entering this secret chamber, Zhonglan had retrieved 2 resurrection puppets, now lying alongside Kushina and Yahiko. Of course, ordinary individuals were oblivious to this. Only those possessing the system could perceive it. Shinobi art, Rinnegan's innate technique. As Zhonglan unleashed the ninjutsu, a vibrant green energy emanated from the Rinnegan, gradually merging the resurrection puppets with Kushina and Yahiko. Their forms began to emit white smoke, and the previously hollow gaze of the Edo Tensei began to heal, their bodies gaining vitality, akin to fresh flesh. It was a marvel indeed. In the blink of an eye, life was being restored. Tsunade praised the phenomenon, her eyes reflecting astonishment. The most profound sensations are experienced by the 2 individuals, whose souls reside within this corporeal vessel, as their bodies gradually transition from the void of sensation back into flesh. Over time, Zhonglan exhausts his ninjutsu, feeling utterly drained, and collapses, his body weakened. Tsunade swiftly conducts an examination. There appears to be no significant issues. It seems his spiritual energy has been depleted, but physically he is relatively intact. Upon hearing Tsunade's assessment, Jiraiya feels a sense of relief. If he were to revive the 2 and anything were to happen to Zhonglan, it would truly be an unfortunate loss. Teacher, Jiraiya-sensei. The voices of 2 resonate simultaneously, causing Jiraiya to turn instinctively, and as he slowly looks back, he sees 2 familiar figures, tears streaming down his face. The revived duo is equally overcome with emotion. Jiraiya embraces them tightly, murmuring, "It is truly wonderful to be alive. I'm sorry for making you worry, but it was thanks to Lan. Where is he? Is he all right?" Yahiko surveys the surroundings, anxious as he does not see Zhonglan. "Fear not, dear child, he is merely fatigued. Tsunade is attending to him," Jiraiya reassures. As he regains composure, he turns to Kushina. "Now that you have reunited with Naruto, do you believe he will be overjoyed?" "Teacher, I cannot say," Kushina replies. Her emotions still raw, tears flowing as if she is attempting to release years of pent-up grievances. "Jiraiya-sensei, I never imagined I would see you again. In that moment when I was pressed by Hanzo, despair consumed me, and I lamented not being able to journey onwards with Konan and Nagato. During my time in the Rain Village, I realized they were not living happily, fighting daily against the world's tribulations. Teacher, I wish for you to guide us in seeking a path forward, just as you once did when you taught us ninjutsu." Yahiko gazes earnestly at Jiraiya. "I am aware of your sentiments. Fortuitously, I have been guided by the prophecy of the great sage Toad, and I was certain that Nagato was the child of prophecy. Alas, it is regrettable that I could not accompany him to the end, allowing him to stray from the righteous path. However, it is never too late. Everything unfolds as it should. Without rain, how could there be a rainbow? The beauty of our present time is all the more precious," Jiraiya reflects, as if he has traversed another realm. Had he not heeded Lan's words, he might never have encountered so many familiar faces today. Nor would he have witnessed such a heartwarming scene. Now that Kushina has also been revived, it is evident that her absence was due to not properly caring for Minato and his wife. Upon learning of their sacrifice for the village, he too felt a tremor of doubt within. Was this ninja world truly the one he sought? How many innocent ninjas had perished? His own abilities felt woefully inadequate until he met Naruto, who anchored his wandering heart. Though somewhat clumsy, the boy embodies the qualities of a true protagonist. Perhaps it is the protection of his parents' spirits from above. Very well, let us await Lan. We shall fight side by side once more. Teacher, I am suddenly filled with anticipation for our family's reunion. Kushina continues to weep, but these are tears of joy. I shall remain until he awakens. Though I am eager to share this moment with Konan and the others. Mayahiko also expressed his anticipation for Aaron's awakening. You need not worry. I am perfectly fine. This is merely my first attempt at this ninjutsu, and I am still becoming accustomed to it. I shall improve next time, Zhonglan said with a smile. Attempting to rise, only to be halted by Tsunade. You must not be so reckless in the future. Your worth is far too significant. What if another village were to abduct you? Tsunade's concern was palpable. In this world, there are countless souls yearning for resurrection. If everyone were to be revived in such a manner, chaos would ensue. It is imperative to comprehend the risks and limitations of this technique. This is a unique ninjutsu of the Rinnegan, achievable solely by those possessing it, and can be regarded as a manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths power. Zhonglan elucidated briefly. The restrictions of this technique are considerable. It can only be employed once a month, and resurrection comes at a cost. Originally, it demanded a life for a life from the caster, but I possess a peculiar form of medical ninjutsu that allowed me to survive. This world adheres to certain rules. Resurrection is not limitless. Therefore, Lady Tsunade, there is no need for excessive concern. I shall not misuse this technique. That is certainly reassuring. Yet I fear that if you were to exploit it endlessly, it would indeed violate the world's regulations, Tsunade sighed. It appeared she had uncovered certain obscure truths. Zhonglan, intrigued, pondered whether there were matters unknown to him as a time traveler. It is not so much a secret as it is a tale concerning my grandfather. The first Hokage, Tsunade revealed, startling even Jiraiya, who was nearby. My grandfather, a seasoned warrior, was still in the prime of life when he perished shortly after battling Madara. He too had transgressed the world's rules. The Senju clan excels in healing, while your Uzumaki clan is most adept at sealing techniques and other forms of study. My grandfather sought to learn Senjutsu through wood release to heal his body. However, the extensive use of healing techniques had already wrought havoc upon his health. Attempting to rectify this with Senjutsu only exacerbated his ailments. At this point, Zhonglan began to comprehend. Initially, the first Hokage's life was drawing to a close. Yet he had somehow procured a ginseng that promised to extend his life by an additional 50 years, thereby embarking on a completely new chapter of existence. This blatant defiance of the world's regulations was akin to a slap in the face, and the world's consciousness would undoubtedly resist such a breach. Zhonglan had previously dismissed these notions, but with the emergence of his system and his inexplicable transmigration, it seemed as if he bore a specific mission to facilitate a more orderly operation of this world. Such a thought was unsettling upon reflection. However, in truth, he harbored regrets regarding the deaths of many individuals from his former life and various events. Regardless of the underlying intentions, there would inevitably come a day when the truth would be revealed. Moreover, he felt no remorse for his current endeavors, as they appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. Furthermore, Tsunade had just disclosed a piece of information. The first Hokage likely learned Senjutsu through wood release. In this world, only 2 individuals could wield wood release, and Yamato's abilities were a result of artificial enhancement, thus not granting him access to the core techniques. This revelation instilled Zhang Lan with greater confidence in his own burgeoning mastery of Senjutsu, which, in its flamboyance, was far more captivating than the mundane hand signs of the honest practitioner. The system has granted itself 5 resurrection dolls, of which 2 have already been utilized. Moving forward, both Minato and Itachi are pivotal to the resurrection. If we adhere to the original narrative, Naruto is destined to be the prophesied child, a title likely inherited from Minato. Had Minato refrained from employing the 8-trigram seal, he could have raised young Naruto alongside him. However, the village would have suffered the loss of the 9 tails, solely because of Kushina's wistful desire to witness Naruto's growth, which ultimately solidified his resolve to utilize the grim technique of the Reaper Death Seal. The world has undergone significant transformations due to his arrival, leading to the emergence of a chaos value. Zhang Lan has begun to comprehend the significance of this chaos value. The more events he alters in this world, the greater the chaos value becomes, potentially complicating his journey. Yet, Zhang Lan harbors no regrets. There are no lingering doubts, and he has reaffirmed his original intentions, resolutely continuing his plans. Lord Hokage, we have intelligence. The Umbu have located Tsunade, a voice announced. Speak. Is it news from the other nations? Tsunade surmised, recognizing that this time frame pertained to the impending 5 Kage summit. Indeed, this is the moment to discuss the specifics of the meeting, so I request that you return to your deliberations. Understood, I shall depart shortly. Allow me a moment more. You may leave, Tsunade instructed. Tsunade-sama, I have a request. I hope you will send Yamato and Naruto to the Cloud Village. This is the most suitable time for Naruto's training, Zhang Lan proposed, glancing at Tsunade. Ideally, he would prefer to send his sister as well. Zhang Lan was aware of Kushina's sentiments, yet the presence of the 9 tails hindered direct contact with Naruto. Thus, he had preemptively arranged the necessary groundwork. This is feasible. Last time, the Raikage was irate over the capture of the 8 tails, which resulted in their escape. Currently, only 2 Jinchuriki remain. The Cloud Village possesses a training ground specifically for Jinchuriki, which would be ideal for Naruto. We shall ensure Kushina accompanies him, Tsunade decisively concluded. I share your sentiments. After all, my sister is quite eager, Zhang Lan remarked. Yahiko, you should return to prepare. The upcoming days may not be tranquil. Zhang Lan gazed at the ceiling, seemingly deep in thought. I will consult with Nagato regarding the next steps for the Rain Village. Of course, we will require your support, Tsunade-sama, as well as that of Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko, ever humble, remained cautious in the presence of his mentor and future mentor. I had previously briefed Nagato. He should know the course of action by now. At present, my body has yet to fully recover, and many matters will need to be entrusted to you all. Lan, focus on your recovery. We will handle the rest, Jiraiya asserted, his enthusiasm palpable as 2 of his beloved disciples had returned to life, and his bond with Tsunade continued to flourish. Moreover, there is a high probability that Minato will also be resurrected, rendering his mentorship remarkably fulfilling. Once you have made your decisions, I shall temporarily assume the role of the patient. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. I find myself quite fatigued and in need of rest. With that, Zhang Lan reclined, and the remaining individuals gradually took their leave. A sense of unease enveloped Zhang Lan. Was something ominous truly on the horizon? Jiraiya, having known Lan the longest, had never witnessed him so listless. Perhaps the resurrection had indeed left its mark. Hokage-sama initially intended for the 5 Kage summit to be held in Konohagakure. However, the other Kage disagreed. Lord Mifune of the Land of Iron suggested that a neutral location, devoid of affiliations with the 5 great nations, would be most suitable. Thus, we must embark on our journey there. The Umbu ninjas tread cautiously, as the previously made decision has suddenly changed, and I failed to promptly inform the Hokage. It matters not, it is all the same. Perhaps this decision stems from a sense of unease, fearing the presence of spies, especially since this summit marks a rare gathering of the 5 great nations. Prepare accordingly, and we must fortify Konoha's defenses. Tsunade did not express anger. Her earlier suggestion to host the summit in Konoha was merely a gesture of hospitality. Each Kaguya is a formidable figure, possessing their own agendas, and thus the location is of little consequence. By the way, have Shikaku and Kakashi ready themselves to accompany me. Initially, I did not foresee the necessity for a guard, but it has now become indispensable. Tsunade promptly instructed. Understood, Hokage-sama. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Another arduous battle awaits us, Tsunade murmured. However, with Jiraiya in the village, I feel reassured. Upon saying this, her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of a love-struck young girl. The decision to select a guard was made after careful consideration. Shikaku's intellect, combined with Kakashi's copying abilities, would greatly facilitate negotiations with the other Kaguya. Sensei, do you think my brother is all right? I sense he is somewhat unhappy. Kushina expressed her concerns about Zhonglan. That boy is stronger than you realize. Yet everyone carries their own burdens. He will overcome this hurdle. Though I am unaware of his specific struggles, you and Yahiko have returned, which is a cause for celebration. Jiraiya seemed oblivious to Kushina's worries. I feel that whenever the 5 Kage summit is mentioned, my brother's mood shifts negatively. Could there be something at the summit that troubles him? Kushina inquired discreetly. As for that, I cannot say. Perhaps I should ask Tsunade, Jiraiya mused, stroking his nose with an air of mystery. Never mind, just enjoy your time with the teacher. I shall sneak a visit to Naruto. I won't play with you any longer. With a cheerful bounce, Kushina departed. Remember Zhonglan's words, do not get too close, as it may harm Naruto, Jiraiya reminded. Understood, I will be cautious. The assassin Zhonglan lay in bed, contemplating the upcoming 5 Kage summit. According to the original timeline, the masked man would arrive with Sasuke to create chaos and assess Sasuke's newfound abilities, while Danzo, the acting Hokage, would also be present, and Tsunade was still bedridden. The critical point is that the masked man would announce the 4th Great Ninja War. This battle would result in devastating casualties, with not a single commander from the Leaf headquarters escaping. Moreover, the reanimated renowned ninjas from various nations would exert severe pressure on the ninja coalition. Most infuriatingly, his current body was no longer suitable for combat. Thus, he would have to rely on Nagato to act in his stead. Upon leaving the Rain Village, he had already conferred with Nagato. Yahiko would signal him at the appropriate time, and unexpectedly, the Rinnegan awakened earlier than anticipated, reviving Kushina and Yahiko, thereby facilitating the forthcoming plans. The scourge of war. Even traversing through time cannot alter this prevailing trend. One can only strive to save more lives amidst the chaos of war. Until now, I have lacked the time to study the soul-sealing technique. But now I find myself in a state of mind conducive to earnest learning. The techniques of the Uzumaki clan are reputed to be formidable. Reflecting on Kushina's words and combining them with Minato's illustrious legacy, a wave of joy surged through Zhonglan. With a system at my disposal, mastering and perfecting this technique could yield significant advantages in the impending ninja wars. Resolute in my decision, Zhonglan quickly immersed himself in the study of the soul-sealing technique. It is indeed a fascinating art. The soul-sealing technique involves binding the soul, preventing it from acting independently. A tangible example can be found in the realm of humanity from the 6 paths of pain, which can extract a person's soul, ultimately leading to its absorption and storage by the King of Hell. This ability also has the potential to resurrect the souls of the other 6 paths. Conventional sealing techniques merely confine the physical body to a specific location, space, or object, rendering the host immobile. Techniques such as the tail beast sealing, the iron sealing of the 8 tails, and the 8 trigram sealing of the 9 tails exemplify powerful sealing methods. However, the Uzumaki clan's soul sealing technique is even more advanced, as it directly seals the soul of an individual. If a person loses their soul, it is easy to surmise the dire consequences. They are perilously close to death. Yet, even within the Uzumaki clan, few possess the ability to employ this technique due to the immense control required over the soul. As Itachi aptly stated, every technique has its vulnerabilities, and the greatest weakness of the soul-sealing technique lies in its demand for an exceptionally potent soul. Should one's own spiritual strength falter, the technique may instead consume the user. Consequently, only a handful within the Uzumaki clan can wield this ninjutsu. as the initiation itself is exceedingly arduous. The hand seals of an ordinary ninja are insufficient for this technique. One must use their soul to perform the seals. What does it mean to use one's soul for sealing? It implies that the soul must leave the body, which for a normal person signifies imminent death. Upon encountering this technique, Zhang was taken aback, filled with admiration for the ingenuity of the Uzumaki ancestors. Perhaps this is tied to their unique physiology, as evidenced by Kushina's survival even after the extraction of the 9 tails. Had there been a dedicated healer present, it might have been possible to restore her. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for their robust constitution and formidable spiritual power. If the initiation proves so challenging, the cultivation of this technique is even more daunting. Initially, Zhang had few expectations, but the thought of the realm of humanity from the 6 paths of pain sparked a bold idea. After resting in the Hidden Rain village for several days, Zhang discreetly communicated with Nagato. He pondered the potential effects of the realm of humanity being applied to himself. The primary function of pain is, of course, to resurrect the souls of the other 6 paths, a process that falls within Nagato's unique ability granted by his Rinnegan. Others, however, are unlikely to learn this technique. Even with his own Rinnegan, Zhang finds it unattainable, as the powers awakened by the Rinnegan are inherently random, akin to the unpredictable nature of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. As a higher form of ocular power, the Rinnegan embodies a greater complexity. In addition to his unique abilities, he possesses certain fundamental skills. Even if Zhang desires to master the soul sealing technique, he must first meet the prerequisite conditions. Subsequently, he must rely on the realm of humanity to successfully complete his learning. Therefore, he has chosen to simplify the soul sealing technique into a new form of sealing art. Conventional sealing techniques, such as the evil sealing method and contract seal, are ineffective against those who have undergone the impure world reincarnation. The army of the impure world reincarnation is exceedingly formidable in the upcoming ninja war, impervious to death or destruction. Thus, sealing techniques are the only solution. Each ninja village's sealing techniques are notably rudimentary, prompting Zhang to resolve to create a novel sealing art. Initially, Zhang contemplated the notion of extracting the soul. Since only the realm of humanity can perform this feat, he devised a method to seal the soul or spirit in a specific location, rendering it immobile and unable to function. Much like a car, even with an engine, if it is not connected to the drive shaft, it cannot run. Zhang recognized that the most stable form is the triangle, which possesses remarkable stability. He named this sealing technique the triangular seal, designed to encapsulate the heart, brain, and central nervous system. This allows the individual's thoughts to remain active while preventing their body and other parts from moving. Consequently, this individual can be effectively sealed. However, sealing is not a definitive solution. The impure world reincarnation technique necessitates that the caster reverse the hand seals. Moreover, should the reincarnated individual be aware of this seal, they may also unbind themselves. Zhang became engrossed in the creation of the triangular seal, utterly absorbed in his work. Meanwhile, due to Mitsuba's suggestion, the 5 Kage summit was scheduled to take place in the Land of Iron. At this moment, the Land of Iron was experiencing low temperatures, with heavy snowfall blanketing the area. This realm is rather unique, as it is devoid of ninjas and inhabited solely by samurai. Hence, Mitsuba stipulated that each Kage could only bring 2 bodyguards. This arrangement tested the synergy among the guards, ensuring that even in the event of conflict, their abilities would complement one another. The Tsuchikage from Awagakure brought along Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, while the 4th Reikage of Kumogakure was accompanied by Darui and X. The 5th Hokage of Kanahagakure had with him Shikamaru and Kakashi, and the Mizukage from Kirigakure was joined by Chojuro and Ao. The Suna ninjas, naturally, were represented by the formidable trio of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Among them, Gaara, the youngest, was also the previous host of the One Tail. However, in terms of overall strength, Suna's capabilities were significantly inferior to those of the other villages. Ideally, if no disruption occurs during this meeting, extreme measures would be unnecessary. The primary objective of the 5 Kage Summit is to deliberate on the future development of ninjas, as well as how great and small nations can coexist peacefully and how the tailed beasts should be allocated. The issue of tailed beast distribution was categorized during the inaugural 5 Kage Summit convened by the first Hokage and other ninja villages. Regrettably, The One Tail through Seven Tails have all been captured by members of the Akatsuki organization, leaving only the Eight Tails and Nine Tails in existence. Thus, the question remains as to how to allocate and protect these two remaining tailed beasts. The highlights of this conference revolve around the formidable fourth Hokage, a robust figure exuding an aura of intimidation with his well-developed muscles. Prior to the clash between the Hokage and Tsunade, there was another epic showdown of shinobi prowess, an arm wrestling match. Despite possessing the formidable lightning release chakra, the Hokage was bested by Tsunade, a woman, which left him with a deep-seated resentment towards her. Furthermore, the most potent tailed beast, the Nine Tails, was allocated to Konohagakure, while the second strongest, the Eight Tails, was assigned to the village hidden in the clouds, further souring the Hokage's opinion of Konoha. Years ago, there was an attempt by the Cloud Village to seize the secrets of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, resulting in the tragic sacrifice of Hisashi Hyuga in order to quell the ensuing conflict. This event fostered a profound animosity within Niji Hyuga towards the Cloud Village, which was, in fact, orchestrated by them. However, to maintain a balance between nations, Konoha had no choice but to make such sacrifices. Consequently, the relationship between the Hokage and Konoha became increasingly strained. Is there truly no one left in Konoha? How could they appoint a woman as Hokage? Where are Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin? The Hokage scoffed. Regrettably for him, Tsunade, having once bested him, paid him little mind, leaving him in a rather awkward position. The men beside him, Darui and Ki, were blunt and inept at conversing with women. My lord Hokage, such remarks are rather unfounded, interjected a striking woman clad in blue, 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi. Women can indeed hold their own in this world. Furthermore, our esteemed Tsunade is not merely renowned as one of the Sannin. She is also the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Are you not aware that she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage? At that moment, the interplay between women unveiled a spontaneous spark of camaraderie. Tsunade regarded Mei with a fleeting glance. Mei, upon catching sight of Kakashi behind Tsunade, was momentarily captivated. What a handsome young man. Would you consider becoming my groom? Her words sent a ripple of embarrassment through Chojuro and Ao. Mizukage, we are here for a conference, not matchmaking. Please exercise restraint, Chojuro replied, exasperated. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, witnessing this comical exchange, stifled a laugh. She was one of the few women present, though her abilities had yet to reach the level of a Kaguya. Her role as a bodyguard was nonetheless significant. Let us cease the pleasantries and address the matter at hand, declared the Tsuchikage, the most senior among them, having once faced off against Uchiha Obito. Regarding the issue of the smaller nations, I propose we incorporate them into our own territory. We can provide them with basic necessities, but they must also contribute to their own development. This approach would help mitigate many conflicts among the smaller nations. The Tsuchikage's bold proposition was met with immediate dissent. We cannot agree to that, Tsuchikage. The resources of our water country are exceedingly limited. We survive on an island. This arrangement would be highly disadvantageous for us. The resources we require from the sand country far exceed what your nations need, the Mizukage asserted, her stance resolute. As a great nation, we bear the responsibility to protect smaller nations. Great powers have emerged from humble beginnings. Throughout history, numerous nations have vanished without a trace, and I wish to prevent the loss of more legacies. I propose that every nation should preserve its original form. Tsunade stood up, her demeanor resolute. Hokage, I believe this is a personal endeavor of yours. Isn't it true that Konoha has close ties with the Rain Village? Our land of lightning is abundant in resources. We possess a variety of them, and I do not support your proposal. We could establish a marketplace to facilitate trade, whether through purchasing or bartering. Lord Hokage, do you not think you are being excessive? Gaara, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. As Lord Mizukage mentioned earlier, both our sand and water countries face significant resource scarcity. Much of the conflict we experience stems from resource disputes. If we wish to resolve this pressing issue of war, equitable distribution of resources is paramount. I do not comprehend the allocations made by our predecessors, but it is essential for us to maintain a harmonious ninja world moving forward. If the distribution is uneven, greater conflicts are inevitable. Tsunade glanced at Gaara, a friend who had once fought alongside Naruto, and nodded in acknowledgement. Now serving as the Kazekage, Gaara exhibited remarkable maturity. A leader who cannot consider the welfare of their villagers loses the essence of their role. Both villages and nations require development. which invariably involves resource considerations. This leads to a convoluted debate regarding distribution. Regardless of the approach, there will always be dissent. We are currently discussing how great nations coexist with smaller ones. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of resources. Tsunade felt exasperated, particularly with so many Kages and their guards present, making discussions exceedingly challenging. Our stance in Konoha is that great and small nations must coexist peacefully. Smaller nations possess their own cultures and heritage. Certain legacies must not be severed from our hands, a sentiment I believe Lord Ōtsutsuki understands well. That Ōtsutsuki lifted his gaze towards Tsunade. Indeed, you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Your perspective is distinctly unique. Konoha likely has the most extensive heritage, with many prestigious clans and hidden jutsu. It is no wonder that other villages might covet such secrets. Upon hearing this, the Raikage's expression shifted, as if caught off guard, for it was an overt implication of sending agents to pilfer Konoha's Byakugan, an assertion he would surely deny. By that logic, Lord Ōtsutsuki, are you willing to share the secrets of a Wagakure? Ōtsutsuki deftly redirected the conversation back to the Raikage. If you are willing to share the secrets of Kumogakure, we will gladly reciprocate. The Raikage promptly closed his mouth, realizing the sharpness of the Ōtsuki's retort. If no one opposes, let us proceed with this matter. Now, let us discuss the issue of resources. Unexpectedly, a discordant voice pierced the air. A vortex formed, and from it emerged a masked man accompanied by several cloaked youths. Sasuke! Uchiha Sasuke! Two voices suddenly resonated. Before the crowd could react, the colossal fist of Raikage surged forth, aimed solely at Sasuke. Kakashi and Darui immediately prepared for battle. For Sasuke still retained a tenuous connection to Konoha, despite his unilateral declaration of being a rogue ninja. I never expected you to actually show up, Sasuke, Kakashi muttered, surprised by Sasuke's unexpected appearance alongside the masked man. This certainly solidified his identity as a rogue ninja. What could their intentions possibly be? Raikage's fist did not strike Sasuke. Sasuke possessed his own lightning techniques, and though not as swift as Raikage, his Sharingan allowed him to perceive Raikage's movements with clarity, enabling him to evade the attack successfully. Kid, I didn't think you had it in you. To dodge my attack under my lightning cloak, you are truly the first among the younger generation. If you weren't a rogue ninja from Konoha and the murderer of Killer Bee, I would genuinely like to have a conversation with you. For I have yet to encounter such a formidable lightning user from other villages. Raikage's tone suggested that Sasuke's deeds had reached other ninja villages. While lightning users were common in the land of lightning, other villages also possessed their own formidable lightning ninjas, like the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a master of the water shield technique. Thus, Raikage felt a sense of mutual respect. Raikage is genuinely furious. After all, the rogue is his best friend's brother, Darui interjected, taking on the role of commentator. That kick was impeccably executed. The Uchiha should have been unable to evade it. The angle was simply too tricky. What? He actually dodged it? Oh right, he has the Sharingan, allowing his eyes and body to keep pace. This fellow possesses remarkable combat talent. He has even begun to learn the Raikage's lightning cloak. Raikage suddenly accelerated, his hair standing on end, indicating he had entered the second state of his lightning cloak. Sasuke was now in peril. Look at that punch. It's incredibly swift. I wouldn't be able to dodge it, Darui exclaimed, only to be met with a shocking outcome. Raikage's punch landed solidly on Sasuke's chest, yet strangely, there was no blood. Only a blue ethereal apparition that had intercepted Raikage's massive fist. What in the world is this? Raikage furrowed his brows, his expression reflecting disbelief. In his second state of the lightning cloak, his hair stood on end, and combined with his furious countenance, he appeared quite formidable. I can't help but activate Susanoo, the masked man remarked, shaking his head. Though Raikage is swift and strong, activating Susanoo now seems a bit premature for defense. Amaterasu. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Raikage, and a ball of black flames suddenly manifested before him. Fortunately, Raikage's speed allowed him to evade, the flames scorching the samurai behind him. Isshiki quickly shed his armor, narrowly escaping death. Damn it, how does he know my abilities? Sasuke pondered, realizing that even Raikage could not outpace Amaterasu. It seemed his intelligence had been compromised. He cast a glance toward Konoha, where he noticed Tsunade giving him a nod. It's time to bring this farce to an end. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Sasuke, what are you doing? Can't you handle Raikage? Do you need my assistance? The masked man interjected. No need. You two little rascals. Are you here to enjoy the performance, or to engage in a brawl. If it is the former, you have certainly mistaken the venue. If it is the latter, the old man is more than willing to oblige. At this moment, the earth shadow ascended, floating gracefully in the air. This is the earth shadow's extraordinary light body technique. If I were to master it, my speed would undoubtedly increase. The lightning shadow, equally exhilarated, remarked on the shortcomings of the cloud ninja, who, upon witnessing the treasures of other villages, yearned to pilfer them. Would you believe me if I claimed I came to stir up trouble? The masked man mused languidly. Regardless of his intention, the objective remains the same, to eliminate. Although I do not relish violence. Boil, release, lava, exclaimed Terumi Mei, and in an instant, a surge of boiling gas enveloped the two. Unfortunately, the masked man vanished swiftly, leaving Sasuke in a predicament. This bloodline limit is formidable. Sasuke must swiftly extricate himself from the technique's range. The masked man suddenly reappeared in another location, offering timely counsel. It is not over yet. Lava release, falling technique. A barrage of fireballs, resembling molten lava, quickly surrounded Sasuke. The armor of Susanoo began to melt under the intense heat. Indeed, to attain the rank of 5th Hokage requires immense strength. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement, far surpassing the thrill he experienced when confronting Danzo. However, it seemed Sasuke was nearing his limit, which was understandable given the might of the 5 shadows. Amaterasu, Sasuke invoked in a moment of urgency, a sphere of black flame encircling Susanoo. Yet, the agony in his right eye forced him to kneel. The pain was unbearable, and blood began to seep from his right eye. This young man possesses an innate talent for combat. He has devised a countermeasure with remarkable speed. Such an individual cannot be allowed to live. Sasuke, displaying his keen intellect, opted to control the technique to aid himself. Though he acquiesced to the masked man's scheme to disrupt the 5 Shadows Summit, he could not bring himself to harm anyone, for such an act would tarnish the reputation of the Leaf Village. Casting a distant glance at Kakashi, he noticed a flicker of concern in his eyes. Regrettably, Amaterasu demands an exorbitant amount of chakra, and the precision required is exceedingly high. If you cannot manage, leave it to me. In the face of such formidable foes, you are still too inexperienced. After uttering these words, the masked man swiftly transported Sasuke away. I had hoped to engage in meaningful dialogue with you, yet all I have received is conflict. Thus, let us settle this once and for all. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Fiery dragons erupted, scattering in every direction. Water release, water barrier. A ninja skilled in water release promptly cast a defensive technique. But the onslaught was not over. Suddenly, a multitude of black flames emerged from the void. Sasuke's Amaterasu. This fellow is truly monstrous. Who would have thought Amaterasu could be wielded in such a manner? Space ninjas are indeed troublesome. Everyone, protect yourselves and rely on your own abilities. This flame is indeed peculiar. Dust release, dust world separation technique. The Earth Shadow proclaimed. Unleashing the dust release, a rare bloodline limit that fuses 3 elemental types, uniquely mastered by him. Its effect is evident, capable of disassembling all matter into its atomic components. Just as the crowd grappled with their distress, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mysterious figure clad in black appeared, extending his arms to shield the group, gradually absorbing the black flames. What? Another person has arrived, and he can absorb ninjutsu? Who on earth is this? The crowd was astonished. Yet, only Tsunade remained composed. What is going on here? The Earth Shadow inquired, sensing the underlying truth and unable to restrain his curiosity. Recently, I have heard that Konoha was attacked, presumably by individuals possessing extraordinary ninjutsu. Tsunade paid no heed to the Tsuchikage, remaining in tranquil meditation. Nagato, the masked man exclaimed in astonishment. How could he possibly be here? Regret washed over him. He had once wished to heal Nagato's legs, but alas, Kaguya had always obstructed him. Oh, how he lamented his past choices. The masked man felt a pang of sorrow, while it was evident that Nagato was now targeting him, though he could not fathom how he had arrived at this juncture. I am a ninja from the Rain Village. Although I lack the qualifications to participate in the 5 Kage Summit, I have been entrusted by Lady Tsunade of Konoha to assist the 5 Kage, Nagato stated calmly. I hail from a small nation. Yet even small countries can cultivate exceptional ninjas, though I may not be the most distinguished among them. The assembly fell silent, pondering how one with such peculiar and arcane absorption ninjutsu could be deemed anything but extraordinary. My apologies, everyone. I merely seek a helper to avert unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid any unexpected occurrences, yet here we are. Tsunade rose, fists clenched, gazing at the other Kaguya. Why do you oppose me? The masked man inquired, directing his gaze at Nagato. It is not I who stands against you, but rather you who confront us. Nagato retorted effortlessly. It seems that your rhetoric has sharpened during our brief separation, the masked man observed. Yet you still fall short. It is time for you to return what is rightfully mine. It hardly seems to belong to you. Their exchange was veiled in cryptic dialogue, leaving the others increasingly anxious. What on earth are you doing, Rain Ninja? The Raikage's explosive temper flared. Perhaps you should ask him what his intentions are, Nagato replied, not turning his gaze away from the masked man. To think there exists someone who comprehends strategy better than I. I truly wish to meet him in person. Nagato, do not heed the words of others, the masked man implored earnestly. Listening to your counsel has not yielded favorable outcomes, Nagato countered, as they seemingly slipped back into their enigmatic discourse. Both of these individuals harbor issues, that Tsuchikage said. Let us eliminate them together. The Raikage's fist was soon hurtling toward them. If you refuse to reveal your identity, we shall treat you as adversaries. Dust release, outer path destruction. That Tsuchikage, too, was incensed. After all, they were the leaders of the 5 great nations, not mere children playing games, and would not tolerate such frivolous banter. Cease this at once. Both of you, Tsunade interjected, her irritation palpable. It was evident that the Rain Ninja was there to assist, and the masked man's reluctance to strike was surely due to his apprehensions. Did these muscle-bound individuals truly fail to comprehend this? Regrettably, the Raikage and Tsuchikage had misidentified their targets. The Raikage's fist effortlessly passed through the masked man's form, inflicting no harm, while the Tsuchikage's dust release was swiftly absorbed by Nagato. Do you see? They would strike you as well. Join forces with me, and together we shall forge a perfect world. You are once again lost in fantasy, Nagato replied, fully aware of his surroundings. That was merely your desire. My aspirations have been realized with the help of another. Nagato recalled the moment Yahiko returned to the village, feeling as if the world had suddenly become illuminated, with all previous shadows dissipating. The 2 individuals he had longed to protect were now before him. They constituted his entire world. Who, in the end, is truly to blame? Initially, I sought to intimidate the 5 Kaguya with force, while casually proclaiming the Eye of the Moon plan. Yet suddenly, an interloper appears. Who is the true disruptor here? The masked man felt a deep frustration, as the carefully prepared lines he had rehearsed now lay unused. Nagato remained relentlessly aggressive. The 5 shadows continue to cast their watchful eyes, and I find myself standing alone. Tell me, who is it? The masked man can no longer restrain himself. You wouldn't recognize him even if I told you. My mission today is to ensure you remain here. Suddenly, a mechanism extends from Nagato's shoulder. Do you truly believe such a trifle can restrain me? We shall see once it is tested. Nagato chuckles. After our last encounter, I became acutely aware of my shortcomings, particularly in dealing with spatial techniques, prompting me to collaborate with Zhonglan. Ultimately, we devised this invisible bomb. How laughable. Have you made no progress? You have deeply disappointed me. What? Before the masked man could revel in his triumph, his right arm suddenly exploded. Did you not anticipate this? This weapon has been specially modified for you. Although I evaded 2 bullets earlier, there was a third. I failed to see it. Has it become invisible? The masked man frowned. Ha. Shall we try another round? Nagato laughed heartily at his discomfiture. The masked man clutched his right arm, now severed, realizing that someone had uncovered his secret. Surely it cannot be Kakashi. I shall let this day end here. However, do not assume you have emerged victorious. We shall have our opportunities. With that, a vortex formed in the air, and he vanished. Only the corners of Nagato's mouth curled upwards. It seems it is time to commence the battle. What a pity to be rendered so inconspicuous while lying in bed. The sealing technique has reached an impasse. I hope they can complete their task successfully. Zhonglan mused as he gazed at the ceiling. Nagato, are you all right? Tsunade approached to offer comfort. I am fine, Lady Tsunade. It is merely the cunning of our adversaries to blame. At least we inflicted significant damage to one of their arms. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Why the silence? You pride yourselves on being a great nation, yet today you rely on the assistance of a small nation? Tsuchikage, I ask you, aside from you, who can withstand Amaterasu? Feeling Tsunade's ire, that Tsuchikage could only reply softly, perhaps no one. My abilities are limited, and I cannot protect everyone. By the way, Tsunade, How did you come to know of such an occurrence? Could it be that you? That Tsuchiki's eyes widened in surprise. Tsuchiki, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must choose their words wisely. As you mentioned, Konoha was attacked, and the assailant was the fleeing masked man. This Rain Ninja has assisted us with his formidable jutsu, which is why we in Konoha have chosen to recognize him, Narashikaku explained eloquently. Who are you to speak here? Reikage shouted. Suddenly, feeling someone tugging at his arm, he looked up to find Hiki, who quickly shook his head in disapproval. Reikage, please mind your language. Tsunade stepped forward once more. He is my strategist from Konoha, Narashikaku, and all his words represent my authority. Do you not feel ashamed? Shikaku felt a swell of excitement. Lady Tsunade's boldness was commendable. In truth, in such a setting, there was little room for him to speak. Initially, he intended to simply accompany Kakashi, but now that the Tsuchiki had challenged him, he had no choice but to step up. You boast of being a great nation. Yet have you exhibited the magnanimity and openness befitting one? Today, it is this small nation's ninja who has once again driven away the troublemakers with his strength. Tsunade patted Nagato on the shoulder. That exquisite visage surveyed the individuals present. There is little more to articulate. Even the smallest of nations possesses its own heritage and depth. Furthermore, do not entertain thoughts of monopolizing such invaluable resources from the small nation. Tsunade's gaze fixed upon Reikage, instilling a sense of unease within him. Thus, I advocate for the survival of the small nation. If you concur, please raise your hand. After Tsunade concluded her statement, a discourse ensued among the assembly. Perhaps it is true that the Rain Ninja holds considerable strength, while other smaller nations, such as the Land of Waterfalls, reportedly face existential challenges. The Earth Shadow interjected. Moreover, I recall that the Sound Ninja Village is the former stronghold of your rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha, Reikage suddenly remarked. As the Sound Ninja Village lies in proximity to the Cloud Ninja Village, and Orochimaru had previously visited there, prompting me to pay closer attention to the neighboring smaller nations. You are veering towards the next topic. Tsunade expressed her impatience, furrowing her brow. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Nagato interjected unexpectedly. May I speak for a moment? Certainly, young man. You have the floor. The Earth Shadow gestured for Nagato to proceed. It is likely that everyone yearns for peace, but what constitutes peace? And what does the future hold for ninjas? A dear friend once imparted to me, rather than adhere to the rules, it is preferable to shatter them. Indeed, great and small nations perceive issues differently. However, one cannot dismiss the role of smaller nations. In times of war, especially, we small nations endure great suffering. Today, I do not wish to impose upon anyone. If we can discuss policies of peace, I, too, am a wayward soul seeking redemption. And I possess no authority to speak of peace. I merely hope for a period of development and space for the small nations. Nagato articulated his thoughts with conviction, his resonant voice compelling Koharu to be the first to raise her hand in agreement, despite Choji's frantic gestures proving futile. I, too, concurred. The Sand Shadow, Gaara, raised his hand. I also agree. Reikage appeared somewhat reluctant. The old man is weary and wishes to refrain from battle. I, too, agree. Now, let us return to the day before yesterday. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? What capabilities do you have? The masked man regarded the individual before him with disdain, clad in a crimson coat and spectacles, his skin pallid. This man was Kabuto Yakushi, who, following Orochimaru's demise at the hands of Sasuke, remained steadfast in his pursuit of Orochimaru's research, as he had nothing else to cling to. I am aware that you look down upon our research, yet that is not a valid reason for your refusal. I have only just begun to reclaim my true self. This world has rotted away. Therefore, let us join forces, Obito. Kabuto laughed heartily, his demeanor reminiscent of a serpent. You are aware of everything? The masked man initially sought to dispute, but reconsidered. His true identity would inevitably be unveiled. I know far more than you can imagine. Observe this, the reanimation jutsu. Kabuto's gaze was fixed intently on Obito, as though he had ensnared him. What? Where did you acquire this? Obito was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the figure within the coffin. Even I could not trace this. Who exactly are you? Obito's composure faltered slightly. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your identity. Are you now prepared to collaborate with me? Furthermore, this is not even the complete form. After a moment of silence, Obito relented slightly. How do you propose we collaborate? There is no need for excessive measures. We each have our designated roles. I shall assign you a group of aides. provided you assist me in publicizing our endeavors. Yakushi Kabuto has not made any unreasonable demands, yet this leaves Obito feeling uneasy. Unless this individual is a genius, they must be a fool to expect anything in return. You are to disrupt the 5 Kage summit while I seek an invaluable item. It is time for you to reveal your true intentions. Yakushi Kabuto licked his lips. You are as repugnant as Orochimaru. The sight of Kabuto's tongue naturally evoked thoughts of Orochimaru. Beneath your feet lies an abundance of white zetsu. You should be aware of their capabilities. Our quantity and quality far surpass that of ordinary shinobi, although high in combat prowess is somewhat scarce. I see. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. I await your good news. With that, Yakushi Kabuto departed, and the coffin gradually vanished. I was initially in command, but alas, today's meeting was a dismal failure. In an open expanse, Obito appeared, troubled by the presence of Nagato, making an assault nearly impossible. How unfortunate that Nagato is here. I hope things go smoothly for Kabuto. Captain Yamato, have you arrived at the correct location? There seems to be nothing here. Naruto gazed at the increasingly dense forest, filled with confusion. This must be the right place. The map clearly indicates so. A wide-eyed Leaf Jonin pondered over the map. Hey, your map is upside down. Can we please be a bit more reliable? Naruto sighed in exasperation. Ordinarily, Captain Yamato was quite dependable, yet today he seemed entirely out of sorts. Moreover, why are only the two of us visiting the Cloud Village? It feels as though Granny Tsunade is rather dismissive. Naruto, that should suffice. The Hokage and others are preoccupied. It is fortunate that I am able to accompany you, as you were initially meant to come alone. Yamato adjusted the map, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Are you certain you want me to go alone? I seem to be more directionally challenged than you. What exactly are we here for? Had you not mentioned it? I almost forgot. We were instructed to locate someone named by along the way, yet we have no idea what they look like, making it quite difficult to find them. Yamato rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. The primary objective is to protect you, you know, as there are many nefarious individuals outside. It appears fortune is on my side, as I have the opportunity to encounter the Nine Tails, a task left incomplete by pain. It seems destined for me alone. An unsettling voice pierced the air, startling the nearby birds into flight. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? Yamato exclaimed, genuinely perplexed as to why the Hokage had assigned him to escort Naruto to the Cloud Village. You are Kabuto? What on earth happened to you? Naruto shouted. The Kabuto before him still wore glasses, yet possessed a serpent's tail, the head flicking its tongue towards the two. It was rather unsettling. Why do you carry a snake around? Don't you find it slippery? Naruto inquired, shaking his head. Snakes are quite charming creatures. You simply do not understand. However, before reaching the Cloud Ninja, seizing the Nine Tails here would not cause any trouble for anyone. Truly a fortuitous opportunity. Yakushi Kabuto licked his lips, his body instinctively lowering as if preparing for battle. The Hokage would never send just 2 individuals to the Cloud Village, especially when you are speaking of the Nine Tails. With that, 3 tall Leaf Jonin emerged. What a significant display of power. It turns out they are the guardians of the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Kakashi, Narashikamaru, and others. If I am not mistaken, there must be additional individuals as well, for the few of you are insufficient. Do expressed a hint of disdain. It is no wonder that he is a spy trained by Orochimaru, well versed in the history of Konoha. A ninja, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Spoke up, since you are aware that we are the guardians of the 4th, you should also comprehend the significance of the yellow flash. It seems you are quite formidable. Could it be that you possess the 4th's techniques as well? Shinjin, why waste words with him? Let us capture him and be done with it, said a man with a bandaged nose. Hey, Captain Yamato, aren't they the instructors from the Chunin exam? How is it that they are still the guardians of the 4th Hokage? They seem quite powerful, exclaimed Naruto, his excitement palpable at the mention of the 4th Hokage, whose legend resonates throughout the ninja world. The youth idolized him, as did Naruto. Gentlemen, might you share tales of the 4th with me? Do, now sprawled on the ground, hands and head nearly level, resembled a serpent from a distance. I apologize, but before our guardians, you shall not act recklessly, Shinjin declared, immediately unleashing a ninjutsu. So impatient. If you want to comply, I shall capture him myself, Do retorted, swiftly dashing toward Naruto. Rido, quickly protect Naruto, Shinjin shouted. No, his target isn't me, Captain Yamato. Be cautious. Naruto had also remained vigilant, secretly gathering natural energy. Just a second before Do could act, he entered Sage mode, greatly enhancing his perception of the surroundings. His target is not me. Everyone, protect Captain Yamato. As Do approached Naruto, he suddenly grinned wide, opening his mouth grotesquely to devour the stunned Yamato. Too late. Haha. Do's enormous maw was about to engulf Yamato when a few paper flowers floated through the air. Do glanced at them with curiosity. With a resounding explosion, the blast slowed Do's movements, and Yamato promptly reacted, instantly unleashing wood release to form a defensive barrier. Damn it! Who are you? Do, regaining his human demeanor, turned to look behind him. How did you know my target was Yamato? Thanks to Naruto's sage perception, if your target were truly Naruto, you wouldn't have come alone. I am aware of how crucial the Nine Tails is to you. A melodious baritone voice resonated. Are you Pain? I thought you were dead. Do exclaimed. You are partially correct. My previous name was Pain, but I now go by Yahiko. Yahiko introduced himself, yet his hands did not cease their movements. Water release, water shark bomb technique. A torrent of water surged forth, crashing against Do and forcing him to alter his trajectory, while Yamato, Naruto, and the guardians of the fourth Hokage regrouped. You have greatly underestimated Konoha. How could we arrive at the Cloud Village with merely 2 people? Yamato chuckled, scratching his head. Captain Yamato, you nearly fell into their clutches. Your composure is remarkable. However, why would they seize you instead of me? Naruto inquired with curiosity. It must be for the wood release technique. For only the first Hokage possesses such ninjutsu in this world, which could prove immensely beneficial to them. Is it Yahiko? I wonder if this was also divulged to you by the Hokage. Yahiko discerned Kabuto's intentions, causing him to regain his clarity in an instant. Could there be others privy to Obito's secret in the matter of White Zetsu? Yet, his tone revealed uncertainty. Isn't Captain Yamato's wood release merely for constructing houses? What makes it so exceptional? I recall Captain Yamato signing an agreement with the village's lumber merchant last time. Alas, he was swindled and had to build houses to repay his debts. Naruto murmured while observing Yamato. You little brat, what do you know? That was a commercial investment failure. Yamato retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. Regrettably, the others paid him little heed. Kabuto, what is your true objective? Speak plainly, came the resonant voice of Yahiko. Do not waste your efforts. Jinjutsu has no effect on me. Are you unaware that snakes are inherently disadvantaged, relying solely on thermal perception? They swiftly discern the illusion. And if I cannot inhabit Yamato, then I shall take residence in the Nine Tails. Do you truly regard us so lightly? Conan, let us proceed. Water release, water surge wave. Yahiko expelled a torrent of water, but Kabuto easily evaded it. Kabuto's speed was remarkable, akin to that of an eel. He captured individuals with his mouth, which was quite repulsive, reminiscent of Orochimaru. Nevertheless, I can sense his movements. As Naruto watched Kabuto dart about, an idea began to form in his mind. Uncle Yahiko, can you unleash a large-scale water release to obscure our presence? Naruto shouted. The others, being astute, quickly grasped the implication. Our junior disciple possesses commendable combat talent. Yahiko nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto, your progress is impressive, rivaling Sasuke's, but alas, you have yet to rescue him. He now dwells in darkness, akin to myself. And your ninjutsu holds no power over me. Kabuto continued, his tongue flicking unsettlingly. You speak nonsense. Sasuke would never be like you. Neither human nor demon, Naruto retorted. Flustered and ready to charge at Kabuto, eager for 100 rounds of combat. Junior disciple, do not fall for his taunts. He seeks to provoke you. Yahiko swiftly positioned himself beside Naruto, shielding him. Who are you, junior disciple? Naruto pondered, struggling to recognize the man before him. However, he recalled a recent encounter upon being summoned back to Konoha, where he had battled a man adorned with nails, and it appeared to be this very individual. We shall protect you well, junior disciple. We are all disciples of Master Jiraiya, but now is not the time for reminiscence. Conan smiled at Naruto, who was lost in thought, causing her to chuckle. This laughter, however, made Naruto blush. Our junior disciple is still quite bashful, Conan remarked with a continued smile. It is not that your junior disciple is shy, but rather that you are too beautiful and enchanting. Any man would feel bashful in your presence. The other men thought to themselves, this is troublesome. Our venture has not begun well. How could we encounter such a group? The explosive nature of this woman posed a significant threat to me, while others remarked that Naruto's sage mode was also somewhat formidable. A sudden bang echoed again. One must not entertain frivolous thoughts while engaged in battle. Conan pointed at Toby and urged, "Continue." The succession of explosions had already instilled a sense of retreat in Toby. Damn it, where did these two emerge from? Didn't Obito eliminate Nagato? Come with me. This creature seems to fear light and explosions, which my paper jutsu can counter effectively. As Conan spoke, she reminisced about the arrangements made when ranged shinobi departed with Nagato and Kushina for the Kage summit, primarily to serve as guardians while also securing some benefits for the Land of Rain. She and Yahiko were to assist Naruto. Reflecting on it now, Zhonglan had indeed shown a profound understanding of the enemy. "Yahiko, let us go together," Conan declared, casting a glance at Yahiko, inadvertently tossing a wave of affection towards the men behind them. "Since your combat prowess is so formidable, I shall withdraw," Toby declared, attempting to leave. "It's not that simple. Are you planning to flee when faced with defeat?" Suddenly, Hiruzen shouted, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique. The prospect of escape startled Toby. Could there truly be someone capable of the Flying Thunder God technique in this world? Indeed, the three of them appeared right beside him, unraveling a sealing technique. Were they intending to seal him? What a farce. Yet, before Toby could take action, a jolt of pain surged through him. He was unharmed, so why this sudden agony? Glancing at Conan, he noticed her squinting at him. Bad news. There must be something in this woman's explosives, he thought. Now that I possess the legendary physique, why am I still affected? How does it feel? Painful, isn't it? The Hokage anticipated this, hence prepared this poison specifically designed to counter you. Quite an honor. Wouldn't you say? Conan explained with calm composure. By the way, I forgot to mention, this poison is specifically tailored for serpents. Would you like to know its name? If I say I do, will you provide me with the antidote? Toby managed to utter through gritted teeth. The answer is, of course not. Dealing with your kind. I consider it merciful. I might as well let you die from the poison. The gentleman behind shivered at this, realizing that Lady Tsunade and this enchanting woman were quite merciless. It was exceedingly difficult. Indeed, without the requisite talent, there was no lead whatsoever. Zhonglan felt a wave of disappointment as he spent half the day researching sealing techniques, yielding no results. Suddenly, he found himself in awe of the second Hokage, who had developed numerous forbidden techniques, all meticulously aimed at the Uchiha. Such dedication was impressive. On his end, he could only stare blankly at the seals. This sparked a thought in Zhonglan's mind. He must always have a master of ninjutsu by his side, otherwise, the lack of achievement would be disheartening. They must have succeeded by now. There had been no news thus far. With such a meticulously crafted plan, it should have gone smoothly. Sister, what did Lady Tsunade give you? Is it truly that powerful? Naruto hurriedly approached Conan. I sense Toby's presence has weakened considerably. Perhaps we should subdue him now and return to Konoha. I share that sentiment, Conan replied, proceeding to activate her ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Heavenly Maiden's Flower Scatter. Another one? How many more of these will there be? Toby felt a wave of despair wash over him. If this poison were solely effective against snakes, it would indeed spell trouble for them. However, how could Tsunade possibly comprehend her current condition and concoct such a potent toxin? It was utterly astonishing. He realized that today might be his last. Yet, something felt amiss. Although it was a toxin, it did not inflict significant harm on his body. Instead, his chakra was being incessantly drained. As an exceptional medical ninja, Toby was acutely aware of his own physical state. This was not a true poison in the conventional sense. Rather, it appeared to be beneficial to him. Toby was taken aback, momentarily stunned. It seemed he had made a discovery. Ah, I knew it. Too kind-hearted, he thought. While Conan sighed and shook her head, lamenting his insistence on not taking lives, Yahiko recalled that fateful night vividly. After Zhonglan had devised his plan, the group had been perplexed, questioning why they did not simply eliminate their foes instead of going through all this trouble. Zhonglan had merely smiled mysteriously, declaring that he had committed too many sins and wished to refrain from further bloodshed. It was rather perplexing, yet they could not justify aiding the wicked. The group was in unanimous opposition. Zhonglan, however, insisted that some matters must unfold as they are meant to, rather than evade. It was far wiser to confront them directly. Additionally, transforming a person was infinitely more challenging than taking a life. By planting a seed of hope, one day it could take root and flourish. It could not possibly be Tsunade. She would not act in such a manner. The chakra that appeared to be depleting was, in fact, aiding him in enhancing his physical constitution, allowing chakra to permeate his cells. If this integration were to be completed, he would ascend to a new level. Who are you? Toby pondered incessantly, striving to uncover the identity of the one with such remarkable abilities. Regrettably, he was left with nothing. Farewell, my friends. I vow to avenge today's grievances. With that, Toby vanished underground, leaving the Leaf Village members in a state of bewilderment. Sister, what just transpired? Naruto voiced the collective confusion of the group. Do not worry, my junior disciple. The villain has fled, and we shall proceed to the Cloud Village, Yahiko interjected hastily. Is everything truly all right? However, I sensed something was off with Toby. He came all this way, not just for a chat, then left. Naruto expressed his concern. This child thinks too much. It is unhealthy for your mind to mature too quickly, Yahiko remarked, pulling Naruto aside. Come, let us discuss Master Jiraiya. I have so much to learn. Hey, aren't you also his disciple? How could you be unaware of the tales of the perverted sage? Naruto responded, perplexed. The perverted sage, huh? What an apt description. Yahiko chuckled heartily. Conan, I told you, our teacher is quite eccentric. By the way, should we still head to the Cloud Village? Why are you so oblivious? Yamato scratched his head, realizing he would bear the burden once more. Ninjutsu, 4 pillars prison technique. Suddenly, a small 2-story villa materialized out of thin air. Let us take a moment to rest. We can set off after we have recovered. Yamato, you really should consider a career in real estate. You would be missing out otherwise. Yamato frowned. There is no opportunity. Just the thought of building houses is disheartening. What a lifelong humiliation. How did I allow myself to be deceived by a nefarious partner? Meanwhile, he has taken my sister-in-law and vanished to who knows which country, leaving me to face the creditors alone. Such a wretched fate. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that my desire to capture myself is not solely rooted in my affinity for wood release. There are indeed other underlying reasons. My control over the tailed beast through wood release is quite pronounced, yet my combat prowess falls short of that of the first Hokage. In any case, the perverse sage has imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me. Naruto did not hesitate to sing the praises of Jiraiya. He had cared for me as one would for a child, and during our time together, I felt the warmth of familial bonds. Endure it, Naruto, Yahiko reassured, giving Naruto's shoulder a firm pat. Looking at Yahiko, Naruto was enveloped in a myriad of emotions. Yahiko exuded a sense of both fatherly and brotherly affection, perhaps due to their similar ages. Naruto nodded, recognizing the mutual respect shared between men. Sometimes a mere gesture or a glance suffices to convey understanding. Sister, do share with me your tales. What was the perverse sage like in the past? Was he as mischievous as he is now? Naruto observed that Conan swiftly shifted the topic. Conan, pleased to see Naruto, contemplated that had Yahiko not met his untimely demise, perhaps they would have had children of their own by now. That is a lengthy discussion. You see, our Rain village has long been battered by the ravages of war, leading to the shattering of countless families. Conan somberly recounted the past. What? You two have faced defeat? Sasuke possesses Susanoo, and you wield space-time ninjutsu comparable to the 4th Hokage. It shouldn't have been such a dire situation. Do questioned, perplexed. Pain has arrived. His abilities have once again countered mine. Obito confessed, his frustration palpable. I underestimated the 5 Kaguya and their formidable strength. I never anticipated their unity and cooperation. Pain has also joined the fray. 2 unfamiliar individuals have appeared on my side. Who possesses such power to know our plans? My arm is once again incapacitated. Recovery may take a prolonged period. If Yamato fails to capture them, it will be challenging to harness the strength of White Zetsu. I see your body has also encountered misfortune, Obito observed, fixing his gaze on Do. Indeed, I cannot conceal this from you. I have been poisoned. My chakra is being incessantly eroded. Without chakra, my life hangs by a thread, Do admitted, bitterness evident in his tone. Is it truly that grave? It seems our adversaries are intent on preventing us from igniting a war. We must not acquiesce to their desires, Obito remarked, frustration creeping into his voice. Obito, we must proceed with caution. We do not hold a significant advantage merely in numbers. And let us not forget our true objective, Do reminded him promptly. Currently, we lack adequate manpower. This is utterly vexing. Our meticulously crafted plan has devolved into chaos. Where did it all go awry? Is it possible that this path was erroneous from the outset? Do proposed a chilling notion. Impossible. Uchiha Hashirama stated unequivocally that the Moon Eye plan is the sole salvation for our world. Are you not aware of the extent to which the ninja world has decayed? We are but wretched souls ensnared in this mire, Obito countered, unwavering in his faith in the Moon Eye plan. That is not my intent, Do expressed regretfully, realizing the terrifying implications of his thoughts, which could dismantle their internal structure like a ticking time bomb. Someone is advancing ahead of us, lurking in the shadows, and we remain oblivious to the extent of their power. Could they be a contingency left by the third Hokage? Do pondered. Unlikely. The third Hokage was a proponent of stability throughout his life and would not entertain such avant-garde notions. As he passed away, there were no unusual occurrences in the Hidden Leaf Village. Obito shook his head, pondering which individual it could be. If he could not think of it, it was best to set it aside for now and swiftly seek alternatives. War must commence. Do gritted his teeth in determination. Perhaps it was time to search for Kaguya. He had been quite active lately. I inquired of Tsunade, why do your numerous demands seem solely advantageous to you and the smaller nations? The fourth Raikage had lost his temper. He could not match Tsunade in an arm wrestling contest, nor could he outmaneuver her in political negotiations. Was his formidable physique merely a facade for a combat enthusiast? This was a universally acknowledged fact, Lord Raikage. One cannot deny it, lest they become adversaries of the world. Tsunade smiled. Her thoughts had perhaps transcended those of her predecessors, and the future belonged to the youth. That Ōtsutsuki cleared his throat. The slight tremor earlier had taken a toll on his aging back. It was merely a matter of safeguarding the fundamental rights of the smaller nations. Rationalizing resource procurement and distribution. There is nothing unreasonable about that, Lord Raikage. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive, Gaara promptly interjected. Initially, the Raikage intended to chastise this young Kazekage. But upon witnessing the gazes of the other three Kage upon him, he suddenly lost the courage to speak. Let us then discuss the tailed beasts. This is indeed a significant issue left by our predecessors. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Several hours of meetings had left her quite fatigued. Negotiating terms was more exasperating than haggling in a marketplace. This was a matter of resource allocation. Lord Raikage, we have already located the whereabouts of Lord Killer Bee. She suddenly informed the Raikage. That troublesome child, where is he now? I shall incapacitate him. The Raikage seethed with rage. Tsunade, you are well aware of our rapport. I shall not attend the forthcoming meeting. Whatever you say is acceptable. With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. Apologies. The Raikage has gone to find his brother, Lord B. Although the Raikage has left, the Cloud Village remains, and I can represent him in our discussions. Darui offered a sheepish smile. And who might you be to claim such a right? That Ōtsutsuki suddenly inquired. Perhaps Lord Ōtsutsuki is not fully informed. Observe his shoulder. Tsunade promptly advised. The assembly then noticed the iron character emblazoned on Darui's left shoulder. This was the mark of the next Raikage candidate. If all goes as anticipated, he shall become the fifth Raikage. Ah, I see. You appear rather simple-minded, yet your status is not trivial. The Raikage truly values his candidate, willing to expose him to real-world trials. I apologize, though I am a candidate, I am not yet the true Raikage, thus undertaking missions and gaining experience is commonplace. Now, please continue, Lady Tsunade. Darui instantly straightened, his demeanor transforming, with arcs of electricity crackling around him. Impressive. He could potentially be a ninja of the lightning release bloodline limit. B, you rascal, once I catch you, I will break your legs. Lord Raikage, wait for us. Your speed is too swift. You fools, your pace is far too sluggish. Hasten your steps, I must see B immediately. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This cursed place, my brother cannot possibly show up here, can he? We have ventured to the remote outskirts of the Cloud Village, nearing the Hidden Leaf. Rumors of the leaf's delectable cuisine and beautiful maidens abound. Just thinking about it brings joy. A robust man wearing sunglasses, burdened with 8 samurai swords, muttered to himself while rapping. I've caught you now, 8 tails. There's nowhere left for you to run. Suddenly, a voice resonated. A man towering even over Kurabi appeared. Are you from Akatsuki? Why do you persist? The last time, someone named Sasuke came and I nearly defeated him. Are you willing to face me as well? Upon seeing the man's attire, Kurabi immediately thought of Sasuke. Sasuke, you mean Itachi's younger brother? I will encounter him sooner or later, but for now, I must subdue you. Just as Kisame finished speaking, he began to form hand seals. His pace neither hurried nor sluggish, but methodical. Water style, great waterfall technique. A water style ninja. However, I fear you not. Let us see the prowess of Kurabi's 8,000 blades. What? The power of this water style, is immense. Ah, I was careless. Be careful. This guy's chakra is no less than yours, echoed the Eight Tails voice in Karabi's mind, jolting him awake. What an oddity. Chakra comparable to a Jinchuriki. Just how many high-level jutsu can he unleash? Karabi exclaimed in alarm. Your lightning style counters water style. So what are you afraid of? I have no fondness for battle. I prefer to sing, dance, and rap. I truly have no recourse against you. Just stay alert. He is about to unleash a powerful technique. You certainly are slippery. I've encountered many Jinchuriki, and they are often easily vanquished. Water style, great damn creation. Kisame suddenly released a torrent of chakra, conjuring a massive water prison that ensnared Karabi and the surrounding flora. What kind of jutsu is this? I can't breathe, and my speed has diminished. Karabi realized for the first time that lightning style might not necessarily counter water style. In this domain, I can merge with Samahata, enhancing both my attack power and speed. Jinchuriki, haha. Hey, Captain Yamato, look over there. A water sphere has appeared. Naruto suddenly exclaimed. Don't be so paranoid in broad daylight. What? Such an immense water-style jutsu. Its power rivals that of a Kaguya. Who would dare to fight in such a desolate place? Yamato was equally bewildered. Such a vast water style could only be attributed to the legendary figure. Let us investigate. It might be Akatsuki, Konan remarked. Recalling her time with Nagato in the Akatsuki, which housed an array of peculiar ninjas with diverse abilities. The one capable of unleashing jutsu of this magnitude is likely Kisame. He is known as a Jinchuriki bolstered by a tailless beast. His chakra and abilities are formidable. Facing him could prove perilous. Lord Rakage, look ahead. That enormous water sphere. I've sensed Karabi's chakra within, though it feels quite faint. What? I have yet to see Karabi. He cannot be dead. He is my brother. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He cannot perish. Karabi, wait for me. Your brother is coming. Inside the water sphere stood a man in sunglasses, accompanied by a creature resembling a shark. Yet, the magnitude of chakra emanating from both was truly astonishing. At that moment, Naruto maintained sage mode, sensing the chakra of the two combatants with great surprise. Who are these two? What should we do? Captain Yamato pondered. That man with sunglasses appears to be from the Cloud Village. Lord Rakage, we have finally arrived. Hold on, brother. I shall arrive shortly. The Rakage, filled with fury, moved swiftly. The situation appeared dire. An unexpected influx of adversaries had emerged. Kisame felt a tinge of panic. Both Konoha and Cloud ninjas were present. How could these two factions converge? Kisame was utterly perplexed. Captain Yamato, weren't we heading to the village of clouds? Should we not assist this gentleman? Before he could finish his thought, Yamato had already initiated a jutsu. Wood-style, cutting technique. Dozens of wooden branches erupted from the ground, relentlessly striking at the water sphere until it shattered. A purple figure swiftly darted into the remnants of the sphere. Without the water's support, Kisame quickly reverted to his human form. This is not good. It seems fleeing might be prudent. But before I depart, allow me to bestow upon you a final technique. Kisame formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his jutsu, but before he could complete the sequence, his head suddenly fell away. Lightning release, thunder plow heat blade. The combination technique of the Rakage and Killer Bee instantaneously ended Kisame's life. Subsequently, Killer Bee lay weakened on the ground. Are you injured? The concern was palpable. You know, I almost thought you had perished. I know you. It takes more than that to kill me. The Rakage grasped Killer Bee's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Brother, I was fine until you shook me into a state of injury. The Rakage, realizing the awkwardness of the moment, released his grip. There are many of you around. I will properly discipline you upon our return. Why are Konoha ninjas so ubiquitous, lingering like shadows? You must be Lord Rakage, one of the Konoha ninjas stated. We are the ninjas from Konoha, tasked with locating the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Here are our credentials. Are you the one sent by Tsunade? The Rakage's demeanor was far from amiable. Why is this man so irritable? He is far more volatile than Captain Yamato, a comrade murmured. Clear this area, we must return. The Rakage ordered his subordinates. This weapon seems intriguing. It appears to have taken a liking to me. Brother, I shall take this weapon as a trophy. As you wish. Let us hasten our return. With that, the Rakage turned to leave. Konoha ninjas, do not dawdle. Follow me. Yamato and his companions remained somewhat bewildered, struggling to adapt to the Rakage's rapid shifts. Upon hearing his command, they followed his lead. Since we have reached the Cloud Village, let us return. The three of us will head back to Konoha. Our escort mission is complete. Having arrived safely, It is time for us to withdraw. Conan, let us depart. Little brother, make sure to train diligently over there, Yahiko said earnestly, patting Naruto's head. Fear not, senior brothers and sisters. I shall strive to improve. Seeing Naruto full of vigor reassured Yahiko. The group began to part ways. Your name is Kisame, correct? From now on, accompany me. Kisame seemed delighted, circling around Killer Bee before climbing onto his back. After everyone had left, some time passed, and suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, gazing at Kisame's lifeless body. After all this time, I have finally passed this trial. Upon finishing his statement, Kisame's corpse began to transform, gradually morphing into the deceased white Zetsu. Although I agreed to Tsunade's request, there will be restrictions on entering the Hidden Cloud Village. This why Tsunade had already foreseen this, so there is no issue. It will only be Naruto and myself, with me tasked to safeguard him. The user of wood release just now was you, right? I must express my gratitude. Kurabi chuckled as he spoke to Yamato. Wood release, indeed a rare ninjutsu. It seems there was a reason for selecting you to assist him. Wow, this place is so beautiful. It's far more stunning than the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto exclaimed in awe. The Hidden Cloud Village is situated by the coast, surrounded by mountains and rivers, abundant in greenery, and home to a plethora of unique creatures. I have brought you to the Beast Paradise, Kurabi proclaimed, taking on the role of a tour guide. My brother was initially ready to unleash his anger, but with the arrival of the Leaf Ninjas, he decided to let it slide. Raikage glared at Kurabi, feeling irate yet unable to express it. Typically, he would have exploded with rage. But after enduring several setbacks under Tsunade's command, he felt a flicker of trepidation upon seeing the Leaf Ninjas. Our sanctuary houses the most diverse species of animals. As the geographical conditions here attract many creatures to reside, Kurabi continued, rapping poorly while dancing. Integrating with them is quite simple. Genuine feelings yield genuine connections. Naruto and Yamato were intrigued but hesitant to engage, observing the eccentric bespectacled man and the visibly irate Raikage, which created a dissonant atmosphere. We are nearing a critical area. I shall not proceed further. B. Take good care of them. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Hey, brother. Why are you in such a hurry? B seemed to have more to say. I can hardly endure your excruciating rap, let alone others, he remarked. What? Naruto is actually laughing with him. Yamato was taken aback. Uncle, do you like these animals? They seem quite fond of you, almost as if they recognize you. Naruto joined Kurabi in a rap dialogue. Absolutely. I grew up here, and they are like family to me. How enviable. To have so many friends from such a young age, Naruto expressed his heartfelt envy. As a Jinchuriki, he had been scorned by the villagers as a demon fox, devoid of friends and family. Kurabi seemed to sense Naruto's emotions and extended his right hand, saying, from now on, you will have one more friend. Naruto looked up at Kurabi and, seeing his sincere gaze, reached out his hand to meet his. Can you feel the warmth of my heart? Absolutely, it resonates. Hey, what are you two whispering about? What can you possibly feel from a fist bump? Yamato queried, puzzled. It's a secret, Kurabi replied, bursting into laughter with Naruto. A pair of lunatics, Yamato concluded, yet felt a twinge of discomfort not being included in their secret. Naruto, take your time to learn here. The first step is to become friends with them. Use your heart to connect. With sincerity, anyone can become a friend. Kurabi's words were unexpectedly profound. This revelation stirred something within Naruto. He realized that he had previously regarded Sasuke merely as a rival. What if he approached him with the heart of a friend and comrade? Thank you, Uncle B. I will strive to do my best, Naruto declared. Finally. It's over. The time of recovery has truly been a test of patience. Zhonglun rose to stretch, feeling quite stifled these past few days, but fortunately, his health had fully recovered. Naruto had successfully arrived in the Cloud Village, and the next task was to master the control of the Nine Tails. With Kushina by his side, there seemed to be little cause for concern. The Susanoo of his brother Itachi was commendable, and it appeared that the fire release could also be utilized. The recent days of training had been fruitful. Wood release truly proved to be a potent tool, capable of passively absorbing natural energy, which could be unleashed in a moment once fully charged. Zhonglun felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a formidable technique. However, prolonged use of Sage Mode would undoubtedly place a significant strain on his body, necessitating the learning of a physical enhancement ninjutsu. Time was of the essence, and meticulous planning was in order. Obito, how are you faring? Black Zetsu inquired. My right arm is still unattached, and a trace of black chakra lingers stubbornly. The wound is healing at an agonizingly slow pace. Obito responded, his impatience palpable. Based on the daily consumption, it could take at least a month. What? A month? The poison coursing through my veins might also require a month to cleanse. Why must it all take a month? Kabuto exclaimed. It appears we have all been ensnared in a trap. Are they merely seeking to prolong our suffering for a month? What purpose does that serve? Black Zetsu. Is there any way out? Obito asked, his anxiety mounting as the impending battle loomed, with both commanders incapacitated. There are no effective solutions. We can only rely on recuperation. Without your right arm, your physical condition is also compromised, Black Zetsu replied. He had a potential solution, but it required the Rinnegan. And now was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate Sasuke. Sasuke, you cannot move. He is our last trump card. Obito seemed to have discerned Black Zetsu's intentions. You've been fixated on Sasuke from the beginning. Speak plainly. Do you have some ulterior motive? Sasuke-kun, he has only just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto interjected, perplexed. At this juncture, I shall reveal the truth to you both. Do you recall the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan? It contains the method to awaken the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu stated. Shocking the two. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? How can that be? Otherwise, do you think the sage awakened his eyes by mere chance? Was he born with them? Black Zetsu chuckled. Such a secret, and you were privy to it? How did you come to know without the Sharingan? Obito questioned. His brow furrowed. Have you forgotten about that individual? If he knows, then I inevitably know as well, Black Zetsu continued. The Rinnegan fundamentally requires the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was under that premise that he fortuitously awakened his eyes. Now you understand why I am so invested in Sasuke. However, Sasuke's displayed abilities do not align with that of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito mused, ultimately voicing the truth. In recent battles, Sasuke has not exhibited any remarkable prowess. He has not been tempered by the crucible of war, nor has he endured the anguish of losing loved ones. His hatred is insufficient. The cursed eyes of the Uchiha truly reach their zenith in the throes of battle. Exchanging glances, Obito and Kabuto seemed to share a mix of agreement and skepticism. The Uchiha's understanding of the Sharingan was not comprehensive, let alone that of others. Moreover, as Black Zetsu was the embodiment of his will, there was little reason for deception. After a moment of silence, Obito chose to trust him. You understand what the Rinnegan signifies, do you not? The awakening of Nagato's Rinnegan bestows upon him the formidable ability to single-handedly annihilate an entire village. Just imagine the devastation if Sasuke were to awaken such power. The raspy voice of Kaguya echoed. Obito, however, understood that the Rinnegan's potential extends far beyond mere destruction. He had once harbored ambitions of seizing Nagato's eyes, but alas, he was no match in the Rain Village. This raises a pivotal question. Who possesses the knowledge inscribed on the stone tablet? It appears Nagato is the sole bearer of the Rinnegan in this world. Tasking him with deciphering the tablet and relaying the information seems rather impractical. Kabuto articulated the crux of the matter. I am aware of the method to activate it, yet it requires both time and opportunity. The current war was intended to serve as that opportunity. Regrettably, both Obito and Kabuto wore grim expressions. They had both failed spectacularly. The Moon Eye plan must proceed regardless. Now, we can only seek alternative means to compensate for our shortcomings. Regrettably, I possess no other abilities. Kaguya seemed reluctant to disclose specific conditions. While each of the three harbored ulterior motives, if collaboration is desired, it is imperative that sincerity be demonstrated. Finally, Obito broke the silence. I have no objections. I too am eager to uncover the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths. Kabuto licked his lips. Your demeanor is rather distasteful, Kaguya bluntly remarked. It is in the nature of a serpent. What you must do is comprehend. Tend to your wounds and await the opportune moment. Naruto, filled with curiosity, inquired, Uncle, has the climate on this island always been like this? The flowers seem to remain vibrant. This is far superior to Myaboka Mountain, which is teeming with frogs and frog-based cuisine. At least here, the fare is suitable for human consumption. You have posed an intriguing question. As you know, my aspiration is to become a singer, and I hold little interest in anything else. I sheepishly scratched his head. With your vocal prowess, it would be a miracle if tickets sold. Yamato scoffed dismissively. Over there, with those dark eyes, what are you contemplating? Let me caution you. Everyone here is my ally. Tread carefully. Killer Bee observed Yamato, only to find himself surrounded by a dozen towering creatures, including elephants, giraffes, lions, and tigers. Nothing. Nothing at all, Yamato replied, instantly deflated. Can you believe that such ferocious beasts are friends with a human? Speaking of which, are we to train in this manner? Quiet yourself. Were it not for Naruto's presence, I would have struck you already. Killer Bee suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Ha ha, Captain Yamato, your frightened expression is truly amusing. Unlike Uncle, who merely intimidates, he is genuinely kind, and these little creatures are quite obedient. They want to bite you. Look, I can pet the lion without issue. Naruto laughed heartily, relishing in Yamato's discomfort. You two are undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Yamato felt isolated. With such a large lion present, claiming it wouldn't bite is simply incredulous. Here, we seek tranquility, coexisting peacefully with nature and its creatures. Killer Bee resumed his song and dance. Perhaps influenced by Naruto's sage mode, the flora and fauna here seemed to sense emotions, extending their friendliness toward him, forging a rapid bond. Naruto, your innate talent surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. In my day, I could not have achieved such progress so swiftly. Naruto, what is the matter? Are you about to cry? After all these years, you are the second person to praise me. Naruto choked back his emotions. Well, that is quite commendable. I am honored to be in second place. Do you not care at all about who was the first? By the way, who was the first for Naruto? Yamato interjected forcefully. However, Naruto chose to ignore him. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joviality as they ran off, clearly intentional, undoubtedly so. Simply because I cannot sing and dance. How difficult can that be? Before Yamato could even begin to twist, he fell to the ground due to his lack of coordination. It seems that individual indeed possesses remarkable skill that encapsulates the entirety of the meeting. I trust everyone is now well informed. Tsunade gazed at the other Kage, awaiting their responses. Most were agreeable, recognizing the harmony of the village and the protection of the smaller nations as commendable. However, I remain unclear about this ninja alliance. That Tsuchikage was the first to speak, being the most seasoned among those present. The others awaited Tsunade's explanation. This is a secret that originates from Myaboka Mountain. Soon, there will be an unprecedented transformation. We must plan ahead rather than scramble when the time comes. This is a non-mandatory clause. Should we face a common enemy one day, I hope we can join forces. Tsunade elaborated slowly. Myaboka Mountain, I have heard, is a rather enigmatic place. If it is from there, I can believe it, and indeed, if significant matters are approaching, cooperation is not out of the question. However, with so many ninjas from different villages, how can such precise management be achieved? That Tsuchikage continued to voice his differing opinion. Currently, this is merely a proposal. If that day arrives, there will naturally be other arrangements. Tsunade smiled enigmatically. Since the Hokage enjoys keeping us in suspense, allow us to do the same. The answer is certainly affirmative, but we will need to be the first to grasp the news. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, rose. Gaara and Darui both expressed their agreement. In that case, the meeting concluded successfully. Everyone must prepare diligently. The heavens of the ninja world may soon undergo a transformation. Tsunade seemed to be speaking to herself. Only that Tsuchikage regarded Tsunade, pondering deeply. If that day truly comes, I shall be at the forefront. This old body should also strive for the welfare of the younger generation. That Tsuchikage felt a tinge of melancholy. Old man, what are you saying? Let me become the Tsuchikage first, and then we shall discuss it. Akatsuchi interjected, alleviating the slightly tense atmosphere. Thank you, esteemed Kaguya. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Rain Village. Nagato bowed deeply. This was a profoundly significant transformation for the Rain Village and the smaller nations. There is no need for such formalities, for this is also a result of your strength. This is merely the first step. Trust that wonderful things are on the horizon. Tsunade immediately halted Nagato, as there are but a few present who could match his strength. Nagato not only conquered everyone with his power, but also won their favor through his sincerity. Who would wish to be an enemy of a man with the Rinnegan? Who may well be the one to transform the ninja world? Then let us disperse. There are many matters to attend to in the village. I shall faithfully convey the spirit of this meeting to the Raikage. I have learned much from this gathering, and I am deeply grateful to you all. Darui also prepared to bow, prompting everyone to hastily step aside. Lon, I owe you my deepest gratitude for everything. A warrior is willing to lay down his life for a true friend. Henceforth, my fate is intertwined with yours. If I am unable to repay you in this life, let it be destined for the next. Nagato gazed into the distance and spoke softly. After holding in so much for days, there finally came a piece of good news. I shall head over immediately. Zhang Lan felt a surge of joy. Entrusting such a monumental task to Orochimaru was no small feat. Just as the news from the Flying Eagle regarding the progress of the Sharingan arrived, it became apparent that Zhang Lan needed to be present in person. What mischief had Uncle Snake concocted? With his technological prowess, he should have been able to replicate it with ease. Before long, Zhang Lan arrived in the land of rivers. Lan, he began. To be precise, this cannot be deemed a success. Despite employing the latest technology, I could only cultivate the eyes themselves. As for how to awaken them, I have not the faintest clue, which is why I called for you to take a look. Orochimaru appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had aimed to set a commendable example, yet it had gone awry. Zhang Lan scrutinized the eyes closely. They were indeed ordinary. Furthermore, they seemed devoid of any vitality. For members of the Uchiha clan, only when their emotions reached a certain threshold, stimulating the eyeballs, could chakra potentially surge into their eyes, forging a unique power, the Sharingan. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, the system's melodious voice resonated. It detected a substantial number of Sharingan, yet due to their inability to awaken, the rewards were halved. The rewards included a complete manual on the cultivation of the Sharingan and a manual on the art of the shadowless hand. Was this a twist of fate? The replicated eyes, incapable of awakening, were met with this unexpected development. Zhang Lan understood that even in times of war, the Sharingan was considered a forbidden treasure. Particularly, the corpses of the Uchiha clan were meticulously recovered from the battlefield. This was why, throughout the years, there had only been one copied ninja, Kakashi. Likewise, the confidentiality surrounding the Byakugan was exceptionally stringent. Aside from the Hyuga clan, only Ao from the Land of Water possessed the Byakugan. It was said that Ao's eyes were also a gift from the Hyuga clan, meant to aid in their escape, which ultimately garnered the recognition of the main branch of the Hyuga family. Zhang Lan quickly perused the manuals, discovering they contained comprehensive instructions on how to awaken and upgrade the Sharingan, surpassing even the knowledge passed down within the Uchiha clan. The other manual was even more absurd. It detailed methods for training hand speed. The most memorable aspect was Kakashi's hand seals, executed with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely follow. This set of techniques aimed to enhance hand speed, crucially allowing the activation of unique abilities in both hands, akin to awakening the Sharingan. Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon Zhang Lan. It was not solely the eyes that could be awakened to yield enhanced capabilities. Hands could as well. Theoretically, other body parts, including feet, could also be activated, resembling a mutation. If hand speed were sufficiently rapid, one could unleash numerous jutsu in an instant, exponentially amplifying their might. This manual might not serve Zhang Lan himself significantly, but for ordinary ninjas, it held profound implications. Who among them could achieve the level of hand seals that Kakashi could? Surpassing the physical limits far surpassed the capabilities of a conventional ninja. A peculiar thought emerged in Zhang Lan's mind. If every part of the body could be stimulated to produce different effects, the overall quality and capability of a ninja would experience a remarkable surge. The future practitioners would not merely be of the shadow level. They would transcend into something akin to a super shadow. If breakthroughs in ninjutsu proved elusive, then such methods could indeed enhance training. One Sharingan had elevated the Uchiha to their pinnacle. What if others with unique abilities were to emerge? With a modicum of management, an astonishing combat prowess emerges, particularly with the 8 gates technique. Should one manage to alleviate the burdens imposed on this body, it would verge on invincibility. Zhang Lan swiftly recalled Kai, the man who nearly delivered a climactic conclusion in the original world with a single kick. His movements, devoid of any excess, exuded a dazzling grace, and the visceral impact of each blow elicited exclamations of exhilaration from the passionate spectators. It is indeed a splendid concept, albeit confined to theory, as such fortuitous circumstances do not manifest in reality. As for the capabilities that could awaken within one's hands, there is little to articulate. Nevertheless, it has afforded Zhang Lan a renewed perspective on this system. What divine being could possibly create such a marvel? Snake Uncle, take a look at this, and perhaps select a pair of eyes. They are all your creations, and you should be most familiar with them. However, as far as I know, the awakening of the Sharingan is entirely random, Zhang Lan remarked, dousing the excitement with a splash of cold water. Is what you say true? Orochimaru suddenly extended his tongue, licking his lips, perhaps a manifestation of serpentine emotion, given the peculiarities of their anatomy. With but a mouth, what else could one expect but a flick of the tongue? This book, HSS. It is extraordinarily powerful. Where did you acquire this? It may be even more comprehensive than the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, Orochimaru exclaimed, fervently perusing its pages. Make a copy for yourself. I shall take some of the eyes with me. You may continue your research. It seemed Orochimaru was so engrossed that he did not heed Zhang Lan's words. In no time, he selected 2 eyes, and with a deft motion, replaced his original ones with the Sharingan. This display was nearly too much for Zhang Lan to fathom, a scientific madman indeed. He had only heard of individuals experimenting on their own bodies, yet here was the living proof. Today was an enlightening experience. Orochimaru emitted no sound, merely accelerating the pace at which he flipped through the manual. Upon completion, his eyes glowed crimson, and the iconic 3 tomos soon emerged. Good heavens! This is even more impressive than my own enhancements. How did you achieve this? Zhang Lan queried, astonished. When you mentioned that I possessed sage chakra within me, I was immediately skeptical. I found the legendary white snake and consumed it. However, it sought to entwine me like a nightmare. Thus, I have always resembled a serpent. It was only after perusing this manual that I realized my body is, in fact, a unique mutation. According to the theory of the Sharingan, I have activated a special ability within my physique. You may find this hard to believe, Orochimaru excitedly elaborated. Zhang Lan was even more exhilarated. My word, in this world, it seems only Snake Uncle comprehends the essence of science. Everything before him can inexplicably transmute into the extraordinary. What he had merely contemplated earlier now seemed utterly profound. Orochimaru, conversely, was steadily delving deeper into enlightenment. The Sharingan essentially involves the infusion of special chakra and unique emotions into the eyes. After years of possessing the white snake, my body has grown accustomed to such sensations. Thus, I can swiftly adapt to the Sharingan. However, the Mangekyo is somewhat more challenging. Orochimaru mused while stroking his chin. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and something akin to human skin emerged, the sight rather grotesque, prompting Zhang Lan to instinctively turn away. However, the original entity did not perish immediately. Instead, it transformed into a woman. The newly emerged Orochimaru, with no hint of courtesy, swiftly ended her life and then cradled his head, blood streaming from his eyes. Suddenly unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Lan's mouth fell agape, and just as he was about to inquire, Orochimaru spoke first. This body was merely a vessel chosen at random to restore the soul within my grasp. Yet, I had a beloved, not killed by me. So do not regard me with such disdain. She too perished in the chaos of war. I merely employed an illusion technique, and thus my eyes were awakened. Orochimaru's explanation left Zhang Lan feeling as though his intellect was being ground into the earth. Was this not akin to grasping one's own hair and hoisting oneself upward? It defied the laws of action and reaction. You may comprehend that I am no longer a mere human. Orochimaru seemed to perceive Zhang Lan's bewilderment. Initially, upon awakening my eyes, I contemplated killing you and departing from this place, for you had previously ensnared me with an illusion. Orochimaru stated earnestly. Indeed, I harbor reservations about someone like you. I do not trust that individuals can change. I firmly believe that while the landscape may shift, one's essence remains immutable. Zhang Lan confessed candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth from Orochimaru. At least, from the outset, they were not friends. However, after awakening the capabilities of the Mangekyo, I no longer held such intentions. My ability allows me to simulate the movement of objects and perceive smaller particles, serving better for research rather than combat prowess. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. You truly are a scientific genius. It would be a pity if you did not pursue research. I have high hopes for you. Zhang Lan sighed in relief. Yet, it is indeed somewhat regrettable that it is not combat-related. Lan, what if all ninjas possessed the Sharingan? Orochimaru proposed a tantalizing notion. Perhaps it would lead to ceaseless conflict and devastation. If everyone could transplant the Sharingan, this world would face annihilation, and I cannot permit such a fate. Zhang Lan warned sternly. What if everyone had the Rinnegan? Zhang Lan's eyes widened. Do you harbor new ideas? You seem quite anxious, but there is nothing to worry about. In the past, I longed for Sasuke's eyes, but now that I have them, I find my aspirations might ascend to greater heights, such as the Rinnegan. You wouldn't mind if I continued my research, would you? Orochimaru licked his lips. I believe you should focus on how to develop your innate abilities. If you could awaken new powers, would not your existence carry profound significance? As he spoke, Zhonglun tossed another manual to Orochimaru. I see. It appears my theory holds merit. I promise you, I shall undertake this project. Orochimaru returned the manual to Zhonglun. If one could transcend physical limitations, I am certain we could unveil even more fascinating ninjutsu. Then continue your research, but remember to keep it under wraps, you understand. Zhonglun smiled and touched his neck while looking at Orochimaru. I once thought I could only be a spectator within Hongdo's form. Yet it seems you have granted me a second life. Thus, you are my rebirth parents. In the present day, I find myself yearning for a lifetime of vision. Yet it feels as if the essence of my existence has lost its purpose. It is you who has illuminated my path, and thus, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Orochimaru, with sincerity, bowed deeply to Zhonglun. There are no issues, as long as you dedicate yourself to diligent study. The future will undoubtedly hold a place for you. Just as Orochimaru concluded this statement, a notification from the system echoed. Orochimaru's resolve shifted, loyalty at 90, altering the character's side quest and rewarding him with a complete set of scientific ninja tools. Zhonglun, filled with excitement, examined the scientific ninja tools, hoping they would not resemble the lamentable gadgets of that troublesome pineapple-headed individual. The ninja tool scalpel enhances operational speed and possesses an invisibility effect during combat. The ninja tool gloves counter fire techniques and can absorb fire-based ninjutsu. The ninja tool stethoscope allows one to hear all sounds within a 3-kilometer radius. Usage restriction, the host only. Though somewhat powerful, it seemed rather superfluous, as its myriad of auxiliary functions appeared excessive. For now, I shall keep them. They may prove useful in due course. Uncle Snake, continue your research. I await your good news. With that, Zhonglun departed. If Uncle Snake can alter fate, might Obito and that other individual also be swayed? Zhonglun pondered for a moment. Although the thought lingered, their wills were resolute, not easily swayed by mere words. Most critically, their hands were stained with too much blood. Those who could potentially redeem themselves in the future were never part of his original plans. Zhonglun had not intended to resurrect Orochimaru prematurely. However, his abilities were exceptionally unique. Moreover, he currently had no bargaining chips with Kabuto. Thus, upon resurrecting Orochimaru, Zhonglun cast an illusion to prevent any reckless behavior. Uncle Snake, do you still remember Honglian? Zhonglun inquired unexpectedly. You know of her? Orochimaru was taken aback, but quickly regained composure. She was one of my early experiments, albeit her abilities were quite incomplete. So powerful yet incomplete. Though it is true, she was ultimately subdued by someone who manipulated insects. I have long studied immortality, and in tandem, delved into the bloodline limits. Fate has favored those individuals, granting them extraordinary powers, but do ordinary ninjas have no chance? The answer is affirmative. My pride lies in Yamato and Honglian. I know a bit about Yamato. Does he possess any other peculiar abilities apart from wood release? Pray, tell me more about Honglian. Zhonglun pressed. Yamato may very well be a descendant of the Senju clan, Orochimaru revealed astonishingly. Zhonglun furrowed his brow. Little information had been provided about the first Hokage's offspring and the Senju clan, but since Orochimaru asserted this, he likely possessed evidence. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Among so many children, only he has survived and wields would release with remarkable proficiency. Thus, I suspect that bloodline limits may indeed be hereditary, or even graftable. Gazing at Orochimaru before him, Zhonglun comprehended that many had underestimated him, misled by his appearance. Otherwise, how could he be such a pivotal figure in the side quest? Zhonglun had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the side quest. Upon returning, he would surely dedicate himself to thorough research. With this theory, I indeed succeeded in cultivating Honglian. However, it is unfortunate that I did not pursue further research, instead focusing all my energy on the quest for immortality. Orochimaru seemed to take pride in his accomplishments. Zhonglun pondered carefully, recalling the 5 elemental chakra types commonly found in the ninja world: wind, lightning, earth, water, and fire. Each pair can combine to create a unique bloodline limit, theoretically amounting to 10 combinations. For instance, earth and water yield wood release, while earth and fire produce lava release. Water and fire generate boil release, and water and wind give rise to ice shield. Awakening a bloodline limit significantly enhances one's prowess compared to an ordinary ninja. Presently, The Mizukage Terumi may possesses 2 bloodline limits, which elucidates her rapid ascension to the position at such a tender age. The crystal release of Hong Lian must have originated from the combination of lightning and earth, Zhang Lan mused, his eyes swiftly shifting. Indeed, you are well informed. Her physique is quite exceptional, inherently endowed with 2 chakra types. It is astonishing that she ultimately succeeded. However, the bloodline limit cultivated later has many weaknesses and currently lacks the capacity for refinement. Orochimaru displayed a furrowed brow. If bloodline limits can truly be mass-produced, I shall remember your significant contribution. However, it is imperative that we do not transgress moral boundaries or conduct experiments on living beings. Do you comprehend? Surprised by Zhang Lan's earnest expression, Orochimaru remarked, Lan, I did not anticipate you to possess such a kind heart. This has nothing to do with kindness, it is humanitarianism. If human lives are subjected to arbitrary control, would that not distort our world? Such tyranny cannot endure for long. Rather than viewing me in this manner, you could commence your experiments with animals first. After a brief silence, Orochimaru stated, then await my news. I shall begin my research with the lab mice. Zhang Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of ethnicity, all individuals are born equal. The burdens of life may elicit varied reactions, yet every life remains invaluable. One must never trivialize human existence. Hong Lian should currently be in a cave on the outskirts of Konoha. After her backlash, we lost contact. But I believe she is nearby, not too far from here. I shall accompany you in the search. My eyes will be of assistance. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. What a fortuitous circumstance for gifting Uncle Snake a pair of eyes. Utilizing Orochimaru's newly activated eyes, they swiftly located the cave, where Hong Lian lay encased within a crimson crystal, her brow furrowed in distress. Although I know I shouldn't inquire, my curiosity compels me. Lan, what is your purpose in seeking her? I intend to include her in our future plans. Do you believe me? Zhang Lan replied with a smile, hastening to Hong Lian's side to assess the thickness of the crystal with his hands. I certainly believe you. Based on your recent actions, it appears you are devising something grand, for which I might also lend assistance, Orochimaru stated eagerly. Is there a method to shatter the crystal? Zhang Lan attempted to test the structure, realizing that brute force would likely jeopardize the occupant's life. I will try the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru extracted a sword from his mouth, but it only managed to inflict a minuscule wound. We must find a way to awaken her. If she regains consciousness, she should be able to break free herself. Zhang Lan contemplated. I shall attempt to activate the cursed seal. Upon uttering this, Orochimaru began forming hand seals, and soon, a series of black markings appeared around Hong Lian's neck. As the cursed seal activated, it seemed to elicit a flicker of response from her. The cursed seal inherently absorbs natural energy. Furthermore, it transforms the practitioner into various forms. When the curse mark is activated, it emits warmth that stimulates the skin, inducing a sensation of pain, which I hope will awaken her. Where am I? The woman opens her eyes, somewhat bewildered. Lord Orochimaru. Hong Lian, you have awakened. Come, approach me. Orochimaru calls, extending his arms in invitation. This fellow would have made a splendid fortune-teller. Upon reflection, all the ninjas lured away by Orochimaru possess formidable strength. Misled by his theories. Lord Orochimaru, where is this? How did I end up here? The woman named Hong Lian has a melodious voice, delicate and soft, contrasting with her combat prowess. This is Lord Zhang Lian. He will be your superior from now on. Orochimaru introduces Zhang Lian. Please, do not say that. I am just an ordinary person. We shall coexist peacefully henceforth. Zhang Lian has no affinity for posturing or forming cliques. Lord Lian, from now on, Hong Lian will be under your guidance. It seems that in her eyes, Orochimaru will always hold the top position. It is of no concern. I am currently in need of assistance, particularly from capable individuals. The future of this world will depend on all of us. Zhang Lian suddenly expresses a profound sentiment. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze sharpens. It appears that Zhang Lian possesses knowledge of many things Orochimaru is unaware of, which explains his remark. Following this youth seems far more entertaining than merely being a puppet in the winds. Uncle Snake, you may remain in the laboratory. I shall return to Konoha with Hong Lian. Zhang Lian and the others make their way back to the lab. Observing the myriad of instruments, Hong Lian appears somewhat apprehensive. Do not worry. Orochimaru has changed. He will no longer take lives. Zhang Lian is aware that those who emerge from Uncle Snake's laboratory carry shadows within their hearts, a mark ingrained since childhood. Initially, Hong Lian harbored no fondness for Zhang Lian. What capability could someone younger than herself possess to be her leader? Yet now, from his words, she senses warmth, something she has never received from anyone else, save for a fleeting moment from her mother, a distant memory. However, as Hong Lian opens her mouth, words elude her. I will take you back to Konoha, where many comrades await, along with delightful experiences and delicious food. Zhang Lian gently pats Hong Lian's shoulder, moving her to tears. Thank you. No one has ever cared for me like this. Zhang Lian glances at Orochimaru, his intent clear. Are you all truly so oblivious to such a delicate beauty? Orochimaru feels somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny. It is indeed true. Uncle Snake is indifferent even to his own gender, let alone the well-being of his experimental subjects. All right. No more tears. Let us embark. I have an inkling of your abilities. Share the details with me along the way. Compared to Uncle, I am well acquainted with the creatures here. What shall we do next? Naruto inquires while riding atop a lion, sipping coconut water delivered by a little monkey, his articulation muddled. Meanwhile, Killer Bee rides a massive elephant, incessantly fidgeting while also shaking his rear. Ah, Naruto, I never anticipated you would learn so swiftly. I am truly astonished. I was even younger than you when I arrived, yet it took me over a year. Killer Bee continues to sing and speak. Does it really take that long? Perhaps it is due to my mystical abilities that I find interactions between humans and animals to be remarkably simple. When you treat them well, they will undoubtedly reciprocate. As Naruto gently stroked the lion's mane, the majestic creature appeared to revel in the attention. This realization is pivotal, marking the pathway to the next step. Suddenly, Killer Bee adopted a serious demeanor. By the way, where is your companion from the hidden leaf? Ah, you mean Captain Yamato. Look, he is just behind us. There sat Yamato, his eyes shadowed, perched atop a rudimentary wooden horse, ambling slowly behind. The horse seemed to be a crude creation, perhaps a reflection of the fact that the animals were not particularly fond of him, eliciting a chuckle. You too, with your brash antics and arrogance, have shown no regard for my feelings. I have been unable to eat or sleep well. When will this end? Yamato, fatigued, lamented that not only did the animals refuse to engage with him, but they also joined forces with the other two to mock him, completely disregarding the notion of camaraderie. Well then, let us proceed. If we succeed today, we shall be but a step away from triumph. Killer Bee affectionately patted the elephant's ear, and the obedient creature changed direction, leading them to a magnificent waterfall. To genuinely befriend the tailed beasts, one must first connect with other animals and understand their emotions. You excel in this regard far more than I do, Naruto, which fills me with increasing confidence in you. Next, you must eradicate your dark side, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences in the forthcoming battle. Ah, we are to battle again. Previously, I felt outmatched by the Toad Sage. Surely, the Ninetales must be even more formidable. Naruto murmured to himself. Humph, a foul toad is nothing. I can defeat it with a single punch. An obnoxious voice echoed from the depths of darkness. The Ninetales embodies a collective of hatred, and if one fails to maintain clarity, assimilation is inevitable. Killer Bee's tone turned grave. Once assimilated, there is no return. Such gravity. What must be done? Naruto inquired, astonished. Fear not, I shall guide you through this. I will teach you to gaze upon the stars and the moon, step by step. Hey, you are forcing a rhyme here, and it doesn't even rhyme. Yamato was taken aback, wondering how their conversation had turned into a song. Captain Yamato seems quite invested in you, more so than the elder, suggesting he has developed a fondness for you. Naruto erupted in laughter. Captain Yamato appears indifferent to everything. Perhaps he harbors aspirations of becoming a singer. I believe you two could form a duo and call it the Uncle Duo. It would surely become a sensation. That insufferable Naruto dares to jest at my expense. How do you know my dreams? I prefer to retreat to my little abode, crafting tales through the written word, for it brings me joy. Yamato mused silently, not daring to voice his thoughts, as he observed the two in their revelry, pondering the potential for new humor. Enough about him. Let us discuss the true waterfall. Remember, once you enter, no matter what you encounter, do not place your trust in it. Do not be swayed. If you fail the first time, subsequent attempts will prove exceedingly challenging. How serious? What will my true self reveal? Have I become Hokage? Am I wed to Sakura? Or am I embarking on missions alongside Sasuke? Naruto contemplated deeply. Perhaps I should consider less favorable outcomes. Your optimism is rather naive and may lead to complications. Killer Bee interrupted Naruto's unrealistic thoughts, emphasizing the necessity of confronting his true, flawed self rather than an idealized version of success. Oh, I see. I'm off now, uncle. Naruto responded. Why are you so agitated, Naruto? What have you figured out? At least consult me first. Yamato exclaimed, feeling anxious about Naruto's rapid conclusions. Rest assured, Naruto will undoubtedly succeed, Killer Bee said with a smile. I've had enough of your riddles. I want to go home. Yamato expressed his frustration, feeling invisible and mocked by the two. Quiet now. Naruto is about to begin, he urged. You've finally arrived, my other half, a sinister voice echoed. Who are you? How can you mimic me? Your eyes. Your hairstyle is a mess. Have you not washed your hair in days? What is that odor? My grandfather always advised me against drinking and to maintain proper hygiene. Look at how disheveled you are. Naruto chattered incessantly. Enough. I am the embodiment of your innermost self. Your heart reflects your truest form. Do you remember how you were bullied as a child? How others insulted you as you grew older? And how Sakura dealt with you? You were merely a sycophant. Do you realize that? The Naruto before him appeared furious, pointing an accusing finger at him. Indeed, my childhood was filled with unhappiness. But now I am content. I have companions, friends, and teachers. More importantly, I have you. I have always yearned for a sibling, and when I saw you, I felt an instinctive desire to care for you, so I shall always regard you as my brother. Upon hearing this, the other Naruto froze, taken aback by the unexpected embrace from Naruto, leaving him bewildered. Is everything you've said true? Am I truly your brother? He asked, astonishment filling his eyes. Of course. You are not just my brother. You are another facet of me. You should understand this. Is that truly the case? I feel so warm. I never realized how comforting my embrace could be. With that, the anger and darkness in the other Naruto's eyes dissipated completely. Trust me, I will become stronger. You should not dwell in darkness. You ought to live boldly under the sunlight. Thank you, Naruto. Both Gaara and I will be grateful to you. With those words, the other Naruto gradually faded away. I wish you success. Rest assured, I will succeed. You know my ninja way, for you are me. As he watched his other self smile and disappear, Naruto felt certain of his impending triumph. Excellent. Now, let us commence our challenge, Killer Bee said joyfully. Noting that Naruto's talent surpassed his own at that age, he eagerly anticipated what would happen once they subdued the Nine Tails. Hey, wait for me. Don't forget that I'm the bodyguard. Yamato called out, chasing after the two as they entered a dimly lit chamber, filled with an eerie atmosphere. This place feels ominous. Yamato remarked, sensing a chill in the air. Why are there so many statues? Naruto, I must reveal a harsh reality to you. Do you know why the Jinchuriki must communicate with the tailed beasts here? Killer Bee inquired, looking intently at Naruto. It must be because your environment is more conducive to such interactions, and those animals outside are quite magnificent, like a waterfall, Naruto pondered, stroking his chin. It may very well be part of your hidden cloud village's conspiracy, Yamato interjected. You are rather stingy, ninja of the wood. This place serves as a colossal seal site, where the tailed beasts may be unleashed. Even should they run amok, this location can temporarily contain them until the next Jinchuriki arrives. Naruto, do you understand my implication? To await the next one signifies that, should I fail, my fate may very well be death. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Naruto's brow. He seldom communicated with the Nine Tails, and when he had recklessly unleashed its power in the past, it had resulted in Jiraiya being injured. This time, however, he must unleash his full force. Furthermore, within your spiritual realm, only your power prevails. None can assist you. Killer Bee began to worry. He had come to admire Naruto, enjoying their harmonious interactions. As fellow Jinchuriki, they shared numerous commonalities, and Naruto appeared even more optimistic than he. If the Nine Tails were to spiral out of control, finding a suitable replacement in such a short span would be exceedingly difficult. It was said that the current situation was dire, with an organization lurking ominously, eyeing the tailed beasts. Naruto, we should return. The power of the Nine Tails is perilous to wield. Have you forgotten what transpired previously? Yamato also urged. Captain Yamato, my resolve is unwavering. If I lacked such determination, I would not have traveled this far. Besides, I have faith in myself, bolstered by my uncle's encouragement. Naruto flashed a smile, which instantly uplifted Yamato's spirits, even prompting Killer Bee to give a thumbs up. If any misfortune befalls you, I shall protect you with my life. That is my mission, Yamato silently vowed. Naruto, Just activate the switch at that entrance. Be cautious and sincere, otherwise, danger may ensue. Do you see those decapitated stone statues? They are the remnants of failed Jinchuriki. Killer Bee added with a heavy punch. Naruto swallowed hard. I will do my utmost. Without hesitation, he thrust his head into the mouth of a statue, only to let out a cry moments later. Yamato, alarmed, rushed to safeguard him, only to discover that Naruto's head had vanished. Naruto, you cannot be in peril. My heavens, Naruto, awaken. Yamato's face turned pale, having come this far. He could not fathom such an inconceivable demise. Haha, Captain Yamato, did I frighten you? Naruto soon emerged with his head from under his clothing. Killer Bee laughed as well. Once they pass through the waterfall, this mechanism will vanish. I assure you, I speak not in jest. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it yourself. Yamato had intended to reprimand them, but upon hearing Killer Bee's words, his ire dissipated. You two are quite the bullies. Naruto, begin your preparations. I will relay the specific details shortly. What kind of seal do you possess? The 8 trigram seal. My heavens, it surpasses even my iron seal. The one who crafted this must be someone incredibly close to you, devotedly safeguarding you. Killer Bee suddenly recalled a man with golden hair, his heart racing. Could it truly be that man? Uncle, I am ready. I shall commence my meditation now. Captain Yamato, do not be anxious. Naruto quickly entered a meditative state, sitting cross-legged. Ding! The sound of dripping water echoed. In a dimly lit chamber, Naruto groped his way to a great iron door before him. Naruto, what brings you here so unexpectedly? I can no longer sense the true essence of you. A colossal figure loomed, accompanied by a deafening sound. This is the most authentic version of myself. The Nine Tails. With that, Naruto gradually ascended, swiftly approaching the seal upon the iron gate. Extending his right hand, a sealing technique materialized before him. What do you intend to do? The Nine Tails exclaimed. What else could I possibly do but free you? Haven't you longed for this moment? Naruto directed the key in his hand towards the 8 trigram seal on his abdomen, slowly turning it. As the seal rotated, the markings on the iron gate began to unveil. So you wish to control me, huh? Such foolish aspirations. The Nine Tails suddenly comprehended that Naruto's unusual actions signified his burgeoning mastery over his own power. As the gate was on the brink of opening, the Nine Tails prepared to pounce, intending to rend Naruto asunder. Suddenly, a hand grasped Naruto. In an instant, he was bewildered, questioning how another presence could reside within his consciousness. A man with golden hair, bearing the insignia of the 4th Hokage on his back, emerged. Naruto, are you all right? The man inquired with a smile. 4th Hokage, how do you know my name? You. Because you are my little one, I even chose your name. The 4th continued to smile, but his expression shifted abruptly as Naruto struck him in the abdomen. Why must the Nine Tails be sealed within me? How much suffering have I endured? How many disdainful glances have I faced? Why? Naruto wept bitterly. It seems the 3rd has said nothing to you, but it was for your own good. The 4th gently patted Naruto's head, and as for you, Nine Tails, your noise is unbearable. I have no desire to see you again. With that, the 4th cast the Nine Tails a cold glare and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 4th and Naruto vanished, reappearing in an unfamiliar realm. Hey, Naruto, what has happened? Why do you bear such an expression of rage? What is he experiencing? Yamato fretted, noting that the numbers in his hand had changed to 9. I am uncertain as well. We cannot assist him in his world. I will transmit a bit of chakra to him, hoping it provides some assistance. 4th Lord, are you truly my biological father? Naruto asked. Of course I am. I left this last bit of chakra to aid you when your seal falters. However, your proactive approach to breaking the seal is unexpected. You have grown remarkably. The 4th expressed astonishment, yet I can only repair the seal now. I lack the power to confront the Nine Tails. My apologies, Naruto. Suddenly, a tentacle from an octopus reached toward Naruto's back. Naruto, what troubles you? You must extract the Nine Tails chakra from its body entirely and absorb it to gain control. Stay strong. Oh, right. Now that the seal is undone, the Nine Tails will go berserk, as I heard from Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai's chakra is aiding me. Father, we shall converse later. Right now, I must address pressing matters. By the way, how do I exit? Observing his son's maturity and insight, the 4th felt a surge of pride, then snapped his fingers, sending Naruto forth. Naruto, give it your all. We shall always stand by your side. Naruto, too engrossed, failed to grasp the 4th Hokage's words, arriving just as the seal was breached in its final moments. A furious roar erupted as the Nine Tails unleashed a blast of rage that sent Naruto flying. Remarkably potent, far exceeding my expectations. Suddenly, a massive paw of the Nine Tails emerged, seemingly intent on shredding Naruto to pieces. Naruto, I have come to assist you. In an instant, an octopus-like appendage expanded, ensnaring the Nine Tails and allowing Naruto to evade disaster. Humph, Naruto, what a disgrace to ally with the Eight Tails. Let me tell you, it is futile. You are destined to fail. With a swift motion, Naruto utilized the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating dozens of replicas, all preparing to unleash their Rasengan. Alas, such feeble attacks barely grazed the Nine Tails, leaving its fur unscathed. The original Naruto quickly cast a powerful wind release, Rasen Shuriken, hurling it at the Nine Tails, which staggered back a few steps. Now that was interesting. What? The Nine Tails began to speak, only to have a minuscule tailed beast bomb hurled at it. Damn you, Eight Tails! I will tear you apart. This strike landed squarely on the Nine Tails, sending it crashing down. Naruto, hold on, draw its chakra. I must depart, the rest is up to you. With that, the Eight Tails' bull-headed form slumped. Naruto's chakra soon made contact with the Nine Tails, swiftly extracting a crimson figure. As the Nine Tails' chakra intertwined with Naruto's, his eyes suddenly darkened. A surge of hatred rising from within. I told you, you are not yourself now. You will return eventually, and you have already lost. The Nine Tails' chakra quickly enveloped Naruto, who began to lose his sanity, crying out in agony. At the height of the Nine Tails' triumph, several white chains erupted from Naruto's chest, ensnaring the Nine Tails in a swift motion. How is this possible? This is Kushina's chakra. How can it reside within you? The Nine Tails was baffled. Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki, had tormented it relentlessly. Her chakra possessing a sealing quality. Nailed to the fiery sphere, while impervious to flames, it realized it was more comfortable within Naruto, at least having a shelter. What is happening to me? Why am I thinking this? I must hurry and break free. Alas, Naruto began to transform, his chakra cloak manifesting. Look at his eyes. Yamato exclaimed. Quiet, I can see. Strange, I just severely injured the Nine Tails. Could its chakra be so difficult to control? Killer Bee murmured. Naruto, hang in there. Why has it stopped? What is happening now? Yamato grasped Killer Bee's hand. Be careful, you're hurting me. Why am I in my house? What is going on? Where is the fourth Hokage? Naruto looked around, seeing no one. Naruto, we are here. This space contains my chakra, so I altered the environment slightly. Your mother is cooking and will be here shortly. The fourth Hokage maintained his tranquil smile. Mother is a name that feels so foreign. One that has not been uttered in 3 generations, leading Naruto to believe himself an orphan. Amidst a tense anticipation, a beautiful woman with flowing red hair, adorned in an apron, makes her entrance. Naruto, do you know who I am? The sight of the red-haired beauty is captivating as she gazes at him with a smile. Kushina, what troubles you? Why are you suddenly in tears? Nagato inquired, having accompanied her to the Rain Village following the 5 Kage summit. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in light conversation, and now her tears flowed freely. I saw him. I saw them, she exclaimed, her sobs growing louder. Thank you, Minato. I'm so sorry. Congratulations, Kushina. Nagato offered his felicitations. It seemed that only her family could stir such emotions within her. Naruto, stop daydreaming and come here, urged the fourth Hokage, Minato. Countless times he had envisioned his mother, yet in dreams, her face remained a blur, and upon waking, all memories escaped him. With heavy footsteps, Naruto approached the two. Naruto, you've grown. You're nearly as tall as I am. Have you made any friends? Kushina inquired. Perhaps we should first resolve the matters outside, Minato suggested with a smile. Indeed, Naruto, let us join forces to subdue the Nine Tails. With that, Kushina rolled up her sleeves, embodying the spirit of a fierce warrior. Why was it that he felt the urge to weep, yet simultaneously experienced an overwhelming sense of happiness? Wrapped in the cloak of Nine Tails chakra, Naruto suddenly vanished, replaced by a wave of tranquility. Shadow clone technique. Let us unleash the Rasengan, he declared. After a period of stillness, he instinctively entered Sage mode, feeling invigorated. Now, let us unleash the explosive Rasengan. A flurry of orbs was hurled at the Nine Tails, disorienting it. Before it could regain its senses, another barrage of orbs followed. Sage Art, Super Great Ball Rasengan. Just as the Nine Tails regained its footing, it was once again felled. But the onslaught did not cease there. Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken. A shuriken imbued with sage energy was launched directly at the Ninetales' chest. "You have provoked my wrath, and you shall pay." The Ninetales growled, preparing to unleash a colossal-tailed beast bomb. Kushina's chakra chains pulled taut, ensnaring the Ninetales like a hapless prey. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to extract the Ninetales' chakra, which was swiftly absorbed by his own body. Soon after, Naruto entered a new mode, radiating a brilliant light. Prepare to meet your end. A massive tailed beast bomb formed above the Ninetales, poised to strike. With a firm grasp of his right hand, Naruto summoned a cascade of crimson wood that pinned the Ninetales' tail, body, and head to the ground, forming an immense cage that ensnared the beast. "This is the Six Paths technique. How is this possible?" The Ninetales bellowed. "I refuse to be sealed again. Release me, you wretched creature." "I'm sorry, Ninetales, but you must endure this for now." "Mother, I have subdued the Ninetales. Look at me now." In that moment, Naruto resembled a child who had just received a sweet treat, eager to flaunt his triumph to his parents. After all these years, he felt the most relaxed he had ever been. Observing their son clad in golden attire, Minato and Kushina beamed with joy. "There is so much we wish to convey to you, Naruto, but alas, time is limited." "Let your chatty mother speak," Minato chuckled. "That's not acceptable. This time, no matter what, you must speak, Minato." Kushina's hair instantly stood on end, resembling a spiky chili pepper. "All right, I shall take the lead," Minato replied, his smile fading. The first matter concerns the Ninetales incident from 16 years ago, which was initially intended for the third Hokage to investigate. Regrettably, he has since passed away. Now that Naruto has gained control over the Ninetales and is maturing rapidly, I can confidently entrust this matter to you. Minato gazed at his golden-haired son with satisfaction. "Dad, are you being too reckless? If even Grandpa Third didn't know of this, how could I?" Naruto expressed his confusion. "They must not be acting alone. It appears to be a group effort." The elaborate scheme to unleash the Ninetales was not merely to wreak havoc upon the village. According to village intelligence, Madara summoned the Ninetales during his battle with the first Hokage. They are unlikely to surrender easily. The incident from 16 years ago was likely just an act of retaliation. Minato contemplated, resting his chin on his hand. Naruto, still fuming, recalled that not long ago, Sasuke had entered his consciousness and conversed with the Ninetales. The Sharingan can directly control the Ninetales. But what about the other tailed beasts? Moreover, the Ninetales did mention a name, Madara. "Dad, I understand now. You must be referring to the Akatsuki organization. They are still out there gathering tailed beasts. For the sake of my comrades and the village, I will get to the bottom of this and ensure that no harm comes to our home." Observing Naruto's maturity, both Minato and Kushina smiled, tears welling in their eyes. The second matter is even more critical. Have you ever heard of the prophecy of the Chosen One as spoken by Jiraiya-sensei? Initially, I was skeptical, but after training in ninjutsu with him, I dreamt of the great sage who uttered a cryptic phrase, a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Since then, my studies in ninjutsu have flourished, even leading me to develop techniques such as the Rasengan. Minato's tone turned grave. Naruto felt bewildered. "Last I heard from the pervy sage, the Chosen One was Nagato. What's going on now? Are you speaking of pain?" Minato pondered for a moment. "This individual possesses the Rinnegan. Akin to the Sage of Six Paths theoretically, he should be the Chosen One, yet the great sage's words remain elusive." This only added to Naruto's confusion. "Dad, let us not delve into this. It's too complicated for now." Kushina interjected. "Perhaps he has strayed onto the wrong path. One that may not usher in true change for ninjas, but rather destruction. If we speak of control and ruin, it does not align with the sage's prophecy of a reformer. He is merely a changer. The world of ninjas requires more than just a changer." Kushina's analysis was astute. Thus, the great sage must have other intentions. "Regrettably, I am no longer present. So Naruto, I entrust this responsibility to you." Minato regarded Kushina and then looked at Naruto. "It truly feels as if I could fight alongside you both. Dad, why are you all so reckless? You and Jiraiya-sensei too. Never telling me anything and leaving me to guess. How could I possibly figure this all out? Even the Hokage cannot resolve such matters." Naruto expressed his grievances. Yet deep within, he felt a flicker of joy that his parents entrusted him with such a significant responsibility. It affirmed his capability to bear it. "We believe in you. And you must believe in yourself," his father, Minato, reassured him, gently ruffling his hair. "Moreover, you have an abundance of companions by your side. Minato's golden locks and azure eyes reminded Naruto that he was not alone in this journey. Nevertheless, it has been a long and arduous journey for you, Naruto, Minato continued. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. The day's revelations were overwhelming. First, he had tamed the Nine Tails, then reunited with his parents, and inexplicably acquired a new title, one that originally belonged to his father. It was quite a lot to process. Enough of that. Let us talk about how you met Dad, Mom. I'm incredibly curious. He shifted the topic, causing Kushina's cheeks to flush with warmth. You rascal. You've inherited Minato's appearance, yet your personality mirrors mine so closely. Thank heavens for that, Kushina remarked, casting a glance at Minato before sharing their past experiences, captivating Naruto's attention. I apologize, Minato. I tend to ramble and have taken up much of your time. Is there anything else you wish to convey to Naruto? Indeed. My message is quite similar to your mother's. However, it is paramount that you protect yourself, Minato emphasized. Despite Naruto's mastery over the Nine Tails and his ability to harness its chakra at will, every parent harbors concerns for their child, regardless of their capabilities. Rest assured, Dad. This method is incredibly convenient. Just look, Naruto replied, demonstrating how he could effortlessly absorb the Nine Tails chakra. In terms of combat prowess, it feels akin to Sage Mode. You have truly matured, Naruto. However, my time is limited, as my chakra is nearly depleted, Minato sighed. Mom, Dad, fret not. I will strive diligently. I shall abstain from alcohol, avoid the 3 forbidden acts of a ninja, and not learn any bad habits from Jiraiya-sensei. I will cherish my comrades and contribute to the village. I will save my rewards from completed missions. Thank you for being my parents. I am profoundly grateful. Naruto declared with conviction. Thank you as well, Naruto, for allowing us to be your parents. You are akin to the protagonist of a novel, never yielding and capable of illuminating others, Kushina replied. Farewell, my child. Nagato, I must head to the Cloud Village now. The time that Urashiki mentioned has arrived. Kushina suddenly paused. Is it so soon? Do you require assistance? Konan and the others will be returning shortly, Nagato calculated, recognizing that most of their missions were reaching completion. Following Urashiki's words, Kushina's other task was about to commence. No need. You all return to the Rain Village. Urashiki may have further plans. And I long to be by Naruto's side again. Go on, and thank you, Urashiki, for making today possible. I shall be sure to express my gratitude, Nagato replied, filled with joy, for there is no greater happiness than family reunions. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will strive to become Hokage, the most unique orange Hokage in history. Naruto proclaimed resolutely, bowing deeply towards the place where Minato and Kushina had vanished. Naruto, you're awake. How do you feel? Killer Bee noticed as Naruto opened his eyes. Naruto, you gave us quite a scare. Yamato wore an expression of anxiety, pondering the recent events. What had transpired that had caused such an eruption? Only for it to vanish so abruptly? I have encountered the most significant person in my life. Naruto, filled with joy, looked at Killer Bee and nodded. As fellow Jinchuriki, their similar experiences made understanding each other quite effortless. Could it be Sakura? That shouldn't be. How could she possibly be here? Yamato murmured. Naruto, how is the Nine Tails faring? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Who are you? The Eight Tails uncle? Naruto inquired with curiosity, pondering that if the Nine Tails were so accommodating, he would not have endured such hardship. It is I, Naruto. Congratulations on making significant progress. Remember, the Nine Tails' true name is Kurama. I am Gyuki. We all possess names, but you have grown accustomed to identifying us by our tails. The Eight Tails imparted crucial information to Naruto. Thank you, I understand now. Kurama, what an intriguing name. I had thought the Nine Tails lacked one, Naruto responded, now elated, realizing that the Eight Tails was providing him an opportunity to converse with the Nine Tails. Come, let us fist bump. Gyuki extended his right hand. Naruto, recalling his first meeting with Killer Bee, felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this was a unique form of intimate communication between humans and tailed beasts. With exhilaration, Naruto extended his fist to meet Gyuki's. Naruto, keep up the good work. I have great faith in you, Gyuki declared with an enigmatic remark. How did you establish a connection with Naruto? Killer Bee questioned in confusion. The Nine Tails had always been the most temperamental among the tailed beasts, especially with his theory regarding the number of tails, which had irked everyone. As far as I know, no one could subdue him. Yet Naruto had managed to control him perfectly. So, think about it. Gyuki's large head bobbed. Now I understand. In time, he will become a flawless Jinchuriki, perhaps even capable of transforming into a tailed beast. Indeed, the circumstances are becoming increasingly dire. Having more formidable allies is advantageous, Gyuki elucidated. Naruto, since you can control the Nine Tails chakra, I will teach you a technique that tailed beasts excel at, known as tailed beast bomb. Upon comprehending Gyuki's intentions, Killer Bee made every effort to cultivate Naruto's abilities. Conveniently, the tailed beast bomb was also a requisite lesson for Jinchuriki. It sounds impressive, Uncle B. Teach me whatever you know, Naruto eagerly urged, for learning new ninjutsu was what truly captivated him. He had once followed Jiraiya daily, urging him to teach, only to learn a summoning technique that took considerable time. The crux of the tailed beast bomb lies in the ratio of your own chakra to that of the tailed beasts. Moreover, it must be constantly compressed until on the verge of explosion, Killer Bee patiently explained. That sounds overly complex. I do not comprehend what you mean by ratio. Naruto struggled to articulate after a moment of contemplation. Yamato could no longer contain himself. How about this? Just instruct Naruto to infuse his chakra and let him feel it. The concept of ratios is too advanced for him to grasp. Killer Bee was intrigued. One would think that Naruto, being a wind-release ninja and a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would possess greater battle prowess than an ordinary jonin, yet he lacked even the most fundamental knowledge. Uncle B, is this how you mean to compress? Naruto quickly formed a ball, unintentionally stunning Killer Bee. Naruto, who taught you this technique? This is evidently a form of chakra compression ninjutsu, akin to the tailed beast bomb. It was imparted to me by Master Jiraiya, and I have heard it was an A-rank ninjutsu devised by the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that man who once stood toe-to-toe with my brother. What connection does Naruto have with the fourth, and why would he pass on such a vital technique to him? Never mind, if I can't figure it out, I shall not dwell on it. Now, try to release your chakra with the Rasengan using the Nine Tails power. Oh, Naruto began to repeatedly poke at the sphere. Bang! A series of explosions ensued. No, that's not the right proportion. Another failure. The continuous setbacks left Naruto disheartened. Could it be an issue with using one hand? He recalled Kakashi's words about how one could look to the west and east simultaneously. The answer was simple. Create a shadow clone. You will be responsible for infusing the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto instructed the newly summoned clone. Remember to tell me the ratio. I need to find that feeling. Wow, Naruto. You truly are a genius to think of such a method. Stop. That's the ratio. Red and blue, 28. Remember this feeling. You must. Killer Bee exclaimed. Though Naruto may seem foolish, he possesses a unique understanding and methodology. That is his talent. It's done. This is the tailed beast bomb. Staring at the purplish sphere before him, he could hardly believe it. However, in battle against an enemy, there may not be time to create a shadow clone, Naruto. Though your method is commendable, Killer Bee expressed his concern. No problem, B, just watch me. Naruto closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, and his golden form emerged. Wow, what a striking appearance. Killer Bee and Yamato gazed on in envy. The chakra cloak can form arms, effectively replacing the need for a shadow clone. It's quite practical. Who's there? No need to hide. I can sense your presence, Naruto shouted into the air. Killer Bee and Yamato were taken aback. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. B, there is something wrong with that weapon. Damn it. I have fused with Samahata. How did he detect me? Kisame was perplexed, as no one was supposed to know this technique. Not even Akatsuki had deciphered it. Come out. Naruto kicked Samahata fiercely, causing Kisame to spit out blood. A head protruded from the sword. Aren't you that stinky shark? How are you still alive? Impossible. No one can evade the ninjutsu of me and my brother. Killer Bee was baffled. How could someone survive after having their head severed? You are unaware of many things, big guy. This trip was not in vain. As I have gathered so much information, Kisame laughed heartily, then manipulated Samahata to activate a switch in the stone chamber before turning to flee. Where do you think you're going? In a flash, Naruto soared forward, delivering a punch to Kisame's chest, but due to his excessive force, his foot got stuck in the wall. Body flicker technique. The three exclaimed in unison. Captain Yamato, come save me, Naruto shouted, just before pulling the three back. Where Naruto's fist struck the ground, a tree suddenly sprouted. Who would have thought that the Nine-Tails brat would grow so swiftly? Cough. He is indeed formidable. Before Gakuto could utter a word, he began to cough up blood, indicating the severity of his injuries. Yamato, take care of Naruto. I will pursue him, he declared. Kurabi swiftly devised a strategy. Damn it, 3 ribs are broken. That punch nearly incapacitated me. I must hurry, he thought, as Gakudo deftly manipulated his jonin to dash towards the exit. It was imperative that he did not allow any information to escape. How can he run so swiftly? And he seems to be aware of the traps? Damn it, Kurabi grumbled as he followed Gakudo. Naruto, how did you master the body flicker technique? Yamato inquired with curiosity. I have no idea. I just felt a surge of excitement and rushed forward. Perhaps I was simply faster this time. Ah, my feet hurt, Naruto replied. And there's a tree growing here. Your ability, Naruto, seems to possess an incredible vitality. Vitality? I don't understand what that means, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide. Never mind. I can't explain it to you. Anyway, I've wrapped myself in bandages. Let us leave quickly. We cannot allow this critical information to leak, Yamato urged, attempting to carry Naruto on his back. To his surprise, Naruto dashed out even faster. This guy has an even stronger recovery ability, Yamato noted. Why is there a monstrous fish flying out? How could there be fish in this room? A rescue team of wood-release ninjas and several cloud ninjas appeared outside the waterfall, dispatched to protect Kurabi and Naruto. Be careful, that's an Akatsuki member, not a beast. Kurabi shouted. In an instant, he activated his tailed beast chakra cloak. To play tricks on our territory is nothing short of foolishness. Ninja art, 1,000 needle jutsu. The leaf ninja hurled a dozen silver needles, all of which Gakudo blocked with his arm, while the leaf ninjas suddenly collapsed. What a pity, with such little chakra. It's still insufficient, Gakudo lamented, eyeing his still frail body. I must absorb the 8 tails chakra. Everyone, be cautious. This man can absorb chakra to restore himself. The leaf ninja finally signaled. Do not approach him. His water release is formidable, and this area is saturated with water, lightning, and earth elements, he warned. Kurabi stood before the waterfall, while Gakudo submerged himself in the water. Only Jonin slowly swam towards him, and before Kurabi could react, he bit down on his shoulder. Kurabi, how are you? Kurabi's tailed beast cloak quickly dissipated, and he collapsed. Jonin, trembling all over, then exerted all its strength to break free from Gakudo and affectionately approached Kurabi. All right, I understand you were coerced, but I am unable to move now. This is quite fortuitous. My wounds and chakra are restored. Now let us flee. Alas, Jonin is actually betraying me. Gakudo swiftly turned and swam towards the sea. Lightning release, lightning sword. A colossal sword of lightning was hurled directly at Gakudo. Damn it. How can there be such a powerful lightning ninja? Who could it be? Gakudo, capable of absorbing chakra and ninjutsu, still feared lightning while in the water, as the paralysis significantly diminished his swimming speed. A female ninja clad in the garb of a leaf jonin frowned as she gazed towards the bottom of the lake. Yet, Gakudo's aquatic prowess appeared formidable. The lightning sword failed to harm him. Mother! Naruto had just emerged when he beheld the female ninja before him, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. Mother, you are not. Good child, we finally meet in earnest. I owe my return to the world to someone, and I cannot bear to lose you, Kushina said, her tears cascading down her cheeks. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't Naruto an orphan? How could such a formidable and youthful mother suddenly appear? Especially Yamato, who had heard of the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha 16 years ago, stared at Kushina in disbelief. Is this truly Kakashi-sensei's mother-in-law? She appears so youthful. Mother, where has that fish gone? Naruto suddenly recalled Kisame. Now, he has not exuded any malice. I cannot find him. I'm afraid he is beneath the water, and my jutsu has little effect, Kushina replied. Is there any good way, Uncle B? Naruto asked, noticing Kurabi sprawled on the ground, while Samahata was cozily surrounding him. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Leave it to me, a familiar voice drifted in. Zhonglan, what brings you here? Have you recovered? Hurry, Naruto. This is your uncle. He is the one who healed your mother. Kushina exclaimed joyfully, realizing that if Zhonglan was here, he would likely have a solution. Have a good chat. I shall pursue the villain, Zhonglan said before vanishing. Naruto, let me take a good look at you. Kushina embraced Naruto, causing his face to flush bright red. It was the first time he felt a mother's warmth. Mother, do you know about our meeting? Naruto inquired curiously. I am well aware. That chakra was indeed at work when you controlled the Nine Tails. It is my chakra, and I can feel so much. It is a pity about Minato. Mother, Dad is very handsome and brave. I am proud of him. Naruto grinned at his mother. And I will fulfill the promise I made to him. That is a man's vow. Kushina looked at Naruto with immense joy, momentarily seeing Minato's shadow in him. By the way, what is the situation with that uncle? Should we pursue the shark now? I knew you would ask. Come, let me explain in detail. Perhaps in the future, Minato can. Naruto's eyes widened. You mean Dad? Yes, let us go. This is part of his plan. Now we simply wait, Kushina said, embracing Naruto as they departed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Isn't Kushina already deceased? What is happening in this world? Kurabi pondered, intrigued. As the rumors spoke of the fourth Hokage's entire family perishing 16 years ago, the fourth Hokage's life was legendary, abruptly halted, leaving his brother in sorrow for a long time. Kushina's revival made this world seem all the more fascinating. Kurabi, along with Samahata and a few others, returned to the Beast Paradise, watching Naruto and Kushina share laughter, reluctant to interrupt their reunion. Kisame, come forth, you cannot escape. I have set a trap for you. Zhang Lan's voice echoed as if rising from the depths, sending a chill down Kisame's spine. Who is this formidable entity, and why does he evoke the presence of Mr. Itachi? The enigmatic Kyuubi did not cease its relentless motion, propelling itself toward the ocean, where freedom awaited, an expanse of water where no one could impose dominion over it. Water release, 5 shark jutsu. Yet, Kyuubi, harboring a hint of unease, unleashed a protective ninjutsu, accelerating its pace with the assistance of the shark. Avoiding confrontation remained paramount. Intelligence was the true priority. Soon I shall employ that technique. In that case, allow me to engage you. After such an extensive journey, my body yearns for action. Zhang Lan observed the tenacious Kyuubi with a faint smile. Wood release, wood prison jutsu. Suddenly, 5 intricately woven wooden cages emerged to ensnare the shark, startling Kyuubi. For it was rare to encounter someone who wielded wood release. The value of this information was immeasurable. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Unable to restrain itself any longer, Kyuubi hastily summoned its spirit beast and expelled a scroll from its mouth. Deliver this to Ah-Fei, he knows what to do. Turning to Zhang Lan, Kyuubi found only mockery reflected in his eyes. Am I underestimated? In this water, my water release has significantly enhanced, allowing me to contend with the legendary wood release. How exhilarating. Your little shark shall not escape, Zhang Lan declared as he cast several wooden sticks to immobilize the shark underwater, rendering it more helpless than the wooden prison. Curse you. If there's a problem, face me directly. Bullying my spirit beast is not a display of prowess, Kyuubi fumed, preparing to dislodge the wooden sticks. Do you take me for a fool? You expect me to let you carry off the scroll while I engage in a life-or-death struggle? Your ninjutsu counters many ninja. Yet your diversionary tactics are rather lackluster. What? You are aware of my ninjutsu? Who are you? Kyuubi squinted, a sense of alarm creeping in. Understanding your affairs is not particularly challenging. You are hardly a significant figure. Do you not find the act of forming seals rather lowly? Zhang Lan dismissed Kyuubi with indifference, eliciting its displeasure. It must be that watermelon-headed individual. I sensed something peculiar during our last encounter, Kyuubi pondered. Do not overestimate your worth. The deeds you performed in the Mist Village could have cost you your life several times over. Had it not been for my desire to test my ninjutsu today, you would have long since perished. Fire release. Add earth command. Zhang Lan abruptly unleashed the ninjutsu rewarded by the system previously, fire release. A technique that only Sasuke had wielded in later stages, classified as a bloodline limit. The black flames resembled Amaterasu. Kyuubi, a master of water-based ninjutsu, had intended to counter Zhang Lan with the Grand Waterfall technique, but upon witnessing Zhang Lan's release of ninjutsu, it instinctively executed its ultimate move. Water release, Grand Shark Bullet technique. A magnificent shark surged forth, twisting toward the flames of fire release. Alas, the anticipated scene of consumption never materialized. How could this be? Wasn't that ninjutsu? The Grand Shark Bullet was designed to absorb ninjutsu to augment itself. Even Itachi's Amaterasu was not unleashed in such a manner. This black flame was undeniably ninjutsu. What was transpiring? Kyuubi instantly regretted its action as the Grand Shark Bullet was gradually engulfed by the black flames, which continued to pursue it. The pain jolted Kyuubi into clarity. This is not ninjutsu. Who are you? Your ninjutsu can only absorb ordinary techniques. It cannot assimilate taijutsu or bloodline limits. You must be well aware of this. Zhang Lan, disinclined to elaborate, casually mentioned a point. You claim your black flame is a bloodline limit. How could such a tyrannical technique exist? Kisame continued to wail. The black flame did not dissipate. Instead, It turned and soared towards the shark. Unable to withstand the torment of the black flame, it soon vanished in a puff of smoke, retreating to its own realm. Huh, you have indeed been deceived. I told you, there are no individuals with greater combat talent than Mr. Itachi. The shark's disappearance conveniently conveyed the information. Did you not anticipate this? Kisame's expression was a blend of anguish and elation. I offer you an opportunity. Submit to me. I require reliable individuals for my endeavors. Although you have committed many misdeeds, I can overlook past grievances and reluctantly accept you. Zhang initially intended to eliminate Kisame, yet he recognized that the so-called tailless beast might harbor secrets worth extracting. Mastering this knowledge could greatly benefit ninjas like Kakashi, who lack chakra. Are you pleading with me? I have already transmitted the information. What do I have left to fear? With that, he prepared to bite his tongue in a bid for self-destruction. You still fail to grasp a crucial matter. Is there not a sensation of pain? Do you not feel fortunate to be alive? Zhang chuckled, observing Kisame closely. What is happening? I am still alive? Ah, your eyes. Kisame finally noticed Zhang Lan's gaze. Identical to Mr. Itachi's. He had suffered greatly under the scrutiny of Itachi's eyes and recalled a figure he could never forget, Obito. Obito was a clandestine force within the Mist Village, manipulating the Mizukage and instilling terror in the land of Mist. So, this was all an illusion. No wonder the shark vanished. You did not take any action. When did you cast this genjutsu? Kill me. I have failed. It is unfortunate that I could not deliver the information. Kisame's eyes darted, seemingly pondering a solution. From the moment you entered the water, perhaps? Does this even matter? Since you are still unaware of your situation despite my warnings, do not blame me for being ungracious. With a flick of his left eye, Zhang rendered Kisame's previously struggling body immobile. Lord Lan, what commands do you have? Kisame spoke dully. Indeed, Zhang Lan's left eye had been transplanted with a Sharingan, originally obtained from Shui, but the timing had not been right. He had to settle for an early implantation of the Sharingan. At this juncture, Kisame had just transmitted the information, which would play a crucial role in the forthcoming Ninja World War. Zhang Lan had no intention of letting this news escape. Deliver this information to Obito. From now on, you will accompany me. I require a lackey. As you command, Lord Lan. Kisame obediently dispatched the information via shark. Zhang Lan then received a notification from the system. Altered crucial plot information. Reward. A complete manual for the shadowless foot technique. What? Another reward? Moreover, the shadowless foot and shadowless hand denote a regimen for physical refinement. If it truly facilitates body cultivation, then the bloodline limit would indeed be attainable. Lan, what brings you here? Why have Kushina and the others not arrived? Nagato inquired, curious about Lan's presence. I came to observe the development of your village and to introduce two new allies, Honglian and Kisame. Kisame? You have him? Nagato was taken aback, for Kisame was a notorious troublemaker within the Akatsuki organization. Gazing into Zhang Lan's eyes, Nagato comprehended that only the Uchiha clan could subdue Kisame and Deidara. He had never heard of Honglian before. You brought them here for a reason, didn't he? They will act independently, primarily seeking your assistance with a matter. Zhang Lan swiftly accompanied Nagato into the house. Honglian and Kisame exchanged greetings with a few others before departing. Given Zhang Lan's enigmatic demeanor, it was not appropriate for Nagato and the others to inquire further. Nagato, do you believe the Rinnegan is truly formidable? What would you do if you were to encounter someone who could surpass even the Rinnegan? Nagato paused for a moment, contemplating a power greater than the Rinnegan. Such a notion would require my lifeless body to be trampled upon. I shall never permit this hard-won peace to be compromised. What if the world is even worse than you imagine? Zhang Lan continued, his gaze imbued with a somber melancholy. Lan, what troubles you? This is not like your usual self. You are typically fearless, Conan observed, keenly sensing Zhang Lan's despondent mood. Is there anything you cannot share with us? We are all comrades, Yahiko chimed in. Have you heard of the concept that two negatives make a positive? Originally, Zhang Lan had not been overly concerned. But the chaos had now unraveled the plot entirely, rendering the timelines incomparable. Thus, he feared that numerous adversaries would emerge prematurely, and within the ninja world. Only a select few possessed advanced combat capabilities. Let us prepare for the worst. I have been feeling quite uneasy lately. By the way, there is a rather grim truth I must share with you all. If one day we were to perish, I would be unable to resurrect you. There were only 3 puppets remaining for resurrection, two of which had already been designated by Zhang Lan, leaving only one vacant, though he had a candidate in mind, requiring face-to-face confirmation. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, a chill ran through the group. It became evident that even such extraordinary techniques had their limitations. Hence, I intend to enable more individuals to learn specialized ninjutsu, such as bloodline limits and physical techniques. I can disassemble bloodline limits. But I have not heard of any exceptionally powerful physical techniques, Nagato remarked, furrowing his brow, recalling no formidable practitioners of physical ninjutsu within his memory. In truth, I am quite concerned about Yahiko and Kushina. I have prepared 2 training methods for physical techniques, hoping they will prove beneficial to you. As I understand it, the Sharingan and Rinnegan both activate unique chakra. Ultimately, they are still human organs. The art of the shadowless hand and shadowless foot, perfected, should yield similar effects. Therefore, I wish to pilot this initiative in the Rain Village to ascertain the limits of ninja training in this regard. Even if it yields no immediate results, the enhancement for ninjas would be substantial. Zhang Lan articulated his thoughts, primarily seeking the opinions of Nagato and Yahiko. Lan, your perspective is astute. My abilities have always paled in comparison to Nagato and Conan, and my repertoire of ninjutsu is rather limited. If bloodline limits and your unique physical techniques can empower us, perhaps we may assist you in the future, Yahiko sincerely expressed, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Nagato's prowess could nearly obliterate him, leaving him devoid of any advantages. Even Conan's paper jutsu was a specialized technique, albeit not on par with bloodline limits. Each of us possesses a reason to grow stronger. Life is not merely an existence for oneself. It is intertwined with the destinies of others. Nagato, your mastery over ninjutsu and taijutsu is well recognized. Thus I implore you to swiftly train a cadre of ninjas. They shall serve as a formidable force to safeguard our village or bolster our diplomatic endeavors. Erasure, I am immensely grateful to you. A plan has just crystallized in my mind. I will harness the power of the human path, allowing individuals to traverse the precipice of life and death, thereby significantly awakening the latent potential of our ninjas. Zhang Arashi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not long ago, he had intended to learn the soul-sealing technique, and the timing could not be more fortuitous. This opportunity must not be squandered. In light of this, I shall join you. You must provide me with rigorous training, for I am determined to refine a particular ninjutsu. Confronted with Zhang Arashi's fervent gaze, Nagato conceded. For the creations of Zhang Arashir are undoubtedly exceptional. Let us prepare, Yanagi urged, as he rose to take action, for he remains the de facto leader. Do exercise caution. This ephemeral peace has welcomed many, and perhaps we shall unearth a few promising talents amidst them. Once Yahiko and Conan departed, Zhang Arashir quietly confided in Nagato. Nagato, a mission awaits you, and I earnestly hope you will remember this. Upon hearing this, Nagato's interest was piqued, as a paragon of strength. What could possibly compel Zhang Arashir to confide in him? It must be a perilous task. You are to discreetly protect Naruto and Killer Bee. Their actions are of no concern, but their safety, along with that of the tailed beasts, must be guaranteed. You are aware of this, I trust. Nagato inhaled deeply. The world is indeed wondrous. Previously, he had yearned to capture the tailed beasts, yet now, having departed from Akatsuki, they seemed to manifest before him with ease. Moreover, there is another matter to elucidate. Have you heard Jiraiya speak of the child of prophecy? In truth, that was originally you. Perhaps fate has led to the loss of this identity. I hope that regardless of your identity, you will contribute to the transformation of the ninja world. Zhang Arashir solemnly conveyed this to Nagato, unraveling a long-held mystery that had plagued him. In truth, identity is inconsequential. I lead a fulfilling life now, and if I can contribute to the world, I would certainly welcome the opportunity. Perhaps my role as the child of prophecy would have brought more destruction to the world. Nagato chuckled self-deprecatingly. That may have been the case in the past, but it is certainly no longer true. I place my faith in you. As a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, how could one possibly resort to oppression? This world is still governed by compassion. If each individual were to extend a measure of love, the world would transform into a paradise. These final words reverberated within Nagato's mind. Indeed, if each person cherished life and was eager to assist others, would there still be war? Would there still be displacement? If such strife persists, then let it be my duty to bring it to an end. Arashir, I thank you. You have bestowed upon me a second chance at life and granted me a new purpose. Nagato's gaze was resolute. It is merely an idealistic vision I articulated. In reality, not everyone embodies such nobility and selflessness, nor does society exist in harmonious coexistence. All of this requires transformation. We must strive for it. Is that not true? The original Moon Eye plan was conceived with similar intentions. Although the underlying motives may align, it is devoid of control, whereas your notion of offering love is entirely spontaneous. Congratulations, Nagato. In my heart, you have truly become the prophesied child. Zhonglan is equally delighted. Nagato's ability to comprehend this profound level will undoubtedly leave a significant mark on the ninja world. By the way, I have a small favor to ask of you. Please speak up without hesitation. The wheels of fate have shifted once more. Ahead lies a realm of chaos, and the world is in disarray. A large, trapezoidal toad clutches a crystal ball, muttering to itself. What is this, my child? Has this old man lost his wits again? Were we not summoned to discuss matters? Keep your voice down. The sage is merely asleep. Hey, who are you two? And how did you find yourselves here? The great toad sage questioned, perplexed. Did you not summon us? How could you forget? The waters are stagnant, and human emotions are fleeting. Humph, this old man is truly eccentric. Lower your voice. He can hear you. Holian, have you discovered anything? While we are more suited for action on the island and in the water, this aimless wandering seems rather futile. Kisame expressed his discontent. They had been searching for a small snowy island for several days amidst the vast ocean. As per the orders given to us, we shall execute them diligently. The cold ahead likely indicates our destination. There truly are people here. Holian exclaimed with joy. Exercise caution. Let's not become targets. Wait. There is a flow of chakra. This is bad. It's ninjutsu. Kisame shouted. Crystal release. 5-point crystal prison. A colossal defensive barrier swiftly took form before the two, shielding them from the sudden onslaught of a pack of snow wolves. Is someone actually utilizing snow release? Kisame wondered, intrigued. He had only heard of the bloodline limit technique. Ice shield. From the hidden mist village. He had never encountered snow release before. It must be snow catalyzed by ice release, manipulated accordingly. According to Lord Orochimaru's research, the world has yet to witness ninjutsu like snow release, Holian elucidated swiftly. However, this ice release is executed with remarkable skill, and under these frigid circumstances, it is amplified. Ice release, indeed a commendable ninjutsu, perfectly counters my water release. Kisame gritted his teeth. As a water release ninja, he was least afraid of combat in water. Yet there were many techniques that countered water release. Who are you? What brings you to our ice and snow island? A striking beauty with white hair, clad in pure white ninja attire, appeared in the snowy expanse, startling them. Pardon the interruption, miss. We are on a mission to find a ninja named Fenghua Xiaoxua. Holian stated, noticing the girl was indeed a young woman, and took the initiative to converse. Oh, you actually know our village leader's name. Speak, what is your purpose? The young beauty's expression turned fierce. Please, we were entrusted by someone to converse with Lady Yukikage. Holian produced a headband. A simple piece given to him by Zhonglan before his departure, with no expectations attached. Upon seeing the headband, the young beauty's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, what the village leader said was true. She mentioned that she would encounter someone bearing a headband today. I can't believe it. This is wonderful. The young beauty appeared elated, leaving Holian and Kisame somewhat speechless. Moments ago, they had been at odds, and now she seemed like a different person altogether. Come, follow me. I will take you to meet the village leader. The young beauty bounced with joy. Nagato, be careful. Ouch. Zhonglan has lost count of how many times he has cried out in pain. He faintly feels as though his very soul is being extracted. Yet, observing Nagato's expression, it appears he has merely absorbed Zhonglan's essence without actually beginning the extraction process. This approach is futile. Could it be that the method of cultivation itself is flawed? Indeed, it seems no one has yet managed to cultivate the soul purely. Or is it that humans truly possess a soul? What Nagato extracts from the realm of humanity may not necessarily be the soul. It could be life force or perhaps some lethal substance. What's the matter, Lon? Can't handle this little bit? Several of Xiaonan's companions chuckle as they witness Zhonglan's struggle. You lot are truly something, neglecting your training just to watch me fail. He retorts. Exactly. We want to see just what sets you apart from us, Miyuki adds with a grin. Forget it. I can't train any longer. My voice is nearly hoarse. By the way, Miyuki, How is your training progressing? Zhang Lan swiftly changes the subject. Lan, you truly are a harbinger of good fortune. I feel like my hand seals are improving significantly, and my feet feel lighter. My speed has increased. Miyuki boasts a bit. If that's all the effect it has. I genuinely feel it's unnecessary to pursue this further, Zhang Lan muses, beginning to harbor some doubt. Lan, Miyuki might not be entirely accurate. From what I understand, those who have practiced the shadowless hands and feet find that the chakra in their hands and feet condenses more rapidly. What Miyuki describes is merely superficial. The true evolution lies in the hands and feet themselves. Your manual is indeed quite valuable. While Nagato explains, Zhang Lan activates his Sharingan and notices a marked increase in the chakra within Miyuki's hands and feet. They seem to have hardened, with veins and bones within transforming and vanishing. Suddenly, a small image of a right hand springs to Zhang Lan's mind. If the hands and feet truly evolve into weapons, it may not be such a negative outcome. It seems they have yet to reach their limits. The products of the system should indeed be of high quality. It raises the question, who created the system, providing such astonishing gifts? If the system continues to supply manuals for cultivation, then eventually the entire body might be trainable. Wouldn't that make mastering bloodline limits and physical techniques exceedingly easier? If a capability comparable to the Sharingan or even the Byakugan were to emerge, the overall level of ninjas could see a significant enhancement. Nagato, you should continue to supervise their training. As for me, I think I will focus on other pursuits. Zhang Lan admits, feeling overwhelmed. The agony of parting is something best avoided. He currently possesses Wood Release, Fire Release, and the Rinnegan, making it unnecessary to risk everything for a legendary technique. Perhaps he has yet to discover the entry point for the soul-sealing technique. Zhang Lan boldly speculates. I'll wait a bit longer, until that esteemed individual appears for a thorough examination. Observing the excited Miyuki and the companions from the Rain Village, he decides to join them. I never anticipated Naruto would remember our promise. A woman with long black hair turns around, gazing at Honglien and Kisame. Is Naruto doing well? Have his companions all grown up? I long to see them once more. I believe I understand your intentions. Coincidentally, it is time for the little Rain to embark on some travels. This little witch is truly. The village chief of Xiaoxua exclaims, feeling overwhelmed. Village chief, what are you saying? Little Yu is undoubtedly the most adorable. Observing Hong Lian's momentary astonishment, it was evident that this girl could change her emotions with remarkable swiftness. In just a brief span, she had exhibited 3 distinct feelings: grievance, disappointment, and a hint of anticipation. It seems that even ninjas yearn for experiences. Then, I shall entrust little Yu to you all. Let us depart. Fortuitously, there is a joyous occasion in the village today, and we shall dine together. The village chief guided Hong Lian and another to the dining hall. Village chief, is it wise to send away this mischievous child? I worry for her safety. Though she is without parents and somewhat unruly, she is still dear to our hearts. An elderly woman expressed her reluctance. Little Yu must grow up and confront the realities of life. I also have faith in Naruto and his companions. Perhaps this will present an opportunity. Our snow island has been too insular and backward, Xiao Shui reflected, realizing this since she assumed leadership 6 years ago. The village, perpetually blanketed in snow, faced challenges in sustenance and daily living, particularly with food being exceedingly scarce. To amend this predicament, a shift in mindset within the village was essential. Regrettably, the long-standing oppressive lifestyle had conditioned the villagers to accept their fate. To broaden the villagers' horizons, a village regulation was established to send 1 individual out for training each year, and those who returned frequently pointed out the village's deficiencies. With Naruto dispatching someone, little Yu would have the chance to venture out. Her origins remained a mystery, and she possessed unique ninjutsu. Surely, this would facilitate the search for her family. Hong Lian, it is remarkable that such a backward village could nurture a ninja like that little girl. Kisame remarked, taking a sip of tea, his curiosity piqued. What do you discern? Hong Lian inquired, suddenly intrigued. There exists a formidable power within her, yet it is sealed. Furthermore, there is an odd sensation. You have noticed it too. It seems her emotions toward others are not entirely natural. Indeed, it feels rather unhuman. Hong Lian and Kisame quickly concluded, suspecting that the villagers had recognized this long ago. No wonder the village chief intended to send her away. Lan, what is peculiar about your hand? Nagato observed Zhang Lan's swollen hand with concern. No cause for alarm. It is merely an excess of chakra accumulation. My fist is now comparable to Tsunade's formidable strength. Zhang replied, somewhat astonished. It appeared that Orochimaru and Tsunade had reached an advanced understanding of bodily structure. However, their approaches differed. I wonder if there is a possibility of awakening a special ability, Zhang mused, touching his eyes. If such an ability existed, it likely would not rival the Sharingan. Otherwise, there should have been ninjas of that caliber throughout the years. One could not be certain about the first Hokage. His regenerative prowess and the second Hokage's extensive repertoire of forbidden techniques were noteworthy. Could he have possessed similar capabilities? Zhang hesitated to contemplate this, for there might be many submerged secrets in this world. If the opportunity arises, perhaps they could be gradually unveiled. What about Yahiko and the others? Zhang thoughts returned to the present. Regardless, both speed and strength had been enhanced. Yahiko, perhaps due to the remnants of Devapath's ability, seemed capable of manipulating objects from a distance. What? Yahiko can achieve that level? Zhang was both astonished and delighted. If Yahiko could awaken a special ability, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Ah, Lan, you've arrived. Look, Yahiko proudly showcased his hand. For the time being, one can only attract lighter objects. Anything too heavy remains unattainable. It indeed resembles the abilities of the celestial path. Yahi, you must diligently train. Should your dream awaken a formidable power, you shall prosper greatly. Given that Yahi's body has long been eroded by the black rods, it is possible that some residual energy remains, and perhaps by sheer coincidence, he has awakened this ability. Nonetheless, this marks a significant advancement for him. Do not gaze at me so. I have also practiced, though the effects are not pronounced. Moreover, mass replication is likely quite challenging. Few have awakened even amidst the life and death incentives. Upon noticing Zhang intense stare, Nagato understood his thoughts and hastily clarified. By the way, where did you summon such a plethora of peculiar species with your summoning technique? Every recollection of the beasts of the animal path gives me a headache, particularly that splitting hound. When I mentioned that the summoning technique I wielded no longer existed, do you believe me? I do. Originally, Nagato's eyes belonged to that individual, so it is only natural that he possesses some eccentric abilities. It seems to bear some connection to the external path. Previously, each time a tailed beast was captured, the number of summoned beasts would increase. Reflecting upon this, Nagato conceded. All right, it appears that acquiring even a fragment of your power is exceedingly difficult. Unless... Zhang envisioned a scenario but quickly dismissed it. If everyone possessed the Sharingan and Rinnegan, the ninja world would undoubtedly face new calamities. Thus, I do not endorse such endeavors. Seemingly attuned to Zhang inner thoughts, Nagato articulated. Indeed, Orochimaru harbored similar notions, which I refuted. Such anomalous abilities that disrupt the ecological balance should be employed sparingly. I believe it is more prudent to develop one's unique abilities and bloodline limits. Your mind seems quite troubled. Are you apprehensive about something? Nagato inquired, perplexed, as Zhang had recently been uttering inexplicable phrases and alluding to unknown matters, which was rather unsettling. It is a sense of crisis. Life has been too comfortable lately, and I fear that danger may strike abruptly, leaving us unprepared and facing dire consequences, including the home we have built. Then let me attempt to discern a direction from my own body. Special abilities are indeed scarce, but they do not manifest instantaneously. Therefore, Lan, try to relax a bit. Haha, I usually advise others. I never anticipated being counseled by you today. Kurizetsu, you are truly a genius. Where did you acquire these items? Incredible. Suddenly, Do was filled with excitement, clutching a left arm brimming with Hashirama cells, along with a vial of antidote. The antidote can alleviate your poison, but it cannot completely eradicate it. Do not forget, I am also a person from the Warring States period. I have lived for over 50 years. Hashirama cells should be beneficial to you. Beneficial? They are of immense value. What of Obito? Do, without lifting his gaze, caressed his arm as if admiring the arm of a beloved. I have reattached an arm for him. But his body requires gradual recovery. He cannot engage in strenuous activity for the time being. Once you are all well enough, we can commence action. However, Sasuke is in low spirits, and I am at a loss as to how to console him. He is now consumed by the pursuit of power. Much like I once was, he simply requires stronger abilities. For instance, Do abruptly trailed off. This fragment of information did not escape Kurizetsu, and thus an insidious plan began to take shape. Do you think I am utterly useless, unable to avenge our family's grievances? Sasuke, Others are under immense pressure as well. Since Kinjiro recognizes you, I am willing to do anything you ask, but you must not take your frustrations out on yourself. Indeed, Sasuke-kun, we can discuss anything, such as taking a stroll by the lake to clear our minds. Others will be eager to listen to your thoughts. Xiangling struck a pose she deemed attractive, only to be met with disdain from Shueiyue once more. Honestly, you cannot seem to talk about anything other than Sasuke. Are we not all human? You wish to go to the lakeside while I remain here, watching you from the water? Enough of this bickering. We initially sought solace, yet my mood has only worsened. Sasuke turned to leave. Sasuke, let him be alone for a moment. No one can endure such relentless blows, Chongwu interjected, stopping the two. Sasuke, I never expected to find you here. Itachi used to enjoy coming to the lakeside to gaze at the water. I wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Does every Uchiha have an affinity for water? Heibai suddenly interjected, forcing his way into the conversation. Without any reason, I advise you to leave promptly. I had intended to present you with something valuable, yet you respond with such hostility. Heibai pouted, feigning hurt. Regrettably, Sasuke paid him no mind. Do you feel your strength is insufficient? I possess something remarkable, a form of poison. Would you dare consume it? Heibai tossed a dark, ominous object. This is a chakra fruit, something I have labored many years to acquire. Consume it, and you shall gain formidable power. What is the cost? Sasuke could not help but inquire. The members of the Akatsuki organization each possess remarkable abilities. The newly joined Orochimaru's prowess is unfathomable. After a single use of the Sharingan, he discovered his chakra surpassed even Naruto's. As for Heibai, who hardly resembles a human, he possesses various extraordinary items. And then there is Obito, wielding space-time ninjutsu, standing invincible before the battle even begins. In contrast, Sasuke felt he had little to offer aside from the eyes bestowed upon him by Itachi. It may cost you your life, yet if you endure, the horizon will be yours to explore, Heibai continued to entice. Sasuke, recognizing Heibai's ulterior motives, pondered for a moment and resolutely swallowed the fruit. The flavor was exceedingly sour and difficult to swallow. What is this? Do not speak. Quickly use the ability of your eyes to absorb it. Heibai interrupted immediately. A peculiar energy coursed through his eyes, providing a sensation both comforting and exhilarating, as though heralding the unveiling of a kaleidoscope. Sasuke clutched his head as waves of pain surged through him. This trial can only be endured by you alone. No one can assist you. Keep pushing forward. After what felt like an eternity, the pain subsided, and Sasuke opened his eyes. There was no extraordinary sensation, yet his gaze appeared far more luminous than before. Could it be that I have failed? That cannot be. This is precisely how it operates. Where lies the issue? Sasuke, do you not feel any new sensations? Heibai could not restrain his curiosity. I sense a slight enhancement in the power of my Sharingan. With that, he activated Susanoo. What had previously been a mere outline now bore a robust structure of bones and muscles, appearing significantly stronger. Truly a failure, Heibai sighed. Yet Sasuke smirked, for his eyes had encountered a new realm of existence. It is merely necessary to absorb a significant amount of chakra. Now is not the appropriate time to reveal oneself before Kurizetsu. No, it still hurts a bit. What on earth have you made me consume? Your claim that I would perish is surely a deception. Susanoo swiftly dissipated. Sasuke regarded Kurizetsu with evident hostility. Hell, what do you think? I would never allow you to meet your demise. However, this experiment has regrettably failed. We shall address it another time. Kurizetsu quickly burrowed underground. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be a miscalculation in the proportions, or perhaps an issue with the physique? Is there some other factor at play? I knew you harbored ill intentions. I must convey this intelligence from Orochimaru. Obito, you have arrived. Take a look at this, the information that Kisame fought valiantly to return. Orochimaru handed a letter to Obito, who appeared grim. The arrangements of the Cloud Shinobi village are exceedingly formidable. Their numbers and military strength far surpass that of the Mist village. It is a pity for Kisame. Can you obtain Kisame's remains? I have heard they were devoured by sharks, leaving no trace. It seems rather unlikely. What a shame, for he was a formidable asset. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses. However, I have found another promising group of individuals. Moreover, our injuries have nearly healed, and we are ready to act. As you wish. Let us begin with our own clan, Konoha. It has become too complacent. Obito donned a white hooded mask and carried a large scythe. I believe we should first target the remote Sunagakure, even if they attempt to assist. their response would not be swift enough. Yet Orochimaru remained unconvinced. Let it be Konoha. I am the leader of Akatsuki. You handle the arrangements. But we must remain cautious of Kurizetsu. I wonder from where he acquires his resources. Kurizetsu is no surprise. He serves that individual, does he not? Once summoned, he will be obedient. Orochimaru grinned. Obito scoffed internally. One day you shall understand. No one can outmaneuver him, not even I. It is unfortunate. Scouts report that all 5 great villages seem to be on guard. Let them be. No one can thwart the Moon Eye plan, not even myself. Obito gazed into the distance. Arashir, perhaps we should take a break. Your relentless efforts are becoming overwhelming for me. Nagato panted. This is merely the beginning. Yahiko has already awakened a new ability and flaunts it before me, which is quite irksome. Haha, he has always relished the spotlight. Now that he possesses a new power, he is bound to show it off. His ability is indeed formidable and highly beneficial. I know. That grin of his makes it seem as if he could stretch his mouth into a grin. Zhang Arashir was speechless. This Yahiko is even more childish than Naruto, who was overjoyed upon mastering the Rasengan back in the day. Then continue. I shall take a rest. By the way, you mentioned a month earlier. I have a persistent unease in my heart. I fear they may undergo further changes. Nagato wiped his sweat, feeling somewhat anxious. I have anticipated this. I have already conferred with Lady Tsunade and the others, and we are prepared to enter combat at any moment. We can also feign weakness. Shall you? Do remember us after you depart. Everyone misses you. The villagers of Snow Village bid farewell to Xiaoyu with tears in their eyes. Why does it feel less like a farewell and more like a joyful celebration? Hong Lian was perplexed. If it were a farewell, wouldn't it be filled with tears and reluctance? Yet now, everyone seemed to celebrate with gongs and drums, as if bidding farewell to a plague, while Xiaoyu wept inconsolably. Hey, are you certain you haven't committed any heinous acts against the villagers? Hong Lian couldn't help but inquire of Xiaoyu. Well, I only steal their chickens every day, Xiaoyu replied, fidgeting shyly. Haha, fine, but the people outside the village aren't like them. If you get into trouble, you might end up getting beaten, Hong Lian warned. I know. You've said that many times, Uncle Stinky Fish, Xiaoyu pouted. I have a name, you know. Why call me Stinky Fish? Guo Jiao questioned, utterly baffled. Just look at your face. It resembles a fish, came the teasing reply. Only a ghostly visage awaited Guo Jiao's return, albeit a rather charming one. Enough bickering. Let us hurry back. We've already delayed for too long, Hong Lian interjected, giving Guo Jiao a disapproving glance. You are such a typical guy, she added, observing the two. The journey ahead promised to be lively. I say, isn't this tactic rather outdated? Daitu queried, puzzled by the repulsive nature of those associated with snakes. A broad-range attack is quite practical, and don't forget our objective, Do explained languidly. All right, do as you please. Have the arrangements been made for the other villages? Daidu pressed on. Everything is set, but only you could devise such a plan. Let us make haste. Suddenly, 5 enormous snakes surged towards the gates of Konohagakure. Prepare for battle, everyone. Why do these snakes remind me of the ones from Orochimaru? Didn't we defeat them last time? One ninja exclaimed. There are far too many snakes. How could you possibly kill them all? Another shouted. Earth style, Earth flow river. A ninja of Earth release yelled. Then, a whirlpool materialized. I announce to you all, the 4th Great Ninja War has now commenced. What? That masked man is joining the fray too. What is happening in Konoha? Kakashi felt a wave of dizziness. Ever since Orochimaru attacked the village, it seemed that every famous figure was making an appearance in Konoha. Pain, Sasuke, and now this masked man. Relay the message. We must immediately enter a state of readiness. Jiraiya, inform the storm, Tsunade commanded swiftly. Originally, they had a month to prepare, but it appeared war was approaching sooner than anticipated. I'll use the communication doll to inform him. He should be with Nagato now. Perhaps he has news even faster than us. Aren't you skeptical of his words? Whether I am or not, he is here now, isn't he? Tsunade smiled. What is going on? Why is the Akatsuki organization relentless? Come, let us eliminate these two. Raikage fumed, as the Cloud Ninja had recently been humiliated by the Akatsuki's intrusion. This left Raikage in a precarious position. Lord Raikage, from my observations, it seems the ones who arrived are merely shadow clones, sent as scouts, Darui quickly discerned. That doesn't matter. Let us go, eliminate them at once. Youngsters, are you certain you're not jesting? A ninja war is not something that can be ignited on a whim. How can just the two of you contend with the 80 ninjas from the 5 great villages. That Ōtsutsuki barely regarded the 2 individuals before him. Moreover, to declare war upon the village, did you not hold back during the last 5 Kage summit? Old man, you fail to comprehend. This time, we are utterly serious. Du grinned slyly. Furthermore, there are unforgettable matters at hand. Youngster, if you wish to leave an impression on me, I shall ensure you are unforgettable first. Earth release. Overweight rock technique. Cursed be it, this old man's ninjutsu is formidable. My body is beyond my control. Earth release. Earth heavy fist. It's over. My fate is sealed here. Du chuckled. The mission is accomplished. You are remarkably audacious. Surely, it cannot be just the 2 of you? Gaara scrutinized the newcomers, his brow furrowed. In the event of war, the greatest suffering would befall the Sand Village. The pervasive sands render life unbearable for the ninjas. Having been entrusted with an urgent mission, I have not contributed much. Who would have thought that a mere Jinchuriki would ascend to the position of Kazekage? Truly astonishing. Are you worried I might not be able to detain the 2 of you? In the land of wind, I possess considerable advantages. Sand binding coffin. Sand waterfall funeral. Releasing 2 ninjutsu in quick succession, Gaara hardly moved, merely glaring intensely at the duo. Quite young yet with a fiery temper. Well, I shall find time to play with you later. The 2 were swiftly consumed by the sands. Relay the message. Prepare for battle. Dear Mizuki, do you still remember my voice? Obito adopted a comical tone. You are the 4th Mizuki? No, you are the one manipulating him. So it is truly you. Your sins are beyond redemption. Mei Terumi immediately formed seals, ready to unleash her ninjutsu. Do not be so agitated. I am merely revisiting familiar grounds. I hold both affection and animosity for this place. Thus my actions are merely a form of interest. Eventually, I shall create a world where all may dwell in comfort. At which point you may do as you please. As Obito spoke, his tone shifted, enveloped by a melancholic resonance. Hey, that's enough. Do not become too engrossed. Be cautious of exposure, do cautioned. Since we are already here, what is there to fear in revealing ourselves? Today, I shall shatter your mask. Oh, I had a feeling you would insist on this. Why not just come straight to the point and eliminate me, without concern for anyone's sentiments? Du was puzzled by why someone so calculating as Obito would choose such a foolish manner to declare war, and it seemed he spoke most frequently in the Mist Village. You will understand in due time. I am simply revisiting the past, much like gazing quietly upon the lake's surface. I truly cannot comprehend you. Even those around you are bewildered. I suggest we take our leave now. If you wish to depart, then go ahead. I have a place to visit. With that, Obito vanished. Hey, don't leave me behind. I am merely a clone. You move so swiftly. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei Terumi did not hesitate and immediately performed a ninjutsu. Alas, it is I who must bear the burden. Summoning technique. A serpent, its body resembling metal, emerged. What creature are you? How is it unscathed by my boiling release? Mei Terumi expressed her astonishment. Under such extreme heat and pressure, this bizarre creature remained unharmed. Originally, I had no intention of engaging, but my hands itch for action. Alas, my chakra is running low. Very well, let this be the end for today. With that, both Du and the serpent vanished. Someone, go seek the whereabouts of that masked man. Additionally, inform the other Kaguya, we are nearing the time for battle. Lin, I have arrived, yet you are absent. I have dealt with Sanwei, a pity, for this place was your favorite. In our days of undertaking missions, we used to catch small fish in this very lake. Lying on the log, Dato gazed at the shimmering surface of the water, as if transported back to the past. Is this truly the reason you risked your true self to wander aimlessly here? Dato, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Perhaps your vulnerabilities are all too evident. Or is it that you seek to reclaim the humiliation of the 5 Kage summit? With a grin, I looked at Dato perched in the tree. It seems we are on the same wavelength. Thus, let us commence from the place you hold most dear. The 2 earlier seemed well acquainted with the village of the mist. And they do not appear to be mere clones. Everyone must exercise caution. Quickly alert the other Kaguya and prepare for a desperate battle. Terumi may swiftly issued orders. The arrival of the masked man in the village of the mist does not bode well, especially after the demise of the 4th Mizuki. Bad habits persist. Had I not emerged to seize control, I might not have survived this day. To my surprise, you 2 harbor such malevolent thoughts, not merely as a clone. Dato rose. The moment of nostalgia at an end. Now, as Pain would say, let the world feel pain. It is your time to perform, Zetsu. At last, it is your turn to take the stage. I must say, I find your treachery rather appealing, having chosen such a location, and with White Zetsu commencing his actions. The item provided by Black Zetsu seems rather efficacious, as the army of White Zetsu flows forth endlessly. Zetsu continued to lick his lips. One must inevitably grow, even at a steep cost. Alas, no one anticipated we would proceed in this manner. Everything unfolds as planned. As you wish, the technique of impure world reincarnation. This is the first batch, former Akatsuki members. This is the second batch, deceased Kage of the past. And this is the third batch, renowned shinobi from various nations. Gazing at the coffins before him, Dato was taken aback. How did you procure these? Have you drained the entire ninja world? I have my methods. When I followed Orochimaru, we collected much, precisely for this day. Alas, with Orochimaru's death, I must inherit this hard-won legacy. Would you be surprised to know that there is an even greater gift to come? Isn't that person involved? Dato frowned. Warning, play with fire, and you may burn yourself. Do not say I did not caution you. Understood, let us proceed as planned. With these two waves of immortal armies, we shall have our fun. Zetsu quickly gathered the first and third waves, instructing the past Tsuchikage to act independently, dividing the battlefield before summoning them. In conjunction with White Zetsu, the combination of immortal zombies and the relentless small ones creates a formidable duo, unstoppable. Do not forget our ultimate goal. Be cautious not to overreach, Dato reminded. Oh, and by the way, I have prepared a special gift for you. The technique of impure world reincarnation. Let us see if you like it. Before him appeared 6 more coffins. Upon opening them, Dato was momentarily stunned. Indeed, you have outdone yourself. How did you manage to find these? I cannot help but wonder how many more surprises you have in store. Haha pawns. The more, the merrier, wouldn't you agree? Rest assured, these 6 companions are entirely reliable. I shall not linger. I will find a place to rest. It seems you wish to hide. Come, you 7, follow me. Let us begin to stretch our limbs. Obito, accompanied by 6 Jinchuriki, made his way to the hidden mist village. To his surprise, they had turned the village into a battlefield, and he needed to inform Tsunade immediately. It's up to you now, he urged the messenger. Upon receiving word from the hidden mist village, Jiraiya promptly relayed the message to Tsunade, hoping that they would arrive in time. Leave it to me, the messenger said before vanishing. Let us proceed according to our previous strategy. Rikuju, prepare swiftly. Jiraiya and I shall head to the front lines. The situation in the hidden mist village may be dire. Remember, you are the chief strategist. You need not heed anyone's orders, including mine. It is your command that counts. Tsunade swiftly completed the deployment. Tsunade-sama, must we truly proceed in this manner? Rikuju inquired, confused and disapproving of the Hokage personally entering the battlefield. The village is in peril. As a member of this village, it is only natural for me to act. Have confidence in your abilities, Tsunade replied, placing a reassuring hand on Rikuju's shoulder. A heavy burden suddenly weighing upon him. In that case, I shall fulfill my duty. Let us depart. And notify Naruto to hasten to the aid of the hidden mist village. Tsunade-sama, that proposal seems unfeasible. The other Kaguya are entirely opposed to Naruto and Killer Bee participating in the battle, as this conflict is intended to protect them both. Nonsense. They are not children. They do not require protection. That is a decision I cannot make. Perhaps we are indeed fighting to protect them. They do not need safeguarding, but for this battle, someone must survive. It may not be me, nor you, Tsunade, but it must be those two. Earthshadow, you arrived rather swiftly. Tsunade remarked as she observed the sudden appearance of a few individuals. And you all as well. Hokage, now is not the time for impulsive actions. While Killer Bee is my brother, I protect him not for his identity, but as the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. I need not elaborate on the significance of the 9 tails to your Leaf Village. Otherwise, the 4th Hokage would not have perished so early. Your personal feelings cannot sway the course of the entire battle. Consider your answer carefully. The booming voice of the Raikage left Tsunade momentarily speechless. But Naruto, there are no buts, Tsunade-sama. Naruto is not like me. This time, I can perish, but he cannot, Gaara interjected, stepping forward. Though I wish to fight alongside him. Why have you all arrived so quickly? Tsunade questioned, puzzled. It seems you are still quite young. Consider why they would instigate a war, especially one on a global scale. It undoubtedly relates to the tailed beasts. They have meticulously orchestrated so much, and the battlefield will likely be in the land of lightning. Thus, we agreed to gather in the hidden cloud village within these few days. Regrettably, the masked man has deviated from the expected course and chose the land of water instead. Are those stationed in your place merely clones? Essentially, though that detail is of little importance, our current focus should be on proceeding to the land of water. The Earth Shadow suggested. And what of Naruto and the Eight Tails? Jiraiya expressed his concern for his disciple, insisting that if he could not participate in the battle, he must be well protected. Do not worry, they are in a very secure location. We have set up 10 barriers for training. It is impossible for Naruto to escape alone, the Raikage assured confidently. And the Eight Tails? Will they not devise a plan together? Tsunade inquired. It is impossible. Apart from singing, he shows no interest in anything else, and the barrier cannot be breached by just the two of them. In that case, we must hasten to the land of water, Tsunade urged, her anxiety palpable. At the last summit, the 5 great nations shared both triumph and calamity. Now, the land of water must be visited. It is truly unexpected that they would engage in battle there. I initially believed it would occur in Konohagakure. Obito seems unable to forget her. He surely harbors a deep disdain for the Mist Village as well. Zhonglun pondered briefly and understood. Nagato, remember my words. In that matter, ensure it is executed flawlessly. I must prepare for another significant undertaking. Rest assured, Lon, while I may not be adept at killing, no one excels at protection more than I do, he replied. Considering your 7 natures, even an ordinary team would struggle against you. Let us not forget your proficiency in combat as well. I shall take my leave first. You should rendezvous with them at the village hidden in the clouds. Naruto is too impulsive. He must be kept in check. And do not act rashly yourself. If you encounter someone beyond your capability, be sure to flee. Understood? Upon gazing at Zhonglun, Nagato felt incredulous. Could there truly exist beings more formidable than us? You will come to know in due time. Do not wear such a disbelieving expression. Caution is the mother of safety. Very well, I comprehend. Once I have made my arrangements, I shall depart. Do you wish to witness Yahiko's boastful demeanor? I find it unbearable. Farewell. With that, Zhonglun vanished. Indeed, who desires to see a fool gloat? I shall take my leave. What are you two doing? He has finally honed his skills and wishes to showcase them. Yahiko exclaimed, running over only to see the two vanish without affording him a moment to display his prowess, leaving him quite dejected. All right, Yahiko, I know you are impressive. But the situation is dire. You have heard. The ninja war is about to commence. We should go lend our support, Conan smiled. You have no idea. I can now attract ninjutsu, as well as people and other entities, Yahiko attempted to boast, only to be pulled away by Conan who tugged at his ear. Conan, be gentle. You nearly injured my left ear yesterday. Ouch, be careful with my right ear. I wonder if Naruto and Killer Bee will arrive. That fool Obito exposed our target far too early. Alas, we lack Kushina and the Fourth's relics. Such a pity that Lord Orochimaru has perished. Otherwise, we could have surprised Naruto. He would have no reason not to come. In a dark cave, Do hid, a chessboard strewn with stones before him. Lord Mizukage, we must flee. This place cannot be held. As long as you are here, the Mist Village shall not vanish. We must depart. How could I abandon this place? It is where my dreams began. I cannot leave. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. Lord Mizukage, we cannot sacrifice you for our sakes. A horde of strange individuals has arrived. They are relentless, and the masked man's followers are exceptionally formidable. If you all perish, what significance remains for me here? Chojuro, do not attempt to dissuade me. Let us fight valiantly together. Terumi may regarded Chojuro, who, in that moment, comprehended the Mizukage's resolve. The esteemed Water Shadow is not merely a title bestowed upon the capable. It is one earned through the liberation of the Mist Village from its suffering, rescuing countless souls from despair. It is the support of the people that fosters such a position. To become a Water Shadow is the aspiration of many a ninja. With his twin blades, Chojuro swiftly plunged into the throngs, cutting through the chaos of the Mist Village, which lay in ruins, its buildings ravaged, and the corpses of ninjas scattered about. Alongside some peculiar white figures, the masked man, accompanied by 5 oddly dressed individuals, approached the Water Shadow. It seems my involvement is unnecessary. Your village is rather weak. He taunted, a hint of derision lacing his voice. The crowd seethed in silence, though none dared to act against these formidable white figures, let alone the enigmatic newcomers. Is it truly you, Fourth Water Shadow? Terumi May remarked, recognizing the diminutive figure before her. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Koki Yagura. a youthful visage adorned with distinctive eye markings. "You scoundrel! How dare you mock the deceased?" Terumi Mei's fury ignited, as water shadow. She was well-versed in forbidden techniques and the unique ninjutsu of other villages. "You can blame the second Hokage for this. It was he who devised this technique. And you harbor resentment towards Konoha, do you not?" Obito's gaze was fixed on Terumi Mei, his right eye swiftly revealing a crimson hue. "Do not gaze into his eyes," a gruff voice warned. A purple figure lunged, landing a kick on the masked man, though it unexpectedly passed through him. "How vexing, still as troublesome as ever." The Raikage fumed. "You truly dare to come here? Do you not fear the inability to return? Where is Sasuke? Did he accompany you? You seem quite concerned for him. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" The masked man questioned, puzzled by the Raikage's interest in Sasuke. "I admire him and detest you. Is that not a natural sentiment? Your opinion is unwarranted. How dare you lay a hand on our Cloud Village?" The Raikage retorted, unleashing a sweeping kick towards the 5 behind him. 3 evaded, while 2 were left in ruins. "Not bad. You possess some skill," he remarked. "Raikage, do not become complacent. Observe them," Tsunade interjected, but before she could finish, the 2 assailants swiftly regained their footing. "This wretched ninjutsu you have devised." As the Raikage spoke, Terumi Mei joined him, having just tended to the injured. Aligning herself with the other 4 shadows, prepared to confront their adversaries. "This is dire. We have just received word from headquarters. Konoha, Suna, and Kumogakure are besieged by numerous white zetsus emerging from the ground, the sea, and the forest from all directions." Tsunade suddenly interjected, igniting frustration among the group. "So, we were lured here to assault our village?" The Raikage spoke candidly, unable to contain his indignation. "Your interpretation is not without merit," Obito replied with ease. "If you wish to fight, then fight. If you wish to retreat, that is your choice. After all, I have the numbers. Lord Tsuchikage, with your vast experience, what should we do in this situation?" Gaara was the first to inquire. "Based on my years of combat experience, we should eliminate this individual first. Dust release, the outer path of obliteration." Without hesitation, the Tsuchikage unleashed a dust release technique. Such boldness in speaking of bloodline limits. The leader deftly evaded the attack. However, the 6th Jinchuriki suffered greatly, swiftly reduced to mere powder. Regrettably, Obito remained unflustered. "This troublesome ninjutsu. Tsunade, do you possess any strategies?" "In my estimation, sealing is the only recourse." "Alas, sealing is not my forte," Tsunade lamented. "Allow me to give it a try." "Sand binding coffin. Sand waterfall seal." There was efficacy. Gaara exclaimed in surprise as a pyramid formed from sand ensnared the bodies of those still coalescing. "Quickly attack him." Yikes! Lightning explosion. The Raikage was eager to shred the masked man to pieces. However, despite his fervent efforts, the seal was ultimately dismantled. "You little rascal, you possess such abilities. I shall make use of them." Fire style, exploding wind dance. Dust style, original world separation technique. The masked man's fire technique was effortlessly countered by the Tsuchikage. "Do you require assistance?" came the voice of Kabuto. "Not for now, I can manage. Hold on for a bit. I must attend to other matters. Notify me if you find yourself in dire straits." Kabuto's voice faded, and the expressions of the 6th Jinchuriki transformed from dazed to ferociously bloodthirsty. "Tsuchikage, you are aware of the intelligence from headquarters, correct? All nations now possess white zetsu, and some deceased Kage have also returned. What is to be done?" Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. The situation had spiraled out of control, and a mere handful of individuals could effect no substantial change. "Then let us activate the second plan. In such circumstances, the ninja must exhibit resilience. First, let us deal with the immediate threat. Wind Shadow, I shall be counting on you shortly. Their objective remains the Cloud Ninja Village, so eliminating them here is our best course of action," the Raikage asserted, his simplicity striking at the heart of the issue. "What are you lot murmuring about? Do you not wish to engage with me?" The masked man chuckled, his gaze still sharply fixed upon them. "The Mist Village is merely a pawn. The true game is not played here. Do not be misled by his words," the Tsuchikage cautioned. As a war fanatic, he could utter any theory or insincere statement, while they needed to maintain unity among themselves. "Tsuchikage, I am prepared," Gaara declared, observing the 6 adversaries regaining their composure. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, "You must restrain him at once. Otherwise, achieving any effect will prove difficult. Enough chatter, let us engage directly." The Raikage's fiery temper flared. Are you prepared to sacrifice your villages here? This was your strategy all along. If we retreat, you would dismantle us one by one, wouldn't you? Koharu, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly interjected. Huh, you underestimate me greatly. Do I still need to dismantle you one by one? Originally intending to toy with them, the time constraints now dictated otherwise. Farewell, everyone. Without further ado, the masked man vanished into a vortex, and the 6 Jinchuriki retreated into the coffins behind them, disappearing from sight. What just transpired? A few remained utterly bewildered. Tsunade, what does this mean? The Raikage demanded, suddenly incensed. The report from Yamato indicates that Naruto has now mastered the 9 tails, and his unique abilities can be applied to the battlefield. After absorbing the analysis provided by Kakashi, Tsunade resolutely insisted that Naruto be deployed to the front lines. Why do you fail to comprehend the reason behind the masked man's departure? His intentions are unmistakably directed towards the 2 of them. Are you not delivering sustenance directly into the jaws of a predator? What folly is your so-called strategist indulging in? Raikage, I urge you to show some respect. Naruto has surpassed his predecessors. I wholeheartedly support his innermost aspirations. Tsunade, refusing to yield, emphasized the critical words spoken by Zhonglan before his departure to herself and Jiraiya. Allowing Naruto and Killer Bee to engage in battle is imperative. A greenhouse cannot nurture robust blossoms. This cannot stand. I must return to thwart them. Are you aware of Killer Bee's prowess? Do you comprehend Naruto's strength? Tsunade retorted. He is my brother, and I must protect him fervently. Then, if his power exceeds yours, does he still require your protection? Enough with the quarrels. Our headquarters and other villages are in peril. Let us first attend to the pressing matters at hand. The Cloud Ninjas are encircled by the barriers we established. Had there not been internal sabotage, we would not face such dire consequences. Raikage, do you lack confidence in your own strength? Who among us can breach 10 barriers consecutively? Can you? The words of the Tsuchikage silenced Raikage momentarily. Indeed, both of them merely harbor intentions, and it remains uncertain if they will materialize. Furthermore, other regions are indeed in crisis. Even his own father has been resurrected, while others may not grasp the extent of his father's might. He is acutely aware, a man who battled for 2 days and nights against the fully realized 8 tails. Let us heed the Tsuchikage's counsel and proceed with the rescue. Raikage humbled himself. Things are chaotic. We must act swiftly. The Mist Village will also dispatch reinforcements. There is no need for undue concern regarding the Mizukage. Thank you all. I hope other villages remain unscathed. Why do these white Zetsu possess such enhanced strength compared to before? Zhonglan, having effortlessly dispatched one, noted a significant increase in both power and intellect. Indeed, war is the most arduous of circumstances to control. Lan, what brings you here? Orochimaru inquired, taken aback. Ceasing his work. Well, I have matters that require your attention, and it must be handled personally by you. Handled personally by me? What do you mean? Orochimaru's excitement surged. After waiting so long, was the moment finally upon him? Prepare yourself for departure. You know the location. However, we are not venturing there specifically. The outside world is engulfed in chaos. For the sake of the shinobi world, I cannot bear to witness countless casualties. Zhonglan elaborated briefly. I understand. You are inherently a compassionate individual, else you would not have retained me. You may perceive it that way. With that, they journeyed together towards Konohagakure. By the way, there is one more matter. Please address it when the time comes. Not a problem. Orochimaru's spirits were elevated. What could surpass the capabilities of his own hands? Tsuchikage, the ninjas from various nations are not united. Do you have any prudent strategies? Gaara respectfully inquired of the Tsuchikage. This war has been thrust upon us. Although we received some warnings, the 5 great nations have previously engaged in conflict, and discord persists among them. How do you envision fostering unity? The Tsuchikage countered. Setting aside all differences, we now face a common adversary. Is that not reason enough? Youngster, you have yet to experience enough in the past. Nations were adversaries in life and death. Are you aware of how long it has been since the 5 Kage summit convened? Were it not for the first Hokage's forceful imposition, do you truly believe anyone would attend such a gathering? The Tsuchikage could not help but reminisce about the man revered as the god of shinobi, who single-handedly compelled other nations to acquiesce. Such a figure has not graced the shinobi world in these times. Only in the face of absolute strength does one bow when it comes to emotions. The challenge is formidable. If we remain a disjointed group, how can we effectively combat our enemies? They have adeptly exploited this sentiment. having seized upon our vulnerabilities from the outset. This is indeed a conundrum. Even our Leaf Village has committed atrocities against the Rain Shinobi Village, and there are countless others. Uniting everyone on a common front is exceedingly difficult, unless we possess the resolve we have now. As Terumi May continued, only those who have suffered great loss can truly grasp the essence of collaboration. Mizukage, do not forget what we discussed in our previous meeting. I am aware, yet. Terumi May's mood remained somber. Though the losses in the Mist Village were not substantial, the battlefield's origins lie here, inflicting a severe blow to the morale of the villagers and the Land of Water. Worry not, I will take care of this matter, Gaara declared with conviction. You? That Tsuchikage shook his head. Even if he were to speak, it might not yield results. What could this young lad possibly accomplish? Only Gaara understood that. As he uttered these words, Naruto's warm smile flashed through his mind. If someone as flawed as he could be saved, why not ordinary shinobi? He is a beacon of light, illuminating the world and his own existence. He would go to any lengths for his friends. Could he not do the same? Only Tsunade, observing Gaara, could somewhat comprehend his sentiments, for Naruto had similarly illuminated her path. Tsuchikage, let us await the outcome. What? Tsunade, do you also have faith in this young man? That Tsuchikage was perplexed. What remarkable strength could a leader who ascended through inheritance possibly possess? The Raikage and Mizukage shared the same confusion, uncertain of the source of Gaara's confidence. Why have these white Zetsu reappeared, and in such numbers? Kisame inquired with curiosity. What are these creatures? They may lack strength, yet they surpass ordinary shinobi significantly. Honglian furrowed her brow, initially reluctant to engage. She ultimately could not resist rescuing a few shinobi, seemingly from Sunagakure. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? That unknown creature is not your playmate. Understood, sister. But it's quite entertaining. Look, Xiaoyu unleashed her jutsu, causing the white Zetsu to rise as if possessed, swaying precariously until they erupted into pieces, eliciting a wave of nausea. She must have controlled the ice release, freezing their blood and transforming them into massive ice blocks, which subsequently shattered, leaving only remnants behind. Xiaoyu, cease at once. A little beauty, must you resort to such violent repulsion? Honglian quickly intervened. Crystal release, crystal shuriken. Honglian swiftly cast her technique, impaling several white Zetsu before her, rendering them akin to candied hawthorns. Your level of repulsion is not any less than hers, Kisame remarked, clicking his tongue. Truly a straightforward man. You cannot even offer a compliment. Honglian retorted, turning away. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Let me give it a try. As Xiaoyu finished speaking, she swiftly waved her right hand, and several ice-sculpted shurikens flew forth, striking Baiju, who quickly transformed into an ice statue. The two exchanged astonished glances. What a genius. We've struck gold. What's the matter with you two? Why are you staring at me like that? Xiaoyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiaoyu, do tell. What else can you do? Share everything with your sister, Honglian urged eagerly, grasping Xiaoyu's hand. Ice release. Ice shark. Xiaoyu suddenly unleashed a ninjutsu, eliminating the last Baiju. Gue Jiao stared wide-eyed at Xiaoyu. Can you even replicate my ninjutsu? Your talent is astonishing. I'm not quite sure. It seems that after observing your techniques, they spontaneously materialize in my mind, and I can execute them. Of course, I also need to know the hand seals. I've seen the shark's hand seal before. Xiaoyu's response struck both of them like a thunderbolt. As a practitioner of hand seals himself, Gue Jiao felt his spirit dampen. Here was someone who could conjure ninjutsu with mere thought, far surpassing his own abilities. Do not speak of this to others. It could lead to grave consequences. Honglian admonished sternly. Let us hurry back. All the monsters here have been dealt with. It appears the situation is dire. Surely something significant is about to unfold? Gue Jiao shuddered at the thought. He had not taken down a single Baiju. It was entirely thanks to Xiaoyu and Honglian's prowess. He had not even had the opportunity to act in front of the two beauties. Beyond that mountain lies our destination. I wonder how the adults are faring. We have been away for quite some time, and now we return with a genius. I hope the adults will be pleased. Regardless of their feelings, I am certainly delighted. Xiaoyu, let me teach you a few more techniques. No, your ninjutsu is unattractive, too ugly compared to my sister's. I want her to teach me. Are you certain you wish to proceed down this path, uncle? Although I long to leave, I cannot burden you. Did you not mention that your brother cares for you deeply? Naruto felt conflicted. He yearned to escape, yet he could not defy his older brother's directives. I have a plan, Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share, Yamato said, narrowing his eyes. Speak quickly, you big-eyed fellow. We can take you with us. You were not a willing participant, but rather coerced. The Raikage would not blame you. Yamato, Captain, I never imagined you possessed such cunning. Kushina remarked as she watched Naruto bond with the others, feeling a sense of happiness. Indeed, she had conversed with Naruto for an extensive time and learned much about him. He had found his companions. Mother, let us join forces. Uncle mentioned that this barrier presents quite a challenge. Of course, Kushina declared, fist clenched, her demeanor resembling that of a little sorceress. I am committing a sin by speaking out of turn, Yamato lamented, covering his head. Time to work, big-eyed fellow. Utilize wood release to create a stake, and we shall break through the barrier with force. Behold my technique. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Wow. Mother's wind release is incredible. It seems I have inherited your prowess. You must teach me this move. It's so cool. Naruto exclaimed. Absolutely, I will teach you. But let us first attend to the task at hand. Yamato, hurry. Understood. Wood release. Great wooden stake. A colossal nail was swiftly driven into the wound carved by the wind release. Kurabi's right arm suddenly enlarged, delivering a powerful punch to the wooden spike, which resulted in a cacophony of shattering sounds. Naruto, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a tailed beast bomb that collided with the wooden nail, causing the barrier to explode magnificently. Yes, a flawless collaboration. We did it, Kurabi exclaimed. Honestly, I feel I am unnecessary here, Yamato remarked. Hurry up, you lot. No time to dawdle, Kurabi urged. You all have illustrious backgrounds, and should anything go awry, you'll have someone to shield you. What am I to do? Yamato's resolve faltered as he recalled Tsunade's wrath. Do not dwell on it. Just give it your all, Kurabi reassured, patting Yamato's head. With their impeccable teamwork, the barriers were swiftly dismantled one by one. Kushina was elated, pleasantly surprised to feel the thrill of battle alongside Minato once more. The synergy was exquisite, and Naruto's unwavering spirit radiated vitality and warmth, undoubtedly a trait inherited from Minato. That's the last one. Mission accomplished. Naruto panted, as debris littered the ground. Orochimaru, what is your take on this war? Zhang inquired after dispatching several white Zetsu. The mastermind behind such creations is no ordinary individual. They must have utilized the first Hokage's cells to amplify his abilities. I recall a child from Konoha possessing similar powers. Could they have formed an alliance? Initially intending to involve Orochimaru directly, Zhang reconsidered, opting to maintain an air of mystery. There may well be a formidable presence behind the scenes. Zhang Lan's immediate thought was of Kaguya, the most significant unpredictable element in the grand scheme. The information, along with the resources at his peak, had all been covertly supplied by Kaguya. Moreover, the chaos value had already manifested, appearing neither trivial nor inconsequential. In certain circumstances, it might prove pivotal. I have a task for you. I wonder if you are capable of accomplishing it. Uncertain of what it entailed, Orochimaru felt a mix of tension and excitement, knowing that tasks assigned by Zhang Lan were likely to be exceedingly challenging, as he had not engaged in battle for quite some time. You have been part of the Akatsuki. You must be aware of Kaguya, correct? I want you to study him, Zhang Lan stated, fixing Orochimaru with an unwavering gaze. I am honored. However, I am not entirely clear on what Kaguya truly is, so the outcome may not be ideal, Orochimaru promptly clarified. Although he had some recollection of Kaguya, that peculiar life form might surpass the strength of the white snake. Should he manage to absorb it, his pursuit of immortality would be prolonged. Any findings you make will be exclusively yours. However, if your research benefits the nation and its people, it should be shared. Understood, Orochimaru replied eagerly, licking his lips. His eyes could no longer satisfy his desires. Only an immortal body and soul were what he had perpetually sought. Even under Zhang Lan's control, the deepest yearnings of his heart continued to occupy his mind. I hope to hear good news from you. Let us continue on our journey, Zhang Lan said, resuming his pace leisurely. Captain Yamato, why do you look so dejected? Haven't we successfully escaped through our collaboration? Naruto gazed at the despondent Yamato, perplexed by his demeanor. You all seem fine. Yet Lady Tsunade will undoubtedly tease me. The headquarters has already contacted me and insists that I continue my reports. This is a good thing, Big Eyes, Naruto replied. It indicates your position is significant. Do you have any intelligence to share? What intelligence could I possibly have? Yamato retorted, clearly frustrated. Understand your situation. How could a leaf ninja divulge information to the Cloud Village? Even if you indulge in our village's hospitality, principles cannot be compromised. Naruto, can you sense it? Kushina, having closed her eyes, attentively listened to something. The outside world appeared increasingly chaotic. Why are there so many ninjas, and why is there fighting everywhere? Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing that even a few days on the island had transformed the world. Naruto, can you hear me? A middle-aged man's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Who are you? I am Jiraiya. It took quite a while to reach you. Listen closely, a ninja war has erupted. Our initial goal was to protect you and Killer Bee. But it seems your abilities could change the tide. Your sage mode, coupled with your capacity to sense malevolence, will be invaluable on the battlefield, allowing you to easily discern enemies. Thus, our intention in Konoha is for you to participate in the fight. Jiraiya swiftly conveyed the situation to Naruto. He hadn't anticipated the war would arrive so swiftly. The others present had also heard Jiraiya's voice moments earlier. Having experienced a ninja war, Kushina was particularly attuned to the concept of conflict. Jiraiya, is there any way to prevent or mitigate casualties? Kushina's melodic voice responded to him. You are. Lady Kushina, is it truly you? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. I thought you had. That is a long story. How severe are the casualties? True to her experience, Kushina immediately thought of the lives at stake. If the toll was too great and medical assistance was delayed, countless innocent lives and families could be lost. She had finally found some warmth in life and wished to protect it from this wretched war. Currently, the situation is manageable, but the enemy is extraordinarily formidable. So casualties will continue to rise. Understood. Thank you. Naruto, I initially intended to fight alongside you, but given the urgent circumstances, my techniques mostly involve sealing and healing. The battlefield may require more medical support, so I plan to join forces with Master Jiraiya. Kushina expressed her thoughts with a heavy heart. For a mother, it was a difficult decision. She yearned to fight alongside her son and protect him, yet the battlefield desperately needed logistical support. Mom, go with peace of mind. Uncle and Captain Yamato will take care of me. You must also be cautious of that perverted sage. I feel reassured, Naruto said, forcing a smile, though tears betrayed him. Naruto, your mother is truly remarkable. I admire her greatly. Perhaps she is right. Our separation may yield greater effectiveness. Indeed, both Naruto and Kushina nodded, reluctantly parting ways. Once, my world was filled with hatred. I was a Jinchuriki neglected since childhood. I loathed this world and humanity, wishing for its destruction, mirroring the actions of Akatsuki today. However, I encountered an individual whose warm smile and indomitable spirit profoundly inspired me, guiding me out of my own shadows. For the sake of my village and the pursuit of my ideals, I resolved to transform myself. Every ninja present surpassed me in strength and enlightenment. I, once a mere waste who understood nothing of human emotions, now stood ready to fight for peace in my village. I implore you all, can you rise to the occasion? Gaara and his companions arrived at the headquarters, where a multitude of ninjas from various villages had already gathered. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic. Although ninjas from different nations seldom crossed paths, the specter of war had united them, creating an awkward tension. They could have united to combat a common enemy, yet inherent conflicts among the nations lingered. Regrettably, Gaara's words failed to capture their attention. Only those who share a deep understanding of each other's pain, who are bound by fate, can transcend barriers. Today, we are not adversaries. The world has suffered at the hands of Akatsuki, and we share a collective anguish. The distinctions between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure fade when confronted with a common foe. If we cannot unite to confront this threat, then let them take my head once the war concludes. The friend who saved me is now a target of our enemies. Should he be captured, the ninja world would be doomed. I must protect my friend, and above all, safeguard this world. Yet, I am still too young and naive to shoulder this responsibility. Therefore, I beseech you all to lend me your strength. Gaara's resolute declaration abruptly silenced the crowd. Perhaps it was the mention of his own execution or the earnestness in his plea that struck a chord. Today, we are all one family. Devoid of borders or village distinctions, our singular enemy is Akatsuki. We shall henceforth be known as the Ninja Allied Forces. The ninjas from all nations fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a thunderous applause. Perhaps it was from this moment that divisions dissolved, stubbornness vanished, and a singular objective emerged, to rise in rebellion. Young Kazekage, I never anticipated you possessed such prowess. It appears you two are a soul burdened by fate. That Ōtsutsuki remarked, stroking his beard with satisfaction. The 5 great nations ninjas had never been so united before. Indeed, who in this world is not afflicted by misfortune? We must step forward and face it with courage, he continued. Undoubtedly, the future belongs to your generation, Tsunade added, her expression brightening. Perhaps Naruto's radiant warmth would indeed illuminate every shadowy corner of this world. Naruto, be cautious. There is something ahead, Killer Bee alerted him in a timely manner. How is your stamina holding up with such continuous chakra exertion? I'm fine, better than you, old man, Naruto replied, though he was undeniably fatigued from controlling the 9 tails. Breaching the barrier and running all this way. No matter how robust one's physical condition, exhaustion eventually takes its toll. It seems Lady Luck is smiling upon me. Had you remained hidden within the barrier, I would have truly been at a loss. Now that you are out, surrender awaits you. Before them loomed the masked man and 6 Jinchuriki, their gazes predatory. Yotan, Shakahiki no Jutsu. A torrent of magma balls suddenly erupted towards the trio, swiftly melting the trees and ground below. Fortunately, they managed to evade just in time. Secret technique, scale powder concealment technique. A cloud of white powder suddenly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view. This is the technique of the Jinchuriki, indicating that the adversaries are well prepared. Exercise caution, everyone. The 8 tails, Gyuki, conveyed intelligence to Killer Bee from the spiritual realm. What should we do, uncle? Naruto inquired anxiously, noting that there were 7 opponents in total, and he was unfamiliar with the techniques of several Jinchuriki, not to mention the formidable masked man. The mere thought was daunting. The adversaries all possessed Sharingan. Ordinary techniques would undoubtedly prove ineffective, and in the forest, we had no advantage. Gyuki, let us resort to that technique. It seemed that we had no other choice. The 8 tails began to transform. With a mighty roar, Killer Bee's form expanded, and soon, a monstrous creature with 8 octopus-like legs emerged, though the tip of one of its bovine feet was slightly broken. Tailed beast transformation. The fully realized Gyuki spun around, instantly uprooting trees and clearing a substantial area. This is not good. Naruto and Killer Bee have encountered the Jinchuriki and are on the brink of battle. It seems we are at a numerical disadvantage. A message from the command headquarters suddenly transmitted. Everyone grew tense. The 8 tails has appeared. My goodness. What kind of ninjutsu is this that can devastate the very landscape of the forest? Do not overreact. Maintain focus, came the response. Beep, beep, beep. The detection system indicated 9 Jinchuriki. Zhonglan and Orochimaru were en route when the system alerted them. It appeared that the plot was unfolding as anticipated. They were likely encountering their foes. With Nagato present, there should be no significant issues, as he could not activate the outer path. However, an unexpected unease gripped my heart. Was there a change in the situation? Zhonglan felt an immediate surge of anxiety. What's wrong, Lan? You look pale. I wonder if we could alter our course and reach the vicinity of the Hidden Cloud Village in time? It might be too late. If you have arranged for someone, I believe there will be no issues. Orochimaru surprisingly offered reassurance. All right then, let us proceed. Zhonglan felt slightly uncomfortable with Orochimaru's comfort. With Nagato's presence and reinforcements on the way, there should be no problems. However, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and resolved to improve after the impending battle. The system's upgrade had enhanced his abilities, which warranted further exploration. The 8 tails launched a sudden assault, sweeping away the 7 opponents in an instant, leaving them somewhat injured, but fortunately not fatally harmed. As the winds settled, the adversaries remained steadfast on the branches, each with a tail swaying behind them. Humph, I knew it would be ineffective. Killer Bee muttered. Should I try would release? It might have some effect, Yamato suggested. They are too cunning. Dealing with such ninjas truly leaves us at a loss. This is bad. Look, their tails have multiplied, Yamato exclaimed. We can see that without your prompting. Killer Bee and Naruto instantly became unsettled. If they were already difficult to handle in their human forms, how would they manage after the tail multiplication? Be careful, here they come, Killer Bee warned. Since they are so clustered, let us unleash a massive attack. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto launched a wind-infused attack. Lightning release, Infinite Claw. The Jinchuriki of the 2 tails continuously unleashed lightning release techniques beneath the cloak of the tailed beast, swiftly dispersing Naruto's wind release. Lava release, Hell of Flames. Water release, Torrential Rain. Earth release, Destruction of Winds and Sands. Water release, bubble blades. A multitude of ninjutsu approached from the opposite side. Yamato hastily activated his would-release defense technique. Unfortunately, it proved inadequate against the might of the Jinchuriki. This is bad. We are doomed. The Eight Tails had just unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu and was now gathering strength, while Killer Bee lacked suitable techniques to counter it. You mentioned absorbing their ninjutsu. Can you truly manage that? The shark skin suddenly nudged Killer Bee. However, we cannot allow you to take such risks. Naruto, quickly take cover. Yamato turned back to see Naruto appearing fatigued, his body slightly swaying. Even with the Nine Tails chakra aiding his recovery, the exhaustion of body and spirit necessitated rest. Yes, that's it. Capture them all. The masked man refrained from engaging in battle, patiently observing from the sidelines. Thank you, Bainai. Naruto glanced up at Bai, who stood protectively before him. His right arm transformed into a tailed beast form, forming a wall to shield them. What is going on? I don't feel any attacks. Killer Bee was taken aback, having braced himself for injury. Why are you everywhere? The masked man exclaimed in frustration. Naruto and Killer Bee turned to the left and beheld a red-haired figure, hands outstretched, absorbing all the ninjutsu directed at them, even managing to glance back at them. Junior brother, are you alright? Nagato smiled. That single remark instantly awakened Naruto. He realized this was Nagato, as referenced by Yahiko and Konan. Senior brother, thank you for your sudden appearance. Of course, it was for him, and also to protect you. Nagato, you don't believe yourself to be the savior capable of rescuing everything, do you? There's no need to save the world. Merely restraining you is sufficient. After absorbing the ninjutsu, Nagato positioned himself before Naruto. Why have you consistently opposed me? I've had enough. The masked man was furious. You could be like me. Perhaps we could become friends. What is it that you cannot let go of? Look at those around you. Nagato had heard of the masked man, but realized that with Yahiko's resurrection through the impure world reincarnation, he had already relinquished everything. Upon his full revival, his heart was solely focused on changing the world. The masked man, too, could not let go. That is not true resurrection. This is not the life I desire. Why am I even discussing this with you? The masked man's eyes darted as he contemplated his strategy. I have arrived. Do you still believe you have a chance? Naruto, rest well. We will handle the matters ahead. Thank you, senior brother. With that, I shall not hold back. Nagato, do not presume you are formidable. This world is far more complex than you imagine. With that, the masked man revealed his left eye. What? Where did you obtain that? Nagato was taken aback. Killer Bee and Yamato grew serious. An eye like yours, does that imply you possess similar abilities? That poses a significant challenge. I do not know, perhaps. Nagato was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It seemed that Zhang Lan's decision to protect Naruto held profound significance. The experience of being at the mercy of others was undoubtedly unpleasant. He had always been the one to manipulate others. Thus, he had surreptitiously copied this eye. Displaying it for the first time today, the masked man caressed his left eye, declaring that they were fortunate to witness an extraordinary spectacle. Beep, 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 detected the emergence of a fourth Rinnegan. Zhang Lan felt a surge of frustration. What were Obito and Kabuto up to? Was the Rinnegan now so devalued? Uncle Snake, if I were to give you a Rinnegan, could you replicate it? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. I recall only experiencing them on the Akatsuki leader. Whether they can be duplicated remains uncertain. It was essentially a futile question, yet he pondered who had managed to produce a Rinnegan amidst the current turmoil. Zhang Lan initially believed that this chaos merely heralded temporal changes, but both space and some crucial artifacts had also transformed. He had not been here long. Could everything have been preordained? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Lan felt a disconcerting sensation, as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing him. A system connecting two timelines. Its origin remained a mystery, and its nature, whether benevolent or malevolent, was unclear. Suddenly, several tailed beasts went into a frenzy, their bodies swelling in size. Hey, be careful. They are about to reach their complete forms, Nyogue warned. In their complete forms, their combat power would be nearly on par with yours. You needn't look at me that way. Your eyes possess only sealing power, not the authority to wield, he retorted. What do you mean, someone else's power? Nagato paused for a moment, recalling the tragic memory of witnessing his parents' murder, which awakened his Rinnegan. Throughout his years with the Akatsuki, he had perused extensive records. Even the activation of the Sharingan and Byakugan required certain conditions. The Rinnegan, being a higher form of ocular power, should not be so easily awakened. Then it struck him. When that Konoha ninja perished, he wore a smile, not a grimace, and he himself had been unconscious for a time. Could the mishap have occurred during that interval? The more he contemplated, the more unsettling it became. "Brother, what's wrong? Your back is drenched," Naruto remarked. Having sensed Nagato's distress since the masked man's cryptic utterances, it seemed he was recalling some deeply unsettling past. The perverted sage had once said that only those who could endure everything were true ninjas. "Brother, I understand that you have borne much, and now you still fight alongside us. Rather than enduring alone, let us share this burden together." "Naruto, thank you." As Naruto spoke, Nagato felt his heart lighten. Even if what he said held truth, perseverance was the essence of his original ninja way. Soon, the forge Jinchuriki vanished, replaced by a colossal monkey. Its body covered in crimson fur and adorned with 4 thick tails, while a white chain pierced its abdomen, leading to a grotesque humanoid creature. It was unclear when the masked man had summoned this. The other tailed beasts exhibited similar transformations. "Naruto, be cautious. Let us strategize. These formidable creatures will not be easy to confront," Nagato exclaimed. Naruto was momentarily disoriented by a powerful strike from the 4 tails. Although he had briefly regained his senses, he found that his chakra levels had not significantly improved. "Can you feel it?" Nibi inquired suddenly. "Feel what?" "I'm not sure," Naruto replied, bewildered. "You fool." Naruto was already at his limit, yet he is still lively because the 9 tails is clandestinely supplying chakra. Perhaps due to the seal, the amount is minimal. "Do you understand what I mean?" "I see, but if our rhythms do not align, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, the enemies are already troublesome enough. We cannot afford to turn against one another. Be careful." A tentacle from Nibi ensnared Naruto, saving him from the massive fist of the monkey. However, Nibi retaliated by swinging the 8 tails tail in a wide arc, ultimately hurling it into the distance, where other tailed beasts resided. This posed a significant dilemma. While a tail does not equate to strength, simultaneously confronting several was still quite challenging. "Hurry, think of a strategy." Shinra-tensei, Nagato, initially poised to confront the other tailed beasts, noticed the 8 tails and activated his jutsu, intending to repel it. If he could control the outer path, absorbing them all would be advantageous. "Ouch, that hurts." "Naruto, are you alright?" Nibi inquired, recalling Naruto in his grasp. "Thank you, Nibi, I'm still alive." Suddenly, a white figure charged toward Nibi, catching it off guard with a fierce collision. "You all are truly relentless," Nibi exclaimed in pain. "Naruto, did you see that white chain? That is the key to controlling them. We must sever it," Nagato advised, drawing from his experience in controlling tailed beasts. "Oh, I just noticed." The masked man's right hand trembled, eliciting cries of anguish from several tailed beasts, especially the 3 tails, which had prepared to join the fray but was suddenly ensnared by the chains. The 5 white chains abruptly shifted direction, attempting to strike the masked man. But before they could make contact, they were once again restrained. "They are suffering. Nibi, can you sense it?" "Brother, let us unite our efforts," Naruto began to propose. Acid. A large basin of green liquid cascaded from above, startling Naruto. Fortunately, Nibi shielded him with its body, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground suddenly fractured, and a massive hand seized Naruto, pulling him into its maw. It was indeed the 4 tails, which, like the formidable Old Purple, was adept in earth techniques. "I underestimated it." "Naruto, hang on, we will reach you soon." "I was so close, yet still missed." "I'm sorry, Naruto." Just as Naruto was being engulfed by the 4 tails, 2 figures from Konoha appeared. The 8th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of joy, open. With a surge of green chakra, Guy soared towards the 4 tails' abdomen, relentlessly kicking it. Unfortunately, the 4 tails clenched its teeth, showing no signs of relenting. Raikiri, Kakashi aimed at the chains controlling the 4 tails, but before the lightning could strike, a vortex materialized. Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness. Dealing with this masked man's time-space ninjutsu was exceedingly difficult. Summoning jutsu. At last, Nagato unleashed his summoning technique. Although, to the untrained eye, his summoned beast appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to the fully realized tailed beasts. The summoning could only endure for a fleeting moment, as the tailed beasts were overwhelmingly powerful. "We must hasten to rescue Naruto." With that, he directed a remote missile attack towards Obito. Unfortunately, the same tactic proved ineffective a second time. The masked man swiftly absorbed the missile, and Kakashi, unwilling to relent, hurled a kunai, which too vanished without a trace. What? Suddenly, a minuscule yet precise wound appeared on the white mask, reminiscent of a raikiri or kunai cut. This should not be. Had everything truly been absorbed? How could there be a vulnerability? As he contemplated his next move, he was compelled to materialize, and with his keen sight, he could not possibly overlook the kunai. What on earth is happening? Kakashi furrowed his brow, recalling the chains that had entered the vortex earlier. Nagato, I have an idea that requires your cooperation. Oh, to identify a problem in the midst of battle is quite impressive. Speak, how may I assist you? I hope we can execute a series of linked ninjutsu together. Gazing at Kakashi, Nagato hesitated. The imperative now was to save Naruto, yet no viable plan emerged. Could they truly breach the defenses of the masked man? Wind release, gale palm. Nagato employed a jutsu he had not utilized in ages. Wind release, splendid. Raikiri. Kakashi also unleashed his technique. I am unsure of your intentions. But is it truly just these two jutsu? Wind release, though invisible, is impressive. I never knew you could perform it, Nagato. Alas, how unfortunate. A vortex emanated from his body, and the intangible wind technique swiftly dissipated. As he prepared to pass through with Raikiri, he noticed it had vanished. The masked man frowned. Suddenly, his mask shattered, revealing a grim visage. Obito, it truly is you. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Uchiha Obito, had he not perished? How could he still be alive? Was he even human? Might Guy struggled against the Four Tails, unable to gain any advantage. Despite his imposing size, his opponent was remarkably agile, often eluding his strikes. From the onset, I had my suspicions. Our spaces must be interconnected. I possess a general understanding of your abilities. In truth, you merely transported the attacked portions to another space, leading us to mistakenly believe we had passed through your body. Now, Guy, come assist me. Kakashi, I had initially intended to let you be. I have already captured the Nine Tails, but you insist on provoking me, so I shall entertain you for a while. To the red-haired one, do your eyes have no effect against them? How can the mask exert control? Killer Bee inquired, perplexed. I too am curious. Logically, I should be able to exert control, yet at present, I am utterly powerless, Nagato lamented. Given the circumstances, it seemed there could only be one conclusion. His eyes truly belonged to another, or perhaps they were false. Yet Pain's six paths undeniably existed. Could it be that lacking the experience of evolving from the Sharingan rendered them less effective? Never mind, do not dwell too long on such thoughts. While they engage in chaos, let us proceed to rescue Naruto. Well, it seems that my Shinra Tensei has some effect, albeit with a time interval that requires you to provide cover for me. No worries, I've got you covered. Kuno is crushing it, while Killer Bee continues to rap. Orochimaru, what would you do if you discovered that something you took pride in ultimately did not belong to you? Zhonglan appears to have had a revelation and inquires about Orochimaru. There's no need for sorrow, we can simply reclaim it. I admire your audacious nature, but Orochimaru, you have a point. It is better to be the wind that drives the windmill than to be the windmill itself. For the wind can take on countless forms and exists in a state of freedom. My apologies, have I uttered that phrase before? No. Indeed, I have not. Kai, listen to my command. Strike where I direct you. Understood, Kakashi. Though I am reluctant, that creature is quite bothersome. Target its abdomen. I will strike with a left hook and a right hook. Kai immediately feels invigorated, sensing his blows land on a tangible form. Aim for its waist. Kakashi, you're ruthless, but I like it. I'll unleash the Leaf Village's Gale Palm. Another heavy kick lands on Obito, causing him to spit blood. Unexpectedly. You've noticed. Is it because we share the same eyes? Obito wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, I have already captured the Nine Tails, Kakashi. Obito, return. We have all been thinking of you. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, do you not find it amusing that you still cling to friendship at this juncture? Do you not realize that I was the one who orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on the village 16 years ago? Will you forgive me? Obito's tone grows increasingly frantic. From my perspective, forgiveness is indeed difficult, especially since you indirectly caused the death of our teacher and his wife, leaving Naruto alone and miserable from a young age. Obito, you are cautious even when helping an elderly woman cross the street. Why commit such cruel acts? Kakashi attempts to persuade his former comrade with words. This is what you owe me. This ninja world is steeped in filth and requires complete transformation. Though I do not understand why Nagato has allied with you, it does not alter my resolve. Obito laughs maniacally, a sound that unsettles those present, as it reflects the profound suffering he has endured. Moreover, I cannot return. Kakashi, you and I will ultimately be adversaries. That is indeed regrettable, my comrade. Kakashi's expression is one of sorrow. Lon, I am curious, given our speed. We should have arrived swiftly. Why are we so slow? Did you not mention that the battle has already spread? Do you merely wish to observe from the shadows? Orochimaru turns his gaze to Lon, causing Zhang Lan to feel a wave of nausea. Please, in the future, speak normally, as a rational person would. Your appearance gives me nightmares. Oh, I understand now. In truth, my reluctance to intervene is rooted in a specific reason. Have you not comprehended a fundamental issue in your research on forbidden techniques? While the body may be exchanged, what of your soul? Has it not already begun to wither? How do you know? Orochimaru's eyes widen in disbelief. This is no guess. Your defiance of natural laws will ultimately lead to your obliteration by the rules themselves. After Zhang Lan spoke, Orochimaru fell into silence. I shall continue my research, as you know, for if I were to abandon it, what purpose would my existence serve? The world is so wondrous, and I have yet to experience more and delve into additional ninja techniques. To forego such opportunities would indeed be a great pity. Do as you wish. The reason Zhang Lan refrained from assisting Naruto and the others was that the system had already provided a warning. Aiding Naruto would yield no rewards, and the chaos value would only escalate. From the perspective of the original world, they possessed the capability to persevere until the end. Thus, releasing those ancient beings from the Konoha Shrine was of utmost importance. The absence of Sasuke at this juncture rendered the situation unresolved, leading to more significant repercussions for the world. Naruto continued to descend, yet he did not plummet into the esophagus or stomach. It felt different from when he fell into the snake's belly during the Chunin exams. Am I not dead? You can see me, little one. A massive monkey was bound upon the water's surface. You are that monkey? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the monkey's inquiry, bewildered as to how he could converse with it. I have a name, you know. I despise being called a monkey. Oh, so you are the Jinchuriki. That explains it. By the way, you have encountered the bull demon and Kurama, haven't you? Kurama? Is that the name of the Nine Tails? Wow, how extraordinary. It even has a name. Of course, we all possess names. It's merely that you humans prefer to define us by our tails. What is your name then, great monkey? TCH, I told you not to call me a monkey. My name is, why should I tell you? The monkey attempted to move, but alas, its arms and legs were shackled by chains. You must be in great pain. I can sense it from outside. If I have the chance to rescue you, I will undoubtedly do so. Naruto looked up at the monkey. With your abilities? The monkey initially intended to mock him, but upon seeing Naruto's earnest gaze, it held back its words. Rescuing us is quite simple. However, you must free us all. The monkey aimed to frighten Naruto with this statement, but unexpectedly, Naruto grew furious. Why are you hesitating? Just speak. Well, fine. We are bound by chains. Yet the most critical issue lies in the black spike beneath our necks. It can control our chakra and movements. The monkey gestured, lamenting its inability to move. Young one, if you manage to save us, I shall reveal my name to you. Then I shall await that moment. By the way, how do I escape? Naruto became anxious. How would I know? I have no idea how you entered my mental realm. The monkey responded, equally perplexed. Because of him. A sudden, jarring voice broke through, instantly awakening Naruto. I'm going to fall into the esophagus. What should I do? I must find a way out. Let us resort to the old method, shadow clone jutsu. That red-haired one, what's wrong with that monkey? Why is it shedding tears? Killer Bee shouted. How would I know? Before anyone could react, the monkey's belly swelled instantaneously, and it could no longer restrain itself, opening its mouth to expel a multitude of Narutos. Indeed, the ninja of unexpected prowess. Obito, you have failed to capture the Nine Tails. Kakashi took a moment to glance at Naruto before solemnly informing Obito. Without the tailed beasts, how will you execute your plan? You remain remarkably confident, Kakashi. Much like during our previous missions, engaging in this argument seems futile now. Obito, I advise you to surrender. Kakashi continued to persuade him. Then let us see what happens. With a flick of his right hand, Obito summoned a mournful cry from several tailed beasts. Uncle, senior brother, cover me. Naruto shouted at the two, before entering sage mode once more. Do you have a plan? He asked hurriedly. Naruto, my wood release seems ineffective against them, Yamato added. Wood release should significantly suppress Jinchuriki. As for the tailed beasts, it may require the strength of the first Hokage. Nagato's words shattered Yamato's enthusiasm. Then I shall assist Kakashi-sensei. Shadow clone technique. Naruto, what are you doing? Your chakra is limited. If you continue like this, you will perish. Killer Bee exclaimed. Regrettably, Naruto paid him no heed, solely focused on locating the black nail. Found it. It turned out that a massive dark object lay just beneath the neck, near the heart. With a swift motion of his right hand, Naruto successfully evaded the monkey's attack and aimed for the black nail. The other tailed beast's assaults were effectively countered by Nagato and Gyuki. Naruto's chakra arm adeptly grasped the black nail, his main body swiftly extending along the chakra arm to the nail's vicinity. A golden opportunity. Naruto's chakra arm made contact with the black nail. How is this possible? Suddenly, several white chains materialized around the black nail, quickly ensnaring Naruto. Ha ha ha, how foolish. Did you truly believe I was unprepared? You underestimate me greatly. Although I am unsure how you discovered the existence of the black nail, it is unfortunate that you have once again fallen into my trap, Obito laughed. Whether at Naruto's folly or his own cunning. Naruto, quickly move away from there. Red-haired one, pull the chains over. It seemed too late, and the distance was too great. Though Naruto felt a twinge of pain, a smile graced his lips. The timing was perfect. It turned out that when the monkey expelled its clones, it intentionally left one in its mouth. In this brief moment, it had entered sage mode and quickly located the opposite end of the black nail within its esophagus. Frog group technique. The clone struck forcefully, sending the black nail flying. Without a point of support, Naruto swiftly fell. Why can't you move? You, Naruto shouted. It appears I misjudged you. You genuinely wish to assist us, Naruto realized. I am Sun Wukong. Remember my name. With that, the monkey extended its right hand. Upon witnessing this, Naruto finally understood. The Four Tails had accepted him. He smiled and extended his hand to complete the chakra exchange. Though you cannot yet fully save us, I am grateful. You are the first human to enter our hearts. Kurama, you were right. Naruto, let me help you once more. The chains encircling Naruto shattered under the monkey's might, though the cost was its own absorption by the outer path's mouth. Naruto, remember your original intention. Kyuubi, how long do you intend to observe? Can you not perceive Naruto's genuine heart? The voice of the ox demon suddenly echoed within Naruto's spiritual realm, where the Nine Tails drooped its ears, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Kyuubi, may I call you Kyuubi? Naruto appeared elated, finally discovering the name of this fox. Ox demon, you are exceedingly noisy, kindly step aside. With a mere opening of its mouth, silence enveloped the world. Naruto, I must confess that I have wronged you in the past. Since the four with the most volatile tempers have acknowledged you, then with that, the Nine Tails extended its right fist. Kyuubi, you Naruto understood this gesture from the tailed beast. It signified complete approval. However, he had just given the Nine Tails a new home, which was yet to feel warm. As their fists met, the Nine Tails chakra instantaneously flowed into Naruto, along with its heart, connecting the inner thoughts and hopes of the four. So that is it. No wonder Uncle could transform into his complete form. Without the tailed beast's acknowledgement, such a feat would be unattainable. Kyuubi, I retract my previous words. From this moment forth, we shall become a duo. Let us proceed. Seal unleash. In an instant, Naruto unfastened the seal on his arm, and the seals on the great door behind him began to vanish step by step. Young one, I once thought my life would remain stagnant. It is you who has shown me hope. Suddenly, Naruto was enveloped by an intense, fiery chakra, powerful yet warm. Kyuubi, let us ascend. Oh, the Nine Tails formed hand seals. Before long, a fully golden Nine Tails appeared, adorned with a series of intricate markings. With swift motion, its tail swept, carrying the three who had been blown over by Obito. This is the perfect host of the Nine Tails transformation. Indeed, Naruto has accomplished it. The ox demon was equally exhilarated. I told you, Naruto would surely succeed, Kurama. Beep, beep, beep. 7 complete tailed beasts materialized. Zhonglun found himself at a loss for words. Now the system offered no tasks or rewards, but rather served as a mere commentator. Who cares? I already know the storyline. Naruto is about to rise. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed Zhonglan's shifting expressions in silence, probably more thrilling than a World Cup live broadcast. Regrettably, it was still the 2G era, confined to text, devoid of images. Well, it will have to suffice for now. I wonder how the 5 Kage are faring. Uncle Snake, let us quicken our pace, Zhonglun urged. Lon, your pace is already slow enough. No matter how you adjust, it remains a matter of acceleration. Teacher Kai, have you seen the teacher's figure? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. In that fleeting moment, Naruto's silhouette wholly overlapped with that of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, oh Naruto, you have now surpassed your predecessors. Kai murmured softly. What? A complete nine tails, and its power is so formidable. Yet, it cannot escape its fated binds. With a flick of Obito's left hand, 3 chains shot toward the nine tails, ensnaring its neck in an instant. You have merely reached a certain level. What? The nine tails before him suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke. Before the tailed beast, another golden nine tails emerged. Damn it. This fellow is exceptionally skilled in the art of shadow clones. All are captured. Kyubi, exert some force. Oh, here it comes. Soon. All the black nails on the chests of the other 5-tailed beasts were removed by Naruto. He swiftly entered a mental realm where 5-tailed beasts awaited him. Confusion enveloped Naruto. What was this situation? Did the tailed beasts all enjoy putting on a show? We are entrusted by Sun Wukong to convey chakra to you, Naruto. Thank you for saving us. Let us exchange a fist bump. Naruto extended his right hand, completing the chakra transfer with them in no time. I am the second Jinchuriki. Mu. I am the cat again. I am the third Jinchuriki, Isabu. I am Isafu. I am the fourth Jinchuriki, Old Purple. I am the fifth Jinchuriki, Han. I am Mu. I am the sixth Jinchuriki, Yugao, and I am the Rhino Skin. I am the sixth Jinchuriki, Fu. I am Shomi-Eye. Did you see that, Naruto? He is the one the old man spoke of. Kurama chuckled, and the other tailed beasts nodded in agreement, but soon they were all absorbed by the outer path. Naruto. Remember their names, Kurama fumed. However, after Obito finished collecting the tailed beasts, he closed his left eye and rapidly vanished into the vortex. I'll play with you later. Right now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Kakashi, we will have the chance to meet again. What is going on? We haven't had enough fighting yet. Why did they all flee? Naruto scratched his head, but the next moment, he fell from the sky, caught by Killer Bee. Naruto was utterly exhausted. And merging with Kurama for the first time had taken quite a toll. Let us head to the main battlefield. Obito has surprisingly retreated. Something must have happened over there. We haven't sustained too many injuries, so let us leave first. You all can take your time. Let Naruto recover a bit. Kakashi promptly organized their escape. No problem. Let us relay this good news to headquarters as well. They might already know about this area, as there are specialized reconnaissance cavalry to ascertain the unknown circumstances. Yay. Naruto is so impressive, he drove Obito away. And Kurama is incredibly cool. Young man, you may not have been dominated by the fear of Kurama. It is premature to rejoice now. Since Obito has retreated, it suggests that more troublesome matters await us. Shikaku's words extinguished everyone's hopes in an instant. Let us not be so pessimistic. We have many skilled individuals in our allied forces. Yamato, the liaison officer for this coalition, remarked with a smile. War is brutal. We must remain vigilant. By the way, coordinate with Lord Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, can you still hold on? We've lost count of how many waves of white Zetsu we've encountered. Kushina expressed her frustration. Initially intending to rescue more individuals in the core war zone, but was delayed by white Zetsu along the way. It's all right. Our preparations have been quite adequate. Don't forget, we have a great expert, Arashir, with us. Our mission is to prevent unforeseen incidents and provide rescue and treatment. If you're tired, make sure to rest well. A frog with the character for healing imprinted on its back croaked softly. Oh no, that's actually Lord Mu. Are you referring to the second Tsuchikage, Mu? I've heard he was also a bloodline-eliminated ninja, Tsunade casually remarked. As for the preparations, he was the one who taught me. Prepare for battle. With him present, tranquility is a distant memory. You have arrived, and I have awaited your coming for some time. A sudden voice broke the silence. Who are you? Tsunade inquired. The ability to incite a conflict of such magnitude, alongside the reanimation of the deceased, could only be attributed to the figure that lingered in her memory. My identity is of little consequence. What lies ahead is of paramount importance. A grand spectacle awaits. The forbidden technique of reanimation was invoked, and a coffin materialized before them. Before the lid could descend, a foot erupted from within, shattering the coffin to pieces. Why the delay? What is Nagato doing? A disgruntled voice echoed. You are Uchiha Madara. How is this possible? The Earth Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief. Confronted by the nightmare of a bygone era, now resurrected before him. What is this body? Madara mused, raising his hand to inspect it, then touching his face. Wasn't the rebirth of the soul supposed to be a different technique? What is happening? Where is Obito? Lord Madara, this is indeed the body from your prime. Are you not pleased? The mysterious figure, who had initially stood beside the coffin, now positioned himself behind Madara. Have you ever witnessed my prime? Madara scoffed. Child, to toy with the deceased is no noble endeavor, and do not presume you can control me. Feel free to unleash your full potential. I have no intention of controlling you. What? The concealed figure, Toby, gasped in astonishment. Every technique bears its risks, and not every technique can be employed at will. Reanimation. Release. As Madara spoke, he executed a hand seal, dispelling the technique effortlessly. Truly, he lives up to the legends, the Earth Shadow conceded. Very well, take your time. There are still pieces on the board. As a fellow Uchiha, I harbor some anticipation. Itachi, are you all ready to join the fray? Madara taunted. Hashirama is present. He must also have returned. How vexing. Even in death, he cannot find peace and is used as a pawn. Madara cracked his neck and flexed his wrists. Yet, you few are hardly a match. Is it true that only those who can battle the god of shinobi lack the means to do so? The Raikage's temper flared. Raikage, hold your horses. He is Madara, tread carefully. It is prudent to remove him from the battlefield, the Earth Shadow urged, his anxiety palpable since Madara's emergence. Then let us indulge in a brief diversion. As Madara finished speaking, a colossal boulder plummeted from the sky, crashing toward the ground where numerous allied ninjas stood. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is beyond comprehension. The ninja gasped in disbelief. This must be a manifestation of his Sharingan's unique ability, the Earth Shadow remarked. Rushing to assist, Shinra Tensei, Yahiko and Konan arrived just in time to witness the terrifying boulder. Regrettably, they could only delay its descent for a fleeting moment. Super lightweight rock technique. The Raikage declared, preparing to counter. The moment the Raikage's fist met the boulder, he sensed something amiss. An overwhelming rebound force surged through his right hand. Had it not been for the lightning-release chakra coursing through his body, his arm would have been rendered useless. I never claimed it was merely this one, Madara remarked nonchalantly, yet this simple statement sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Allow me to give it a try. With a swift motion, Tsunade unleashed 2 consecutive punches against the colossal boulder, which fortunately fractured in the middle, shattering into countless fragments. Yet, the upper portion of the rock continued its accelerated descent. Shinra Tensei, super lightweight rock technique. The air was filled with a flurry of glimmering blades, swiftly cleaving the stone apart. Jiraiya, you have finally arrived. Tsunade exclaimed with delight, while the others exhaled in relief. 2 of the legendary Sannin had appeared, instantly bolstering the morale of the group. Your strength is impressive. What connection do you share with Hashirama? Madara inquired, a newfound interest evident as he regarded Tsunade. Medical ninja. Senju Tsunade. Breathing heavily, Tsunade felt the toll of her vigorous strikes weighing on her body, and the mark upon her forehead began to glow. In comparison to Hashirama, you fall short. He could recover his strength with mere breaths. You, on the other hand, have yet to reach that level, Madara observed with a hint of amusement, though he lamented Hashirama's absence, which dampened his enthusiasm. Jiraiya, this individual is rather arrogant. However, I find his attire and eyes intriguing, Fukasaku remarked, instinctively tightening his grip on his short blade. The great sage had once informed him that certain abilities could effectively counter summoned beasts, among which the Sharingan was notable. Once under its control, one could not predict the extent of one's actions. We hold the numerical advantage. For the sake of the Shadow's honor, we must engage in battle. The Tsuchikage finally declared, soaring towards the group and locking eyes with Madara. This nightmare must be shattered by our hands. You speak of numbers, do you? Very well. Madara replied, activating his Susanoo in an instant, summoning over 20 shadow clones that swiftly dispersed into pairs to confront their foes. Are you still so confident in your numbers? Everyone, be cautious. This is the secret of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, which Sasuke has also employed. You are all aware of its capabilities, Jiraiya warned loudly. Oh, so there are descendants of the Uchiha who can achieve such prowess. I am quite eager to witness it, Madara continued, reveling in the unfolding chaos. Now, let the dance begin. Dust release, extrication technique. Lava release, lava monster technique. Remarkable. You possess ninjutsu capable of inflicting harm upon Susanoo. You too are quite impressive, Madara commended, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Are you certain these 2 will be of any use? The third Raikage suddenly questioned. The Nine-Tails capture has failed. We must proceed with what we have. Let us begin swiftly. Time is of the essence, Obito stated, perched upon the shoulder of the outer path, observing several individuals resurrected through Edo Tensei below. Truthfully, encountering such self-destructive conflict is a first for me. I shall not hold back. With a roar, two long-haired men, each bearing the inscriptions of gold and silver upon their shoulders, were suddenly enveloped in crimson chakra, resembling humanoid-tailed beasts. What's wrong, Kurama? Naruto inquired within his spiritual realm as the Nine Tails abruptly opened his eyes. Naruto, we may be on the brink of a catastrophe. I cannot elaborate further. But you must be alerted. The 10 Tails may soon be revived. The 10 Tails? But what about Gyuki and the others? Aren't they still alive? Naruto questioned, bewildered. I sensed it. 2 individuals carry my chakra. Previously, one of the 8 Tails' tails was absorbed by the outer path, and the conditions for revival are now met. This is dire. An overwhelming chakra, even more potent than the 9 Tails, has suddenly emerged. What could it be? The headquarters is already aware, and it seems the situation is dire. Nyogue, you sense it too, don't you? Yes, Julaba, let us proceed without delay. Nyogue's expression betrays his anxiety. Naruto, you have finally awakened. Killer Bee, carrying Naruto, feels the urgency immediately. Big Uncle, you heard everything, right? The 10 Tails are involved, so we must hurry. The situation has escalated severely. How is your recovery progressing? No significant issues. I appreciate Ju Lama's assistance. My physical recovery is swift, though my mental state may take a bit longer, yet I am fine. Be cautious. Enemies lie ahead. That silhouette, it's an Akatsuki member. Killer Bee is taken aback, halting in his tracks. What fortunate timing, encountering the 8 Tails and 9 Tails once more. Obito, I shall not hold back. Do licks his lips. Yet, one must possess the capability to capture them. After years of effort, success is finally within reach. I shall take my leave first. With that, Obito vanished along with the outer path. Sasuke, are you certain we are heading in the right direction? What is our purpose here? Shueiyu, be silent and heed Sasuke's commands. Everyone, quiet down. We have arrived. Sasuke, Sasuke. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Only one man remained silent. His gaze fixed on Sasuke, wearing a faint smile moments later. This body is extraordinary, capable of infinite explosions. Before Deidara could utter a word, darkness suddenly enveloped his eyes. Be cautious. Itachi, too, was swift as Deidara and Itachi surged towards Killer Bee and Naruto, completely disregarding my presence. This is truly frustrating. Sasuke felt exasperated, yet his body moved instinctively towards Deidara. Damn it, how did Sasuke end up here? It seems he is still assisting Naruto. What is the situation? Do was equally bewildered, initially feeling fortunate, yet now he found no joy in it. Naruto, be careful. Killer Bee was alarmed. As a Jinchuriki, the inherent weakness is a complete lack of resistance to Genjutsu, typically requiring the aid of the tailed beast, yet Itachi's target was unmistakable. Naruto attempted to resist, but Itachi's grip tightened mercilessly around his neck. 9 Tails, do not struggle. This will lessen the pain. Itachi's voice echoed Dose, swiftly subduing Naruto, rendering even his ocular techniques ineffective, much to Dose's shock. Meanwhile, Deidara, seeing Sasuke hesitant to act, realized that despite his life-for-a-life explosive artistry, he had failed to eliminate Sasuke. A fleeting moment of hesitation arose within him, and that fatal second led Deidara into a Genjutsu, leaving him immobilized. Damn it, Sasuke, is this betrayal? Do seethed with anger. Witnessing the 2 Jinchuriki, yet feeling powerless to seize them, recalling Obito's parting words, which only heightened his impatience. Naruto appeared to be in agony, attempting to cover his mouth. Shortly after, a black crow emerged from his lips, causing Naruto to nearly shed tears from the pain. Itachi has broken free from control. What is happening? Sasuke has yet to make contact with him, and like Madara, he has completely escaped control. Itachi, leaving such a hand behind after death, truly. You Uchiha are something else. Alas, Do lamented the loss of 2 pawns. Fortunately, there are many pieces in play. Naruto, I am sorry. It was a hurried farewell from Itachi, yet the crow remained perched upon his shoulder. This was Shirsue's eye. Initially, I had intended to bestow its power upon Sasuke. This illusion I had cast would have ensured that those who beheld him would forever safeguard Konoha, but alas, it had now been turned upon myself. What a pity. For this I shall remain dormant for many years to come. Itachi, allow me to safeguard this eye for you. Nagato interjected, eliciting a look of surprise from Itachi. Are you acquainted with the leader of Akatsuki? It was evident that Itachi was indeed formidable, as Nagato chuckled softly, accepting the crow that Itachi had provided. Yet it remains ineffective. Even in death, one is still wielded as a weapon. Naruto, how fares Sasuke now? Itachi inquired with urgency. He is well, did you not see? His heart is steadfast towards the village, continuously protecting it from the shadows. Itachi furrowed his brow. If Obito were to embellish the truth, Sasuke would not be able to protect the village with a tranquil heart, as he would undoubtedly be burdened by his lingering hatred. Yet, Shirsuiza had not been activated. What transpired in the interim? Nice. It appears the narrative remains intact. Sasuke has indeed been obedient, arriving precisely at the right moment. Zhonglan had been perched atop a tree, gazing into the distance, his lips moving in silent incantation. Orochimaru, wary and silent, remained vigilant of their surroundings. I never anticipated the Sharingan had such a remarkable utility. No wonder Kabuto could manipulate corpses. The remote control is quite exhilarating. Uncle Snake, let us hasten our pace. We must arrive today, as the situation has shifted. By the way, have you left a message for Hong Lian and the others? It would be prudent for them to be informed should they return early. As you wish. Rest assured, it has already been arranged. Zhang Lan felt a surge of joy. For having a capable assistant made everything far more pleasant. Naruto, Nagato, I entrust this matter to you. Upon hearing Naruto's succinct account, Itachi grasped the situation. The crux now lay in identifying the source and the caster of the jutsu to halt the Edo Tensei. Itachi, I shall accompany you. Sasuke's declaration left all in astonishment. After all, Itachi had perished in battle against Sasuke. Would they truly engage in combat once more? If you wish, so be it. With that, Itachi departed. Naruto and Killer Bee prepared to head towards the epicenter of the conflict, while Nagato remained with a shadow clone, his true self moving in another direction. Before departing, he cautioned Naruto against impulsiveness, assuring him that he would return promptly to protect him after tending to a matter. You lot should follow Naruto. With that, Sasuke vanished. Oh, it is best to comply. After all, he is the leader. Shuei happily trailed behind Killer Bee, her gaze fixated on the scales of his back. Let us proceed. Thankfully, there is no need for excessive force. My previous encounter with Captain Sasuke and the Sharingan was rather troublesome, Killer Bee muttered. If you find it troublesome, it appears we are indeed in for a challenge. We must exercise utmost caution when dealing with the Sharingan. It seems the adults departed long ago. Alas, we can only blame our tardiness upon our return. Hong Lian lamented. Then let us adhere to the adults' arrangements and support the battlefield. It is regrettable that we could not share this brilliant news sooner. Xiaoyu, let us go. I shall introduce you to a big brother. Kisame tugged at Xiaoyu, only to be halted by Hong Lian. A young girl, accompanying an older gentleman. What does that signify? Surely she is also with me, right, Xiaoyu? Hee. I think I shall stick with my sister. I'm not fond of sharks. Finally, we have arrived. It has been quite the ordeal. Zhang Lan exhaled, feeling fatigued due to age and lack of exercise. Just as I managed to capture 4 enhanced white absolutes. It's your turn to perform, Snake Uncle. When you speak of exhaustion, do you refer to fatigue from travel? Judging by your physique, all indicators appear normal, with no signs of deterioration. And do ninjas truly experience fatigue? I misspoke. It's a colloquial expression from my hometown. Please, proceed. Zhang Lan bound the 4 white absolutes and cast them to the ground. They chattered incomprehensibly, but their expressions suggested they were hurling insults. I found it. Orochimaru's neck elongated, swiftly locating the target amidst a row of death masks. He needed a genuine mask to communicate with the Shinigami. Using his own body as a medium to breach the Shinigami's abdomen and release the sealed souls. A moment's carelessness could result in losing oneself before the task was completed, but fortunately, it was Orochimaru. Orochimaru donned the mask, and a colossal Shinigami apparition materialized behind him, rapidly tearing open his abdomen, blood gushing forth as he endured the agony. My hand. This is what it feels like to have a hand again. Zhang Lan wiped his brow, thinking that had it been him, he would have surely cried out in pain. Thankfully, the soul in his hand had been restored. Orochimaru's mouth widened, revealing an entirely new Snake Uncle. This feels splendid. Now, let's hurry. The 4 soul clusters are still lingering. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. This time, no physical medium was required, as the 4 soul clusters entered the bodies of the white absolutes. From their cries, It was evident that the torment endured was quite severe, truly a vile ninjutsu. Take a moment to rest. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Let the four male deities make their entrance. Zhonglun performed a standard inviting gesture. This is my ninjutsu. How is it that others can wield it? Monkey, how do you manage the village? How have you become this way? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, inquired. I have told you countless times not to resort to such dubious ninjutsu. Look, they still find no peace in death. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, pouted in complaint. Lan, is this the legendary god of ninjas? How is it that he lacks any semblance of authority? I can hardly believe it. Orochimaru discreetly asked Zhonglun, who was also holding his head in disbelief. I apologize, esteemed sirs. It is all due to my inept apprentice. He must have invoked this forbidden technique. Minato, you have been resurrected as well. Indeed, Lord Third, I too am at a loss for words. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, could only offer an apologetic smile. Which one are you? Looking at your back, fourth Hokage, how did you meet your end? I sealed the Nine Tails and was subsequently taken by the Shinigami. The Nine Tails? Can one truly die after sealing it? Strange. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere shifted, everyone present became tense. Brother, mind your words. Tobarama feigned a cough as a reminder. My apologies, I was careless. With that, Zhang broke into a wide grin. Young one, are you the apprentice of the monkey? What is your name, and why would you resort to such a technique? Are you not aware that to deceive the deceased is profoundly unethical? Upon finishing his words, Tobarama unleashed his chakra, a formidable pressure bearing down upon Orochimaru. Fortunately, Zhonglun appeared just in time to shield him. You are well aware of the risks associated with this technique. What if he attempts to manipulate your thoughts? At your age, such carelessness is rather unbecoming. Hashirama, visibly dissatisfied, promptly intervened to halt Tobarama's actions. Let him try to control me, Tobarama retorted, struggling to free himself from his elder brother's embrace, yet ultimately failing. Nearby, the third Hokage concealed his face. He too had once been subjected to control. All they could do now was hope that Orochimaru would not act recklessly. Ahem. The four esteemed figures, allow me to interject. Zhonglun stepped forward at an opportune moment. Consider the situation outside. Indeed, Madara was present, accompanied by a considerable number of ninjas. A large-scale battle was underway. That chakra, was it Tsunade's? Why did it feel so feeble? Brother, a battle is unfolding outside. Tobarama sensed the chaos beyond almost instantly. You wish for us to risk our lives for you? Not a chance. Tobarama shot a hostile glance at Zhonglun. Good grief. Even in death there are such nuisances. Tobarama, hasten and use your flying thunder god to take us there. Brother, I have yet to finish speaking. Zhonglun interjected. I too can utilize flying thunder god. I can swiftly lead everyone to the scene. Minato chimed in timely. What? How old do you think you are in your 20s? Tobarama responded incredulously. Allow me to say a few words, Lord Tobarama, fourth Hokage. I have an unsolicited request for both of you, Zhonglun said, blinking. What? You claim that Kushina has been revived by you? Minato's expression turned one of disbelief, gazing at the red-haired youth before him. He felt an inexplicable trust welling up from within. When Naruto controlled the Nine Tails, you must have sensed a hint of it, right? I simply wish to witness your family reunited. Whether you agree or not is entirely your choice. Minato surveyed his surroundings. This was a mental realm, with only Zhonglun and himself present. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I shall agree to your terms. Tell me, what price must I pay? Oh, there is no price to be paid. This is, in fact, part of my original intent. You understand the importance of remaining true to one's beginnings, do you not? I journeyed from my homeland to fulfill this very purpose. Very well, I accept your proposal, Minato nodded. Lord Second, I am aware that your brother has consistently suppressed your ability to innovate. Speak for yourself. How many jutsu have you developed, only to have them forbidden by him? Zhonglun remarked with a smile. Moreover, all your creations have been aimed at the Uchiha. I hold a deep admiration for that, which is why I hope you will reconsider your earlier decision. What? You too are of the Uchiha clan? Tobarama frowned, forming hand seals in preparation for a confrontation. This is my mental realm. I could easily hypnotize you. However, your creativity is of great significance. Do you not desire to surpass the first Hokage? Zhonglun continued to entice him. The Sharingan's efficacy is contingent upon its wielder. Now that the Uchiha clan has been decimated, consider the relevance of the jutsu you developed. Is that so? I did not sense many Uchiha just now. Very well, I shall agree. However, should my brother also wish for this, I hope you can extend the opportunity to him, for he is stronger than I. Tobirama agreed with remarkable promptness. We'll see when the time comes. I cannot make any promises just yet. Madara's combat prowess is formidable, and I believe it is prudent for us to set off without delay. The young man, exuding integrity, inspired no sense of malevolence in me. I eagerly anticipate your collaboration in developing new ventures. What do you think? Yet, let us first attend to the matters at hand. Tobirama smiled, offering little more in response. Brother, let us depart. Fourth Hokage, shall we have a race to see who is swifter? Second Hokage. I think that may be unnecessary. Perhaps I could accompany the third Hokage instead. Urashiki, fortunately, you arrived just in time with the items you required. Nagato appeared promptly, and Zhonglan was awaiting him with a crucial object he desperately needed. Orochimaru, we shall proceed ahead. You may wait. I sense acquaintances of yours along the way who may require assistance. Second Hokage, fourth Hokage, let us join forces. You possess the Rinnegan. Who exactly are you? The second Hokage finally discerned the newcomer, who bore crimson hair and eyes adorned with rippling patterns, reminiscent of the legendary Six Paths, indeed, the Rinnegan. Let us discuss the details of the journey along the way. Nagato had no intention of elaborating. Then I shall remain. Urashiki, I place my trust in you. Enough of this hesitation, gentlemen. We shall set forth to the battlefield. What a spirited group they are. It is indeed unfortunate that I am no longer suited to accompany you, Orochimaru remarked as he departed. Hashirama, you have finally arrived. It seems our struggle endures. Madara observed the skirmish between his adversaries and Susanoo, his patience waning. Just moments ago, he sensed a remarkably familiar chakra. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara unleashed an enormous fire technique, instantly incapacitating several combatants, leaving only the Mizukage to deploy a protective water technique. Seeing your tenacity, I shall spare your lives for now. Soon, there will be more entertaining developments. With that, Madara departed. Tsunade, is there any hope for treatment? I have truly overestimated our capabilities. We are simply not in the same league. The Tsuchikage's spirit sank. Perhaps only the god of shinobi could contend with him. The Raikage finally relinquished his pride. We nearly lost our lives to a mere Susanoo clone. Had it not been for Tsunade's healing, we would surely have perished. Jiraiya, please do not frighten me. Wake up. Tsunade cried out in distress. I am fine, merely fatigued. Has Bunta returned? Water style is certainly more effective against fire techniques. Jiraiya responded weakly. Having witnessed Tsunade's desperate struggle against Madara, which yielded no advantage and left her grievously wounded, the final lethal blow was deflected by her own efforts, explaining her current disarray. Can the old man still utilize dust release? The Raikage's tone was somber, as if the weight of defeat bore heavily upon him. I lack the strength to speak. You all should rely on your water techniques. Mizukage, if it becomes too dire, do not hesitate to retreat. We shall not hold it against you. Tsunade wiped her tears, realizing the summoned slug had little power left to heal anyone. I shall envelop everyone with my remaining chakra, hoping it will suffice until reinforcements arrive. The Raikage felt an overwhelming fatigue. His once prized swiftness and strength seemed utterly ineffectual against Madara. The prowess of Madara's Sharingan appeared to amplify all of his ninjutsu, rendering even a standard fire technique futile against him. It was truly a perplexing dilemma. I'm fine. I will persevere until reinforcements arrive, Karasuma gritted her teeth, managing to utter a few words with great difficulty. What are you all doing here? Quickly, join me in saving lives. What? Am I mistaken? Lord Orochimaru, are you truly going to rescue someone? A lover or a brother, perhaps? Mizuki exclaimed, as if struck by a particularly shocking revelation, feeling dizzy at the thought of Orochimaru capable of such heroics. If you don't go, I shall bite you. With that, Orochimaru stretched his neck, swaying like a kite, inducing a shiver among the onlookers. Understood. We shall accompany you, they replied reluctantly, wishing to avoid the painful sensation of the cursed mark, which had vanished during Orochimaru's feigned death. Karen quickly sensed the location of the 5 Kages. How did you all end up here? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. The group had consistently followed Sasuke, who was now shrouded in mystery. I have some explosive news to share. Sasuke has fled. You perverted fool. Do not speak ill of Sasuke. You're the perverse one, constantly subjected to bites, came the retort. Enough of this bickering. Let us hasten our departure, Orochimaru interjected. his neck still elongated, adding an eerie quality to his speech. You are the greatest pervert, the others collectively thought. Toby, you have greatly disappointed me. Have you yet captured the 9 tails and 8 tails? What of Nagato's eyes? It has taken considerable effort. The preliminary rites are nearly complete. Why the haste? I do not possess the eyes. They remain with Nagato. Perhaps you should attempt to retrieve them yourself. What nonsense is this? You are no longer the obedient individual you once were. You used to execute tasks with such efficiency. When you delivered the eyes to Nagato, was it not a seamless process? Why is retrieving the eyes now so arduous? Madara's irritation was palpable, as he had initially anticipated Nagato's resurrection through the Rinnegan. Yet, he was now bound to a body of impure reincarnation. Toby felt a chill run down his spine, recalling all that Nagato had sacrificed for Akatsuki, tirelessly gathering tailed beasts. Despite their differing objectives, Nagato had resurrected Madara, and it was clear he would not survive, perishing while clinging to his dream of wielding the tailed beasts. Ultimately, he would be exploited for every last ounce of value by both himself and Madara. Perhaps Nagato's betrayal was justified, even at the 5 Kage summit. Toby had felt a flicker of temptation. Nevertheless, for Rin's sake, he must realize a peaceful world, and the Moon Eye plan must come to fruition. Very well. I shall refrain from disheartening you further. Swiftly bring forth the outer path golem. You, Toby, now agitated, understood completely when he saw Kaguya appear behind Madara. He had always believed Kaguya to be a singular will, and she was indeed Madara's creation, birthed from his Rinnegan. However, Toby harbored doubts regarding Kaguya's identity, as her every manifestation was terrifying. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, outer path golem. A thunderous rumble echoed as a humanoid monstrosity emerged from the ground, adorned with 9 eyes, each now wide open, signifying the sealing of 9-tailed beasts' energies. 2 white conduits emerge from the figure of the outsider, connecting to the 2 individuals. The moment draws near. Hashirama is on his way. With arms crossed over his chest, Obito declared, I shall take the lead. You may simply observe. Tsunade, you appear in quite a predicament. Orochimaru has arrived too late. The bodies of several have suffered grievous burns. Orochimaru, are you friend or foe? Tsunade weakly inquired. Hasten to save Jiraiya and the others. Xiangling quickly assists Tsunade. No, they have instructed only Sasuke to bite. If you do not come closer, I shall take your life, Orochimaru said, his eyes glaring fiercely. An unprecedented display of anger. Understood, Xiangling reluctantly approached, extending her right hand towards Tsunade's lips, who bit down with great effort. The results were immediate. Tsunade began to recover slowly, her wounds mending, her eyes soon fluttering open. Orochimaru, what is your true identity, and what are your intentions? Oh, to borrow a phrase from another, I no longer wish to be the windmill. I aspire to be the one who stirs the windmill. Now that you are well, I leave the remaining matters to you. We shall withdraw, Orochimaru proclaimed before rising to depart. Do you not intend to check on Jiraiya? Tsunade also stood. Seeing you is sufficient. He possesses an indomitable spirit. He will not perish. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Tsunade summoned the slug once more, and this time, its healing abilities had returned to their normal capacity. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, it is remarkable that both can recover. I sensed genuine sincerity in his earlier actions. 4th Hokage, you truly surpassed me in speed. I concede, Lord Tobirama, but do not forget, this is the ninjutsu you developed. We are merely benefiting from your legacy. Tobirama regarded this young man with admiration. His humility and ability to enhance his space-time ninjutsu indicated considerable talent. Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Zhonglan, he began to appreciate the value of talent. Lord Tobirama, do you harbor any reservations? Let us develop an S-rank forbidden technique together, without informing your elder brother. Zhonglan whispered to the 2nd Hokage. Gazing into Zhonglan's earnest eyes, Tobirama ultimately nodded. Let us hope we can survive this battle. Hashirama, at last, you have arrived. Obito exclaimed with excitement, having long been deprived of the thrill of combat. Come, let us engage in a truly painful battle, he declared, leaping down. Obito, you have indeed returned. Despite your strength, you remain a pawn. How unfortunate, for I too could not escape this fate. Tobirama, you rascal. With that, he aimed to strike at Tobirama's head. Brother, do not force me to utilize the flying thunder god. The Hokages have all been revived. Obito grew anxious. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Naruto, we are in grave danger. Hurry, the Ten Tails is about to resurrect. Kurama's eyes widened in alarm. The Ten Tails is far stronger than us. Obito, are you forsaking your life? How could you unleash the Ten Tails prematurely? This is madness. After speaking, Obito attempted to flee, but was thwarted by Hashirama. Do you truly believe a mere would release clone can impede me? You underestimate me, Hashirama. In the brief moment of hesitation among the group, a monstrous being emerged, possessing only one eye and half of its face, towering even over the Nine Tails. It pounded its chest, emitting a piercing roar. The onlookers clutched their ears, yet the agony remained unbearable. Hokage, it's time to witness your fate, Zhonglun remarked, having previously informed them of the enemy's partial circumstances along the way. First and third Hokage, let us commence, Minato said, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Fourth, your foresight is commendable, Tobirama acknowledged with an approving glance. Tobirama, no time for dawdling, take your positions, Hashirama muttered as he prepared to depart. The four Hokage formed a square, quickly deploying a more advanced barrier ninjutsu than the Four Purple Flames formation, a technique said to require the combined effort of 4 leaders. Sage Art, Gate of the Divine Spirit, Seal 10, Hashirama declared, shaking his head as he instantly entered Sage mode, his complexion marked by dark lines. Unlike Naruto and the others, a crimson wooden gate descended from the heavens, crashing upon the Ten Tails' tail, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Now, ninja forces, charge forth. Eliminate the enemy, Zhonglun exclaimed, feeling a sense of futility. The might of the god of shinobi resembled that of a mere street thug. Gentlemen, I previously mentioned that ordinary attacks are futile. Can we wait for a wave of allies? As Zhonglun finished speaking, Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head, seemingly having forgotten the earlier discussion. The hulking behemoth could replicate itself infinitely. Sealing it was the optimal strategy. Regrettably, such advanced sealing techniques were beyond their grasp. Zhonglun felt a pang of anxiety. Must they truly wait for Obito to absorb it? No, there must be another way. It likely had a fear of sage techniques. Oh, Naruto, you have finally arrived. Just as Zhonglun contemplated, Naruto and Killer Bee arrived on the scene. Dad, Naruto shouted upon seeing the man outside the red barrier. You rascal, you're still young, yet you have a child this age. Impressive, your chakra is abundant. No wonder you are a Jinchuriki like your aunt. Tobirama jested with the fourth Hokage. Monkey, we thank you. He must be a ninja from Konoha. We appreciate your contributions to the village. It is wonderful that the Nine Tails can remain here. Hashirama's eyes brimmed with tears as he expressed his gratitude. Fourth, I also thank you. I should not have spoken so harshly before. Your sacrifices for the village and the Nine Tails deserve our utmost respect. First Hokage, no need for formality. Our ability to fight side by side now is the greatest honor, Minato replied with an awkward smile, recalling the sting of Hashirama's earlier words. After all, he was the god of shinobi, effortlessly commanding the Nine Tails with a jutsu. How could he compare? Naruto, unleash your sage techniques. Only they can deal with the foe within. Zhonglun turned to Naruto, who still seemed lost in joy. Naruto, Zhong is speaking to you. Compose yourself, Minato reminded him promptly. Oh, got it. Kurama, let us go? With that, Naruto transformed into his sage form. Simultaneously, Minato was enveloped in a golden cloak. The others watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging. You've been hiding your true strength. Fourth, tell us, when did you acquire this? Perhaps it is related to the other half of the Nine Tails within me. Minato is equally perplexed. He has never communicated with the Nine Tails before. Lord Orochimaru, are you certain we are headed to the entrance of Konoha? Shouldn't we be on the battlefield assisting Sasuke at this hour? Shueiwa expressed her confusion. There is no time for idle chatter. This is a critical location that must be defended. Indeed, what a peculiar and mentally unstable individual Orochimaru is. Yet, it is somewhat fortunate that we will not be heading to the battlefield. We can finally rest. You all, hold this position. This is a fine opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. Guren and the others have returned. Splendid. It seems they have received the message. The group was rendered speechless. When did the notoriously capricious Orochimaru become so eager for accomplishment? However, upon witnessing his fierce gaze, they felt compelled to set up camp on the spot, awaiting further instructions, for Orochimaru's directive was simply to wait. There is always a battle at hand. Guren, Xiaoyu. We sense it, right? I have already communicated Xiaoyu's abilities to Lord Erasure. He will undoubtedly be pleased. Let us hope so. The relentless battles never cease, regardless of the location. Xiaoyu, stay close to me. I apologize. I had intended to take you out for some fun, yet here we are, plunged directly into war. Girin lamented. There's no other choice. A bit of activity to stretch our limbs isn't such a bad idea. Naruto, you lead the way, Zhonglun replied, somewhat exasperated, as the strategy had already been arranged. Unfortunately, it seemed that Naruto's mind might struggle to grasp it. Dad, I'm heading in. I have good news to share. Mom has been resurrected. Her chakra is now quite stable, Naruto exclaimed with a grin, glancing at Minato. What? Kushina has also returned? Is that true? The notion of reuniting the three of them had been conceived countless times in their minds, but alas, the moment of sealing the Nine Tails had rendered that thought eternally embedded in their hearts. When Naruto managed to control the Nine Tails, they had shared a fleeting moment of warmth. And now with Kushina resurrected, Minato gazed at Zhonglun, realizing that the matters they had conferred upon were temptations he could not refuse. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto hurled a distant attack, but regrettably, it was easily evaded by the Ten Tails. Hashirama, step aside. Obito is playing with fire. At this moment, Madara was anxious. Completely unlike the meticulous plans he had devised in life. The Ten Tails had appeared, and the Moon Eye plan was imminent, yet Obito harbored his own intentions. Did he intend to absorb the Ten Tails? Madara was taken aback by his sudden revelation. Obito's eyes possessed the ability to absorb objects and carry a sealing attribute. He now wielded a Rinnegan, though its origin was unknown. However, if he could attract the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki, what would that mean for Madara? Madara, you are in league with him. You are both playing with fire. This world is already in chaos. Must you add to it? Hashirama, do you know what I despise most about you? It is the fact that you possess immense strength, yet feign weakness, seeking comfort and forgiveness. I have endured your antics for many years. Madara prepared to swat away this would-release clone, yet hesitated upon meeting Hashirama's gaze. How wretched I am. Why can I not bring myself to strike? As Ban gazed at Hashirama, memories of their childhood flooded back, days spent playing, battling, and fighting for their clan until they grew into leaders of their respective families. These scenes flashed before his eyes like a cinematic reel. Damn. It turned out he had fallen victim to an illusion. Do you seek death, boy? Ah, indeed, Ban is not to be trifled with. I merely wished to test the waters. Zhonglun chuckled, fully aware that employing Jinjutsu before a Uchiha was somewhat of an exercise in futility. However, having just observed, he noted that Shirsue's eyes, akin to Itachi's, could cast illusions without needing to meet the gaze of their target. A mere glance sufficed. On the way to the battlefield, he had already upgraded his left eye to the Mangekyo Sharingan, as a powerful ninjutsu required such enhancement in advance. Do not hinder me. You must stop Obito. The Ten Tails is on the verge of rampaging, and none of you can halt it. Ban felt a swirl of confusion within him. His physical form had not been resurrected, and without a body and the Rinnegan, he was unable to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. However, if Obito succeeded, it would not be the world he wished to control. Thus he must act to reclaim all agency. I know what you are thinking, but you cannot pass ahead. Give up on that thought. The Ten Tails, confined within the barrier, had its movements restricted, yet its mouth remained functional. After adjusting its position, it decisively unleashed a tailed beast bomb, but regrettably, the attack failed to breach the barrier. Instead, it drifted along the top of the barrier and was ultimately expelled. What on earth is this creature doing? Kakashi and the others had also arrived on the battlefield, but upon witnessing the Ten Tails, they stood still, awaiting directives from headquarters. Even someone as powerful as Naruto was unable to inflict damage upon it. Esteemed ones, the Ten Tails intends to release the tailed beast bomb to annihilate the allied forces outside. Everyone, hold your ground. Only Zhonglun furrowed his brow, surprised that even at this juncture, Obito still sought to kill more outside. His heart was indeed ruthless. Fully aware of the presence of the main base and its command center. Here it comes. Everyone, be cautious. The outside ninjas had already congregated near the barrier. With only those further away engaged in battle, all of them reanimated warriors. This is bad. It seems his target is the main base. Ino exclaimed as she attempted to connect with headquarters. Shikamaru shouted, having deduced from the previous tailed beast bombs that Obito was manipulating the Ten Tails to sow chaos. It was evident he had further plans in motion. Father, can you evacuate in time? Headquarters is in imminent danger. Shikamaru immediately inquired. What foolishness are you speaking? Headquarters is merely a command center. How could it abandon its post? Even if we perish, you must continue to lead. A battle without command lacks a soul. Father, what are you saying? How can you still think this way at a time like this? Shikamaru, remember we are warriors. Our scouts have analyzed that the tailed beast bomb is intended for us. Therefore, I have something vital to impart. Should we cease to exist, you must take my place as the commander. I believe you possess the strength to do so. Shikaku fell silent for a moment, imparting this wisdom to his son. Father, no, I want all of you to survive. Tears welled in Shikamaru's eyes. Amidst the palpable dread of the crowd, for successive tailed beast bombs were unleashed. The Hokages yearned to disperse the barrier, yet withdrawing it would render the outside ninjas utterly defenseless, a quintessential dilemma of sacrifice. Let us exercise restraint, they resolved. Though the barrier remained immobile, Tobirama felt a twinge of regret. Despite having invented numerous jutsu, he had neglected to refine defensive techniques. We shall do our utmost, but alas, time is of the essence. Hashirama, sensing the imminent danger, detected the 4 colossal-tailed beast bombs hurtling toward Konoha. Upon impact, they detonated, unleashing a blinding light and a tempest that lingered ominously. Father, Shikamaru cried out in anguish, while Ino, connected moments before, felt tears welling in her eyes. Now that the troublesome matters are resolved, let us indulge in some amusement, came Obito's raspy yet exhilarated voice. He leapt atop the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, channeling his gaze to draw the immense entity into an alternate dimension. I did not anticipate such torment. Obito gasped, grappling with the agony that contradicted the stone tablet's assertions, that a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails would endure no suffering. Was his physique inadequate, or his ocular prowess insufficient? Waves of excruciating sensations threatened to rend him asunder, and fleeting thoughts of Rin, his mentor, and Kakashi flitted through his mind. He cast a distant glance at Kakashi, gritting his teeth, before succumbing to unconsciousness. The vast form of the 10 tails swiftly vanished, replaced by a white eggshell. As the spectators pondered this occurrence, a hand emerged from the shell, which soon shattered, revealing a pallid figure adorned with 6 black orbs on its back, wielding a dark scepter, gazing coldly upon the assembly. Upon witnessing this transformation of Obito, Madara promptly took flight. The remnants of Obito's humanity had dissipated, yet this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Black Setsu, let us see your performance. Success hinges on this moment. Madara, ever astute, recognized the gravity of the situation, yet this adversary would not be easily subdued. The 4 purple yang formation could no longer contain him. Young warriors, rally yourselves. The future of the ninja world rests upon your shoulders. We must not falter now. Perhaps the earlier explosion had awakened a newfound clarity within them, or perhaps Obito's evolution had instilled an inexplicable pressure. The current ninjas found themselves devoid of vigor. Shikamaru, are you all right? A familiar yet foreign voice resonated. Perhaps the newcomer aimed to bolster morale, as many present heard it simultaneously. Cough, cough. Our headquarters seems intact. There was an explosion, yet it was deflected. Thankfully, we are all alive, with no injuries. Shikamaru, initially incredulous, processed his father's words swiftly, struggling to fathom who possessed such foresight, who could predict events to such a degree. Do not look at me, for I am not the architect of this chaos. I stand alongside you all. The most enigmatic presence among them remained Zhonglan, a man revered even by the Hokage, inspiring both Tobirama and Minato to ponder the nature of his capabilities. Lord Orochimaru, are you unharmed? Why go to such lengths? The water gate lifted the incapacitated Orochimaru from the ground. At this moment, he appeared quite disheveled, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. 2 minutes prior, he had commanded, "You lot, prepare yourselves. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Shueiwa, did you comprehend what I just said? Xiangling, get ready to administer treatment, and Rongwu, channel your energy to me." Orochimaru issued his orders with unwavering composure. Reluctantly, Shueiwa expanded his form, encasing the gates of Konoha in a water sphere. This effort seemed utterly insufficient. The ominous tailed beast bomb loomed, creating an inner turmoil within Shueiwa. One misstep could spell doom. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Unlike that wretched brother of mine, I do not require living sacrifices, but I am craving chicken. A colossal serpent, resplendent in purple, materialized. What? Why is there an energy that instills fear within me? What is this abomination, Orochimaru? Chinshi, all I need from you is to block this attack. The rest is inconsequential. What a joke. Block it. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not playing along. With that, it prepared to flee, only to be ensnared by Orochimaru's Sharingan. Damn it, my brother warned me before his demise to never fall for those eyes. Alas, fear not. As long as you cooperate, you shall not perish. Ninjutsu, 5 heavy Rasenmen. 5 formidable gates emerged before Orochimaru, seemingly summoned from the abyss, exuding tendrils of dark mist. Still insufficient. Sage art, 10,000 shadow snakes. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, releasing countless serpents that coiled together, forming a protective shell around Shueiwa. Qianxi, shortly use your tail to launch the tailed beast bomb skyward. Even a slight deviation will suffice. The tailed beast bomb swiftly collided with the Rasenman, shattering it into smithereens. The 5 gates only delaying the inevitable for less than 2 seconds. This infuriates me. I shall give it my all. Qianxi roared, expelling a massive water sphere, its saliva possessing remarkable stickiness. I swear, I shall never ally with snakes again. Rongwu, having shrunk, observed the chaos from the sidelines, pondering, if this were toxic, I fear I would not survive. Orochimaru-sama, please be cautious. Shueiwa called out urgently. The viscous substance had a slight effect, slowing the approach of the tailed beast bomb by half. With a powerful flick of its robust tail, Qianxi executed a ninjutsu, creating several steps from the ground to elevate the tailed beast bomb. Encircled by serpents, Shueiwa suddenly leaped, propelling the tailed beast bomb into the air. Though not soaring high above the ground, it was sufficient. Orochimaru seized the fleeting moment before detonation, igniting it in midair. Thus, those from afar only witnessed the explosion. The specifics of its occurrence remained known solely to the four present. As the explosion commenced, Orochimaru cast an illusionary technique, cloaking the sensing ninjas. Perhaps Tobi was overly confident. Or perhaps no one would have anticipated his arrival to Konoha for assistance. In a twist of fate, Orochimaru salvaged the village of Konoha. There is a saying I wish to share: survival is the greatest output. I trust you all have cast aside your concerns. Shall we join forces once more? Fourth Hokage. Naruto, come here. Zhang Lan's voice shattered the brief silence of elation. With an expressionless face, Obito extended his right hand, effortlessly absorbing the 4 purple yang formation. Before anyone could react, he unleashed black rods in 6 directions, conjuring a barrier even more formidable than the previous one, enveloping all within its grasp. Hurry and complete the chakra transfer. I shall refrain from elaborating further. The situation is dire. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise. Zhang Lan understood well that Naruto was not one to articulate his thoughts easily, yet his ninja awareness and reflexes were commendable. He would surely grasp the gravity of the matter. Obito wasted no time. With a firm grip of his left hand, a colossal tailed beast bomb materialized, while he remained shielded by the sphere formed by the 6 black orbs behind him. This entire scene would soon dissipate. As the black sphere closed, Obito uttered a single phrase. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from within the barrier as the tailed beast bomb detonated, nearly obliterating the formation itself. Obito emerged from the remnants of the black sphere, but curiously, not a single soul remained. He gazed outward beyond the barrier, only to discover that everyone had been flung outside. This lad has indeed grown to this level. Truly remarkable. Killer Bee couldn't help but praise. Naruto, thank you. Fighting alongside you has rekindled the feeling of battling alongside Kushina. Minato reflected on Naruto's earlier expression. A wave of joy washing over him as he realized his son's abilities had reached par with his own. While everyone stood in bewilderment, the second Hokage emerged to clarify. Previously, you must have established a channel with Naruto's chakra. Now he has redistributed that chakra among everyone, and through the 4th chakra, a connection has been formed. Indirectly, the 4th can communicate with everyone's chakra, thus enabling him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique with all of you. Although the distance is limited, it suffices to escape the barrier. Grandfather second Hokage is absolutely right. Haha. Naruto chuckled, scratching his head. Although I do not comprehend the mechanics, I believe this method will allow us to escape. Next, it was merely a matter of subduing Obito. Naruto's spirit soared with determination. The others began to regain their confidence. Now under the protective embrace of the Nine Tails chakra, Sakura promptly summoned a slug for healing. I must deliver a sobering message. Only taijutsu and sage techniques can affect him. So the rest of you should withdraw for now, Zhang Lan declared, firmly planting his right foot on the ground, instantly entering Sage mode. Naruto, along with the others, was taken aback. The first Hokage had just activated Sage mode, and now Zhonglan had followed suit with a stomp. How could anyone still be standing? The first Hokage smiled at Zhonglan, as if offering praise, while Madara in the distance furrowed his brow, questioning the emergence of this young prodigy with Hashirama's talent. The several Hokage had grown accustomed to the tremors since the beginning. Naruto, I now permit you to utilize my chakra alongside your Sage chakra. What? Such a thing exists? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled how the Nine Tails had previously resisted his attempts to learn Sage techniques. How could this sudden idea arise now? Had Zhonglan's presence spurred him into action? My chakra is virtually inexhaustible, hence my disdain for Sage techniques. However, if they are the only means to be effective now, I shall make an exception. I cannot allow that young boy to outshine me. It is quite vexing. The illustrious Nine Tails Jinchuriki finds himself overshadowed by an unknown adversary. A situation that is utterly unfathomable for the esteemed beast. As Naruto momentarily closes his eyes, he perceives an influx of natural energies enveloping him. With the aid of Kurama, harnessing this natural power becomes remarkably effortless. Before long, a new horizontal stripe emerges among the vertical markings in Naruto's eyes, heralding the technique. Sage Art, Super Otama Rasengan. Here, allow me to treat you to a specially crafted orb. He launches the Rasengan toward Obito, who deftly evades it. However, unbeknownst to him, nestled within the Rasengan lies another one. Obito furrows his brow, but still manages to evade it with ease. Though he finds himself momentarily immobilized due to the full-force application of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Everyone, rally together. We cannot confine him for too long, Shikamaru exclaims. Recalling that 2 battle plans had been devised at headquarters as soon as Obito erected the barrier, the second plan was a modified version based on Zhonglan's insights. Suddenly, the last Rasengan transforms into Naruto himself, and he produces a shuriken-like object in his hand. Sage Art, Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. This formidable technique strikes Obito directly. Though the black sphere provides some defense, it nonetheless inflicts injury upon him. Emotionless, Obito licks his own blood, and in the next instant, he materializes before Naruto. Grasping his head, "No, Naruto!" Minato shouts. Regrettably, Obito offers no chance for reprieve. In an instant, Naruto's head is shattered. With a resounding crash. It is fortunate that this is but a shadow clone, startling everyone present, as Naruto demonstrates his cunning at a critical moment. Lord Tobirama. It seems we must coordinate our efforts, he remarks, though the black sphere and rods remain a vexatious challenge. Itachi, have you truly abandoned the village? Committing acts that provoke the ire of both gods and men, only to walk away? Sasuke trails Itachi, refraining from pressing him further, though Itachi shows no intention of responding. Perhaps what you perceive and understand is not the whole truth. War and sacrifice are the true horrors. If we are to avert war, some sacrifices must be made. Though this decision is agonizing, it remains the most prudent course of action. Itachi is engulfed in painful memories. Each recollection of that fateful night is laden with boundless regret and anguish. Who among us wishes to take the lives of family, clan, brothers, and friends, even as mere instruments? Tell me your true thoughts. I must know the truth. Sasuke implores. And what if you do know? The past is immutable. The paramount task now is to undo the impure world reincarnation. Sasuke, forgive me this time. Some truths are better left undiscovered. Itachi presses onward, swiftly leaving Sasuke behind. When you were alive, you could abandon me, but now that you are dead, do not think to forsake me again. Sasuke grits his teeth and continues to pursue him. What? Itachi seeks to impede me? This battlefield belongs to the Ten Tails and their minions. These shadowy pieces are no longer of consequence. Obito, oh Obito, how audacious you are. I lack your destructive power. Do you truly wish to obliterate the world? This is troubling. They are advancing far too swiftly. However, seeking trouble with me is not an easy endeavor. Come forth, Kabuto. I have already seen you lurking. Are you hiding in this dark abyss out of fear of the Sharingan? 2 figures gradually came into focus, their eyes strikingly distinct with crimson irises. You 2 brothers are quite amusing. Even in death, you continue to fight side by side. Of course, I have sacrificed much to counter your Sharingan. With the technique of Sage Art, transmigration of the inorganic, Kabuto took the initiative, as the stones on the ground seemed to come to life, swiftly piercing through Itachi. Yet, A flock of crows soared past. Itachi concealed himself behind one of the crows, urging, "Reveal to me the unsealing of the Edo Tensei. Do not presume you can wield the Sharingan. I have now obscured vision and all 5 senses, relying solely on the perception of Sage Chakra. For I have transformed from a serpent into a dragon. I am now a true dragon." Kabuto lay prostrate, his garments tattered, a tail sprouting from behind him. As he perched upside down on a stone, observing the two, "It appears you are woefully ignorant of the Uchiha clan. How fortuitous, Sasuke, for I shall impart upon you one final lesson." Even when death loomed, he sought to educate Sasuke, beckoning, "Join me, Sasuke." Kabuto licked his lips. "Come forth, Kabuto. I have already laid eyes upon you. Are you hiding in this dark abyss out of fear of the Sharingan?" Suddenly, Kabuto realized he had uttered those very words moments ago, and the battle he had just engaged in with Itachi replayed in his mind. Bewildered, he pondered how he could have been ensnared despite having obscured his vision. Furthermore, he kept repeating his earlier actions, as Itachi had spoken only a few phrases to him. Could the Sharingan truly possess such malevolence? What has happened to him, Itachi? Sasuke, too, was perplexed. This is another secret technique of our Uchiha clan, Izanami. It records several points in advance. Once the jutsu is activated, the individual becomes trapped in an endless loop. It forces the enemy to re-evaluate themselves to escape the illusion. If the enemy cannot find their true self, they will remain ensnared in this infinite cycle. However, the price of this technique is eternal blindness. Sasuke observed that Itachi's right eye had indeed turned white, lifeless and devoid of light. Yet, Kabuto remained motionless. "Now, the Edo Tensei can be lifted," Itachi declared, controlling Kabuto to release the unsealing of the Edo Tensei. Soon, a sphere of white light appeared behind him, threatening to absorb him. At that moment, the other battlefield's Edo Tensei shadows and ninjas were drawn to the white light. "I apologize, young ones, for prolonging your struggle. Who is so powerful as to lift this jutsu?" The crowd offered their apologies to the Ninja Alliance. This senseless battle could finally reach a conclusion. Those who battled alongside the Kage and renowned ninjas were weary, having fought tirelessly against overwhelming odds. Fortunately, they were about to return to the Pure Land. "Farewell, brother. Allow me to say one last time, forgive me." Itachi gently stroked Sasuke's head. "I am sorry, Itachi. I cannot bear to lose you again." Sasuke's eyes reddened. "What are you doing? Do you not realize that toying with the dead incurs retribution?" "My hands. When did this begin, Sasuke?" Itachi swiftly released the unsealing of the Edo Tensei himself, just as Madara had done, thus freeing himself from any influence of the caster. This was the reason Kabuto could not seize Madara. After the loss of your sight, perhaps initially, one might question the significance of existence. There are those who wish for your survival, and I, too, do not wish for your demise. Sasuke gazed at Itachi, unable to suppress his tears. "You are on the verge of adulthood. What a pitiable sight it is to see you weep so. Since there are those who wish for my continued existence, let us engage in battle. This world is on the precipice of transformation." With that, he took Sasuke and hurried towards the central battlefield, leaving Orochimaru motionless in their wake. "Kakashi, is Kamui still effective?" Nagato inquired urgently. There are few ninjutsu capable of inflicting substantial harm upon him now, and he instinctively seeks to consume the 8 tails and 9 tails. Should he succeed, the consequences would be dire indeed. "It is of no use," Kakashi lamented. "I have also attempted it. This Kamui space has been entirely claimed by Obito. He holds all the power within. Moreover, his mind is clouded, consumed solely by a desire for destruction. Naruto, be cautious. The 10 tails Jinchuriki is formidable, even in its incomplete form. Not good. Here it comes again. It seems intent on absorbing both of you. We cannot allow that to happen. Has that brat devised any clever strategies? Since the beginning, he has been rather immobile. Perhaps he has been rendered speechless by fear. Erasure, pull yourself together. Is there another option?" "There is indeed one possibility. Allow me to give it a try." With that, Zhang Erasure leaped toward Obito. Upon seeing Zhang Erasure, Obito's expression shifted to one of alarm, subconsciously recognizing him as a formidable adversary. The 6 paths orb sped towards Zhang Erasure, only to be intercepted by a hand summoned through wood release. Indeed, the wood release produced by the system is unparalleled, perhaps stemming from the same origin as Hashirama's, which is the god tree of the 10 tails. Zhang Erasure was unperturbed as he grasped the 6 paths orb, spun around, and hurled it back at Obito. The expression on Obito's face was remarkable as a black sphere struck his chest, sending him crashing down, ensnared by the white mass of the tailed beasts. Watch your footing. This creature has burrowed underground. Zhang Erisher promptly alerted the others, prompting them to swiftly vacate the ground. His expression was one of agony, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Naruto, can you attempt to communicate with him? Me? How can I communicate? Naruto stammered, feeling inadequate for the task. Were you not able to communicate with the tailed beasts before? Use that method. Are you truly Obito himself? With a surge of mental energy, Naruto quickly established a connection with Obito. The earth was indeed fragmented into 5 sections, yet Obito continued to grit his teeth, enduring the pain. It must be excruciating. I, too, have endured great suffering in the past. Yet I am grateful to Kurama, to my family, and to the many comrades in Konoha. Obito, I believe in you. Have you not once declared that those who disregard the rules are worthless, yet those who fail to protect their comrades are even less than that? Look closely at Kakashi-sensei and your beloved Rin. Would they permit you to persist in this manner? Though our philosophies diverge, we both aspire to transform the ninja world. I hope we can join forces. Remember, becoming Hokage was once your dream. If you can turn back now, the position of Hokage can still be reserved for you. Enough. Cease your words. Damn it. Do not attempt to consume me. Return everything to me. I yearn to resurrect Rin, to forge a new world. After all my efforts, success is within reach, and I refuse to accept defeat. No one shall dictate my will. Obito struggles to restore his fragmented form. Perhaps the recent blow has had an effect, as his body begins to mend at a languid pace. Hatred is unnecessary, and even pleas are futile. I demand a transformation of the world. I seek to break free from these shackles. With a roar, Obito's form swiftly returns to its rightful place. Now, it is my turn to perform. Naruto, I am delighted you could join me. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. The 9 tails shall be consumed peacefully by me. Surely, you did not come alone? I initially intended to confront you with force, but that seems unfeasible. Obito, take a good look. The comrades of Konoha, along with the teachers and Hokage, are all watching you. Now, cast your gaze upon yourself. Zhonglan's spiritual energy penetrates the scene, but the repulsion is immense, necessitating a focus on the essentials within a limited time frame. What? I have become Hokage, and the Hokage monument bears my likeness as well. Obito is taken aback. This vision has only graced his dreams, yet here it stands vividly before him. Kakashi, teacher, you are all here. As more of Konoha's inhabitants gather, Obito realizes he is surrounded by cheering ninjas, all acknowledging him as Hokage. However, upon closer inspection, the Hokage is not he, but Naruto. Perhaps this signifies 2 divergent destinies. Had I chosen to emerge from the darkness, Konoha might have truly transformed. There is still time for you. Outside, companions await you. You should not abandon your original aspirations, and Rin would wish to see you as Hokage. Do not doubt it. Obito, I am genuinely happy for you. Your wish has been fulfilled, as has mine. Rin shyly lowers her head. Rin, is it truly you? Alas, I regret that I could not accompany you. Obito pauses momentarily. Thank you. Although I recognize this as an illusion, you have indeed moved me. Naruto, please assist me one last time. Sever the 10 tails from me. What? If you extract the tailed beasts, you will perish, Obito. Do you grasp the gravity of your words? Does Rin not also desire for you to live? Perhaps I have erred. I am a sinner, unworthy of absolution. So Naruto, with the dreams of Kakashi and myself, you must become Hokage. Rin and I will watch over you. Please convey my apologies to the teacher. I am weary. No, Obito. Naruto cries out. In his final moments, he finally perceives his true self, lest the 10 tails devour him whole. Let us lend you our aid. Gyuki now? Oh, understood. Kurama, I did not expect you to be with Naruto. You have changed so much. I had thought you still rigid. However, our mission as tailed beasts is nearing its conclusion. It is premature to discuss that. Let us first address the present. I simply cannot abide your demeanor, which is why I chose to assist. Haha, Kurama. You are blushing. You rascal, Naruto. Obito, thank you for all you have done for everyone. We will remember you. Honlin and Kisame, you have arrived. Accompanied by a formidable ally. Splendid indeed. Now we delve into the realm of AoE ninjutsu. Fortunately, you are here. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Zhonglan smiled as he exited Obito's mental domain. Everyone, be cautious. The Ten Tails is on the verge of transforming back into the divine tree, Naruto shouted, witnessing Obito's vitality gradually waning. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. You still have one last task left unfinished. How disconcerting, Obito. Kaguya's essence suddenly possessed Obito, compelling him to perform a seal. This is dire. It's the rebirth ninjutsu. He intends to resurrect Madara. Hurry, we must stop him. Nagato exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, Kaguya's machinations could not be evaded. She had been concealed within the Ten Tails all along, her concealment remarkably profound. Madara, Obito, under Kaguya's control, unleashed the ninjutsu. While far away, Madara erupted in laughter. Ah, this is the true embodiment of flesh and blood. It has been far too long since I felt such fervor. My gratitude extends to you all. Conveniently, I shall also claim his Rinnegan, you splendid companions. Trepidation washed over the group. Even the reanimated Madara exhibited formidable strength, having reportedly bested all 5 Kaguya. What might his current prowess entail? Hashirama, you are unworthy to be my adversary now. Thus, your power shall be bestowed upon me. In a flash, Madara appeared before Hashirama. Grasping his head and swiftly absorbing his sage chakra, a visage of Hashirama's face with a distinctive seal materializing upon his chest. This is sage jutsu. How exhilarating. I see now. Kaguya, well done. Obito still holds some utility. Quickly, hand over the Rinnegan to me. The thrill of reclaiming what is mine is indescribable. Not far away, Nagato staggered, realizing that his Rinnegan was not merely awakened. It had indeed been a gift from Madara. Although prepared mentally, he was still taken aback by Madara's words. Madara, your schemes run too deep. It seems we are merely your pawns. Obito did not adhere to the established plan, and Madara exclaimed, now, eliminate our current foes, and we shall reshape the shinobi world. How exhilarating. Madara adeptly activated the Rinnegan, declaring, it has been ages since I fought, and finally, someone is here to clean up Obito's mess. What a splendid vessel this is. I must also express my gratitude to that Kabuto. Itachi, you two have arrived. The situation is perilous, and none present may stand against him, Zhonglong cautioned. Except for Zhonglong, the others were fraught with uncertainty. The tree's shadow, Madara's reputation, and the first Hokage had all been effortlessly subdued by him. Honglian, prepare yourself on the sidelines. I shall confront Madara, the strongest in this world. Humph. Who do you think you are? I have never heard of you, Madara sneered. Your ninjutsu may prove ineffective against me. Zhonglong's right eye opened, revealing his own Rinnegan, subtly countering Madara's influence. Madara's limbo possessed 2 clones lurking in the shadows, detectable only by sage chakra. What? You have discovered them? And why has my speed diminished? Madara exclaimed, astonished, yet suddenly a smirk graced his lips. I knew you could not best me. I shall claim the 9 tails. In truth, there existed a third doppelganger, which swiftly maneuvered to Naruto's rear and grasped his abdomen, extracting the 9 tails from within him. In that instant, Naruto's heartbeat ceased. At that moment, Sakura rushed over to catch him. Alas, his heart has stopped. Do you believe I did it on purpose? Zhonglong chuckled. Regardless of your claims, victory is all that matters. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate Susanoo. At that time, Gaara hastily approached Minato and whispered a few words. It turned out that the 9 tails had conveyed a message during its extraction, allowing Minato's other half of the 9 tails to transfer into Naruto, thereby preserving his life. Without hesitation, Minato rushed to Sakura, saying, Naruto, I entrust you with this. He then formed hand seals, preparing to transfer the 9 tails into Naruto's body. Zhonglong and Madara ascended into the air, quickly engaging in battle. Zhonglong summoned a robot composed of wood, resembling a colossal figure with wings akin to Megatron. You two possess would release? This truly broadens my horizons. Is this your most formidable form? It appears rather unimpressive, merely adorning the 9 tails with attire. Is that so? Then observe closely. No, Naruto, I implore you, do not perish. Just as Minato was about to transfer the 9 tails to Naruto, Kurizetsu reappeared and successfully seized the 9 tails, leaving Naruto breathless. That Uchiha lad awakened a Mangekyo that bears an uncanny resemblance to mine. There must be some connection. Nevertheless, it is all over now. With a wave of his hand, Madara unleashed a blade of energy directed at Sasuke, pinning the second Hokage to the ground along with it. Upon Sasuke's arrival, the second Hokage discerned his likeness to Madara's brother, Izuna, and intended to use his longing for his brother to sway Madara. Unfortunately, Madara had succumbed to madness. Is this sufficient? Zhang observed Madara with an air of amusement, as if regarding a mere jester. Behold my disguised Susanoo. At that moment, the Nine Tails had assumed its complete form, wielding a katana, striking towards Zhang. Wood release, transforming wooden man. Zhang commanded the wooden figure to intercept the blow. The residual force from the blade sent tremors through the trees behind them. Wood release, wood dragon. Zhang formed seals once more, conjuring a dragon-like creature slightly smaller than the Nine Tails, swiftly ensnaring the disguised Nine Tails. This fellow is even more formidable than Hashirama. My sage techniques are futile against him. Madara found himself in a predicament. If this continued, he would soon face defeat. Curse it, he also possesses the Rinnegan. The Nine Tails proved ineffective. Must I absorb the 10 tails as well? No, my plans do not permit such a course of action. What should I do? A flicker of anxiety crossed Madara's visage. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang. Zhang remained utterly indifferent. Hashirama, I believe I can comprehend your sentiments now. There truly are individuals beyond this world. Realms beyond realms. Alas, my pride has led me astray. Madara gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The agony was excruciating. In this state, creating doppelgangers was exceedingly difficult. Zhang was taken aback to witness another disguised Nine Tails emerge. He had not anticipated Madara possessing such a skill. The complete Nine Tails creating doppelgangers consumed an immense amount of chakra, especially while under control. Now, allow me to reveal my unique technique. Thousand-handed Guanyin, appear. Zhang bellowed with fervor. From behind him emerged a wooden figure resembling Guanyin, its back adorned with a multitude of arms. This transformed wooden figure adeptly ensnared the disguised clone of the Nine Tails. They engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each delivering punches in a relentless melee. Perhaps due to the nature of the clone, no substantial harm was inflicted. Thousand hands of Guanyin. The wooden figure's arms crashed down upon the Nine Tails, accompanied by a resounding roar as the Nine Tails collapsed helplessly to the ground, while nearby, Obito lay drenched in blood. How does that feel? Zhang remarked with a smile. Though Hashirama may struggle against you, it does not imply that you are beyond the reach of others. With a swift motion, he seized the Nine Tails and cast it toward Naruto. Minato, the Nine Tails is now in its complete form. Let Naruto absorb it. Thank you. So, this was your plan all along, Minato replied, delighted, as he promptly facilitated the transfer of the Nine Tails to Naruto, whose previous seal remained intact, allowing for a smooth absorption. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, their silence filled with shared joy. Lord Second, I hope you regain your strength. Your current state appears quite precarious, Zhang said, approaching Tobirama and extracting the black rod embedded in his head. With the power of the Rinnegan, the black rod became a mere trifle to wield. Thank you, Lon. Please, look after Sasuke. He seems gravely injured, Tobirama implored, attempting to rise but hesitating at the thought of Sasuke, seeking Zhang assistance. He is in good hands, see? Someone is aiding him. Tobirama turned just in time to witness an individual administering aid to Sasuke's chest. Obito, you have come to understand yourself. Thus, this battle has lost its significance. Perhaps you too have been deceived, Itachi spoke. Thank you, Itachi. Without you, my life would have remained directionless, devoid of motivation. And I would have been unable to reclaim my true self. Sasuke, gravely wounded, lay uncertain of his fate. You are also of the Uchiha clan. Has one of your eyes succumbed to blindness? Tobirama regarded Itachi with lingering animosity, likely stemming from familial loyalty, as he bore a deep-seated hatred for any Uchiha. Lord Second, you too have returned. I find myself merely a shell of my former self, Itachi replied with a smile. You resemble one of my subordinates. His name is Kagami. Tobirama unexpectedly remarked. He was my dear friend, the father of Shursui. Like us, he cherished our village. Alas, Lord Second, have you noticed something? After our battle with Obito, the damaged areas seem to be recovering at an unusually slow pace. I have just realized that the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails can wield additional techniques. Possibly the legendary Yin-Yang release, which has constrained us, Tobirama acknowledged. Kakashi, I apologize. You must take my place as Hokage, Obito murmured weakly, collapsing into Kakashi's embrace. Lon, can you save Obito? Kakashi cried out, recalling the tales of Lan's abilities he had heard from Jiraiya. Listen, Kakashi, I am a sinner, do not save me, nor resurrect me with Edo Tensei. I simply wish to be at peace with Rin, and that wish has now come to fruition. As a token of my respect for your promotion to Jonin, I shall bestow upon you another gift, Obito declared, removing his own eye and offering it to Kakashi. With my final will, strive onwards, but do not descend too soon. Lin and I wish to linger a while longer. With that, he smiled softly and departed quietly. Lon, why do you not save him? Kakashi nearly broke down in tears. He spoke truly. I would never rescue a murderer, one steeped in evil. Moreover, he has relinquished his status as a Jinchuriki. Even with the body synthesized from the first Hokage's cells, he cannot endure for long. Cherish the eyes he bestowed upon you. Come now, hasten, absorb me swiftly. A voice echoed in Madara's mind. Upon inspection, Madara saw only the 10 tails, transformed once again into the divine tree. Seizing the moment while they conversed, he extended his right hand and touched the tree. Ha ha ha, this is fate. So it is. I understand now the final meaning of the Uchiha stone tablet. It truly is to become a Jinchuriki. Madara roared with madness. Now, none of you can impede me. Ha ha. The divine tree was swiftly absorbed by Madara, who transformed into a form resembling that of Obito, his skin pale, clad in a white robe, with 6 chakra orbs behind him and a black staff in his right hand. I apologize. I was so engrossed in conversation that I forgot him. I thought he had perished, Zhonglong said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Even if he were to defeat Madara, others would inevitably arise. Kaguya would surely create that opportunity. This was the consequence of Madara's own actions. Thus, from the very beginning, there was never an intention to disrupt this plan, and upon his revival, he was no longer a match for me. My skills were itching for a challenge, so I allowed him to develop further. In the realm of the Wheel of Reincarnation, Madara ascended into the sky and unleashed his signature jutsu, manifesting 6 invisible clones. Now, you shall experience some hardship, he declared before vanishing. Everyone, be cautious, enemies approach. Zhonglong timely warned, aware that his alert would bear little weight, as only the Rinnegan and Sage techniques could sense them. Be wary, everyone, I will report their positions. But alas, they moved too swiftly and in too great a number. Nagato interjected, breaking the tension among the group. My reincarnation, a world devoid of justice. A long journey. A humanity without hope. Grandfather, what are you saying? I completely do not understand. Are you speaking our language? Naruto awoke to find himself in a mental realm. Regardless of the world's suffering, my path shall save as many as possible. An elderly man clad in a white robe continued to speak in words Naruto could not comprehend. What is your name? The elder suddenly asked, startling Naruto with the swiftness of the change. Uzumaki Naruto. Grandfather, who are you, and how have we come to meet here? You and that boy are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. The elder stroked his beard and stated. What Indra? Naruto did not understand, but quickly recalled Sasuke. Are you referring to Sasuke and me? You are not foolish after all. The Nine Tails said you were quite dim-witted, the elder chuckled. You know the name of the Nine Tails? Who are you? Naruto asked, suddenly on guard. The Nine Tails, it seems you have found a commendable host. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the founder of the ninja sect. In your terms, I am the architect of all ninjutsu, and henceforth, my descendants have bestowed upon me the title of the Sage of the Six Paths. What? You are the Sage of the Six Paths? How did you manifest in my mind? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. It is not merely within your mind. Rather, it is a unique energy sparked by the two of you that has summoned me. This moment signifies the last vestige of my spiritual presence left in this world. What is this row you speak of? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued, as his relationship with Sasuke remained strained. Perhaps understanding the tale of that row might provide some assistance. If my verbosity troubles you, I can elucidate it further. The Sage of the Six Paths, seated gracefully in the air, gazed at Naruto with a gentle smile. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito tore away the bindings from his head, revealing a crimson eye, and directed it toward the moon to initiate the Moon Eye plan. Behold, a ripple of the Rinnegan appeared upon the moon, adorned with 9 Sharingan Tomo. At that moment, countless radiant beams cascaded down from the moon. Kakashi, Kisame, and Shoyu. Commence as I instructed you. As you command. With a fierce declaration, Kisame unleashed a colossal sphere of water. It manifested before the gathered crowd. And soon Shoyu adeptly replicated the technique. When Honglian revealed Shoyu's unique ability to Zhonglong, he immediately conceived of this maneuver. Susanoo. Kakashi bellowed. A verdant Susanoo emerged in the sky, its immense wings swiftly shielding those below. Zhang too summoned his Susanoo, which was a vibrant green and considerably larger than Kakashi's. The opaque wings of Susanoo provided protection to numerous ninjas beneath. Kisame, you two should safeguard the others. I shall manage here. At the instant infinite Tsukuyami was activated. Many vines erupted from the ground. Anyone illuminated by the light would become ensnared by the vines, subsequently encased like a cocoon hanging from the trees. Damn it. So many have fallen victim. Tobirama lamented, observing that half of the ninja force was ensnared in the trees, while several reanimated individuals remained unscathed. And the cocoons were exceedingly difficult to destroy. Even if severed, vines would entangle them anew. Enjoy your pleasant dreams, Obito chuckled. How could it be? Why are not all under control? Only half of them are. Lon, what manner of intellect do you possess to devise such a strategy? As Minato and the others witnessed Kisame and Shoyu's massive water sphere, they began to comprehend its purpose. They realized that the water sphere altered its shape, thus redirecting the path of light. While it could not shield everyone, many remained safe beneath the sphere. Alas, we could not save more lives. The 5 Kaguya Orochimaru and those at headquarters are all ensnared by Tsukuyami. Next, if we vanquish Obito, can we dispel this technique? Tobirama began to tap his palms together. Who knows? Let us observe, Zhang replied, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Under normal circumstances, Naruto and the others should have awakened by now. Then you likely grasp my intent, Naruto. The sage of the 6 paths concluded. Grandfather's 6 paths, I believe I am beginning to understand, although I remain uncertain about the execution. Naruto felt a bit disoriented after the elderly man had shared a multitude of thoughts with him, ultimately passing on the lunar mark that adorned his hand. This time, I choose to place my trust in both of you. I hope you can collaborate effectively. The Sage of 6 Paths ultimately bestowed the power of Yin-Yang release upon Naruto and Sasuke. Once the transfer ceremony was complete, both Naruto and Sasuke regained consciousness. Sasuke, shall we work together this time? What is happening outside? Naruto suddenly noticed an abundance of trees, their branches laden with numerous cocoon-like entities. Glancing at his right hand, he felt an uncanny sense of unreality. So it is you, the few vermin. Next, I shall personally deal with you. No. Before Madara could finish his sentence, a black fist suddenly appeared before him. It is you, Black Zetsu. Why? Why do you betray me when you are my will? Madara, what has happened to you? Hashirama, having been drained of his sage chakra, could only maintain his current form, his combat prowess severely diminished. Yet, witnessing his old friend being strangled brought him a pang of sorrow. Black Zetsu, why have you done this? I have unleashed the infinite Tsukuyami. This world is now ours. You. Madara felt his life force waning as Black Zetsu pierced his heart, leaving his body paralyzed and unable to move. All that I have done was for a singular purpose, to enable you and Obito to enact the Eye of the Moon plan. I have lived for an eternity, and I had ample opportunities to alter the Uchiha Stone Tablet. When Obito betrayed us, it was unfortunate that you remained so obedient, rather than your will. It is more accurate to say that I embody the will of Kaguya. Madara, all your actions shall be etched in my heart. I thank you. No, this cannot be. Why is chakra flowing into my body? No, Madara exclaimed in shock. If the absorption of chakra did not cease, he might very well explode. In that case, what difference would it make to be dead? Hashirama, have I truly been wrong all along? The final image in his mind was, surprisingly, that of Hashirama. What has happened to them? A temporary internal conflict? This shouldn't be, Kakashi interjected. Prepare for battle. We have new foes. A tremendous amount of chakra coalesced within Madara's form, causing him to swell to an enormous size. Black Zetsu successfully enveloped Madara's body, and as the chakra stabilized, his form gradually diminished, returning to that of a woman. She possessed silvery white hair, donned classical attire, her skin fair, and her visage sweet, adorned with 3 eyes. My children, I have accepted your chakra. The woman wept upon her arrival, her hands touching her eyes as tears flowed. Mother, I have awaited this day at long last. Finally, it has been far too long. However, it is regrettable that it is still not perfect. There are a few minor tales. At this moment, Black Zetsu hid within the woman's sleeve. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, I propose a wager. What say you? Zhang fixed his gaze upon the woman before him. Mother, this rascal is full of deceit. Do not be deceived. Black Zetsu glared at Zhang, recognizing that he was the variable in this world. Ever since his appearance, Nagato had betrayed them, and Obito had inexplicably become uncontrollable. Were it not for his arduous efforts to gather certain elements, this battle may not have even been able to commence. What terms do you wish to wager? For a man who can accurately identify his own name, Kaguya regarded him with a different level of esteem. Moreover, upon her resurrection, she did not perceive Yui. Yet, she faintly sensed the presence of two familiar chakras. Mother, those two boys are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Perhaps we should absorb them first. Black Zetsu. You are overstepping, Kaguya frowned, feeling a twinge of anger at Black Zetsu's interruption, as she had only just returned and had yet to express herself fully. Black Zetsu, sensing his mother's unfriendly tone, immediately fell silent. If she were to unleash her wrath, the existence of this world, and possibly even his own, would be jeopardized. I wish to have a private conversation with you, Minato. Please ensure everyone is settled. I shall return shortly. Zhang Lan gazed at the survivors and his subordinates. Knowing that someone must take charge, Hashirama had lost his original intent in the battle, and Tobarama's condition had yet to stabilize. Thus, he entrusted Minato with the task of calming the group. What is this place, and why are there only the two of us? What do you intend to do? Kaguya transitioned from curiosity to astonishment, and then to anger, finding herself in an unfamiliar environment, a place she did not recognize. There is no need for fear. We bear no animosity towards each other. Besides, so many years have passed. Although I do not have children, I understand the challenges a mother faces, especially one sealed away by her own offspring. I truly empathize with you. You carry a burden, yet you also possess love, and ultimately, you chose love over duty. Did you not? Zhang Lan gradually guided Kaguya, observing her expression shift from anger to melancholy, then to sorrow, and finally to a glimmer of agreement. Perhaps future generations will deem me a villain, yet all I desire is to observe my children. Tears streamed down Kaguya's face. Outside, those are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. I long to embrace them. We must remain together forever. If I were to locate Isshiki and eliminate him, or cultivate him into the god tree, would you then collaborate with me? What? Who are you, and how do you know so much? Kaguya suddenly exuded a palpable aura of menace, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Lan, who merely responded with a dismissive smile. I harbor no hostile intentions. To speak frankly, while I do not know all the details of your family's endeavors, I have a general understanding. You two work in tandem to obtain chakra fruits, offering them to your clan in exchange for protection, striving to ascend to greater heights. However, your relentless plundering must have garnered you numerous enemies. Am I correct? Kaguya fell silent before the youth, recognizing the accuracy of his deductions. Originally, Isshiki and she sought to seize the chakra of this land. And as a male heir of the Shiki clan, he had the right to determine his own fate. She was meant to be cultivated as the god tree. Unintentionally awakening her Byakugan had severely injured Isshiki, allowing her to consume the chakra fruit of the land prematurely. Fortunately, she was ultimately sealed away by her two sons, sparing her from her clan's pursuit. However, according to clan rules, it was likely that someone would soon arrive. What do you mean by a wager? Kaguya gazed at Zhang Lan, refraining from taking action. In the face of an unknown adversary's tactics, silence may indeed be the wisest choice. Moreover, the clan is rife with formidable experts. Should they enter the world of ninjas, the consequences could be dire, resulting in either death or severe injury. There lurked the ever-present specter of even more insidious torment, vivid memories of the Ōtsutsuki clan's ruthless pillaging echoing in her mind. Let us engage in a fair duel. Should you triumph, you may do with me as you wish. However, if I prevail, you shall heed my commands. Listen to your orders? In dreams. Our noble Ōtsutsuki lineage would never submit to the dictates of a lowly, common bloodline. Kaguya clenched her teeth, her face flushed with indignation. What is your haste? I have yet to finish speaking. When I refer to obedience, it is not as you envision. I require your assistance in fending off external foes. Since you chose to consume the chakra fruit, you must have been prepared to sever ties with your clan. All I ask is for you to furnish some intelligence about them, and together we can eradicate the threat, restoring a true sense of nature. Does that not appeal to you? A genuine freedom. The memories of her rigorous upbringing within the clan caused Kaguya to frown. Why should I trust you to defeat them? You have no inkling of their true power. Initially, Zhang Lan had not intended to divulge so much, but upon encountering Kaguya, the system had unexpectedly activated, providing a rare prompt: subdue or resist. Zhang was uncertain of its implications, yet he speculated on the presence of other Ōtsutsuki individuals. Perhaps the system was not developed by the Ōtsutsuki, but rather by their adversaries. Or perhaps it was a culmination of the oppressed people's struggle against the vast Ōtsutsuki clan, a concept too immense to fathom. Yet, with the system offering a hint, he could only muster the courage to proceed. It is quite simple. We shall both evolve. As pivotal figures, they cannot simply intrude upon our world without consequence. If there were no restrictions, this realm would have long been subjugated. Zhang wagered that within a specified time frame, only 2 Ōtsutsuki would invade a single planet. Kaguya remained silent for an extended period, her expression a tumultuous blend of struggle. Ultimately, she acquiesced. I shall agree to fight you, but on other matters. I cannot disclose anything for the time being, as my knowledge is also quite limited. Zhang frowned, realizing after considerable contemplation that she was not a core member of her clan. It was evident that her name bore the suffix ye, indicative of a patriarchal bias. Such contemptible notions persisted within a so-called advanced civilization, complicating matters further. The system had not explicitly outlined the rewards or methods, should he gamble incorrectly. It could spell his demise. However, it was indeed true that they possessed weaknesses. You must have surmised this by now. Naturally, each individual's vulnerabilities are unique. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Zhang quickly reflected on all the characters, confirming Kaguya's assertion. She was indeed fearful of sealing. Others harbored fears of elemental attacks, while some dreaded the passage of time. As for your proposal of a wager in combat, I harbor no interest. Yet, I perceive a longing in your gaze. Perhaps you could test our abilities, and I shall gauge your potential as well. What do you say? Kaguya observed Zhang deep in thought, mistakenly believing he was reluctant to engage in battle. Although Kaguya lacked the innate fighting spirit, the indelible DNA of warfare was etched into her very being, igniting her combative heart. Haha, since you've mentioned it, I'll refrain from being coy. Let us venture forth, lest it be said that I bullied you here. By the way, I have a modest request. Should I fortuitously emerge victorious, I would like to claim Kurizetsu. I wish to conduct an experiment. Upon hearing the mention of Kurizetsu, Kaguya initially contemplated a refusal. After all, Kurizetsu had gone to great lengths, spanning generations, to resurrect himself. To abandon him felt somewhat unjust. However, upon learning it was for an experiment, she realized that Kurizetsu's constitution was resilient enough to withstand any trials. Very well, I can acquiesce to that. But do not blame me if you fail to derive any results. Oh, is that so? Your words suggest an impending defeat, Zhang retorted before vanishing. Second Hokage. Third Hokage, Minato, quickly lead everyone away from here. Naruto, Sasuke, remain. Zhang swiftly commanded the bewildered individuals before him. They were unaware of the enemy's true nature. But Zhang knowledge of her name and the wager raised questions. If it concerned the lives of all shinobi, what then? Do not fret, Kaguya is not our adversary. Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Such a simple truth hardly requires emphasis. Enemy, friend, confusion reigned among them. Let us trust Lan. If he has spoken, he surely possesses a solution. Everyone, safeguard yourselves, form a line, and await Zhang triumph. Minato, having once been Hokage, demonstrated his leadership and command skills. And soon the group, though puzzled, chose to cooperate. Mother, do not heed his deceptive words. He possesses the power of persuasion. Beware of potential traps. Kurizetsu, having been silenced by Zhang finally managed to contact Kaguya and fervently urged her. Enough, Kurizetsu. Is your own persuasive ability insufficient? Beware, or I shall cast you out. Please, mother, I choose to obey. Kurizetsu capitulated. Lan is it? Let us commence. Remember, ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Mother, how could you reveal that to him? Kurizetsu began, but felt a tightening around his sleeves, constricting his range of motion. I dare not any longer, mother. Destruction of the gray bones, Kaguya declared, extending her hands to conjure 2 gray-white rods that shot toward Zhang. Rabbit hair needle. Before Zhang could react, Kaguya unleashed another wave of attacks, augmented by her Byakugan and Rinne Sharingan. The speed and ferocity of her techniques were unmatched. If you cannot withstand this, you are unworthy of battling me. Originally, Zhang wished to remain inconspicuous, but alas, time deceleration. With a flick of his right eye, all incoming attacks slowed to a crawl, allowing him to evade effortlessly. You possess quite the keen eyes, Kaguya murmured. I may not match your vision, but perhaps my fortune is slightly greater. Prepare yourself. Zhonglan was acutely aware of the terror that Kaguya's Rinnegan embodied. Endowed with the bloodline limit, she possessed a unique ability to merge 7 elemental chakra types. In contrast, that Utsuki's bloodline limit could only amalgamate 3, yet was still renowned for its capacity to dissolve all in existence. Kaguya's bloodline limit was indeed formidable. Senjutsu would release prison. A colossal crimson cage descended from the heavens. Kaguya did not even flinch. A black space materialized above her, absorbing the prison effortlessly. Damn, I forgot that ninjutsu and taijutsu are of no consequence to her. Only sealing techniques hold some potential, but alas, I never mastered the soul sealing technique. Otherwise, she would have been easily subdued. Ah, right. Since she was born from absorbing chakra, the amount she can absorb is limited. Thus, he decided to test a new technique. Senjutsu, fire release Raisin Shuriken. A shuriken-styled ninjutsu, dark as night, was hurled forth by Zhonglan. Hey, how could that guy use my ninjutsu? Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in unison, utterly baffled. Fire release was a technique that had manifested only after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it seemed he had never utilized it before others. His capacity for learning is astonishing. He has even appropriated my most powerful move. But wait, where has his sage mode gone? Naruto, ever vigilant in observing sage techniques, noted that Lan's sage state had vanished. Did he intend to? I believe I mentioned that such ninjutsu holds no efficacy against me. Kaguya scoffed, dismissing the technique as nothing more than a mere bloodline limit ninjutsu. It was her first encounter with someone merging attributes into a conventional ninjutsu. Typically, a new form of ninjutsu would automatically arise from the fusion of several elemental types. Yet, he merely integrated attributes into a standard technique, akin to embedding a tailed beast bomb into a lightning release. The resultant power and explosiveness were unfathomable. Yomi's Hades. I advise you to abandon all hope. Another entwined black hole materialized above Kaguya's head, prepared to absorb Zhonglan's ninjutsu once more. However, Kaguya miscalculated. The defining characteristic of the Raisin Shuriken was not its power, but its capacity for expansion. Upon striking its intended target, it would incessantly enlarge and slice through all encountered objects. This was also a technique Naruto had surreptitiously learned in Myobokuzen, and to his surprise, Lan had flawlessly merged Sage and Wind Release into this ninjutsu. Zhonglan's Sage state dissipated because he had channeled all his Sage energy into this technique. Kaguya's assertion was correct. This was indeed a fusion ninjutsu. But it encompassed not only fire release, but all of Zhonglan's Sage energy. The shuriken's rate of expansion was evidently swifter than that of Kaguya's black hole, swiftly shattering it. What? Such a phenomenon exists? No wonder. After unleashing this technique, your body suffers a period of weakness. Aren't you afraid I might eliminate your physical form directly? Perhaps you should focus on your own survival if you possess the capability to kill me, Zhonglan responded, feeling slightly disoriented. The draining of his sage chakra was far more excruciating than merely exhausting his body, yet all of this was worthwhile. The shuriken successfully struck Kaguya's form. Though it did not inflict harm, the objective had been achieved. Suddenly, her body manifested the ethereal images of 9-tailed beasts, revealing that this transformation required an immense amount of chakra to sustain. Should she absorb too much, a backlash would ensue. You are astute. Taking advantage of my incomplete mastery over my body and the fact that I have not yet fully absorbed enough chakra, there are 2 watchful youths beside me, likely eager to seal me away. Kaguya cast an irate glance at Zhonglan. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea, while the heart of a man is akin to a clear mirror. I do not harbor such thoughts of you. I merely wish to demonstrate to them that there are realms beyond our own. Sasuke, do you comprehend what techniques those are? Naruto pinched Sasuke's cheek. Are you insane? Why not pinch yourself? Sasuke replied with dissatisfaction. However, this should not be a technique within our realm. It likely surpasses even the Sage of 6 Paths. Shall we continue to adhere to the old man's arrangements and proceed with the sealing? Do you possess the courage to step forth? Can you ensure a successful seal? Naruto swallowed hard. It seemed to pose an extraordinary challenge. What do you imply? Aren't you awaiting my failure to continue sealing me? Kaguya inquired, perplexed. Look at those 2. Do they seem capable of sealing you? Zhonglan shook his head, adding that you have not been defeated. In terms of strength, I am inferior to you, for I am utterly depleted. Kaguya scrutinized Zhonglan closely. Noting the pallor of his face and his labored breathing, that last strike had evidently drained his chakra. Moreover, once I have harnessed the energy of these tailed beasts, it will be a simple matter. What? An unexpected turn of events. The tailed beasts did not continue to be absorbed. Instead, they transformed into corporeal forms, emerging one by one from Kaguya's fractured back. Mother, what is happening? Black Zetsu was bewildered, as was Zhang Lan, while Kaguya was utterly confounded. Thank you, Lan. You have unified my other half. The voice of the Nine Tails resonated. The Sage of Six Paths once told us that if one day someone were to gather us together, that individual would be the harbinger of destiny, and that person is Naruto. The sage also bestowed upon me a chakra key to be used in times of crisis, capable of forcibly separating us, and your ninjutsu has providentially served as that catalyst. Will Kaguya be all right? She won't perish, will she? Zhang Lan was unaware of this additional twist in the plot. Indeed, the chaos was quite maddening. She has consumed the chakra fruit, possessing 7 attributes, and her body is exceptionally robust. She will encounter no issues. However, I must thank you for restoring them to their primal states. Hey, Ninetails, why are you still within the Jinchuriki's body? Come out and fight me properly. One Tail, Shikaku, roared arrogantly. Today, I shall impart to you that a tail does not signify everything. Such a fool, still oblivious to the situation. The Nine Tails replied dismissively. Only Zhang Lan understood that no matter how powerful your tailed beast may be, it remains constrained in the presence of the Rinnegan. This might be a remnant of the sage's actions after separating the 10 tails. In the original world, Sasuke managed to control all 8-tailed beasts with the celestial stars. Your separation is a fortuitous occurrence. With your chakra, I have regained my peak. Zhang Lan felt deeply conflicted, questioning whether he had misjudged the system. At this moment, Kaguya should be positioned at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Any of my techniques would be insufficient to withstand her might. Not to mention that she possesses the bloodline limit. Moreover, it is likely that a considerable number of the Ōtsutsuki clan possess this ability. However, according to Zhang Lan's current conjecture, only those who have consumed the chakra fruit would be endowed with such a power. So, have you made your decision? Kaguya cast a fierce gaze toward him. Nevertheless, I remain true to my word. Infinite Tsukuyami, release. Kaguya's series of actions left Zhang Lan dumbfounded, and it wasn't until he received a system notification that he regained his composure. Beep, 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 detecting that the strongest boss in this world has been subdued. Rewards include a complete set of soul cultivation techniques, a complete set of light-style ninjutsu, a complete set of dark-style ninjutsu, and a theoretical framework for bloodline fusion. The impressive rewards left Zhang Lan utterly elated. Soul cultivation techniques. This presented a perfect opportunity to learn the soul sealing technique. Light and dark styles, both of which are undoubtedly formidable ninjutsu, and the fusion theory. This would be invaluable to Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly comprehend it thoroughly. Kaguya, welcome to our realm. The world of ninjas welcomes you. Zhang Lan was immensely pleased to have subdued such a superlative powerhouse, currently at the pinnacle of combat prowess. Setting aside all else, Zhang Lan held a deep admiration for Kaguya. It is no small feat for a woman to raise 2 children, and she merely sought to alter her fate, only to be ultimately betrayed by it, sealed away by her own son. Had it not been for the clan's mission, perhaps she could have lived a carefree life on this planet. The essence of the soul. At last, I have the means to delve into the soul. My attempts at mastering the soul-sealing technique had been futile, yet I had an inkling that a particular secret method or a unique ability was necessary to cultivate the soul. Now, fortune has smiled upon me, as if a pillow was delivered just as I felt drowsy. Moreover, Kaguya's predicament had been temporarily resolved, allowing for a lengthy period of recuperation. Both ninjutsu and taijutsu have ample time to flourish. Perhaps the system anticipated the might of the Ōtsutsuki clan, which even encompasses the formidable existence of bloodline collection. Thus, to vanquish such a foe, one must chart a new course, developing new techniques or exceptionally lethal taijutsu. Initially, Zhang Lan intended to have Guy unlock the 8 gates, and then use Edo Tensei to bring him back posthumously. However, after encountering Kaguya, he swiftly dismissed that notion. No matter how powerful one's taijutsu, if one cannot close the distance, what significance does it hold? Yet, the rewards from the system ignited a flicker of hope within Zhang Lan. Kaguya, perhaps it would be best to release the Infinite Tsukuyami. These ninjas are victims as well. As you wish. Infinite Tsukuyami, release. Without forming any seals, Kaguya activated her Rinne Sharingan, dispelling the illusion. Countless trees reburrowed into the earth, and the cocoons, ensnaring the ninjas, gradually reverted. It felt as though we had witnessed a great battle and a shared dream, wherein we all fulfilled our desires. In my dream, I finally married my beloved mother. Suddenly, the Sage of Six Paths floated before Kaguya. I am deeply sorry. We failed to comprehend your intentions, mistaking it for your being consumed by the 10 tails, controlled by power. For all these years, I have longed for the day I could see you again. This is the last of my chakra that remains in this world. Hyuga, you have aged. Kaguya gazed upon the apparition that appeared older than herself, filled with a multitude of emotions. Perhaps I should have spoken of the events from years past. It is a pity that now there is no opportunity to do so. Mother, we take pride in you. Thank you for granting us life. Lastly, I implore you to take care of yourself. My path, my endurance sect, now has someone to inherit it, and I am filled with joy. Arashir, there are many secrets within my mother, and I hope you can assist in unraveling them. Perhaps only you can help in this world. A faint voice whispered into Arashi's ear. Rest assured, even without your words, I know what must be done. Zhang Arashir thumped his chest with his left hand, casting a resolute gaze at the Sage of Six Paths. My way, how long shall it endure? My thoughts, they flow like the currents. Farewell, mother. Before the words were fully spoken, the Sage of Six Paths vanished. Kaguya stared blankly at the spot where he had disappeared, lost in thought. Madara, are you all right? Hashirama discovered Madara lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Arashir, I implore you, can you save him? Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Lord First Hokage, think carefully. Lord Hashirama, it is not that I do not wish to save him, but I have no more slots available. Surely, you do not wish to exist like a mere shell. Then what if I desire resurrection? Hashirama's tone suddenly chilled. Indeed, the very concern Zhang Arashir dreaded had come to pass. Hashirama and Madara possessed immense power, invaluable for the future, yet they were challenging to control. One cannot entirely defy the course of history. Moreover, the number of individuals I can resurrect is truly limited. The system permits me to revive only 5 people, which undoubtedly carries profound significance. Zhang Arashir had wrestled with the dilemma of whom to revive, peak combat ability or the intricacies of human relationships. It is crucial to understand that a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. Brother, I shall grant you my slot, but Madara must not be included. Haha. Tobarama, why so agitated? We are no longer young. Your emotions are rather unstable. I was merely jesting. I learned about the reincarnators from Sage of Six Paths. Since we have been cast aside by history, we should adapt to the unfolding events. I simply do not wish to witness Madara in such torment. Hashirama, have I truly erred? Madara lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, repeating the same words. If you truly wish for resurrection, come to my primordial space. But it is limited to souls. Kaguya suddenly interjected, startling Zhang Arashir and the others. Indeed, the capabilities of the bloodline limit were too complex and powerful. I am willing. Hashirama nodded. It is best to bring Madara along as well. Kaguya remained silent, waving her hand to draw both men away. Arashir, I need to find a place to rest. Notify me at once if you learn of his whereabouts. Kaguya was efficient in her tasks, vanishing swiftly. Hey, you haven't told me how to contact you. Zhang Arashir exclaimed in exasperation, now faced with a multitude of complications. Third Hokage, would you be willing to stay? Zhang Arashir was left with no choice but to find a substitute. The third Hokage smiled. Konoha is born anew from the flames of hope. With that, he dissipated into smoke. The monkey seems indifferent to you. Is this the unsealing? Minato, stay. I sense your emotions. Thank you, Lord Second Hokage. Today is a profoundly special day for me, for today is. Minato quickly released the impure world reincarnation unsealing, tears streaming down his face. Today is Naruto's birthday. The most painful day for Mother, is it not? Naruto grasped the hand of a red-haired beauty and approached Minato. In a swift motion, the woman embraced Minato, and the two were rendered speechless, choked with emotion. Once separated by life and death, they now found their wishes fulfilled. The future of the ninja world now rested upon the shoulders of these two esteemed figures. I have too many reflections to share, and it is time for me to depart. Zhang Lan, unable to endure this poignant scene, discreetly made his exit. The distribution of tailed beasts among the nations must adhere to their own desires. No one should impose their will upon another. Great sage, what have you witnessed? The battlefield must be entirely quiet now, inquired a large toad, puffing on a pipe. It was the injured Wentai, addressing an elderly toad nearby. The old toad's crystal orb captured the images of Naruto and his companions. The future appeared shrouded in uncertainty, yet it did not instill me with dread. At least we are alive in this moment. A hint of sorrow lingered in the great toad's brow. Before Wentai could inquire further, the creature had succumbed to slumber. Ah, age brings weariness. I must depart lest I catch this drowsiness. Do they truly wish to grant us freedom? To no longer bind us? Upon hearing Zhonglan's words, the tailed beasts were filled with excitement, yet a flicker of concern remained in their gazes towards Sasuke. After all, the torment of the Rinnegan was a burden they wished to avoid. The Sage of Six Paths had separated the 10 tails to allow everyone to return to nature, free from human constraints. Yet, alas, they ultimately found themselves aboard the vessel of humanity. Rest assured, I still place my faith in him, came the voice of Kurama. You may wish for whatever you desire. I have grown accustomed to this place, and I sense that Gyuki has also become quite attached. What are you saying, Kurama? Would you not relish such hard-won freedom? Shikaku retorted dismissively. Have you all succumbed to the words of the old sage? Kurama bellowed in frustration upon seeing the other 7-tailed beasts bow their heads. You must leave your chakra behind. Within Naruto, it serves as our gathering point. Moreover, should danger arise in this world, I trust you will lend your strength. You have all witnessed the might of Obito, Madara, and Kaguya. Only by uniting can we amplify our power infinitely. Fine, you troublesome fox, let it be as you say. I intend to journey across the world. Indeed, Shikaku affirmed. I too wish to return to Flower Fruit Mountain. I long to seek solace in the great forest. Sasuke, when did you awaken your Rinnegan? Nagato, upon seeing Sasuke's eyes, was taken aback. The conditions for awakening the Rinnegan were unknown, yet Madara had awakened it only at the brink of death, indicating its inherent difficulty. After enduring a life-and-death ordeal, Sasuke had transformed, maturing and seemingly enhancing his abilities. Lon, you truly are indolent, leaving behind such a vast mess. Upon acquiring the Een power of the sage, the eyes opened automatically. Reflecting on Kaguya's eyes, Sasuke pondered the vast potential for further growth. Kaguya's immense strength was inseparable from her Rinne Sharingan. If the Uchiha clan could all awaken such eyes, the implications would be profound. Sasuke, do not dwell too much on it. We know not the price for awakening such eyes. Itachi gently placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. This time, I shall not leave your side. Itachi smiled, radiant and warm, embodying the essence of a young man in his 20s. In that moment, his smile represented the most authentic version of himself. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it is a delight to see you both. Naruto expressed his joy, having just activated Sage Mode, yet sensing the weariness of those present. Thankfully, there appeared to be no immediate concerns, though I am reluctant to acknowledge it. I must extend my gratitude to Orochimaru for his timely intervention. Tsunade, still somewhat fatigued, spoke in a softer tone. With her arrival, it is time to address the situation at hand, as there are numerous matters awaiting our attention. Jiraiya, it has been quite a while since we last met. Minato also shared in the joy, clasping Jiraiya's hand. Indeed, your family possesses remarkable prowess. I have already discerned the outcome through Tsunade's slug. Perhaps this marks a perfect conclusion for us at this juncture. Kakuzu, why the haste? This behavior is uncharacteristic of you. Tsunade smiled at Nara Shikaku, who rushed over. Hokage-sama, I have received intelligence from Nagato, he said. Tsunade took the report, her previously joyful expression suddenly replaced by shock, her mouth agape. It must be that rascal, Song, secretly training them again. Now, numerous ninjas from the Rain Village have awakened various abilities. Yahiko has manifested some powers of the Deva Path. And even Konan's paper jutsu has transformed, now possessing a hardness akin to steel. Some individuals can summon lightning from their hands without the need for hand seals, unleashing techniques rivaling ninjutsu. Shikaku, what are your thoughts? Tsunade furrowed her brow. We are both fortunate and unfortunate in this generation. It is a relief that we are alive. Tomorrow may bring better tidings, yet we cannot dismiss potential threats. Sasuke and Itachi have ventured forth in search of the Ōtsutsuki ruins, while Jiraiya has embarked on his own mission. Everything unfolds quietly in the shadows. This awakening of physical abilities feels like an opportunity to safeguard our homeland. Having more ninjas like Zong would certainly be advantageous. If research is to be conducted in this realm, Orochimaru would undoubtedly excel. I wonder what results he has achieved. Are other ninja villages also thriving? Other villages are faring well, having begun to adopt mechanical devices. Naruto and his family have set out on a journey, albeit with their own covert tasks. I ponder whether to publicly disclose Zhang's training methods. However, there is no rush. We shall wait for his return. That lad has vanished since the conclusion of the Great War, and it has been a month with nary a word. Has Kaguya Ōtsutsuki shown any signs of activity? None at all. However, the alarm left by Zhang in Konoha suggests he may soon return. A month has passed, and what a splendid month it has been. The soul sealing technique has finally been successfully mastered, although the strength of the soul requires further enhancement. With this progress, confronting Kaguya will not be as daunting. Over the course of the month, Zhang has not only mastered the soul sealing technique, but has also harnessed both light and dark chakra attributes. Initially intending to merge these attributes within his eyes, he faced significant rejection and has instead temporarily stored them in his hands. The light chakra serves primarily a defensive purpose, capable of forming barriers or shields, while the dark chakra specializes in concealment, reminiscent of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, which carries a hint of darkness. If one's eyes were to merge new attributes, it would likely require the prior unification of 7 fundamental chakra properties. Zhang originally possessed 4 attributes, and upon awakening the Rinnegan, he acquired the power of yin and yang. Now, he merely lacked the wind attribute to unlock the potential for the Kaguya. As fate would have it, his previous training of both hands and feet resulted in the spontaneous generation of the wind attribute from his feet. He resolved to seek Kaguya for an earnest discussion on how to cultivate the Kaguya. In this world, Kaguya stands at the pinnacle of power, particularly within the Ōtsutsuki clan, where anyone of significance can wield it, albeit with slight variations in abilities due to differing attribute focuses. It was time to upgrade his left eye to the Rinnegan as well. Zhang touched his left eye and activated the system, swiftly upgrading his previously dormant left eye. To his surprise, the outer rim of the Rinnegan now displayed 3 tomo, likely related to his mastery of the 7 attributes. However, a new concern arose. If he were to upgrade solely on his own while others in the Naruto world remained stagnant, how would the subsequent generations contend with future challenges? This thought weighed heavily on Zhang. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss it. Where there is a will, there is a way. Please come in. You rascal, you've finally returned. How are you? You look quite spirited, Tsunade remarked as she noticed Zhang. Very well. Upon my arrival, I heard that the village is flourishing and that prolonged peace from war is in sight. I believe the achievements of Nagato and the others could be beneficial to the ninja world, potentially giving rise to some exceptional talents, Zhang replied, handing Tsunade 3 books. 2 of these tomes were focused on the development of body parts, while the third contained training secrets for the Sharingan, perhaps only serving as a reference. Zhang, to be honest, I have never fully comprehended your intentions. You claim to work for the sake of the ninja world, yet if my grandfather were alive, he could never accomplish what you have. It seems you seek no reward, Tsunade expressed with astonishment as she accepted the 3 books, unable to suppress her curiosity. How should I put it? Consider it an act of goodwill, or perhaps a pursuit of my own dream. In my dreams, there are many fragmented elements, but in reality, I aspire to piece them together. As for the future of ninjas, there may soon arise a significant crisis. Thus, Lady Tsunade, I believe it is prudent to enhance the overall abilities of ninjas, Zhang stated with a serious demeanor, prompting Tsunade to refrain from further inquiries. I will distribute these books. I intended to ask if you would be willing to share them with everyone, but it seems unnecessary now. Your wisdom is profound, and you possess greater aspirations. We can only support you in silence. What you said is indeed correct. Perhaps we will witness the emergence of uniquely talented ninjas. I will leave the remaining matters to you. I need to step out for a moment. Orochimaru has been performing quite well lately, has he not? Tsunade inquired. Noting the lack of news, whether good or bad, perhaps that in itself was a positive sign. With a smile, she added, I will take my leave. Notify me when Minato and Itachi return, before vanishing. Zhang, what brings you here so suddenly? I must say, Xiaoyu is truly a genius. Her physique. Orochimaru exclaimed upon seeing Zhang, unable to contain his pride as he praised Xiaoyu, as if showcasing his own child. Zhang was somewhat aware of Xiaoyu's capabilities. However, the origins of her appearance remain a mystery. In Zhang perception, The ability to instantly mimic others could either belong to an intelligent life form or be attributed to extraordinary powers, yet in the realm of ninjas. Both possibilities were quickly dismissed. Nevertheless, it was evident that the system represented a being of remarkable intellect. What was wrong with her? As he gazed into the large, blinking eyes of Xiaoyu, Zhonglan felt, for a fleeting moment, that she resembled not a true human, but rather an artificial intelligence, akin to a virtual entity reminiscent of Hatsune from his previous life. Suddenly, his mind became a swirling tempest. What was the nature of this world, this planet? Lan, are you all right? Why have you stopped moving? Your complexion, Orochimaru, taken aback by Zhonglan's unusual demeanor, expressed his astonishment. I am fine. What is her situation? Please elaborate. Zhonglan urged, striving to clear his thoughts. His abilities are exceedingly formidable. He learns everything in a single attempt, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, almost as if in defiance, at the realization that someone could surpass his own brilliance. As Orochimaru continued his description, Zhonglan's astonishment deepened. He had initially believed that possessing a system was an extraordinary feat, yet here was a talent of an entirely different caliber. Still, a sense of unease lingered within him. Uncle Snake, you haven't conducted any dissection on her, have you? Zhonglan inquired, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Rest assured, I would not act without your consent. However, after acquiring the body of Black Zetsu, I have made significant breakthroughs, Orochimaru chuckled. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Damn it! Where did you go? Zhonglan exclaimed, scanning his surroundings for any sign of Orochimaru. This kind of disappearance surpassed the understanding of the ninja world. It was not merely a ninjutsu. I am right behind you. A voice, slightly booming, resonated. Zhonglan turned to find a colossal Orochimaru, akin to a small-tailed beast, materializing before him. How did you achieve this? Zhonglan queried, filled with curiosity. This is a characteristic of Black Zetsu. When I acquired it, it was merely a lifeless corpse, devoid of will, yet its body is a treasure. Its form is unlike anything in our world, resembling something generated by 7 elemental chakras. Hence its dark hue and ability to transform at will. Is this how you became capable of altering your size at will? Zhonglan mused, contemplating the resemblance to a mythical figure, 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of immense transformation and power. After consuming the white snake's body, I inexplicably gained the 7 elemental chakras, although I cannot wield higher-level ninjutsu. Nevertheless, enlarging and shrinking is effortless, along with altering my physical form, Orochimaru explained, before Zhonglan promptly halted his flamboyant transformations, sensing an underlying femininity in his essence. What changes have occurred in your torso compared to before? Zhonglan inquired eagerly. As for my torso, to be honest, my entire body bears no distinction from a serpent. During transformations, the total amount of my chakra remains unchanged. This may be a drawback, Orochimaru replied. Indeed, nothing is perfect, Zhonglan mused, attempting to discern commonalities in the transformations of his hands, feet, and torso, but to no avail. Lord Lan, what brings you here? Xiaoyu called out. Rushing towards him, Hong Lian appeared with Xiaoyu, and upon encountering Zhonglan, Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, dashed forward and leapt into his embrace amidst the astonished gazes of the others. Hey, Xiaoyu, please refrain from such behavior. You are still a beautiful girl. Do pay attention to your image. Zhonglan felt a flush of embarrassment. While it is typically a delightful affair for a beauty to find solace in one's embrace, Xiaoyu's demeanor suggested her youth, and such a situation could indeed lead to legal complications. How delightful! Xiaoyu nestled deeper into Zhonglan's embrace. Zhonglan pondered whether the system might assist in discerning Xiaoyu's identity, yet no clues emerged. It struck him as peculiar. What could possibly draw her to him? Was it the allure of would-release chakra, the system itself, or something else entirely? Zhonglan found himself perplexed. He swiftly gestured to Honglian to separate Xiaoyu from him. Yet she clung on stubbornly. Xiaoyu, listen to me. There should be a distance between men and women. Besides, I am rather occupied at the moment. Why not join Sister Honglian in some recreational activities? He had intended to suggest training in ninjutsu, but the words caught in his throat. Who could possibly teach her the talent to overpower Orochimaru? Is Kisame out on a mission? He inquired. You keep an eye on things for now. Zhonglan prepared to depart with Orochimaru, for he needed to seek Kaguya. There were manifold secrets he wished to unravel. He had been away for a month, yet there was still no word. We are investigating from various angles and will inform you immediately upon receiving any news, Honglian replied, cradling Xiaoyu with a hint of regret. Perhaps I should refrain from visiting here in the future. Xiaoyu's situation seems rather unusual. Let us clarify the circumstances before proceeding. With that, Zhonglan hurried away. Kaguya, where are you? How can I locate you? Zhonglan returned to the battleground, calling out loudly. She should be able to hear him, having vanished from this very spot. Lan, you've come, a melodious voice echoed from behind. Emerging from a dark void in the space was a maiden clad in white. I was beginning to think I wouldn't find you. I have several inquiries, yet we still lack information on Isshiki. Let us set aside that for now. What brings you to me? Kaguya tilted her head, inquiring of Lan. How did you awaken the ability linked to your bloodline limit? Upon voicing this question, Zhonglan felt a pang of regret, recalling that her powers seemed to stem from consuming chakra fruits rather than being cultivated through training. How to explain it? There appears to be a voice in my mind urging me to consume the fruit, which was not originally intended for me. For the sake of my child, I had to take the risk. Those abilities manifested automatically after eating the fruit. Have you ever heard of soul cultivation, or the concepts of light and darkness? Zhonglan continued his inquiry. Soul cultivation is exceedingly challenging. Someone like me would hardly have access to it. Only the clan leader and candidates for leadership possess that privilege. Our souls are inherently robust, and while there may be ancient beings within the clan versed in soul cultivation, I am not particularly curious. As for light and darkness, there are vague references to them in our clan's texts, but no one has ever delved into those realms. The existence of such attributes in the world remains uncertain. To my knowledge, light and darkness do indeed exist, though perhaps not in the conventional sense of chakra. Zhonglan felt a shiver of astonishment upon hearing Kaguya's words. The Ōtsutsuki clan proved to be immensely powerful. Such a formidable lineage must have been renowned across the world. Why then was there not a single mention in the records? And what of that Gamamaru? Surely, he was not a native being. There is another query. Does your esteemed Ōtsutsuki clan possess any particular foes or masters? Zhonglan had initially intended to inquire about the system, yet these two terms inadvertently surfaced in his mind. Undoubtedly, there are numerous adversaries. For our planet is vast and nearly under our clan's dominion. Those families unwilling to succumb have either departed or been eradicated. As for the term master, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Kaguya candidly replied. Thus, two hypotheses arise. One suggests that your enemies have established this system for my vengeance, while the other posits that it has always existed on your planet, merely encountered by chance. Zhonglan contemplated, regardless of the circumstance. It seemed an unending conflict with the Ōtsutsuki was inevitable. Considering the history of plunder by the Ōtsutsuki, Zhonglan speculated that it might be a creation of the native inhabitants, developed to thwart their encroachment, aimed at preventing annihilation through ceaseless exploitation. Nevertheless, Zhonglan could not dwell on such thoughts for long, as there remained numerous tasks unfinished on this planet, and many aspects yet to be refined. No one would willingly permit the destruction of their homeland. Presently, with Kaguya's presence and the foundation of a new system, a flicker of solace emerged amidst Zhonglan's turmoil. Lord Tobarama, how have you fared this past month? Zhonglan greeted Tobarama with a beaming smile. You finally remember me. I thought you had forgotten about us, Tobarama remarked. A hint of displeasure evident, considering he had been neglected for an entire month. My apologies. I approached with an earnest desire to learn. I had to devote time to my studies and gain wisdom from esteemed predecessors like you. I have something significant to share with you today. Zhonglan recalled how Tobarama had previously targeted the Uchiha clan, crafting techniques specifically designed to counter the Sharingan, with the most memorable being the technique of darkness. An exceptional jutsu for obscuring vision. Zhonglan was deeply curious about how Tobarama had developed it, now endowed with both light and darkness attributes. Zhonglan believed that if Tobarama mastered the dark attribute, his capabilities would undoubtedly lead to the creation of even more advanced jutsu. With such thoughts, Zhonglan felt an eager anticipation. Lord Tobarama, take a look at this. Zhonglan extended his right hand, revealing wisps of black energy that danced and coalesced into various forms. What is this? Tobarama's eyes widened. This seemed to surpass even the Yin-Yang release. How did you acquire it? Do not be overly excited. I have come to share it with you, Zhonglan responded. Ahem, Lord Tobarama, your grip is rather strong. He couldn't help but jest, noting that had his own strength not been formidable, that single grasp could have overwhelmed him. I was merely excited. You have no idea of the constraints I face under my elder brother's dominance. Every time I develop a new technique, it gets prohibited. Thus, I am quite fond of my mother's state. Tobirama sheepishly chuckled, scratching his head. By the way, you are quite impressive. Such a vital discovery. And you are willing to share it with me? Zhang gazed at Tobirama with a hint of skepticism. Although he could not ascertain the value of this attribute, he understood that its rarity in the ninja world signified its worth. For value is only realized when such treasures are entrusted to those who truly comprehend them. My own knowledge is but rudimentary, yet I am confident that if it were in your hands, you would undoubtedly create a masterpiece. Please do not exalt me. However, this item is indeed of great utility to me. Years ago, I pilfered a fragment of my elder brother's secret techniques, which allowed me to develop ninjutsu of the dark arts. You are likely familiar with the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan, which also involves a hint of darkness. My understanding of these theories is rather limited, but I believe that if we can harness ninjutsu to its utmost potential, its value would be immeasurable. Tobirama regarded Zhang, taken aback by the young man's profound insight. In you, I see not only the capabilities of my elder brother, but also transcendent wisdom. Pray tell, what is your true intention in keeping me here? There is no need for excessive contemplation, Lord Tobirama. What I can presently share is that individuals akin to Ōtsutsuki are not singular in existence. Thus, we must concentrate our critical forces, as I previously mentioned. Fine treasures must be placed in the hands of those who can wield them effectively. Without hesitation, Zhang disclosed the methods of cultivating dark chakra to Tobirama. Intrigued and appreciative of this novel knowledge, Tobirama was taken aback upon his first encounter with the dark attribute. Ah, now I understand. No wonder I could not discover the true techniques. This is the essence of darkness, an all-consuming void from which one cannot escape. Lan, I am profoundly grateful. You have opened a new door for me. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Tobirama. In truth, there has been a question I have long wished to ask, but hesitated to do so. Zhang scratched his head, and only after receiving Tobirama's encouraging gaze did he gather the courage to inquire. As a Hokage, how is it that your water release techniques are so formidable, seemingly eclipsing even the Mizukage? Zhang felt a sense of relief at finally voicing his long-standing curiosity. After all, how curious it is that a Hokage, who is not primarily known for fire release techniques, possesses such mastery over an element that counters fire. Moreover, in environments devoid of water, its lethality remains astonishingly potent. It is less a water release and more akin to a sea release. It is quite simple, really. Perhaps I have an innate affinity for water, and with the Uchiha clan ever watchful, it was imperative to possess a countering technique. Thus, I dedicated myself to the study of water release. Allow me to enlighten you. Do you know why my elder brother restricted my ninjutsu? Was it not for the sake of Madara, to counter the Uchiha clan? Zhang was equally intrigued by the immense destructive potential of Tobirama's techniques. Pondering why his shadow clone technique was classified as forbidden. The use of such forbidden techniques invariably burdens one's identity, if not rendering the ninjutsu uncontrollable. Upon reflection, it seemed that Tobirama's ninjutsu was indeed well suited for Jinchuriki to learn. Have you heard of the 8 gates of Duinjia? The 8 gates represent the unlocking of 8 crucial shackles within the body, thereby granting immense power. However, this comes at a significant cost, often the sacrifice of one's life. As practitioners of ninjutsu, we cannot afford to easily relinquish our lives for a single battle or mission. Hence, I have integrated the principles of the 8 gates, recognizing the limits of the human body. Just as physical techniques have their restraints, so too does ninjutsu. Most of the ninjutsu I have developed necessitate the forceful unlocking of these shackles, a process that many find difficult to adapt to. Consider the shadow clone technique. If one were to create 500 clones, each would receive a meager share of chakra. How much chakra could an ordinary ninja possibly possess after such division? It is almost guaranteed that the individual would not survive beyond 3 seconds. In a fit of frustration, my elder brother prohibited many of my jutsu. Tobirama feels a profound melancholy. In that era of war, the development of such high-level ninjutsu should have been met with heroism, yet they were all banned. This is also closely tied to one's physical constitution. Our Senju clan seems to possess a robust physique, and upon unlocking the shackles, our strength becomes formidable. Ordinary ninjas may not be so fortunate. Thus, my ninjutsu may be better suited for Naruto, a ninja endowed with an abundance of chakra. Yet such individuals are rare in this world. You wonder if every ninja can unlock these shackles. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, my constitution should be capable of enduring it. Zhang Lan's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, today has proven fortuitous. Tobirama's excellence is undeniably linked to his lineage and family. Once the shackles are released, the potency of ninjutsu and physical techniques might undergo a qualitative transformation. It is worth attempting. Your Uzumaki lineage appears to differ in focus from ours. Should you break the shackles, your power will undoubtedly surpass that of the Ōtsutsuki. Yet, I ponder whether the Ōtsutsuki possess similar training methods. Listening to Tobirama's analysis, Zhang Lan felt a jolt of realization. The Ōtsutsuki surely must have comparable physical training techniques. Without a robust physique, relying solely on ninjutsu would make it exceedingly difficult to control an entire planet. Minato, I am so sorry for the hardships you have endured, Kushina said, gently stroking Minato's face, feeling a sense of guilt. What are you saying? We are doing remarkably well now. Let us not dwell on the past. Hasn't Naruto been having a splendid time these past few days? Moreover, we are experimenting with integrating various attributes into the Rasengan, he replied, looking at Naruto. Dad, you are truly incredible. I am so close to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique you taught me. It's a pity that I haven't fully grasped it yet. But the Rasengan has seen tremendous progress. I have already infused it with 3 different attributes. If Zhang Lan were present, he might be taken aback, for he originally intended to nurture a few key figures. The ninja world is vast, and those with genuine strength and talent are few and far between, necessitating a targeted approach to their training. Kushina currently felt immense happiness, surrounded by her husband and child. Although they were on a family trip, they had not set aside their ninjutsu, continuously exploring new concepts. Just moments ago, she and Minato discussed returning swiftly to revive him through Zhang Lan, only to be met with Minato's refusal. His rationale was that they were living well now, and Kushina had also come to appreciate this state of existence. Yet nothing could compare to the comfort of a tangible body. Previously, Zhang Lan had assured himself, yet he has now vanished for over a month. In the Hidden Leaf Village, even Nagato has not communicated with him, enveloping him in a subtle melancholy. The cost of resurrection must be exceedingly high. Perhaps he has chosen not to return. Kushina could only console herself internally. Mother, do not worry. Uncle Lan is indeed reliable. Granny Tsunade and the lecherous sage have both praised him. Moreover, his strength is formidable. Although the whereabouts of the Ōtsutsuki remain a mystery, it is undoubtedly connected to him. And we are no longer on the same level as he is. Kushina also discerned Naruto's unspoken thoughts. During this month, he had not been idle. Rather, he had been fervently studying ninjutsu and sealing techniques alongside her and Minato, delving into elemental fusion as well. This was prompted by her inadvertent remark regarding the rarity of innate bloodline limits. The family texts recorded that should an individual possess chakra of 7 different elemental natures, they would have a promising chance at acquiring a secondary bloodline limit. Such power might surpass the ordinary. Yet, one must ponder. Who could possibly attain 7 elemental affinities without cause? Ironically, her son possessed just that. With the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts coursing through him, and having acquired yang release from the Sage of 6 Paths, after the war, he had conversed with Sasuke, and it appeared they could share their yin and yang powers. Perhaps this was a boon bestowed upon them by the Sage of 6 Paths. The ability to share and divide such power was not surprising. However, Naruto must not overexert himself. The fusion of attributes should be approached gradually, much like the challenge of simultaneously gazing at both the right and left. Kushina smiled, feeling a deep satisfaction with her son. Although he might not possess the sharpest intellect, his ability to approach problems from their roots was commendable, and his sunny disposition brought an inexplicable warmth to those around him. This theory had been shared by Kakashi-sensei. Yet the more attributes one attempted to fuse, the more challenging the endeavor became. Alas, perhaps it was a lack of innate talent on her part. After a month, she had only managed to fuse 3 attributes, while Sasuke would likely have achieved more. Naruto, do not give up. You have accomplished much already. Though I developed the Rasengan in my time, I never managed to fuse even 1 attribute, whereas you have been the first to achieve this. From this perspective, you are indeed remarkable. Both you and Sasuke are impressive, albeit with differing focuses. Minato encouraged while affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. Really, Dad? Hearing you say that makes me very happy. I have had few friends since childhood, and Sasuke is my first true companion. Therefore, No matter where he is or what he experiences, I will never abandon him. Seeing Naruto's maturity warmed the hearts of Minato and Kushina. Their child had grown, and in this ninja world, their power currently posed no threat. However, with the emergence of the Ōtsutsuki, future crises might loom. Minato, having served as the fourth Hokage, understood the significance of planning and crisis awareness. Zhang Lan's month-long disappearance likely signified his engagement with other pressing matters. A letter from the Hidden Leaf has arrived. It states that Brother Lan has returned. Kushina exclaimed joyfully, having just received the news from the messenger hawk. Shall we hasten our return? This may present an opportunity. All right then, I shall follow your lead. Watergate could only heed his wife's words, for she had invested the most in their family. Come on, let's return to Konoha. Naruto called cheerfully ahead. Brother, let's head back, he said. It's been a month, and we've only found one ruin, which serves no purpose at all. It's utterly abandoned. I've examined it with the Rinnegan. Has Vortex Lan finally made his appearance? I have a feeling something ominous is about to unfold, Itachi said as he removed his hood and prepared to depart for Konoha alongside Sasuke. Just moments after their departure, a puddle suddenly appeared on the ground. With the Rinnegan. How long have I been asleep? This body feels so weak. In the basement of the Konoha hospital, Zhang Lan addressed the gathered individuals. Sister, you should be quite familiar with this, as should the second Hokage, Watergate, and Itachi. I summoned you all here today to genuinely resurrect you and share some plans. Although the present is peaceful, no one can guarantee what may transpire in the next moment. Zhang Lan spoke solemnly, emphasizing the necessity of chaos. As he was perpetually on edge, I fear that if we do not grow, it will be too late to regret our inaction. The current ninja world is intrinsically linked to our fates. I am curious to see how you intend to resurrect us. This jutsu had considerable flaws in its inception, remarked Itachi. The ninjutsu of Rinnegan's innate techniques. As Zhang Lan's power grew, he could now effortlessly resurrect 3 individuals, though regrettably, the resurrection puppets had long since vanished. It had been quite some time since the system had assigned him a task. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Lan and the 3 figures on the operating table. Before long, the 3 began to regain physical sensation, feeling considerably better than before. Lan, what did you add? I can sense natural energy, Tobirama suddenly inquired, as did Watergate and Itachi. I infused the chakra of wood release into the resurrection puppet, and I did not expect such an effect. For Watergate and Itachi, I added light attribute chakra. Please take a moment to feel it. However, this chakra currently only serves a defensive purpose. How you utilize it depends on your own ingenuity. This attribute, if incorporated into Susanoo, would amplify its defenses exponentially, Itachi mused, sensing the strength of the attribute. By the way, one of your eyes had vanished previously. Let me restore it. Since you believe it can be applied to Susanoo, Sasuke should also be able to harness this attribute. Thank you, Lan. I feel immensely powerful now. However, I just contemplated that this attribute could be applied to the Flying Thunder God technique, which would safeguard the technique itself. Lord Tobirama, I would like your guidance to see if this attribute can be utilized for spatial techniques, allowing for a secondary ceiling. You truly are a genius. It's no wonder you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. However, your idea is quite audacious. We must conduct thorough research on this, Tobirama remarked, patting Watergate on the shoulder. Unable to restrain my admiration, I recall my past endeavors in researching the Flying Thunder God technique, which I merely employed for auxiliary purposes, utilizing tools to achieve swift decapitations. Little did I anticipate that Minato would ingeniously apply it for travel, absorbing tailed beast chakra, and transferring objects. Moreover, he has developed a second phase, allowing for simultaneous transfer with the technique. Given ample time and abundant energy, he might even devise a third phase. Aunt Erasure, what about me? Naruto swiftly approached, instinctively positioning himself beside his father, gazing at Minato's youthful and handsome visage, brimming with joy, eager to seek favors from Erasure. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked. I envision your path lies in harnessing the properties of the Rasengan to create a black hole, ensnaring enemies within and then obliterating them. A black hole? Obliteration? Upon hearing these concepts, Naruto immediately began contemplating, though he struggled to grasp the theoretical underpinnings. He attempted to interpret it through his own logic. Are you suggesting using a large sphere to trap the enemy and then, akin to wind release, shatter them into fragments? Though Naruto's interpretation was somewhat askew, Tobirama and Minato understood instantly. However, If it possesses black hole attributes, does that not imply the fusion of 7 elemental chakra types? Only Ōtsutsuki can achieve such a feat. Believe in yourself, for you possess 7 elemental chakra types, Urashiki encouraged. This serves as a test for you. A smile graced his lips. The concept of a black hole was particularly suited for him, as the assistance of tailed beasts allows him to easily draw upon other attributes for fusion into the Rasengan. For a space to achieve stability, it must be supported by something. However, if consumed entirely by the black hole, it ceases to exist. Nagato's enhancement method is rather straightforward. Strengthen his summoning beast and pass on the soul sealing technique to him. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he is indeed qualified to learn it. Perhaps even the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan would be astonished to witness the soul sealing technique flourishing in such a manner. Should one's soul be elevated, mastering this technique would come swiftly, though the prerequisite remains a robust spirit. By further augmenting the strength of the legendary 3 ninjas, they would possess the capability to contend with any Ōtsutsuki that might arrive. The crux of the matter now lies in swiftly locating the first form. However, after a month of exerting considerable effort, we have yet to find it. Initially, it was presumed that Sasuke would be the first to uncover the target. Yet he too has turned up empty-handed. Lord Urashiki. Suddenly, a messenger frog hastily approached. This location has become a secret of Konoha, indicating that something significant is afoot. Lord Jiraiya has just conveyed a message. He has been gravely injured by an unidentified individual. Yahiko and Konan are currently in pursuit, and he hopes you can come to assist. A detailed image was transmitted, revealing a bald man in a white robe, his expression inscrutable but his movements fluid, exuding formidable combat prowess as he effortlessly counters ninjutsu with bare hands. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the reincarnated form of the first. After so many days, there finally emerges a promising lead. Second Hokage, fourth Hokage, you two are swift. Why not join me for some excitement outside? Let the others here diligently train. This marks the beginning, and far more exhilarating challenges await us ahead. Both Tobirama and Minato exude a formidable combat spirit, as they are renowned figures in the annals of war. Especially when confronted by unknown adversaries, their latent hormones surge, igniting an insatiable desire to engage in battle for several hundred rounds. Fear not, for we shall take charge. Minato, with a confident smile, remarked. The Flying Thunder God has seen new breakthroughs. Shall we compare our skills? Youngster, I concede that you were swifter before, but now that we possess physical forms, the outcome is uncertain, Tobirama replied. Let us commence. Have you forgotten my presence? While you compete, I must swiftly locate Yahiko and Konan. Rest assured, 2 voices echoed in unison. The trio vanished in an instant. Father S. Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Its speed surpasses even my Ninetales mode. The second Hokage may be at a disadvantage, Minato mused. Do not underestimate him. The second S speed may yet rival your own. Konan, can you still sense them? We must endure until rain arrives. I have left markers along the way in hopes they shall come swiftly. Those 2 brats are quite bothersome. Perhaps I should eliminate them here. The markers are already eradicated, but they lack the strength of the previous white-haired individual. I should be able to dispatch them within 3 moves. Isshiki gritted his teeth, intent on eliminating them, having already used a portion of his prowess. He had hoped to glean information after Sasuke's departure. Alas, he had become the target of scrutiny, particularly from the white-haired one, who possessed an uncanny ability to sense him regardless of his hiding place. Is this what you seek? Isshiki tossed several paper flowers. You lack the power of the white-haired one. How dare you pursue me? Such futile sacrifices, what benefit do they grant you? Certainly for the sake of peace. Konan, you must leave first. I can hold them off for a while longer. Rain and the others should be arriving soon. Yahiko positioned himself protectively behind Konan, his gaze resolute. No, Yahiko, you have cared for us for so long. This time, allow me to protect you. How enviable it is to be on the brink of death, yet still engaged in mutual protection. What purpose does it serve? Perhaps I should send you both on your way together? Isshiki laughed maniacally. As a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he had been conditioned to suppress emotions, arriving in the shinobi world devoid of friends or family, with only cold, unfeeling missions and an unreliable teammate. The resentment within him simmered. How had she outpaced him? His name bore the weight of his clan, a candidate among the chosen, albeit with slim prospects. Such bravado, if you wish to kill us, let us see if you possess the capability. Steel release, 5 paper flowers. As Conan unleashed her jutsu, the sky was adorned with numerous black flowers, their edges glimmering ominously, sharp as blades. Moreover, her hands could manipulate them from a distance. Steel release is far superior to ordinary weaponry. It is a unique fusion of the earth release and lightning release bloodline limits, made possible by the two scrolls provided by Zhang Lan, enabling Conan to cultivate her own bloodline limit. At last, he has appeared. Lan, can you hear me? Kaguya, poised for rest, suddenly sensed a familiar chakra from the distant east, a chakra that once instilled both fear and longing within her. Now, upon sensing it, she realized it might even surpass that of the Sage of Six Paths, Obito. It appears that Isshiki has endured quite a miserable existence over the years. And it is no wonder, for he has severed his own path to evolution. Ah, Kaguya, how is it that you can communicate with me telepathically? Zhang Lan is intrigued, realizing that his understanding of Kaguya is still rather limited. Such an impressive skill is beyond his own capabilities. I can hear you. Speak, he urged. There he is, came an excited yet somewhat bittersweet response. Zhang Lan understood that their fates were intertwined. One must perish while the other survives. Presently, Kaguya, although formidable, is not alone. She has two space-time ninjas at her side. No matter how powerful Isshiki may be, his demise is inevitable. I understand. I am making my way there as well. If you are willing to join me, then do so. Zhang Lan expressed his desire for Kaguya to come. At the very least, he wished to resolve the conflict within his heart, for any future advancement would surely harbor hidden dangers otherwise. I am en route, Kaguya replied before falling silent. Zhang Lan hesitated to inquire further. Kaguya's mood must be heavy with a mix of resignation and perhaps a tinge of relief or melancholy. Could you two Hokage hasten your pace? I sensed that Conan and the others might be in peril, he urged. The fourth Hokage. Let us set aside thoughts of competition and unite our strengths. The Flying Thunder God possesses an ultimate technique, one of them suggested. Ah, indeed. I had my suspicions. But I did not anticipate that the second Hokage had left such a trump card. However, I believe I have deciphered it, the other replied. Listening to the exchange between these two prodigies, Zhang Lan felt exasperated. They may be geniuses, but what does it matter to him? He is the only one here unfamiliar with the Flying Thunder God technique. If it were not for the urgency of their journey, he would not need to witness their display of prowess. It seems he must also develop a set of acceleration ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would feel stifled by the antics of this old man and the youth. Yahiko, can you endure? Your universal pull has ceased to affect him, Conan remarked. Her concern evident. What manner of creature is this? His combat prowess is astounding, and it seems he harbors even greater hidden strength within him. Zhang Lan noted that Jiraiya and his companions had failed to subdue this foe. Now it was just the two of them, with Yahiko already gravely injured. The drawbacks of his universal pull were glaringly apparent, and Isshiki had quickly adapted. Although her steel release was lethal against ordinary ninjas, this monstrous opponent's speed rendered her attacks futile. What did I just say? Look at you two. You are on the precipice of death. Isshiki laughed, reveling in their pained expressions reminiscent of Kaguya's bewilderment when she learned of his true intentions. She could not fathom why a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan would so readily abandon her, yet the result was that Isshiki had been suppressed for many years. With this thought, he struck mercilessly. A massive die was hurled toward Conan and Yahiko. Die? Isshiki bellowed. This die was genuinely heavy, as his ability allowed him to materialize and enlarge small objects, though there were limits to his powers. The magnitude and weight correlated with his chakra, a unique capability of his eyes. Although he had not evolved into the Rinnegan, his ocular powers were formidable nonetheless. Attempting to kill before my consent? How audacious! He sneered. Suddenly, a golden light emerged beneath the dice, forcefully obstructing its relentless roll. Who are you? Are you the reinforcements? How infuriating! Isshiki was taken aback. He was thoroughly acquainted with the ninjutsu and chakra systems of this world, and his dice amalgamated numerous chakra attributes. Ordinary ninjutsu was utterly inadequate for defense. Yet, a young man with golden hair effortlessly intervened. More critically, the red-haired man before him exuded an aura of profound danger, accentuated by the peculiar shadowing around his eyes and the familiar black rod in his grasp. I had no intention of confronting you. I was merely waiting for an old acquaintance. Alas, you chose to harm my friends, so I must apologize. Yahiko, Conan, are you all right? Then sit back and enjoy the show. It has been quite some time since I last engaged, and many might have forgotten me. Zhang Lan flexed his wrists, neck, and waist, the bones cracking audibly. Before Isshiki could react, a shadow struck his face, but regrettably, it vanished just before contact. Do you not comprehend how foolish it is to charge in without understanding your enemy's abilities? Isshiki sneered at Zhonglan. The previously shrunken black rod now loomed above Zhonglan's head, magnified 100-fold. Hence, he arrogantly uttered those words. Are you not equally ignorant of my capabilities? Zhonglan disregarded him entirely, raising his right hand to effortlessly block the incoming black rod. He then uttered a remark that made Isshiki spit blood. A limit of 100 times, you say? If I were to escalate it to 200 times, it could reduce me to mere fragments. But alas, your abilities seem confined to this. Prepare yourself. Upon witnessing Zhonglan casually toss back the black rod, Isshiki felt a twinge of panic and instinctively took a step back. If that 100-fold mechanism were to shrink, it would certainly exhaust chakra. After battling for so long, his body was already showing signs of cracking. These newcomers were not to be trifled with. Perhaps retreat was the wisest course. Thoughts aside, Isshiki's movements were not sluggish. He swiftly evaded the black rod's assault and positioned himself atop it. There's no point in fighting with a brute like you. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook. Have you perhaps suffered a blow to the head? Look at your face and hands. What right do you have to continue? In fact, I secretly placed something behind you earlier. Of course, at your current level, you cannot grasp its significance, but it will instill a sense of dread. Ah no. Isshiki felt something tear at his back, his skin rupturing without bloodshed, revealing alabaster flesh beneath. The pain rendered him irrational. Where he had once contemplated fleeing, he now only desired to eliminate this individual. What a pity, you are no longer a challenge. Mokanin, it's your turn. It turned out that Zhonglan had summoned a miniature wooden figure, enveloped in dark chakra, which stealthily maneuvered from underground to Ishiki's rear. Naturally, it would not deliver a lethal blow. It was merely to reclaim some interest for Yahiko. Unbeknownst to him, Ishiki's body was reaching its limits. If he did not rest soon, he would find himself in peril. Let us pause for a moment. I perceive you are on the brink of demise, and this is far from a favorable circumstance, for our aims remain unfulfilled. Zhonglan observed Isshiki, who lay prostrate on the ground, and exchanged knowing glances with Tobirama and Minato, who discreetly erected 2 barriers around them. Today, I was careless and did not utilize my teleportation. But do you truly believe this grants you victory over me? Allow me to inform you that I am a proud member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and no one can extinguish my existence. Once I discover a new vessel, you shall all meet your end. Ha ha ha. Until we meet again. With that, Isshiki prepared to flee, his form diminishing until it vanished from sight. Lan, we cannot allow him to escape. Jiraiya-sensei has already been injured by him, Xiaonan exclaimed, taken aback by Ishiki's sudden disappearance. To possess the ability to shrink one's body is quite an unprecedented phenomenon, she added. He dares to confront you here for 2 reasons. First, he possesses the confidence to eliminate you, yet has failed for an extended period. This leads me to suspect his second reason. He is near his stronghold. Thus, I shall wager a chance to uncover his lair, Zhonglan explained calmly. Indeed, you are correct. This is his stronghold. A woman clad in white, with beauty that rivaled the snow, suddenly appeared. Kaguya, you have arrived. It seems you sense the disturbance. You are not that Ōtsutsuki, are you? What brings you here? Xiaonan gasped in astonishment, recognizing her as the mother of the Sage of 6 Paths, a being said to have consumed the fruit of chakra. Do not fret, she is now our ally. It appears our goal is within reach. Minato, would you kindly lead the way? Certainly. In fact, the second Hokage has also located it, Minato replied with a smile directed at Tobirama. The group swiftly descended underground, where they were met with an extraordinary energy. Is this not akin to the power of the 10 Tails during the Great Ninja War? How can there still be 10 Tails in existence? They pondered, bewildered by the situation. What brings you here? A sudden voice interrupted. Ah, you, scoundrel. Isshiki reappeared, rushing towards Kaguya in a frenzied manner. Yet, before he could close the distance, he was ensnared by spatial confinement. Indeed, Tobirama and Minato had harnessed the light chakra, ingeniously concealing the flying thunder god technique within it. The light chakra, once separated from its vessel, behaves like a weapon, lingering in the air for an extended duration. Thus, the 2 masters developed the 3rd phase of the flying thunder god technique. The jumping flying thunder god technique involves gathering several chakra fragments imbued with the technique, sealing off spaces or immobilizing individuals, proving far more potent than conventional barriers. as no one in this world currently possesses the ability to dismantle light and dark chakras. Kaguya, you traitor, return my chakra. Isshi's body began to fissure increasingly as he was discovered before he could accumulate sufficient strength, suffering a severe beating from the group before him, who clearly had no intention of sparing him. The 10 tails he had painstakingly nurtured was in its infancy and now desperately required chakra. The once proud Isshi seemed to grasp the gravity of his predicament. Kaguya, please spare me. I am but a walking corpse. Your power is beyond my reach. This 10 tails is the culmination of half of my strength. You have taken it all. I implore you, show me mercy. The once arrogant Isshiki had lost his former bravado. Although the confinement of the water gate was severe, he still believed that with enough effort, a way could be found. Faced with Kaguya, Isshiki harbored no desire to flee. The bloodline suppression and his abilities rendered him unable to sense Kaguya's power. After all, few belonged to the clan that wielded the Rinnegan. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. In the past, you did not stoop so low. I remember you once kicked me fiercely with your foot. Kaguya, her expression devoid of emotion, approached Isshiki, due to fear and his injuries. Isshiki appeared on the verge of collapse. Though I possess a kind heart, I have suffered the betrayal I deserved. I could have unified this land, had the opportunity to become the next king, but alas, all was ruined by you. Do not think I am unaware. You have secretly guided Yuhi. Ishiki's face turned pale. How could she know such a covert matter? Furthermore, in his severely injured state, he had been saved by someone claiming to be Yuhi. Indeed, Isshiki had deceived him, stating that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki was the true malignancy of this world, needing to be eradicated completely, lest it remain perpetually mired in war. As a mother, one would never harm her own child, but would the child not rebel? Kaguya murmured to herself, a single tear escaping her eye. It seems there exists a little-known secret. Judging by Ishiki's expression, this matter was highly likely true. Kaguya, I beg you, consider me as nothing more than a passing breeze. Just let me go. Isshiki continued to plead desperately, yet he had forgotten that the one in control here appeared to be Zhonglan. Originally, I wished for your demise to be devoid of suffering, but now, I shall ensure that your death is most gruesome. Kaguya, the past is behind us. Perhaps you have lost time, yet you have also gained trust. Zhonglan hurriedly sought to reassure Kaguya, for with such an unsettling factor in play, who could predict what would transpire? Let everything proceed as you desire. I am weary, and there is nothing left in this world to which I am attached. After speaking, Kaguya fell silent, closing her eyes, adopting an air of indifference towards all. Please, do not kill me. I possess a secret. Do you not wish to know about the reincarnators of Ashura and Indra over these many years? Oh, what use is knowing that? Zhonglan replied, a flicker of curiosity emerging. Originally, I intended to use this against her, but it has evidently become futile. Spare me, and I shall reveal the remnants of souls I have collected. Isshiki grasped at this final lifeline, though it appeared tenuous at best. You have no right to bargain with me. Spare your celestial musings. Zhonglan retorted bluntly. Although the Shursui Sharingan had evolved into the Rinnegan, illusions could still be employed. The cooldown period seemed shorter than before. It could be used once a year, and this moment was too opportune to squander. The last time the Rinnegan manifested the 3 Tomo, Zhonglan noticed that all the skills cooldowns had reset, thus he utilized them without reservation. Ah, so it is here. Very well, Isshiki, it seems your time is nearly up. Zhonglan initially intended for Kaguya to absorb Isshiki, though it was somewhat cruel and distasteful. However, considering the existence of a small 10 tails, he promptly changed his mind, uncertain of what might occur should the 10 tails undergo another genesis. Zhonglan tossed a piece to the small 10 tails, which eagerly consumed it. Zhonglan then enhanced its power by bestowing upon it all the natural energy he had amassed. In an instant, the once diminutive sapling transformed into a towering banyan tree, displaying its formidable presence. In this realm, it could no longer produce chakra fruits. Kaguya opened her eyes, declaring that unless it consumed her or devoured all 9-tailed beasts, it would not prevail. As soon as Kaguya spoke, the small 10 tails, filled with excitement, lunged toward her, only to be thwarted by an impenetrable barrier. It turned out that Minato had established defenses prior to its growth. Tobirama had also concealed lethal traps within his shadow. Clearly, its fate was to return to nature, although it could bolster the tailed beast's strength. What do you think? Are you interested in summoning them? Do not regard me with such skepticism. I am the mother of the Sage of 6 Paths. Everything he knows, I know, and what he does not, I also understand. Kaguya remained tranquil. Her words, though seemingly mundane, resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Minato, can you reach Naruto and bring the tailed beasts here? After careful contemplation, Zhonglun resolved that this power was too great for anyone to bear, and no one was truly suited to inherit it. Perhaps it was better to perform a noble deed by enhancing the strength of the tailed beasts, allowing them to thrive longer. Let me give it a try. The distance is not too great. I've made contact. Kurama seems quite interested in this place and responded swiftly. Minato exclaimed, surprised by the ease of communication over such a distance. They soon arrived. The small 10 tails, or rather the now large 10 tails, continued to roar restlessly, causing the creatures of the land to scatter in fear. Though it lacked wisdom and the true capabilities of the 10 tails, its intelligence was on the verge of awakening. Sensing the threat posed by the white-haired woman and an insatiable hunger emanating from her. Indeed, it resembles the 10 tails. Kurama was the first to speak. Having arrived with Naruto the quickest, how can you move so swiftly? Zhonglun inquired, equally intrigued. Thanks to you, uncle. What you taught me, I relayed to Kurama. We fashioned a rocket from the tailed beast balls, and the speed turned out to be astonishing, Minato replied, leaving Zhonglun speechless at such unconventional usage of the tailed beast balls. They arrived promptly, and Kaguya prepared herself, with a leap onto the head of the 10 tails. Her hair unfurled, and as her eyes widened, an overwhelming aura subdued the colossal beast. Originally, I did not wish to harm you, but circumstances leave me no choice. Amoeba, unleash. With her 10 fingers aglow, she summoned 10 beams of light, instantly cleaving the 10 tails into 10 distinct pieces. A collective shudder ran through the onlookers. Hey, Kurama. Was this how the Sage of Six Paths divided you back in the day? Zhonglun asked curiously. How should I know? I doubt it otherwise. Why would I have so many tails? Kurama pondered, reflecting on the complexity of a single entity being split into 10, each possessing independent consciousness. It's not like the old man favored you, you wretched fox. He must have infused your portion with extra chakra. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? Your position as leader isn't guaranteed either. Shoha appears to be the first to arrive, and naturally, with its mastery over the wind element. Its speed is not to be underestimated. Since you have designated me as the captain, I shall extend you the courtesy of not holding it against you. Gyolama instantly felt a surge of pride. This was the first time the argument had not even commenced before Shoha found itself at a disadvantage. You. What about me? If you cannot even engage in a proper argument, it is no wonder you get beaten. Having encountered the esteemed Ōtsutsuki, it is no surprise that the monkey, with its cleverness, first lavished praise upon Ōtsutsuki. After all, it is the Ōtsutsuki that has enabled their current state. Even Zhonglun could not help but commend the monkey. The monkey's words indeed held some sway, drawing Kaguya's attention. The monkey immediately performed a bow, though it was uncertain whether this was due to genuine admiration or fear instigated by the Rinnegan. All right, everyone, let us cease the bickering. Kaguya, with everyone gathered, how shall we proceed with the distribution? Zhonglun surveyed the scene, noting the 10 shards that continued to sway. A chill running through him at the thought of Kaguya's disposition. 9 pieces belong to you, 1 to me. I must take my leave. But you may summon me if needed. Wait. Zhonglun called out hastily. You should take this. He tossed the item he had retrieved from Isshiki, a remnant of the reincarnated soul, into the black void beside Kaguya. In the illusion, as he described, each generation of reincarnated beings leaves behind a fragment of their soul, elucidating why reincarnated individuals grow weaker over time. Over the millennia, countless reincarnated souls have undoubtedly accumulated, thanks to Isshiki's diligence. With a resounding awoo, the 9-tailed beasts had assembled, each absorbing a shard, resulting in a transformation. Their skin and fur deepened in hue, and an ethereal mark began to manifest upon each of their foreheads. Although they did not possess the full extent of the Sage of Six Paths power, the current 10 tails was not to be underestimated, even compared to the 10 tails of the Fourth Great Ninja War, which had only utilized a fraction of the power of the 8 and 9 tails. As the tailed beasts reaped the benefits, Naruto too emerged as a beneficiary. His chakra reserves expanded. More astonishingly, his sensitivity to chakra heightened, allowing him to effortlessly integrate the attributes into his Rasengan without requiring a clone. With the aid of the tailed beasts, he successfully unleashed the first black hole Rasengan, its exterior resembling the tailed beast ball, yet within it swirled a maelstrom. Upon contact with any object, it would tear apart and explode, prompting Naruto to leap in joy. Naruto, this time, you've grasped the sensation haven to you? Kyubi, ever perceptive, inquired, for soon after, the nine-tailed beasts would gather, making it a challenging endeavor. By the way, I have a request that I hope you will honor. Zhang interjected, causing the initially enthusiastic tailed beasts to tense at the sight of his Rinnegan, adorned with tomo. Please, bear no hostility. When have I ever indicated a desire to harm you? Now that your powers have risen, we shall not compel you to do anything against your will. I merely wish for you to select a group of ninjas whose attributes resonate with your own to guide and teach. Of course, if you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I had hoped you would forge a friendship with us humans, Zhang said with a wry smile. Realizing that interactions between humans and beasts are indeed fraught with difficulties. I can agree to your request. The monkey was the first to speak among the tailed beasts. It was the most intelligent and possessed the most agile mind. I have also pledged to you. The ox demon has spoken as well. It has always maintained a good relationship with the people of the Hidden Cloud Village and has now inexplicably gained certain advantages. As the saying goes, one who receives a favor is bound to return it. Moreover, if the tailed beasts were to refrain from participating, Ōtsutsuki alone could absorb everything without their involvement. The other tailed beasts seemed to comprehend this, and thus all agreed to Zhang proposition. In truth, Zhang wished to invite them to join the resistance against the Empire, but the psychological blow they had suffered was too profound. I possess two types of secret techniques, both aimed at physical training, which I believe would be quite suitable for you. You might consider studying them, Zhang declared, producing the two manuals he had previously acquired, Shadowless Palm and Shadowless Foot. Originally designed for the training of ninjas, Zhang had a sudden inspiration, realizing that these methods should also be applicable to tailed beasts. What could you possibly offer in terms of body refinement that could surpass our daily training? Shikaku initially scoffed, yet upon receiving the manuals, he was rendered speechless. The techniques were vastly superior to those imparted by the Sage of Six Paths. Should their physical prowess ascend to a new echelon, they could withstand the power of the Rinnegan solely through their corporeal strength. Do not worry. I am genuinely pleased with your growth, for you too require freedom. However, I hope that during the ninja's most trying times, you will lend a hand. As he spoke, Zhang eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, an unexplainable pressure causing the tailed beasts to feel a twinge of unease. Lan, you aren't planning to cast an illusion on us, are you? Kurama sensed something amiss immediately. The other tailed beasts frowned in contemplation. Do you truly think me so despicable? If I wished to control you, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, you and humanity have always maintained a distance. I have no interest in meddling with your affairs. Minato, let us return. This place is to be destroyed and sealed. With that, Zhang departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the remaining tailed beasts to murmur among themselves. Were we truly not under an illusion just now? It felt far more terrifying than the Rinnegan. Do not say such things. I nearly succumbed to the urge to charge at him. Enough with your wild speculations. Even if it were an illusion, what of it? If one's strength is inferior, there is no recourse. I do not perceive him as a villain. Let us disperse. Zhang had already formulated his plans, yet the future remained uncertain. He aimed to provide the ninjas with a glimmer of hope for survival. Once the tailed beasts enhanced their strength, they would no longer be at the mercy of others. Their willingness to assist the ninjas was now largely independent of their own circumstances, as the impending arrival of the mysterious and pivotal figure, Little You, could prove instrumental. What do you truly desire? We are trapped by you, enduring a fate worse than death. What more do you seek from us? The spirit of Madara lingered in Kaguya's realm, feeling as though he had been there for an eternity, yet also tantalizingly close to freedom. In this place, he remained in a spectral state, reduced to mere idleness. Go forth. Upon her return, Kaguya had molded the fragments of the 10 tails into 2 humanoid forms, initially intending them for Naruto. However, considering Madara and Hashirama, and with Zhang having bestowed upon her remnants of a reincarnated soul, Kaguya was curious to see what might emerge from this fusion. This sensation, this power feels so familiar, so secure, so stable. Under Kaguya's influence, Madara and Hashirama fell into a deep slumber. After a considerable time, they opened their eyes to behold Kaguya, immediately kneeling before her. For her presence lingered deep within their memories. The Sage of Six Paths had conveyed this information to the two of them. Yet, As time elapsed and their souls faced a void, such memories had faded away. "Are you my grandmother?" Hashirama inquired, puzzled. Throughout his life and reincarnations, he had centered his existence on love, garnering admiration and approval from all. In contrast, Madara, as Indra, revered power but was later ostracized for it, relegated to the role of a general rather than a leader. "It appears you have both regained your memories. This is indeed splendid. In this realm, I shall manipulate the flow of time, allowing you to cultivate diligently. In the future, your skills may prove invaluable," Kaguya remarked, her emotions inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether her resurrection of the two brought her joy or sorrow. Hashirama and Madara thus stood in a stupor, compelled to continue their training. For in this space, one could not act freely as they wished. Swiftly, Hashirama and Madara ascended to the pinnacle of Indra and Ashura's first lives. Yet, perhaps due to their bloodline, their capabilities could not transcend the 6 paths level, which encompassed 7 chakra attributes. Although the original world alluded to the sage possessing the ability to weave nets, this was not manifested in combat. Bloodlines and abilities could diminish, thus ensuring that the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra could not achieve significant breakthroughs until they acquired the power of yin-yang release. It seemed the family legend held truth. The perfect inheritance of bloodlines and abilities was indeed a formidable challenge, perhaps a curse upon the clan. As Kaguya's power grew stronger, her memories deepened, and her abilities appeared to connect to the Ōtsutsuki homeworld, revealing a thread of information regarding the curse. Such formidable beings as the Ōtsutsuki were beyond the reach of any curse. Enough of this contemplation. Let me offer them some assistance, she decided. With a casual flick of her finger, Hashirama and Madara felt as though they had consumed a potent elixir, as chakra from the outside world surged into their bodies, and markings of sage mode appeared upon their faces. Remarkably, the sage mode, which others had labored tirelessly to attain, was effortlessly granted to them here. Upon opening their eyes, they heard but one phrase: "Continue your training and push your abilities to their utmost limits." The two, upon hearing this, were left speechless. It seemed they would be ensconced in this space for an extended period, with no recourse but to fight to pass the time. Fortunately, the realm remained stable, and their combat did not inflict harm upon it. They rested when fatigued, only to resume their struggles afterward. Taichi Agukya Bow and Arrow, 9-star Spiral Barrage. Their powers surged, yet, akin to their previous lives, neither could best the other. Madara wielded the ability of the Uchiha's bloodline limit, but could not harm Hashirama, who possessed the same. Their abilities were quite unique. Madara's manifested in his eyes. His previous Sharingan prowess, now amplified, allowed him to summon a bow of 7 attributes capable of inflicting damage upon this realm. However, the extent of damage was not as rapid as his recovery. Meanwhile, Hashirama's abilities continued to embody self-restoration. His wood release had evolved into forest release, with the trees he summoned seemingly imbued with the consciousness of the 10 tails, continuously absorbing and devouring the chakra of his adversaries. In the distance, Kaguya finally displayed a trace of joy, though a shadow still lingered between her brows, as she sensed 3 familiar forces approaching this planet from afar. "Lan, your speculation was correct. Someone is coming." Utilizing her Rinnegan, Kaguya conveyed a message to Zhang Lan, who was currently instructing Xiaoyu. Such a promising talent deserved meticulous cultivation. "Prepare yourself. I shall arrive shortly." Zhang Lan had a rough idea of the visitors' identities, but sharpening the blade is essential before chopping wood. Xiaoyu had made remarkable progress during this interval following the Great Battle, having mastered 7 types of elemental chakra. Strangely, however, she exhibited no special bloodline abilities. Her sole skill was disintegration. Regardless of how formidable the ninjutsu, it could be directly disintegrated and vanished. A technique even more advanced than dust release. Zhang Lan was both astonished and elated. Astonished by her ability and elated that she was on his side. Should Orochimaru or other ambitious individuals discover her, the ninja world could easily undergo unimaginable upheaval. Yet, Xiaoyu had a notable flaw. She was ill-suited for combat against taijutsu ninjas. Her ability could not disintegrate living beings or objects, only ninjutsu. Was she the terminator of the ninja realm? To compensate for this shortcoming, Zhang Lan imparted both light and dark elemental chakra to Xiaoyu, granting her self-defense capabilities in stealth and protection. If properly nurtured, she should be able to contend with a first-rate ninja, despite the latter having already fallen. "Kaguya, is it one person or multiple?" Do you need assistance? Zhang inquired, contemplating the worst-case scenario of facing a group. 3 individuals approached. One was immensely powerful, while the other 2 were rather average. If Kaguya deemed one strong, they must also be of the bloodline level. It's better to be cautious. Contact the others and summon Tobarama and Minato, Zhang decided, opting for a swift resolution. Prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. And who could predict the chaos that may ensue? There are 2 exceptionally strong chakra signatures ahead. Tao, you handle one. I shall take care of the other. Instructed a tall Ōtsutsuki with a white headband, carrying a fishing rod. Yura, don't think that because you devoured the chakra fruit, I fear you. Soon, I shall have my chance. The chakra fruits of this planet are mine, along with everything here, the stout man echoed, agreeing with the words of Lord Tao. I truly have no patience for you. Such planets are scarce. Do you genuinely believe chakra fruits can be obtained so easily? Foolish. Without strength and background, you wouldn't even be able to come here. Do you think Kaguya and the first-rate ninja arrived here by mere chance? It is their innate talent that allowed them to come. The abilities of the first-rate ninja far surpass those of you and me. Yura felt a shiver at the mention of the first-rate ninja, who had once been the primary heir of the Ōtsutsuki clan, dispatched to this planet. Regrettably, over a millennium had passed, and there was still no word of him. Were it not for a family elder discovering his demise, they would not have sent anyone to reclaim the chakra fruits. Though the Ōtsutsuki clan is known for its penchant for plunder, it continuously strives to enhance its abilities. The core members impart a technique of genetic absorption. Through a pact, they identify compatible individuals, ultimately assimilating their DNA, thereby usurping everything that belongs to them. Furthermore, all the abilities they possessed in life are also acquired. This relentless pursuit of evolution and strength, coupled with the potential to consume others even in the face of death, elucidates the formidable nature of the Ōtsutsuki clan as it progresses further. Ah, it is indeed Kaguya. Were you awaiting our arrival? Purushi, with a fishing rod slung over his shoulder and a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, surveyed Kaguya with a keen gaze, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of her power. After all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever, yet as unapproachable. Have we not bullied you enough? Is this truly the extent of the Ōtsutsuki's capabilities? You once had the audacity to bully women, and now, a clown emerges from nowhere to do the same. One wonders if your ancestors also thrived on such cowardice, for it appears that the men of Ōtsutsuki share this ignoble trait. Laughter erupted from Purushi. Indeed, this young man speaks the truth. I, on the other hand, do not resort to such disgraceful acts. You scoundrel, I shall slay you shortly. Purushi, you cannot intimidate women. You know, have you forgotten how Kaguya bested you before? Zhang remarked, casting a glance at Kaguya. While the confidence of the Ōtsutsuki men was understandable, one could not fathom why they would bicker over such trivial matters. Tobarama and Minato exchanged frowns. It was comprehensible that boys might tease girls in their youth. But these ancient beings still behave childishly. If your quarrel has not yet run its course, you are free to return and continue it elsewhere. You are not welcome here. Kaguya finally interjected, silencing the 2 men at once. In my youth, I tolerated your antics out of familial loyalty, but now, I will show no mercy. Being out here in the wild is quite an adjustment for me. Purushi, do you truly believe you can defeat her? If you succeed, I shall refrain from competing with you. Rather, I find this young man intriguing. Upon hearing Purushi's words, a chill ran down Tao Shi's spine. Could it be that he had come to usurp the fruits of my labor? The ironclad rule of the Ōtsutsuki states that one may consume but a single fruit throughout their lifetime. Consuming more could lead to one's demise, and the enhancement would dissipate. The Ōtsutsuki are already formidable. Imagine the chaos if they could consume fruits without limit. Divine Hook. Purushi executed a simple fishing technique. Yet Tobarama and Minato's expressions grew grave. This seemingly innocuous hook concealed the power of the bloodline net. Those ensnared would find their chakra instantly drained. As he cast his hook, Purushi's ability activated, which elucidates why the ensnared individuals exhibit no response. Zhang, with cool composure, evaded the attack. Inspired by the insights gleaned from Xiaoyu, he applied the powers of the bloodline net around him, while simultaneously infusing it with destructive capabilities. With the enhancement of the bloodline net, wind and fire release techniques could obliterate from the cellular level. Even when confronting the Ketsuryugen, one may not achieve victory. Yet neither will they face defeat. What? You can actually resist my hook. Urashi was astounded. Throughout his combat career, few had ever evaded his hooks. He scrutinized Zhonglan closely, noticing the 3 tomo embedded within his Rinnegan. No wonder your prowess is so formidable. Although you are not of the Ōtsutsuki clan, your evolutionary trajectory is indeed commendable. The term evolutionary trajectory sparked the imagination of those present. On what grounds do you presume your path of evolution to be correct? In this universe, you are not the most powerful Ōtsutsuki. Your standing is quite humble. Should you possess true prowess, venture to my homeland. A single intercontinental missile would render you obsolete. You may not fully grasp the nature of power. This has been studied by our ancestors. Believe it or not, our evolutionary path initiates from the eyes. Beyond the Sharingan, there exist many ocular forms, yet only those with ripples and tomo will attain the pinnacle of strength. Kaguya must have undergone numerous trials here. Her Rinnegan and Sharingan are indeed noteworthy within our lineage. I must concede, I cannot surpass her. Yet you are well within my grasp. And what of your unification now? Zhonglan had always detested didacticism, especially in domains where he excelled. His abrupt inquiry left Urashi momentarily speechless. If that is the case, I shall subdue you first. Urashi prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. But before he could utter another word, he found himself suspended in midair. Is this truly your level? You once regarded yourself as formidable. How disappointing. Utilizing both dark and light chakra, Zhonglan had already laid a trap behind Urashi. The moment Urashi dared to move, he would be ensnared. Firmly trapped by the light chakra, a power inaccessible to those of his caliber, leaving the nearby Momoshiki thoroughly shaken. He had come with the intent to claim a life, only to find himself in peril. Such a predicament would be quite humiliating to disclose. Zhang, your speed is rather astonishing. You leave me no opportunity whatsoever. Kaguya frowned. With Urashi, the strongest among the trio, incapacitated, she felt disheartened, never anticipating that Zhonglan would easily dispatch him. She realized she could not appear weak. Annihilate the ashen bones. Isshiki and Momoshiki remained in shock, failing to notice Kaguya's ambush. Fortunately, Isshiki reacted just in time, flinging his large blade to extricate himself and Momoshiki from danger. Master Momoshiki, muster your spirits. If all else fails, you may consume me. I shall harbor no grievances. Isshiki vigorously shook Momoshiki's shoulder. Upon hearing the word consume, Momoshiki instinctively swallowed hard, gazing at Isshiki as if he were a delectable feast. I have pondered you as well. But her abilities are far too formidable. I sense she surpasses even Isshiki. I have boasted in his presence, and now what shall I do? Momoshiki felt a surge of anxiety, particularly upon witnessing Urashi suspended in midair, his mind buzzing with confusion. Master Momoshiki, time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. With that, Isshiki dove towards Momoshiki's hands. Startled, Momoshiki realized that consuming Urashi was no longer an option. Instinctively, he opened his hands but soon clenched them tightly. Master, you cannot simply abandon this. You have dreams, and so do I. Do you wish to live in shame within our clan? Regrettably, despite the fervent cries of Jean, Tao remained utterly indifferent, his spirit dissipated. He had lost the heart of a warrior, all due to you, Lan, for striking so severely. Is Pooh on the verge of demise? Faced with Kaguya's inquiry, Zhonglan found himself at a loss for words, left to lament the weakness of his adversaries. Though he possessed the same bloodline limit, Zhonglan was endowed with 2 additional attributes, a gift from the system, indicating that such abilities exist within this universe. Yet, perhaps even the Ōtsutsuki clan lacks this power, rendering Zhonglan capable of swiftly resolving the situation against these unknown abilities. Kaguya, confine the 3 of them, or dispose of them as you see fit. Ensure they do not contact anyone, you understand. Zhonglan was acutely aware of the Ōtsutsuki's nature, intent on preventing any resurgence. Kaguya, with her alternate dimension, was perfectly suited for containment. Initially expecting a prolonged battle, he was surprised by the ease of their victory. I was too careless. Let us depart. Thus, Zhonglan led the 2 Hokage away. Kaguya, you mustn't heed that young one's words. We are the true kin. Release me, and I shall commend you to the clan leader. Urging caution, Pooh felt an unfamiliar trepidation in the presence of the cold-blooded Kaguya. After years of warfare, he could distinctly sense her murderous intent. Shortly thereafter, 2 young individuals appeared, their power absurdly lacking, yet Kaguya held high hopes for them. Pooh's pleas fell on deaf ears. failing to elicit any response from Kaguya as she approached Tao, gently patting his shoulder. Tao remained lost in a daze, perhaps overwhelmed by despair. "You are truly cruel," Pooh remarked. Kaguya did not glance at him, but transformed the captured into chakra, consuming them to bolster her own strength. With the virtue of a deity, she was indeed capable of such acts, and one could only wonder how many powerful beings she had devoured over the years. "Humph, surely you are no match for him. No one in the clan can rival his strength, so I advise you to release us." Initially brimming with confidence, Pooh regretted his words upon realizing that Kaguya could absorb her allies. If Kaguya in the ninja world possessed such abilities, and she had just replicated Tao's powers, what then? Tao was a direct descendant of the deity, and the strongest of their generation, a ghostly figure rumored to soon surpass the deity. Destined to become the next clan leader as he had integrated an 8th attribute, its nature unknown. "Kaguya, considering our childhood ties, or rather, my own standing, might you spare me?" Pooh felt a chill as Kaguya extended her influence towards Jin, whose status within the Ōtsutsuki was rather low, arriving in the ninja world merely to serve as chakra sustenance. His fate of being refined was indeed tragic. "Jin, what ails you?" It was only when witnessing Jin on the brink of being transformed into chakra by Kaguya that Tao regained his senses. This action, initially intended for himself, would have significantly enhanced his own abilities had he consumed Jin's chakra. He could have potentially triumphed over Kaguya. Yet how could she possess such a technique? Had she surpassed him? "My Lord Tao, it is regrettable that I was not consumed, yet my mission is nearly fulfilled. Should there be a next life? Let us meet again." Jin shut his eyes in profound agony, not uttering a single sound. "Jin, if there is a next life, you shall be the master while I remain the servant. I owe you this lifetime, and I am deeply sorry." "It matters not. Your turn shall come soon," Kaguya replied, her expression remaining tranquil as though she had merely performed a trivial act. The chakra fruit transformed from Jin had already been cast to Hashirama, who extended his right hand directly towards Taoshir. "Please, you cannot kill me. My father will have your remains shattered into pieces. I possess a family decree. You mustn't." Taoshir's plea hung in the air, but Kaguya grasped his face firmly. "You speak of your family, but what of the divine? What does that matter here? This is not the Ōtsutsuki clan." Having just acquired a chakra fruit, Hashirama was uncertain how to utilize it. Holding it in his hand, he unexpectedly activated his sage mode, absorbing the chakra contained within the fruit. Soon, a surge of explosive power coursed through his body. Jin, being a master of taijutsu, perfectly complemented Hashirama. But the overwhelming force compelled Hashirama to retreat swiftly, seeking a suitable place to dissipate this newfound energy, the most effective method being through battle. Observing the chaos around him, he had no choice but to create a clone to confront the situation alone. Kaguya continued to refine Taoshir, while Madara, with an impassive demeanor, regarded her actions. A staunch believer in the strength, he found Kaguya's approach justified, waging war to nurture strength, annihilating foes to fortify oneself. Yura watched as Taoshir was gradually consumed, his heart sinking as the words he had prepared failed to escape his lips. Kaguya had resolutely decided to eliminate them, himself included. "Kaguya, you have stirred great trouble. You cannot kill Taoshir. You may take my life, but spare him. He is the most gifted Ōtsutsuki since Kaguya, even if he has yet to consume a chakra fruit of a planet." Unmoved by Taoshir's pleas or Yura's threats, Kaguya remained indifferent. In years past, she had dared to betray Isshiki, consuming the chakra fruit that had coalesced on this planet. Thus, slaughtering a few members of the Ōtsutsuki clan seemed trivial, a mere addition or subtraction. Zhonglan had already allocated them to her, his intentions becoming painfully clear. He had unearthed certain secrets of the Ōtsutsuki clan, including the sources and methods of their power. "Kaguya, I implore you, do not take my life. I possess a significant secret to share with you, truly." As Taoshir neared his demise, Yura felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Inevitably, he would be next. 3 individuals approached, fortuitously providing him the opportunity to collect 3 chakra fruits. Yet Kaguya showed no signs of halting, plunging Yura into despair, rendering him incapable of conjuring any thoughts to rescue himself. "I advise you to prepare for your impending departure," Madara stated, standing with an air of dignity. Though his prowess did not match that of Taoshir and the others, after Kaguya's refinement, he was poised for the next stage of evolution, nearing their level. "Who are you?" Yura had initially intended to unleash a tirade, But upon seeing Kaguya's lack of patience, he realized that anyone beside her was either kin or subordinate, and they bore a faint blood connection. Who he is of no concern to you. Remember this. You shall soon cease to exist, Kaguya remarked, delivering a statement that rendered Ura speechless. Ura could only comply and fall silent. Bang! A sound echoed through the air as a teacup shattered. Did Tauscher not venture forth in search of the chakra fruit? How is it that his soul pendant lies broken? Who can elucidate this perplexing situation? A robust member of the Ōtsutsuki clan had already shattered several teacups. He had just been engrossed in his cultivation, feeling as if he had touched upon a higher realm, only to be disturbed by the family guards of the soul pendant. His youngest son, Tauscher, had tragically perished outside. It had been many years since a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan had met their demise beyond the clan's confines, and particularly a direct descendant of the clan leader. In that remote and ignorant corner of the ninja world, could there truly exist someone capable of slaying Tauscher? He possessed a mobile chakra reserve and had the ability to absorb ninjutsu for recovery, along with the potential for DNA transfer. What sort of individual could utterly extinguish his life? Shin was utterly perplexed. Father, please do not be enraged. Perhaps Tauscher merely sleeps. A fierce-eyed youth addressed Shin with a tone of supplication. You are aware of his prodigious talent, even surpassing my own in youth. Yet, the current state of the planet makes conquest challenging, and the chakra fruit has become scarce. His coming-of-age ceremony is imminent, yet he lacks the opportunity to awaken. Perhaps I should venture to check on him? Jinsher, I am acutely aware of your scheming. The clan's edict stipulates that anyone who has consumed a chakra fruit may not venture outside. Have you forgotten our family's ironclad laws? No one is permitted to devour more than 2 chakra fruits. You may choose to disbelieve, but let me impart this truth. It is a curse. One our family has endured for ages. Why do we not boast a single god-level powerhouse? Because this, too, is a curse. Perhaps the opportunity for divinity lies within reach. Yet we must pay for the transgressions of the past. Faced with Shin's fierce admonition, Jinsher felt a twinge of panic. He had never witnessed his father in such a state. If this anger were merely over Tauscher, it seemed unwarranted. Shin had emerged from a sea of corpses to establish his position as clan leader, and the path ahead for Jinsher appeared fraught with difficulty. His power had reached its zenith. Only a rare opportunity could facilitate further evolution. It was this very reason that Jinsher desired to venture into the ninja realm. Father, what has befallen our clan? Why is no one willing to speak of it? Jinsher inquired, perplexed. If the clan faces adversity, should we not confront it together? Why must we adhere rigidly to clan rules? Our family is on the brink of decline. Although he was unaware of many details, as a candidate for clan leader, he was privy to certain secrets. This secret is one only the clan leaders of Old May know, and you are not yet among them. I hold great admiration for our family, yet I feel bound by it. Do you understand that sensation? Moreover, that place gives me the impression that should you venture there, death awaits you. Shin finally voiced the terrifying truth that sent chills down Jinsher's spine. How is that possible? Where could there exist an entity capable of slaying me? Jinsher exclaimed. He had already mastered the 8th chakra. According to clan lore, mastering the 9th would necessitate the abdication of the old clan leader. This served as a catalyst for competition within the clan, driving them to strive for better leadership. I permit you to go, but remember this, should you truly fall. Do not blame anyone but yourself. Shin sighed, a sense of resignation in his voice. The specter of the past looms large for Guisher, whose father, though only concerned for his well-being, has spun a benevolent falsehood around him. What does it matter if he can extinguish the existence of Tauscher? Even in the face of his father, he possesses the strength to confront challenges head-on. In a rural corner, he declares, Father, I seek to engage in battle. Within the Ōtsutsuki clan, only those who perish in combat exist. There are no cowards. The father, acknowledging his child's resolve, replies, Very well, my dear child. I grant you my consent, but tread carefully. I shall bestow upon you my battle attire from my youth. Upon receiving this news, Guisher is filled with fervor. With his father's battle garb, his chances of survival significantly increase. After all, if he cannot prevail, he might as well flee. Kaguya, I implore you, grant me respite. Meanwhile, Pushi continues to beseech for mercy. Alas, after Kaguya relinquishes the fruit to Madara, her hand swiftly reaches for Pushi. The pain is excruciating. Death feels like this, a blend of exhaustion and relaxation. Thoughts fade away as his body gradually succumbs. As Pushi is ensnared by Kaguya, myriad thoughts flood his mind. Yet he never anticipated such a release. Though agonizing, he finds himself powerless to resist. He watches in slow motion as his form dissipates, ultimately transforming into a crimson fruit. Kaguya, you shall regret this. I shall await you in another realm. Despite Pushi's formidable strength, his spirit lingers for a mere 7 seconds post-mortem, but Kaguya remains indifferent, consuming the fruit in a few bites before resting. Madara, too, follows suit, swiftly devouring the fruit and thereafter emulating Kaguya in meditation. Grandmother, you have grown stronger again. Madara finds himself unaccustomed to this address, reflecting on a time when he stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, now relegated to a subordinate of Kaguya. Yet, she has treated him and Hashirama favorably, resurrecting them and imparting powers that surpass the 6 paths. Now, Madara harbors both reverence and trepidation toward her. The recent enhancements, albeit modest, have indeed bolstered his strength, incorporating those with bloodline limits. Kaguya, however, feels discontented, as the quest for further strength grows increasingly arduous. Currently, she has only grasped a fragment of the power of annihilation. In her recollections, the leaders of the Ōtsutsuki clan were capable of mastering 2 additional elemental properties, though their identities remain elusive. Nevertheless, she senses a connection between destruction and rebirth. This truth has been a continual pursuit for the Ōtsutsuki clan, whose elevated starting point renders further advancement exceedingly challenging. What of Hashirama? Your current abilities remain insufficient. I fear you may struggle to protect yourselves. Kaguya's words leave Madara momentarily stunned. Even she, formidable as she is, does not epitomize the pinnacle of combat prowess. What then? Does this say about his long-held pride in his own strength? It seems she perceives the sorrow in his heart. I speak of the upper echelons of the Ōtsutsuki. While you may be a fraction behind me, you are nonetheless considered formidable within the clan. Kaguya's assertion ignites a fire within Madara. From a lineage perspective, both he and Hashirama are descendants of the Ōtsutsuki, albeit without having visited their ancestral star. The clearer the understanding of one's strength, the more daunting it becomes. How could they have been so easily deceived by Kurizetsu? The past is a bitter recollection. Focus on your training. This planet should not confine you. With this parting remark, Kaguya vanishes. From her retreating figure, Madara senses a hint of the power of annihilation, sending a chill down his spine. Thus, he muses, so it is, this ninja world is truly fascinating. There are still avenues for growth. After the war, Zhonglun commenced his cultivation, with Pushi neither being the first nor the last. In the future, there may be formidable individuals arriving. According to the information disclosed by Pushi, the chakra fruits in this world have become exceedingly scarce. If that is the case, for the Ōtsutsuki clan to enhance their power, they will inevitably resort to devouring their own kin. Truly, this is a family steeped in madness and cruelty. Zhonglun integrated the dark attribute into the bloodline limit, and surprisingly, the fusion proceeded smoothly. However, when he attempted to merge with the light attribute, he encountered a bottleneck. The coexistence of light and darkness proves to be quite challenging. They meld instantaneously upon contact. Fortunately, he acquired a new ability, granting him the power to tear through space with a mere gesture, surpassing even Naruto's black hole Rasengan. Simultaneously, Zhonglun harbored concerns. The Ōtsutsuki clan, having existed for so many years, likely possesses members as powerful, if not more so, than those already encountered. Although he has yet to fully comprehend this system, it seems to harbor significant animosity towards the Ōtsutsuki. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Their planet lies distant, and even if Kaguya were to arrive, her powers would undoubtedly be enhanced after consuming Pushi. Yet, what astonished Zhonglun was Xiaoyu. She silently obtained the power of destruction. Her previous ability to decompose had already left Zhonglun astounded, and now she effortlessly acquired a new capability. This compelled Zhonglun to ponder whether Xiaoyu might indeed be a form of sentient being. However, the evidence remained insufficient. Kaguya, how fares your situation? Have you sensed any approaching enemies? Zhonglun sought to gauge the situation, considering the possibility of a subtle connection among the Ōtsutsuki. Not at the moment. It should not be so soon, Kaguya replied, equally perplexed. After all, the distances between planets are vast. Oh no. I recall that the souls of the clan's candidates are kept in one location. Now that Taosher is deceased, they are likely to become aware. What? Such critical intelligence cannot be overlooked, Zhang Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Presently, there was no clear understanding of the Ōtsutsuki's true strength. Should an extraordinary individual appear, the entire ninja world could be obliterated, rendering Zhang Lan's efforts meaningless. Quickly, you must inform me so that I can seek you out. In truth, only the core members of the clan retain soul tokens, allowing for awareness in the event of an accident. Unlike him, who would be disregarded if devoured by Isshiki. This thought left Kaguya feeling dismal. This wretched, patriarchal family had always viewed her talent as insignificant, ultimately relegating her to the role of sustenance. Reflecting on this was quite vexing, and thus, she was reluctant to recount such sorrowful memories. This is dire. If Taoshi held a high position, they would soon send someone. Have you considered the consequences if they exceed our capabilities? Zhang Lan struggled to suppress his frustration. Yet, as allies, it was imperative to share vital intelligence promptly. Kaguya regarded Zhang Lan, her silence punctuated by a hint of grievance in her gaze. As a woman far from home, devoid of kinship, achieving this point was immensely arduous and isolating. Rest assured, since we have forged an alliance, we shall face our adversaries together. This insight, which I gleaned during my cultivation, I hope will prove beneficial to you. Zhang Lan swiftly shared his newfound understanding of the power of destruction with Kaguya. Initially, she furrowed her brow, but soon, clarity dawned upon her. This compelled Zhang Lan to admire her innate talent. The power of destruction, what lies beyond it? It is likely that few within her family have encountered such a level. One might wonder if it pertains to creation, disappearance, or divine forces. After all, Zhang Lan is a modern individual, equipped with contemporary knowledge and ideology. While the power of destruction is formidable, if one cannot master it, it can lead to self-harm. To a certain extent, a deity refers to someone who possesses powers far surpassing those of mere mortals. At their core, they remain human, albeit significantly stronger than the average person. In ancient times, some renowned generals were born with extraordinary strength. This certainly does not imply divine power, but rather an astonishingly superior physical capability that warranted such descriptions. If someone from the Ōtsutsuki clan has transcended their kin, they too might be deemed a deity. I sense it, Lan. A formidable force, possibly even more powerful than you and I. Kaguya opened her eyes to gaze at Zhang Lan. Despite having acquired new attributes, she felt a potent aura from a distance, causing her to feel anxious. As she understood, individuals of such strength held considerable status within their clan. It couldn't possibly be your clan leader, Zhang Lan mused, feeling a tinge of worry. If they are indeed stronger than us, perhaps our combined efforts may still hold a glimmer of hope. If all else fails, we may have to resort to the light attribute to bind them permanently. Albeit, this is merely a temporary solution. It should not be the case. The clan leader must remain at the helm and cannot venture out. Zhang Lan noted Kaguya's concern. Fear not, we shall confront this together. This shinobi world embodies much of our dedication. I will not allow it to be easily destroyed. If it comes to it, I possess one final resort, though I hope it remains unused. Kaguya, you truly have not perished. This is inconceivable. You were so frail back then, easily extinguished with a single move. How have you accomplished this? The newcomer was a strikingly handsome young man, whose two Rinnegan eyes displayed a ripple pattern of 2 circles, indicating his extraordinary power. The mere act of speaking brought considerable pressure upon Zhang Lan and Kaguya. Are you Ōtsutsuki? Kaguya gasped, as a distant memory unfurled. It was said that Ōtsutsuki possessed a lineage intertwined with the underworld, their abilities linked to it. Even though the underworld had been annihilated by the Ōtsutsuki, there had been no accounts of intermarriage between the Ōtsutsuki bloodline and other clans. Yet Ōtsutsuki was an exception. He not only mastered the Ōtsutsuki techniques, but also the assassination methods of the underworld, leaving countless victims in his wake. Lan, be cautious of his voice. He is a master of assassination, Kaguya timely warned Zhang Lan. Remarkable. His voice carries an alluring power that nearly beguiled me, Zhang Lan acknowledged. Fortunately, he was shielded by a light chakra within, as Ōtsutsuki's voice seeped into his mental realm, subtly influencing his psyche to perceive him as an opponent unworthy of challenge. In such a mindset, one would be easily vanquished by Ōtsutsuki, rendering it even more formidable than Jinjutsu. Indeed, in this remote land, I find 2 commendable experts. My arduous journey here is not in vain. Ōtsutsuki chuckled, hovering in the air, his cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Lan and Kaguya. I advise you against harboring ill intentions. Do you think such trivial tricks can deceive me? With a swift motion, the specter extracted Watergate from the void. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and soared to Zhonglan's side. Watergate, I apologize. I did not anticipate the strength of our adversary. Our initial strategy may no longer suffice. We must resort to Plan B. Zhonglan expressed with a hint of regret. Against an entity more terrifying than Kaguya, Watergate appeared remarkably at ease, which left Zhonglan in awe of his combat prowess. It's nothing. You have done quite well for the shinobi world, Watergate replied, scratching his head. However, I noticed something peculiar earlier, a mysterious force surrounding him. I wonder if the spiraling zero flame technique will prove effective. Zhonglan and Kaguya exchanged solemn glances, their expressions initially grave, but ultimately falling into a silence of disbelief. Watergate, your naming ability leaves much to be desired. With such a lengthy description, who could possibly discern the nature of your technique? Sensing their confusion, Watergate hastily explained. It is a technique devised by Lord Tobarama and myself, utilizing the flying thunder god in distinct dimensions. In simpler terms, we create two separate spaces. If we were to place a segment of his body in my space and another in Lord Tobarama's, what do you suppose would happen? By the heavens, you truly are a genius. How did you conceive such a strategy? Zhonglan marveled, recognizing the complexity of synchronizing entities existing outside the same temporal realm. A task fraught with difficulty unless one could transcend spatial constraints or possess power surpassing those of the original caster. The recent battle with Obito sparked this idea, and I later collaborated with Lord Tobarama to refine it. I never anticipated it would indeed be feasible. Indeed, it was only moments ago that the fourth was compelled to protect me, forced out of his space by this specter, Zhonglan acknowledged. Though I must commend the fourth's creativity, despite his lackluster naming skills. Tobarama then gracefully descended before Zhonglan. This was a moment that should have elicited laughter. Yet in the face of formidable foes, no one could muster a smile. What must we do to coordinate our efforts? Zhonglan increasingly felt fortunate to have revived the two before him. The term genius seemed inadequate to describe them. Perhaps prodigy or exceptional talent would be more fitting. Had he not resurrected them, the current predicament would have been insurmountable. What are you murmuring about? Kaguya, have you made your decision? Will you return with me? Or shall I dispatch them first before you return? The specter observed Kaguya with keen interest. You appear quite concerned for her. She must possess the answers you seek. Zhonglan gazed up at the specter, noting, your family has always adhered to tradition, lacking anyone like Kaguya who defies orders and becomes the protagonist themselves. It is no wonder you are willing to go to great lengths to retrieve her for further study. Ah, how delightful to encounter such an astute individual. This simplifies matters. Speaking with intelligent people is truly enjoyable. So, have you made your decision? Shall I eliminate you, or will you take matters into your own hands? The specter maintained an air of arrogance as he regarded the group. Young man, temper your anger and refrain from rashness. Given our awareness of Kaguya's significance, we cannot simply yield without resistance. At the very least, we must struggle, the specter continued. Haha, you are quite the spirited little one. If only you were not my enemy, we could share a drink and revel in camaraderie. Come down now, and I shall provide fine wine and delectable food. Should you wish. Humph, after all this talk, are you merely trying to ensnare me? I have already stated that your little tricks are utterly futile. Allow me to demonstrate merely a fraction of my formidable strength. Furthermore, do you not find such a waste of time rather amusing? The entity known as Guashir had long since detected Zhonglan's subtle maneuvers. However, he chose not to expose them, instead opting to observe Zhonglan's true intentions. Consequently, he meticulously arranged numerous spatial traps around himself, infused with a unique chakra, akin to the attributes exhibited by that golden-haired man earlier. Such temporal and spatial ninjutsu is of no consequence to me. What? Before Guashir could finish his statement, a sudden pain coursed through him. Yet he remained gracefully suspended in the air. Zhonglan cast an approving glance at Tobarama and Minato, then released a trace of chakra. Suddenly, the area surrounding Guashir erupted in a series of explosions. Damn it, do you think such primitive tactics can intimidate me? Guashir bellowed, yet the explosions continued unabated, unleashing a dark substance that soon engulfed him in a cataclysmic barrage of 600 billion explosive tags, crafted with steel release. After awakening his steel release, Conan had replaced all previously unused explosive tags with those of steel, and Zhonglan was the second person privy to this secret. Thus, They had deliberately lured Guishir here, brazenly presenting themselves in this location to attract him, for the entire environment was cloaked in explosive tags. This package should be quite exhilarating, Lord Guishir. While I am aware it cannot inflict physical harm upon you, it may at least deliver a slight psychological blow. Zhonglan laughed heartily, taking pleasure in explaining this to Guishir, who was now furiously shouting in rage. Alas, resources must be utilized judiciously. If the explosive tags remain unused, they pose a latent threat to the ninja. I shall rend your bodies asunder. With a swift motion of his right hand, Guishir rendered all his wounds non-existent, revealing a striking azure armor upon his form. Initially, I would not deign to utilize such means against mere insects like you, but now haha. Before Guishir could revel in his newfound power, he suddenly found his body unresponsive, as if it had been fragmented into countless pieces. He attempted to move a finger, but his reactions were sluggish, as though an immense distance separated him from his own limbs. Surprised? Delighted? Zhonglan chuckled. Second and fourth Hokage, do take a moment to rest. No one could endure the strain of deploying so many spatial traps in such a short span. It appears their research on the third stage of Flying Thunder God has borne fruit. Beep, beep, beep. Detection of the Qianquan battle armor. Please retrieve it for substantial rewards. Zhonglan was poised to launch an offensive when an unexpected voice resonated, eliciting a surge of joy within him. System, do you recognize this? Zhonglan inquired. His curiosity piqued, as he had never witnessed the system exhibit such a human-like demeanor before. Regrettably, his query yielded no fruitful response, only deepening his intrigue. He resolved to acquire the battle armor at all costs. Kaguya, ensure he does not escape. I shall confront him. Zhonglan, brimming with determination, swiftly approached Guishir, though not in his true form, but as a luminous clone, imbued with spatial power. Prepare yourself. The doppelganger relentlessly assaulted the specter, its angles deftly adjusted to target the vulnerable areas, the eyes, the mouth, and even the posterior. Although the armor boasted an aesthetically pleasing design, it merely shielded a few vital parts of the body. This predicament vexed the specter, who had witnessed the clan leader donning armor that offered comprehensive protection. Was it possible that his own strength was insufficient? For the first time, self-doubt crept into the specter's heart. No, this was merely an illusion. He quickly regained his clarity. How audacious it was for such a wretched being to cast illusions upon the noble Ōtsutsuki. How dare they light their flames while forbidding us from igniting ours? I shall deal with you as I please. Zhonglan chuckled, remarking on how the initial sonic assault had been quite exhilarating. Yet now that he was on the receiving end of the blows, he began to whine about fairness. What a peculiar notion. Destructive light waves, perish at once. Lowly humans. And you, Kaguya, how could you stoop so low as to coexist with these wretches? Such a disgrace to the Ōtsutsuki lineage. The specter, in a flurry of furious actions, laid waste to the surroundings. Enduring the pain, he unleashed the light waves, yielding commendable results. Did you think that merely confining me would suffice? With but a thought, you shall all meet your demise. Though he spoke boldly, a flicker of fear stirred within him. The force that ensnared him bore an echo of his father's authority. How could such power exist on this rural planet? Minato, it seems you must endure a little longer. Zhonglan observed the frenzied specter, his brow furrowing. This adversary was slightly more formidable than both him and Kaguya. Had it not been for the sealing of his body, the outcome would be uncertain. After a period of respite, Minato and Tobirama reinforced the spatial barriers, now sealing the area around the specter's eyes. Should he recklessly employ ninjutsu, or any other means, he would suffer the consequences. What manner of energy is this, so formidable that even I cannot breach it? Ah, the azure armor, it is time to employ it. System, is there a way to directly reclaim the armor? Zhonglan noted the specter preparing to utilize the armor's abilities. Any armor deemed worthy by the system must possess considerable merit. Closer, closer. Suddenly, the system provided an alert. Zhonglan gasped in astonishment. He had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet received an actual response. He deftly maneuvered the light chakra, inching closer to the specter's rear. With Tobirama and Minato providing cover, they soon encircled him. Heaven and earth armor, return. The system boomed, and in an instant, a flash of azure light obliterated the specter's impending attack. Ah, my armor! You despicable scoundrel, return it at once. The specter cried out in anguish. His strength, augmented by the armor, was unrivaled. However, since setting foot on this land, He had endured numerous injuries and targeted assaults. Now, he faced the loss of the precious gift bestowed by his elder. How would he confront the ensuing wrath? A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. What if he could never return? No, he was the mightiest scion of the Ōtsutsuki. How could he possibly fail to return? He swiftly dismissed the notion. What? The armor has lost its resonance, as if it has vanished into the ether. Cursed specter, so unreliable. Come forth. Clan leader, how may we serve you? 2 guards approached, their demeanor respectful and attentive. I must take a leave for a journey afar. Please inform the Grand Elder. It may take a day at the quickest, or possibly 3. With that, Shin prepared to depart. Chief, this may not be prudent. If you leave, who will maintain order? The guards obstructed Shin. How dare you speak here? Shin glared fiercely, causing the guards to lower their heads in fear. Why are you scolding a child? Everyone else, step aside. The newcomer was an elderly gentleman, amiable and approachable. In fact, he was the previous leader of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Thank you, Grand Elder. You have arrived. Regardless of his own status or position, Shin could not express anger towards the elder due to the latter's exalted rank, despite Shin superior strength. I believe I have found that object, Shin said with a hint of excitement. What did you say? Is it truly that object? The Grand Elder was equally astonished. Their clan had sought this item for countless years without a trace. Is it accurate? Not entirely certain, but it is highly likely, as the azure battle armor has vanished. The Grand Elder's joy was palpable. That must be it. Go forth, and remember to be discreet. If you succeed, our clan may once again bask in glory. Rest assured, I shall proceed immediately. I owe this discovery to Gueshur, who led me to this monumental secret. With that, Shin vanished. Ah no, what have you done to me? Gueshur screamed, his voice echoing. He incessantly shouted as Zhonglan's light attribute exerted an increasingly potent suppression over him. The spatial attacks set by Minato and others could reach Gueshur, rendering him a living target, mercilessly assaulted by Zhonglan. Stop your foolish delusions. Let me tell you, my father is already on his way to rescue me. With his speed, you cannot possibly kill me in time. Gueshur bellowed. Good grief, after dealing with the young. Now the old? Is this the nature of your clan? Zhonglan pondered, incredulous. Was the shinobi world truly of such significance? The Ōtsutsuki had dispatched so many individuals. No, there must be something luring them. Zhonglan reached a conclusion. It must be the system. Did the Ōtsutsuki learn of the system's existence? This was troubling. The armor just acquired could very well be a trap set by the Ōtsutsuki. It was over. Zhonglan felt as though his heart plummeted to the depths of a lake. Tobirama, Minato, prepare to flee at once. A formidable enemy approaches. Zhonglan suddenly realized his back was drenched. If even Gueshur posed such a challenge, what would happen if a clan leader arrived? Surely, they would be stronger than Gueshur. And he had yet to even grasp the concept of merging with light. Kaguya, hurry and absorb Gueshur. Only by doing so might we have a sliver of hope. Kaguya looked at Zhonglan in confusion. He had always harbored reservations about the Ōtsutsuki absorbing their kin. Why, then, was he now urging her to do so? Was it true that the clan leader was indeed coming? If the leader arrived, what use would absorbing Gueshur serve? Now you know fear. Release me at once, Neil. And plead for mercy. Return my battle armor, and perhaps in my good humor, I might inadvertently let you go. Let us proceed, Zhonglan thought. He did not believe this rascal's words. Releasing him would merely allow him to retaliate. He hoped they would have enough time. Zhonglan's spirits were exceedingly low. Amidst countless calculations, he had overlooked this crucial detail. The chaos arrived far too early, and he felt unprepared, as if he were on the brink of demise, leaving him in a state of profound anxiety. Watergate, hurry up, otherwise, we will truly run out of time. Zhonglan urgently sought to dismiss Tobirama and Watergate, while Kaguya had already commenced her actions. Fortunately, the Oni-style technique was swiftly absorbed. Lan, why are you in such a fluster? If, as you say, the enemy intent on destroying this world arrives, where can we possibly escape to? Tobirama sighed. During my time alive, I have found joy. Free from the constraints of my elder brother, my thoughts have flourished. Truly, I am immensely grateful to you, Lan. Yet, I wish I could see my brother one last time. To be honest, I envy the bond you two brothers share. Had Tobirama not slain my sibling, perhaps I would harbor less animosity. Hashirama, you must understand. This is not entirely Tobirama's fault. He too possesses a fierce competitive spirit. I comprehend the anguish of losing a brother, and I know you would sacrifice yourself for him. But what significance does that hold now? When even grandmother cannot contend with them, what can we possibly achieve? Perhaps if we were absorbed, grandmother would become even stronger, Madara remarked casually, awakening Hashirama from his stupor. Then let us proceed outside, Hashirama declared resolutely, meeting Madara's gaze, who nodded in agreement. Who permitted your presence here? Return. This is not a place for the likes of you, Kaguya admonished upon consuming the chakra fruit condensed by the Oni style, only to discover the appearance of Madara and Hashirama. Elder brother, you are alive. And you, Madara, Tobirama exclaimed, filled with both joy and surprise. Tobirama, it has been a long time. Due to our respective roles, I cannot approach you just yet. I hope you can endure. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Tobirama pressed, anxious. It is quite literally what I said. Do you not comprehend? A sudden voice interrupted, prompting everyone to search for its source. He has yet to arrive. He is 5 kilometers away, Zhonglan stated, fixating intently on the distance. Before long, a figure emerged. This truly is a remarkable place, the Ōtsutsuki god remarked, appearing no different from an ordinary person, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, resembling a genial middle-aged gentleman, casually observing his surroundings. If you seek a casual chat, I believe you have chosen the wrong interlocutor. Our generations of efforts have not been in vain. Qiankuan, are you not going to reveal yourself? The god spoke to the air, leaving the others bewildered. While Zhonglan's mind exploded with realization, the system had previously mentioned that the armor was called Qiankuan battle armor, suggesting its owner must be named Qiankuan. Qiankuan Universe, such a grandiose name. How could it be merely a trivial system? Are you still so fearful and cowardly, or have you perished completely? Devoid of even a lingering thought. If you do not show yourself, I shall obliterate this place, along with you. The god maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hand to unleash a chaotic attack. The space tore apart, only to return to a state of chaos. This fellow has undoubtedly fused with a light attribute, Zhonglan discerned, recognizing too many familiar elements within the god's assault, lamenting that he had not mastered them himself. After Kaguya absorbed the demonic form, she merely stabilized her current state without further enhancement. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared behind the divine form. Executing the same technique, a punch delivered to the back of the divine form's head. Oh, you have taken on this appearance. Yet, your strength is indeed formidable. You can barely contend with me. Xiaoyu. Zhonglan was taken aback, as were the others, equally perplexed. Xiaoyu resembled a beautiful maiden, and under Zhonglan's guidance, she had made rapid progress. However, no one anticipated that she could now engage in battle with the most powerful divine form of the Ōtsutsuki clan. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiaoyu continued her assault on the divine form, but regrettably, her attacks were effortlessly neutralized. This must be the last card you hold. But alas, it cannot affect me. I wondered why you vanished without a word back then. It seems you were merely biding your time. Although I had not witnessed that battle, my power now draws perilously close to that of the gods. Isn't it truly disheartening? The divine form's soliloquy did not irk the others. Rather, it unveiled a closely guarded secret. Xiaoyu remained silent, yet persisted in her confrontation with the divine form. The two exchanged blows, but neither inflicted substantial harm. Instead, the surrounding space was shattered. Lan, this cannot continue. This planet will be destroyed, Kaguya transmitted to Zhonglan. Zhonglan felt overwhelmed. He too wished to intervene, yet his strength was insufficient. Moreover, he harbored deep doubts that the heaven and earth the divine form referred to was indeed the system. System, are you truly heaven and earth? Speak to me. Zhonglan called out in his mind, but regrettably, there was no response. Heaven and earth, your power is so limited. Should I slay you once more? You may find no opportunity to rise again. The divine form chuckled, as Xiaoyu bore several new wounds. Clearly, she was no match for the seasoned divine form. Beep, 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 detected Ōtsutsuki clan leader. Slaying him will yield 1 cosmic battleship. Note, the cosmic battleship can traverse the universe and reach designated locations. What? Zhonglan was astonished. Even at this juncture, the system was issuing a mission. The allure of the cosmic battleship was undeniable. Perhaps riding it would allow him to return to Earth, but what means did he possess to slay him? Detected host in extreme danger. Initiating ultimate mission, save the ninja world. Opt to perish alongside the Ōtsutsuki clan leader to spare the lives of all in the ninja world. Yet the host shall never attain rebirth. If in agreement, don the heaven and earth battle armor. Zhonglan was bewildered. No one could match the divine form. Even if the divine form were to be defeated, the Ōtsutsuki clan still had numerous members. How could he possibly eliminate them all? Was sacrificing himself to save those unrelated to him truly worthwhile? Zhang fell into contemplation. Finding himself inexplicably transported to this world was ostensibly to rectify his regrets. He did not possess the wisdom to save the entire world. However, throughout his journey, every action he took was monumental in altering the course of destiny. Though he personally did not acknowledge it, he had indeed accomplished a great deal. It is once again time to make a choice. Back then, he was equally troubled, fortunate to have my staunch support. This young man, however, is not so lucky. Great Toad Sage, it's your turn now. Why are you lost in thought again? Engaging in a game of chess with you proves to be exceedingly challenging. What? You've fallen asleep again? My heavens. My dear. I shall cease this endeavor. Let us return home. I have reiterated countless times, do not play with the old man. He is of advanced age, and his faculties are far from what they once were. Very well, I understand. Please refrain from tugging at my ears. I shall accompany you home to prepare a meal. All right, I shall dress. After a brief struggle, Zhang resolutely donned the Qinquan battle armor, soaring towards the divine form. Xiao Yu, you must depart quickly. I am about to engage in battle. Zhang sudden appearance caused Shin to frown, for he too had worn battle armor, though not as securely as Zhang. It seems Qinquan now has a connection with you. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reclaim the armor. Shin snorted disdainfully, yet his strikes remained relentless. Several chaotic blasts hurtling towards Zhang. You might consider yourself fortunate, yet misfortune can also befall you. Zhang, undeterred by Shin onslaught, continued to advance towards him, instilling a sense of fear within Shin. At such a juncture, Qinquan, will you not reveal yourself? Still, there was no response. Zhang approached Shin directly. You likely comprehend my intentions. To depart alongside the Ōtsutsuki clan leader would be a stroke of immense fortune for me. No, that is impossible, Shin suddenly shouted. Realizing he was immobilized, Zhang radiated a golden glow, devoid of offensive power, yet it instilled fear in Shin. A blinding flash of golden light enveloped them, and both Zhang and Shin vanished. Zhang, disoriented, wandered into a new realm, where a spaceship loomed ahead. Even in death, I find myself longing for the ship. How homesick I must be. You are not dead. A melodious male voice resonated. You are the Qinquan spoken of by Shin. Are you not? Pray, enlighten me as to why you have chosen me. Where am I? Fortunately, I did not misjudge your character. Having previously erred in my judgment once led to grave consequences. To elaborate, I have observed that your people are particularly loyal, fiercely passionate in love and hate. Naturally, there are some scoundrels within your society, yet your nation is united, and you possess a profound love for and yearning towards this world. Hence, I was compelled to bring you here. I must admit, you speak a truth. Our nation is indeed remarkable. Now, far from home, I feel this truth more acutely. In reality, I hail from a higher planetary realm, having been treacherously undermined by the Ōtsutsuki clan. They seized our planet, our powers, and our kin. Moreover, there lies a thread of connection between our worlds. Now it is Zhang's turn to be astonished. Did you emerge from Earth? Not quite. Throughout the cosmos, I have encountered several deities from your Earth who have aided me. Rest assured, this time I shall not let you perish. I merely seek to harness your power to seal Shin. My energy is waning, and with Shin as a vessel, the power of the curse I cast long ago can be fully realized. No wonder the Ōtsutsuki have been relentless in their plundering. It was you all along. And you have indeed encountered our Earth's deities. Do tell me more. Should you not be more concerned for your own well-being? Why divert your attention to others? Very well. If you choose not to divulge, it matters little, for I shall never attain their heights. Do not doubt your own abilities. After my departure, all my capabilities will be bestowed upon you. Xiao Yu is, in fact, an intelligent entity I have left to assist you. However, an unexpected event occurred during her growth. She has now developed her own consciousness. Should I intervene, or shall we allow her to flourish independently? You are indeed kind, much like the people of Huaxia. After obtaining the powers of our kin, Ōtsutsuki has become increasingly tyrannical. This planet I inhabit is exceedingly remote, making it challenging to connect with the outside world. Thus, I can only allow their development to proceed unchecked. However, as you venture into the cosmos, you will undoubtedly encounter many intriguing individuals. You have spoken at length. urging me to traverse the universe, yet I am utterly unprepared. Everything here is no longer your concern, is it? At the very least, permit me to bid them farewell. As I mentioned earlier, once I am gone, all that I possess will belong to you. Is there truly a need to worry about time? Very well. But your sudden disappearance is something to which I must adjust. It is of no consequence. In my time, my soul suffered greatly, and I was compelled to exist as a system attached to humanity. Having kept you from Huaxiao for so long has indeed been a burden on you, and I could not have accomplished this alone. What will become of Ōtsutsuki and the ninja world? Zhang Lan expressed a hint of concern. The ninja world remains as it always has been. Should they possess the means to ascend to godhood, they may transcend this realm. As for Ōtsutsuki, I shall restore them all to their former humanity. They were once ordinary individuals who mutated only after consuming our powers. Will their enemies not seek to eliminate them? Haha. I cannot say. Perhaps they will, perhaps they will not. Regardless, I can no longer concern myself with such matters. Zhang Lan sighed, contemplating that if it were he would have considered annihilating the Ōtsutsuki clan entirely. Nonetheless, he could return and traverse the universe, a thrilling prospect indeed. Alas, this journey is coming to an end. You shall encounter many companions in the future and experience various events akin to mine. Thus, we must part ways. With these words, the voice faded away, and Zhang Lan was transported back to the ninja world. Lan, are you all right? Tobarama and Minato arrived swiftly. I am fine, thank you for your concern. However, I must inform you that I may be embarking on a distant journey. I entrust Xiaoyu to your care. What of Kaguya and the others? I was just about to inform you. Kaguya and the others have encountered unforeseen changes. Obito and my elder brother have reverted to ordinary ninjas. Haha, that is good to hear. The ninja world is now at peace, and I have faith that under your guidance, it will progress towards new heights. If you diligently study and break through to a higher level, perhaps we shall meet again. Zhang Lan's spirits lifted as he shared this with them. Is that true? With the current absence of threats in the ninja world, we must still enhance our defenses to prevent disturbances from lawless elements, lest we face dreadful wars. Rest assured. Second Hokage. Kakashi has assumed the role of the sixth Hokage, and I am confident in his governance of the village. In a few years, when Naruto ties the knot, we shall have the opportunity to embark on delightful excursions together. By the way, is Naruto currently in a romantic relationship with Hinata? Zhang Lan interjected, noticing Minato giving himself a thumbs up. Lan, you are well informed, as expected. Haha, that's about all I know. Well then, I shall take my leave. With you all in the ninja world, I feel much at ease. At the moment of Qian Kuen's departure, Zhang Lan acquired numerous abilities, one of which was heightened perception, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the state of the ninja realm. Naruto and Hinata were leisurely shopping, while other ninjas from Konoha were either studying or undertaking missions. The atmosphere across the various ninja villages was harmonious. Kaguya's strength now paralleled that of an ordinary Hokage, and both Madara and Hashirama shared a similar disposition. Ready to traverse the world like the sage of six paths, Jiraiya and Tsunade finally wed and settled in a quaint mountain village. Nagato continued to oversee the Rain Village, while Konan and Yahiko also married, staying in touch with the legacies they left behind. Orochimaru persisted in her research, though her curiosity seemed more piqued by her own body. Itachi accompanied Sasuke, training together in perfect harmony. It was time to depart and seek a place of belonging. After bidding farewell to Tobarama and Minato, Zhang Lan boarded the spaceship, his heart brimming with excitement. This vessel was nothing short of a marvel. However, as it activated, he was taken aback. A large screen displayed an urgent mission. A chemist from the Huaxia nation was about to traverse dimensions, and the task was to ensure his safety, preventing the cosmic currents from engulfing him. Such a protective mission was intriguing. It seemed there would be plenty of adventure ahead. Qian Kuen, you left me with quite the conundrum. Goodness, why is this spaceship moving so swiftly?